0. They had now reclaimed their spot on top and completed a full bracket reset victory for only the second time in our region.
Only team to force a bracket reset, only team to win a bracket reset. Who was the one that was really kind of bringing everybody up? Was it purely just that elimination final, the amount of fun you guys had, and you just said, hey, let's just have fun in this grand final and see how it goes?
No, it was all of us. We were just like, we were obviously a bit tilted about the winners bracket finals, but we just shook it off and just like, yeah, I don't know, just hit the regame button and shit on them.
From mid-June to mid-August, we stood on the sidelines and witnessed Divine Mind go on an absolute tear, taking out 5 of the 6 Open Series tournaments in ANZ, with the Chiefs only securing the win in the final tournament. This will be both teams' last showing before LAN, as our next major stop on the journey to HCS Melbourne was the ANZ Regional Qualifier. Our first 4 teams for pool play were officially locked in: Divine Mind, the Chiefs, Mindfreak, and Direwolves. With our top 4 Titans out of the way, this created a unique opportunity for the rest of the field to battle it out for the final 2 pool play spots from the ANZ Regional Qualifier. Early on, we saw Kit Bash catch fire and never slow down. With the recent addition of the Green Man Lith, this team showed they were the real deal, easily breezing their way through the early stages of the winners bracket. When we arrived at our winners bracket final, with a spot to pool play at DreamHack Melbourne on the line, we couldn't have asked for a better series than the one that unfolded between Kit Bash and Team Immunity. On one hand, we had the hungry up-and-coming squad of Kit Bash, and on the other, the veterans of Team Immunity looking to bounce back and make a showing at the ANZ Regional Finals. Immunity and Kit Bash went toe-to-toe for the first 3 games, trading wins until Kit Bash went up in the series 2-1.
Right there in front of him and able to get it moving. Lift, rounding that corner as well. Such a critical edge to get around. Not going to get shot around that corner. And that one goes in 4-1.
Game 4, however, we were treated to the brawl of the tournament, with one of the most epic oddball recharge matches we've ever seen in ANZ. In round 1, mere seconds left on the clock, Immunity made a last-second scramble for the ball to try and sneak out the lead.
Team Immunity has to get on this ball right now, otherwise they're going to lose around.
2 seconds,
He's around the corner.
But Benno died getting the ball over to his team, and Hef and Ads worked together to take down Lolly and Divinity to just edge out the round by a single point. A closely fought second round of oddball saw Kit Bash tied up 1-1, creating a deciding, low-scoring third round which Immunity was able to secure by running out the clock. Now, in Game 5, one final game will decide who secures their spot to pool play at HCS Melbourne. Kit Bash went out to an early lead on Slayer Streets and held onto that for the majority of the match. It wasn't until the 40 kill mark that Immunity decided to kick it up a gear and brought the game back to as close as 1 kill. Neck and neck in the final seconds, Kit Bash were able to pick Immunity apart with a final score of 50-46 and securing their spot at the regional finals.
For DreamHack, as a squad, we definitely think we can push that top 3. There's no reason why we can't qual for Orlando and beat any of these teams, because if we can take down Immunity, then we can take down anybody.
In the elimination bracket, we saw teams such as Flow State, Vertex, Digital Nation, and Second to None all progressing deeper and deeper in the bracket and further towards that last pool play spot available. It would ultimately be Second to None, proving their worth and living up to their name, who progressed all the way to the elimination final after dispatching tough opponents in Paradox, Flow State, most notably Digital Nation, which brought us a nail-biting 3-game series where all 3 maps went neck and neck. Team Immunity were ready and raring to go when Second to None advanced to contest them for the last pool play spot at DreamHack Melbourne. In Game 1, Oddball and Streets, both rounds were extremely close. However, it was Team Immunity who squeaked out the win 2-0.
And Team Immunity clutches up yet another oddball round.
Up next was Slayer and Aquarius. Much like Game 1, this was another tightly fought map where neither team was able to maintain a substantial lead and ultimately ended in a 50-40 scoreline after a nice double kill from Hef. It was now or never for Second to None to turn this series around. With their backs against the wall, 1 map loss away from the open bracket at DreamHack Melbourne, Second to None seemed to have run out of steam and Team Immunity completely capitalised. They took the final map of the series, Strongholds and Livefire, 250-45, completing the series 3-0 and securing their ticket to DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, I mean, look, I suppose we had to have that loss against Kit Bash to sort of show us what we were doing wrong. We were playing a little bit frantic and not playing the way that Immunity normally plays. Yeah, I do honestly believe by the time the LAN comes, we could win the LAN, and I imagine there's going to be some awesome series down in Melbourne.
Divine Mind, the Chiefs, Mindfreak, Direwolves, Kit Bash, and Team Immunity. The 6 teams best positioned heading into DreamHack Melbourne, the largest Halo event ANZ has ever seen. On the line, a $50,000 USD prize pool, 3 spots to HCS Orlando for the top 3 placing teams, and ultimately, the crown of ANZ Halo champions. Who will be able to temper the nerves, steady their hands, and clear their minds when it truly counts? Will LAN be the undoing of the Titans? Will we see a surprise team rise up and claim the throne? So many questions need to be answered when we arrive at our last stop on the roadmap. Everything will be determined at the HCS ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne.
The HCS ANZ Regional is presented by Astro Gaming and AMD.
Hello, Melbourne. Thank you for staying with us, ladies and gentlemen. It is finally time for us to start the ANZ HCS Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. It's been a long 10 months for us to get here, and I'm so excited to be able to bring you guys the best in ANZ Halo here for you guys live in the arena here at Margaret Court. I'm so excited to be able to bring you guys the lovely gentlemen who are going to be having by my side for this evening. I'm so excited for us to start jumping into the Halo. So without further ado, let's bring my wonderful faces back in here. The wonderful voices. Momo, the champion of ANZ, the long ball and pro player, is here on the desk. Excited to hear your insights. And Bluey, the wonderful bald man on the end. So super excited to hear what you've got to say throughout this weekend. But Momo, we'll start with you, brother.
Hey guys,
we've been here for a few days. How are you feeling?
Pretty good, bro. Can't complain. Melbourne's been pretty nice weather. Nice little flight in yesterday. Came in nice and early. The venue itself, honestly nuts.
Sick.
And yeah, honestly been enjoying my time here. The players here as well, all pretty pumped, and it's going to be a great show.
Yeah, we saw some steel in a few of these players' eyes as they're walking past us, getting ready for the stage. So I know they're super excited. Bluey, mate, how are you feeling about this?
I'm feeling
long time.
Great, Luke. We've been talking about this for God knows how long now, and there's a beautiful electricity in the air in the arena right now. I know all of our players beautifully lined up on the main stage as well, are ready to get into it. I'm so excited. Melbourne, baby, let's go.
I think everybody here in the arena is super excited to see some Halo being played. I'm super excited for us to start diving into this, but let's start talking about a few of our teams so far. Obviously, we've had 10 months of competition, ladies and gentlemen. There's been so much wacky stuff that has happened here, but let's start talking about the Chiefs versus Divine Mind. These two teams so far throughout the entirety of HCS in ANZ have been the juggernauts. The Chiefs, currently, they had a roster change coming out of Kansas City. They brought in Berserk, they brought in Beaston. These guys right now, unfortunately, they lost the dynasty of those 9 tournament victories in a row. But they're looking to rebuild. These guys have the most recent Open Series victory under their belt. They're going toe-to-toe with Divine Mind in every single one of these games. And the fact that they're the only team that's been able to bracket reset someone, surely it's ice in the veins for these guys.
I'm going to be honest, Chiefs haven't been looking too good without Barcode for the last previous weeks or months. But I think they honestly have the star power of Berserk and Beaston to kick up and honestly show exactly how to dominate the region. They just haven't had the chance yet, but I feel like the more they play together and mesh and obviously talk about the game more, I reckon they'll pull off some good things.
Yeah, we always have looked at the Chiefs as just such this strong powerhouse, and I'm looking at them today and throughout the rest of the weekend and really wondering, what's the land buff going to do for these guys? What's the energy that they're feeling as a team actually being on main stage, getting to play together in an environment like this? Because we've seen how that affects teams in the past and how powerful they can become after experiencing the land buff that we so often talk about.
Yeah, exactly. And speaking of this land experience as well, this roster, albeit on separate rosters throughout the current majors that we've had here in HCS, they've got a lot of LAN experience in Halo Infinite for these guys. Obviously, LAN experience for years in previous Halos, but now currently in Halo Infinite, these guys have a lot of LAN experience. And I think coming in towards this regional final, these guys are looking to try and step up and take it away from Divine Mind, who arguably at this point, considering from what we've seen in the Open Series and the Pro Series, I think Divine Mind might be sitting slightly on the top of the pecking order right now, and Chiefs are looking to try and take them down a notch.
Yeah, Divine Mind, honestly, they're pretty convincingly the dominant team right now. They've won the last 4, but in recent history, Chiefs have dethroned them, so we don't know what's going to happen this event. Honestly, it all turns out about LAN, who actually shows up, who doesn't, and honestly, it could be anyone's game.
Yeah, you know, Divine Mind right now have just been so strong, such a powerhouse coming into all of the Open and the Pro Series that we've seen, and even talking to a couple of players, even in scrims as well, they've just been so dominant. But again, comes back to LAN. This is where they have to show up and show face. If they have a deck of cards to show, they need to bring it all out today.
Yeah, and especially because we've been seeing some really good stuff from a lot of the members of Divine Mind as well, right? You know, we're talking about players like Sways when he's been able to come in and pop off. What's he going to look like on LAN as well? We talk about some of this LAN experience. Armageddon LAN is probably the best place we can look at for a lot of these teams, and unfortunately for the lads on Divine Mind, they didn't have their whole roster. So this is the first time for them to be able to get into it. So I'm excited to see what LAN does for these players and what LAN does to everybody else as well, because we talked about Chiefs and Divine Mind. These two guys are going to be going head-to-head. There's still 4 other teams that we've got here on stage that are going to be able to go head-to-head with these guys as well. So we're excited to see how that's going to pan out. But I think this is a good time for us to start to reminisce a little bit, because obviously this is the first HCS LAN that we've had here in ANZ since 2018. So Momo, mate, might be a little bit of a sore spot for you, but let's start talking through this finals, brother.
I don't want to.
You're going to have to, mate. Unfortunately, going down in the finals is never nice, but, you know, at the end of it, like, the fact that it has been 4 long years since we've actually had LAN finals here in ANZ is sick to be able to bring it back to the masses.
Yeah, 100%. Like, honestly, like, an event like this, it's always exciting, especially, like, you know how tight the teams are. Everyone wants to go to Worlds. Everyone wants to go to Orlando. Like, they all want to get overseas. It's just about who puts in the most effort, the most time, and who's actually the most passionate to want to do these things.
Exactly. I have a question for you then, Momo. Obviously, we talked about the LAN experience for these guys, going over to a lot of the majors that we've had here in HCS. What's it like being in your, you know, your kind of local domain? Obviously, it's still a little bit of a flight away for some of these players, but how does it feel to be able to play in front of a crowd in ANZ?
Honestly, it's never really gotten to me. I honestly enjoy the thrill of just people watching me, having eyes on me, wanting to see expectation, you know, because I like to perform. And I feel like these players, probably similar blood, I hope. Maybe not some of them, but it depends what they are at the end of the day.
Okay, I'm super excited to see how these guys are going to be able to come out of it. And hey, maybe we might be able to repeat ourselves a little bit of history here, because we talked about this 2018 final. That was the time that Immunity got dethroned from their big dynasty as well. Maybe this might be another dynasty that gets ended here for HCS ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne. That is the big question for us. But Bluey, it's just crazy that, you know, over the last couple of years through a lot of esports, not just Halo, it has kind of sent ripples. And now the fact that we're here in the arena at DreamHack, being able to bring these guys the best Halo that ANZ has to offer, it's just exciting times for everyone. And I just hope that we just get literally the best games we could possibly have.
You know, especially in the recent sort of history that we've had throughout ANZ Halo, so many roster changes, so many shifts in dynamics, so many different play styles that have come out full fold. Now being in the online, in the LAN experience away from online, you know, this is where every single player needs to put every bit of practice they've had to the game, and we're going to be able to see it here, you know, on this stage, in this arena, with all these beautiful people here. Yeah,
it's going to be a really good weekend for us to have a look at that. But lads, I've got another question for you. Where is Barcode? What's Barcode been up to? That's the real question for us here. Obviously, we talked about the Chiefs roster moves that they've had so far, but Barcode, he's been absolutely carving it up in North America, getting his spot on G2 Esports, now coming into the North American Super. We saw what this guy can do in ANZ. Now he's on this G2 roster, carving it up once again. Momo, it is so exciting for us here in ANZ. Obviously, we're a little sad to not have him here at DreamHack, but the fact that he's over in North America doing ANZ proud, I mean, it just makes you feel good inside.
Yeah, honestly, Barcode missing from this event is a big chunk of a miss, but we also have a lot of quality stars. But Barcode himself overseas has been proving once again he could be dominant wherever he goes. He might be a little bit shorter than me, but he's really good at the game, and honestly, he's showing everyone exactly what he's made of.
He is, you know, an absolute star-studded player in his right, and him finally going over to G2 and showing what he can do in NA, how he can really tear it up. I feel like he brought a super aggressive playstyle that not many players have experienced over there, and you just love to see the confidence that he was exhibiting throughout his entire time playing.
Yeah, I know. It's kind of crazy the fact that he's been able to be one of those players that is oh so dominant when we have a look at him. And I'm excited to see what the next couple of events look like for Barcode as well. Obviously, you know, he's got a few events coming up here with Orlando and all that kind of jazz. So I'm just excited to see what Barcode can do being in North America for so long. Obviously, watching his stream, seeing how that goes with the Pro 8s and all that kind of stuff. He is really just kind of soaking in the environment so much. And he is such a kind of young player as well that he's still able to soak in so much of this experience that he's going to get from not only his teammates, but there's still going to be so many of these veterans in North America that he's going to be able to soak in matchmaking, in 8s, in scrims and all that kind of stuff. And
if this is what he looks like in Halo Infinite when he's been, in the ANZ Rage Cage for a little while, what's he going to look like when he's unlocked in North America? That's the big thing. Like, put him in North America for a year, what's he going to look like?
Honestly, like, even right now, he is not missing. Like, he is fitting in right well. Like, he played for G2 and what? They got top 6?
Yeah.
That is impressive, especially for your first event overseas, playing with other superstars, you know what I mean? Like, this is hard stuff, and he's just doing it like it's nothing. Just another day for him, you know what I mean?
And it's going to be crazy if he does, return to ANZ, see what he's going to look like. If he's able to, maybe put a dunk on and some of these players in the free-for-all. But either way, I know there's a lot of fans here that are ready for the Halo, and I know everyone at home is super ready for the Halo as well. And I know you guys are super excited about one thing. It's drops time, baby. We've got drops here for the ANZ Regional Final for HCS. You guys can get that by watching the main stream as well. So we got ourselves a little Wasp skin, and we got ourselves the Killing Spree weapon charm as well. So I know I'm going to be loading that bad boy up right now. I'm pretty sure everybody here in the crowd is going to be jumping into twitch.tv/Halo to get those drops done as well. We've also got some drops from the co-streamers as well, lads. So we've got some co-streamers that are going to be floating around. So if you guys want the Primal Glory S7 sniper coding, you guys can get that done by going and checking out all the co-streamers that we got through here. Lads, it's finally time. Let's start talking about the teams. Let's start getting into the nitty-gritty of this. These are the teams that were able to be invited directly to pool play coming in from the ANZ Regional Finals. Divine Mind Chiefs, Mindfreak, Direwolves. All 4 of these rosters, star-studded. All 4 of these rosters, massive amounts of experience. I think you probably couldn't have picked 4 better teams to have in our top 4.
Yeah, no, there's, from the performances that we've already seen coming from the Pro Series and the Opens as well, finally seeing these players being able to commit to a main stage environment is fantastic. All of these teams are absolutely stacked in their own right, and I can only help but wonder with the practice that they've gotten over the last couple of days, all being in the same rooms, going to Fortress, hanging out there as well and scrimming. What have they learned from each other? What have they sort of soaked in from one another, and how strongly have they been able to play?
Yeah, that's the real question. We've got 2 other teams that are going to be joining these lads in the pool play as well. Kit Bash and Team Immunity, 2 teams that came in from the regional qualifier. 2 more teams that are TBD. They're going to be our open bracket teams. Those guys are going to be going out the back right now and going to be battling out by the end of today. So let's go and have a look at these pools. These pools are spicy. Pool A, probably a little bit of an easier pool. Pool B, that is the pool of death, boys. Chiefs, Mindfreak, Team Immunity going to be battling it out. Momo, putting you on the spot right now. Which one of your old teammates are you super excited to see to come out on top of Pool B?
Pool B?
Yeah.
Who are you going to pick? Honest, I'd love to see Slazy dominate Pool B, but we'll see.
It definitely is going to be an interesting group. Obviously, Pool A as well. It's not just going to be Freelo, right, Bluey? Obviously, Divine Mind, they've got themselves Direwolves as well as Kit Bash. I think Kit Bash is going to be one of those teams that we're going to be looking at through the entirety of today, see how they stack up on the stage. We talked about the LAN experience, right? Young kids being able to come in here, this is going to be their first LAN. How are they going to stack up against a team like Divine Mind? How are they going to stack up against the old heads of the Direwolves? I think that's the big question for those guys on Kit Bash. And if they can start taking some maps, start taking some series, they might look pretty good in that pool.
If you were someone who was paying attention on Twitter and looking at the predictions that we all did as casters and analysis, upset quite a few people apparently. Kit Bash was one that was consistently put as a wild card. I think they're a team that we sort of come throughout in the last Pro Series, and they were just really strong. They played such a fantastic macro game, and their teamwork was spot on the entire time. Super excited to see them come through, and hopefully they take that wild card prediction by the throat.
You know what it is, Bluey? KBM diff. That's all I'm saying. Keyboard and mouse. First player's going to be jumping on stage.
No. You know what?
For a HCS major
Chill,
event.
Twitch chat.
I mean, it's going to be exciting. I'm super excited to see Scoob on the stage. Lads, let's go jump into the schedule. See what games we got going ahead of us here for today. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chiefs versus Mindfreak is going to be the opener. Divine Mind and the Dials will be taking the stage next, and I'm going to be jumping back into Pool B. Mindfreak and Team Immunity. Momo, absolute banger matches throughout the entirety of today. What are you looking at the most?
This match right here, man.
Yeah.
The Chiefs versus Mindfreak. That's going to be an absolute juggernaut, blockbuster game. There's like a bunch of star players everywhere. And I feel like, honestly, even Mindfreak versus Immunity will be a game also to watch.
Yeah, I mean, those Pool B matches are definitely going to be able to determine who's going to come out on top of that pool. But speaking of pools, these guys are playing for something. It's not just the glory of playing in front of the wonderful DreamHack Melbourne crowd. They're also going to be playing for some prize money. That's right, 50,000 American dollars going to be up for grabs here at the ANZ Regional Finals. First place, 20Ks. That's going to be pretty nice, especially after DreamHack, we're going to be hitting the town. I'm pretty sure some of those boys are going to be...
Beers on the winning team.
Beers on the winning
Is that what
team. That's what it sounds like to me. Either way, there still is a pretty good price differential. If you get yourself out of top 6 into that top 4, 4K is not a bad day at the office, boys. So, I mean, at this point, they've already been able to fly themselves out here. They get to play some Halo Infinite, and they also get some cash money at the end of it. And that's the exciting part. Momo, as the next player, obviously the glory is nice, but the paycheck is what keeps you going, right?
I'm not gonna lie, the paycheck gets you sleeping like a baby. Once you get that big bank, you can hit the pillow, you can relax. You just won. You know what I mean? Like, you're a champion. Like,
you're vibing out. You're pretty happy with the prize plus what's going on. You know what else is going to make me pretty happy, ladies and gentlemen? If you guys get over on the social media and start hitting us up with the hashtag HCS Melbourne 2022. We want to see what you guys are doing in the crowd. We want to see what everybody's doing at home as well. Tweeted us with hashtag HCS Melbourne 2022. We're going to chuck it up on the stream as well. We'll talk about it. You got some sick clips. Maybe somebody did a mad backflip in the crowd or something like that. Whatever you guys want to post, get over to Twitter at ESL Halo. Maybe if you do it safe enough, hashtag HCS Melbourne 2022 as well, ladies and gentlemen, to get involved in that. We're going to show it up on stream. We can have a yarn about it as well. Ladies and gentlemen, you guys talk about Momo. We talked about Bluey. There's a few other members that we need to start talking to as well. We've got our wonderful casters here by the side. So let's jump in with SSJ4 and Blue Panda, who's going to be the first New Zealander who's ever going to be here at one of these big events for a DreamHack. Boys, how are we feeling? Justin, mate, floral shirts are back in season, it seems.
Oh, yeah. I've got some spicy shirts ready for this weekend, mate. You guys looking pretty damn good over there as well. And wow, what a venue for ANZ Halo. The biggest one we've ever seen. And I couldn't be any more jazzed about it, man.
I mean, just coming into it, the storylines you've got, Mindfreak again.
Plenty of storylines in the hotel lobby as people angry about those predictions,
look,
right?
we came and
copped a bit of heat.
As well. There's a lot of animosity, but it's one of those things, look, hey, prove us wrong. We're here for it.
Yeah, I went up to some of the boys and was like, I stirred the pot on purpose. I want to see some anger, some blood. Like, yeah, we're all mates. We're a big family here in the ANZ region. But nah, you got to leave all of that on the table when you go into these games and just go for blood.
Yeah, look, let's be honest. There's a spot at Orlando on the line. There's no friends on land. Once you hit the server, it's no holds barred.
No, absolutely. And we do have a banger series coming up as well with Mindfreak and the Chiefs going up. So many strong players and everyone is just so locked in and kind of, we're going to win. And that's why there was so many ruffled feathers over the predictions, because it's just like, we're winning. We're winning this event. Everyone I talked to, they're just locked in, focused, and they just believed it. So a lot of manifesting happening right now.
Definitely, especially with manifesting for you guys as well, because I know you guys are going to have to get in the zone here, so we'll let you guys get prepared for the first 6 series that we've got here at DreamHack Melbourne. So lads, enjoy it. We'll see you guys in a minute.
Thank you.
Wonderful. Okay, so we checked in with the boys. They're going to be on the mic for the first series here, and I guess it's time for us to start getting into this, boys. Time for us to start talking about our first series. Let's jump into it. Chiefs versus Mindfreak here. The opening match of the HCS ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne. Momo, we talked about these predictions. A lot of us put the Chiefs down towards the bottom. We put these guys finishing in third. To be honest, I feel like from what we've seen from Mindfreak, they might be able to take it here, but this is where it all starts, right? If Chiefs can make a statement here against Mindfreak, that's exactly where things start to change.
100% Fluke. I'm going to say, both these teams have been incredibly head-to-head, especially online. There's some incredibly close games, especially Chiefs. I feel like they've been a bit shaky, you know what I mean? They're not playing as good. They're not playing as good, especially against a team like Mindfreak. I don't know if it's just they think they're way better than that other team, so they're kind of dropping off a bit of skill. But at the end of the day, they're here to play, and they got to turn up, especially on the big stage.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, again, we mentioned before that Chiefs were just like this absolute powerhouse running through the ANZ scene constantly, but then they've become a bit frazzled. We've seen them drop a couple of maps, have to reverse sweep in times of crisis. It's not what we're used to seeing. We want to see them flip the script on us. We want to see our predictions go the wrong way. We want to see these guys just absolutely dominate every single match that they come into this weekend.
I want to see some banger series, and I want to see what this series is going to give us, because lads, on the other side of the server is going to be Mindfreak. Now, this is a roster that I am ever so excited to be jumping into. Talked about this roster previously being Final Form when Dino got replaced with Jordan, but now Dino's here on this Mindfreak roster. He is here with blood. We talked about some steely looks. Dino walked past us before here on the panel, and it looked like that guy was in a different zone.
Shivers.
He was absolutely steely, and I imagine that he is looking to do some damage today.
I mean, yeah, he's got a very tight shirt on as well. Like, you can see those muscles from a mile away. But like, nah, he honestly is going to bring a lot of the fire, I reckon. Like, he's going to be the player to watch. He's going to be the player to turn up. It's just about his teammates also turning up and then executing the win.
Exactly, and last time we talked to Benji about this Final Form roster, when it was him, Ningestics, as well as Junior and Jordan, he talked about Junior really haven't reaching his final form just yet. Junior's had a decent amount of time now to come back in towards Halo Infinite, and now he's on stage. I think that's the big thing for this Mindfreak roster, right, is the fact that Junior's on stage being able to lead the boys in a battle, and he just needs everybody else to frag out around him.
The thing is, Junior's a monster, but he's also a monster team captain. Like, we've heard about how good, how calm and controlled he is in the communications, and when it comes to teams, especially at this level, that's a massive make or break. I think people really underestimate the power that brings to a roster, and we've seen Junior do that time and time again. Like, this dude is a veteran of the ANZ Halo scene. He's like an old head in it, and him bringing that experience to a team of young gunners is just going to make them perfect.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see what he's able to do on the stage here. And you know what else is going to make me super excited about this series, lads? We had a little interview between both these teams heading in towards this series, so let's hear from the Chiefs and Mindfreak.
I think the Chiefs, they sort of get into a bad mentality when they're on the back foot. So I think if you put them on the back foot, maybe they can't draw themselves out of that. I think we have the right mix of players that can handle anybody on that team. So as long as we're playing our Halo, I think we can shut them all down.
Come LAN, Mindfreak have nothing on us. We're on a different level to them.
I believe Mindfreak's weaknesses are lack of teamwork and just their overall individual skill.
I think we can beat them on LAN. It's just kind of who plays better on the day, really.
Slays is probably the man to look out for.
Shutting Slazy down and not letting him just do what he wants to do on the map is probably one of the biggest points we need to focus on. "100% will be the hardest match of Pool B. I think the Chiefs, they're a great LAN team. If we don't show up, they'll definitely take advantage of that. So we've got to bring our A game.
Am I worried about Mindfreak? Nah, they'll be lucky to take a map.
A lot of respect, a lot of smack talk, and a lot of confidence. I really love that coming out of both these teams. Zach said they're lucky to get a map.
Take a map.
How do you
stings. Yeah.
That's some big words to stand up to, though, right? And I think that's kind of important for all these teams coming to LAN. If you're going to start talking a big game and having confidence in yourself, you need to back it up in the server. And I think this is going to be a very, very tough series. Even Dino said it, right? He said this is going to be a very, very tough series for them, and it's probably going to determine what Pool B is going to look like as well. Obviously, Team Immunity, they're going to be a bit of a wild card for me, I think. They're going to be a bit of a question mark. This series right here is probably going to determine who's going to come out on top of the group and kind of just set you up with a whole lot of momentum, right?
Yeah, 100%. Like, you got to think, this is bragging rights. This is pool play. If you get the pool play win, you're going into winner bracket tomorrow and you're looking at this team, I beat you. Yeah. I'm not scared of you, right? And I'll just do it again. So it's just about whoever wants it more and gets the actual bragging rights.
Yeah, exactly. And it's going to be able to just give you all that confidence going in the rest of these pool play matches as well. So lads, let's jump into the maps for our first best of 5 here for the ANZ Regional Final. So excited to see what we've got going out here. So we're going to be starting it out on CTF Bazaar. So, Blue, we were talking about this before we went live on air. When we talk about some of these teams, we do talk about some of these maps and these game modes. The Chiefs used to be our CTF team. I still feel like they have an extremely strong CTF. The way they move around the map, the way they rotate, all that kind of stuff. It feels like this team is still going to be pretty poised to be able to take out this first map. Then going to the Slayer, always a coin flip.
Old Guard Chiefs were absolutely disgusting when it came to CTF on Bazaar. They had the timings of the power-ups down, you know, that rockets and those overshields. And they were just so good at manipulating the sandbox every single time those power weapons fell out of their hands. So I think that they still should be able to retain that. Going into a Catalyst for the Slayer game, though, I think that's really going to set the pace for the rest of those maps. That's where these teams are going to be gunning and gunning hard.
How are you feeling about this King of the Hill on map number 4, though, Momo? Obviously, looking at the rest of this series, you know, the Slayers starting out early on, they can be a little bit of a coin flippy. How do you feel about this King of the Hill for both these
I feel like because it's LAN, you don't know how they're going to play. You know what I mean? They could be either really aggressive or really passive. But I expect a lot of bodies flying into the hill constantly and dying over and over and over again. That's not a Halo I expect today.
Yeah, I'm expecting a whole lot of, you know, forward running, getting these guys to be able to run into each other's faces. And I think that's kind of a good way to start out your kind of LAN career, right? Like, you want to make sure that you're on the front foot always, right? You want to make sure that you're the one that is getting in their faces, because if you're playing on the back foot, whether or not you're a good team that can play from the back foot, it's just all about the confidence, right? Like, if you're starting
100%.
out your first map of pool play and you're in somebody's faces and you drop 30 frags, you're feeling pretty good about yourself.
Oh, you feel excited.
Yeah.
Like, I'm beating these players? Who could stop me? You know what I mean?
Yeah. I guess that's kind of the question for, a lot of these players here, Bluey, is how do they want to start this out? I've talked about this every single time that we have a look at these series. If you start map number 1 on the front foot, you're going to look really
on Twitter saying that I want to see people use the needler this weekend. I feel as though overall in the sandbox it's very underestimated. And Dino sort of gave me a fist bump. He looked me straight in the eyes and he said, Bluey, I got your back, man. So if he can run around the map constantly picking up kills, that's a mental game as well. Imagine being pink misted over and over again. You cannot recover from that.
Yeah, we were having a chat to him about it, and he really does feel like it is an underrated weapon on a lot of these maps. Bazaar has a needler on it as well, so we're actually going to be able to see maybe some of this pink mist floating around. Is that something that you would intentionally try and do, Momo? Like, try and break the mental of some of these players?
I'm going to be honest, as the troll I am, I do like picking up those type of weapons and showing a bit of BM, maybe unloading a full clip of needles into the body, like Walshy style, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And yeah, I reckon, honestly, it's a great thing to do, especially a team like this. I feel like you can get in their heads. So I reckon Dino pulling out the needler, it's going to be a lot of fun.
And it's going to be exactly what we want here and exactly the start that we need here for the ANZ HCS Regional Final. Ladies and gentlemen, game number 1 is getting ever ready, so we're going to hand it over to Blue Panda and SSJ4.
Thank you very much, Luke. There's been a lot of build-up throughout the week, and just then we've set the scene. We're ready. The players ice cold, ready to go, Panda.
Look, I couldn't ask for a better map to start this entire thing off. Of course, Bazaar, CTF. It can be one of two things. It can be an absolute wash. Teams just cap 5. They run through it like it's nothing, or it's an absolute battle of attrition. This is going to be a true testing point to team stamina coming into what is going to be a very, very long event.
Couldn't agree more. This is one of those maps where you just get punished if you don't have your teamwork down, you don't get those critical kills to push through the mid part of the map. If you're just going in there pushing solo, you're just going to get punished, taken down, and create opportunities for the other team. So this could be a real test of which team is ready, that is locked in and has thought about all of their practice and is ready to go. And if one of these teams falters and they're just a bit too hot out of the seat and goes in hard without locking themselves in, they could get punished, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's exciting coming into this, of course. Mindfreak primed and ready to play Kingmakers like last time on land. Chiefs looking a little bit shaky, looking to try and prove themselves that they are that team that everyone expected it to be. Looks like we are going to be having a reset, but I'm excited. These two teams have set the stage for what could be an amazing weekend.
It's going to be an absolutely stellar weekend. I got goosebumps, boys. We've got the ANZ Halo community, so many familiar faces out in the crowd. I can't wait to just jump into it. So we'll jump into it as soon as we can. Just a little bit of technical issue there, but the players won't phase them. There's so many veterans on these squads, please.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it, there was a lot of discussion. Obviously, Mindfreak picked up their team. ESL Halo posted that awesome clip of the LAN finals when they qualified through that LAN, of course. You look at it now, half that roster is currently the Chiefs. There are 2 more players here this weekend, of course. One is playing, and one is obviously Momo on the desk here providing that insight. So, I mean, there is so much history in this region. Yeah, look, I'm a bit of a newcomer. I'm still getting to grips with what is a very, very long run here in ANZ, but it's those storylines coming together, giving us that amplified stakes.
Yeah, the storylines. I mean, you talk about the last major LAN event that we had in this region, 2018 in Sydney. And that Mindfreak roster, as you just pointed out, they're split up pretty even across these two teams. So, you know, they know how each other play. They team together, they practice together, they went overseas together. So they really know their moves, their little quirks, how to get into their heads, and that's going to be very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, there's also the added Chiefs in their current state. You're not quite sure where they currently stand. They're still trying to establish that identity post the Barcode era. But that last Open gave us a great look at what they're capable of, not just taking the grand finals, but the reset against Divine Mind. So coming into this on land, I've seen them there before. Obviously, they played at Armageddon. They won that against the weakened Divine Mind. That was a while ago. There's a lot of prep that could have gone in between then and now.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know what? We keep going on about the predictions, but one thing is like, oh, it's all about land wins and land stats and all that kind of stuff. Online doesn't matter. But you look at those top 4 teams, every single one of those rosters has players on it that have won LAN events at some point in ANZ Halo history. So all of those players should be showing up, in my opinion.
Yeah, look, I'm excited. Obviously, some dynamic players in the server. You're looking at the likes of Slays and Beaston that can really pop off for the Chiefs. You head on over to Mindfreak, Ninjestics. I mean, I'm just thinking of that last open series. He had an absolute stunner on live fire, pulled out the snipe, and was one of the most deadly players in the server. So, I mean, individually, these are probably 8 of the best players in the region. Not, discounting Divine Mind what they bring, but we are looking at what could be the grand final.
Yeah, it's certainly a hot game to kick things off. I'm certainly jazzed about it, and we're going to bring as much energy as we can. And we were talking about the Chiefs and kind of the question marks about how they're going in terms of their team gelling and that kind of thing. But let's talk about Mindfreak. You have the coach Mantis, probably the most experienced coach in the ANZ region, and you have Junior, who is just a student of the game, really. He is a no-nonsense, go straight for business kind of player that can rally that team together. And if I was Chiefs, I'd be worried about that because they're game faces and they're going to be locked in, I think.
Yeah, I mean, you look at it early on in the split, there was discussions like we need to get Junior into his final form. There's a lot of talk. There's a lot of people saying he is, if not there, on the cusp. He is looking like he could be an entirely dominant force in this Mindfreak roster.
Yeah, listen, I'm a Super Saiyan 4, but he's going to push it up into Ultra Instinct, I reckon. And if you saw 2018 Sydney and the listening that he had, Junior was just dominating. He was joking around, high voltage, high Benno, just taking him out against Immunity and just absolutely dominating that final with the rest of the Mindfreak guys. And I'd like to see a little bit of that too, because, Junior's a nice guy, softly spoken, very respectful, but when he turns up on land, he's yelling across, the trash talk comes out, and that's what I want to see.
I mean, it goes part and parcel with Halo Land, doesn't it? If someone's quiet, something's wrong. That electricity of you hit that shot, you stand up, look across the stage and say, look, you just got sat down, you know what's coming your way, you're not going to stop me, and if you do, you're going to have to commit a lot to make it happen.
Yeah, that passion is also important, and there's a lot of passion on the Chiefs roster. There's a lot of hot blood over there. And, I was talking to Berserk a little bit and it's like, how you feeling about the land? It's like, you reckon you're going to win? He's like, they're not going to drop a map. And I was like, you're going to lose a flag cap? Nah, not going to let him single cap. 250-0 Strongholds. Like, he's just so locked in and focused on taking all of these games. And as I said in those interviews in the pre-show, their team, tier above everyone else. That's where their mindset is. And that confidence is so important. You need to go into those fights and just rely on your skill and the practice that you've put in and believe that you can take those fights, take those games.
Yeah, look, there is a fine line between confidence and arrogance, and the Chiefs seem to be the team that talk quite well. We'll see which side of that coin it does end up on this weekend.
Yeah, absolutely. And, we've been talking about which of these teams is hot right now, and I want to hear what the guys over at the desk think about this matchup.
I thought that was going to be like a little bit of a hot throw. Maybe you can talk about Momo's sick mullet. Maybe you can talk about Louis' wonderful shiny head. There was definitely a spot there, Justin. Either way, we'll take it as it is. We are just trying to get ourselves into the game here, ladies and gentlemen, so we do applaud your patience and thank you for staying with us here for longest time so we can get in towards our first game here of the HCS ANZ Regional. Boys, this is a good time for us to start talking about a few things that we've had going on here. Obviously, we talk about this brand new split, the way that it's coming in. I think the biggest thing for me is we've had a whole lot of new blood that's starting to come through here. We talked about it a little bit with Mindfreak, the fact that Benji's coming in from Call of Duty, now coming into Halo Infinite, looking really, really strong. And then you look across over at Junior, one of the old heads. Look across at the Chiefs roster. They've got old heads as well. They've got Berserk, they've got Madzi. These guys have been around for the longest time. And now they're coming in up against a roster that is the Mindfreaks that have, the new members, and then they've got the old member in Junior. So how are we feeling about these old guys stacking up against the new blood?
Honestly, bit of a coin flip. You don't know who's going to turn up, who isn't. I reckon Junior's experience of being like a natural leader. Same goes with Berserk though, you know what I mean? But I haven't really seen too much of a vocal Berserk this Halo game. Hopefully he gets that fire back in, that trash talk, and actually shows people what he's actually made of.
So we're looking at these old guys to try and get the trash talk, try and get everybody all hyped up so these young fellas can come in and frag out. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we've got a nice little video here from lads of Mindfreak.
So this team, I was a bit of a puppet man with this team. Left the Direwolves, weren't seeing eye to eye. Unfortunately, they lost their alpha. They're not doing too well anymore. And I've created a new Wolfpack.
I see ourselves as a bit of a dark horse. I mean, no one's really expecting us to win, which is a good thing because I like coming into a tournament that way.
Everyone talks about Chiefs and Divine Mind as those top two teams, and Mindfreak is kind of swept under the rug.
I mean, I think we're all still finding our feet as far as our roles. We're a relatively new team, probably played for about 2 months. We got Dino. I've known this guy from way back. I call him the ball train. He goes forward, he doesn't miss. And if you're not aware, he's gonna get you.
I'm kind of like a pit bull. You unleash me and I just go crazy. But sometimes that can also be a negative. So my teammates help bring that in, especially Junior.
I think at the end of the day, I probably think more detailed about certain things.
He's more of the team leader, the mentality guy, the teammate that brings you up when you're down. And then we've got Benji, he's just cool, calm. You know, he's just a really solid teammate to have.
He's just got good movement, good attitude. He's kind of got that Barcode mentality, like he's just trash talking everybody, like really confident.
And then you got Ninjestix, who's a lot like me. We share a very similar personality.
Reese is our he could be our best player, or it just depends on the day. I don't know if it's that left trigger to zoom shit he does or what, but he is really, really good.
Benji and I kind of been the duo that have played together for almost the whole span of Halo Infinite. I think Ben and I kind of had the skill to really take it to the next level. If we are playing at 100%, I don't think any team would be able to come close.
I think we're just wanting to prove that we're the best.
We're here, we're ready to go, so I don't think those guys want to win. They don't want it. I want it.
Damn, it seems like these Mindfreak lads are here to party. I definitely feel like they are the dark horse of this tournament right now, especially if they can start out their careers here by taking down the Chiefs. I think that's a massive scout for them to be able to rocket themselves towards the top 2. My real question for you then, Momo, for what we've seen, do these guys spend more time in the gym or in Halo Infinite?
I'm not gonna lie, seeing Junior do a handstand and Dino doing push-ups, Mantis doing push-up claps, I'm a bit confused. Are they spending more time in the academy or more time in the gym? Like, what the hell's going on?
That's the real question. Well, maybe you got the, the physical health, the mental health comes after that. And I mean, maybe that's the best way to do it. Bluey, I've been, having a look at some of these esports players across the years. I'm going to have to say the average jackness of a Halo player is definitely probably the best in the world.
Yeah, I feel like it's more bars than BRs at the moment for them. But I guess we'll see how that goes throughout the tournament. Maybe it's that gym mindset mentality that keeps them pushing forward throughout the rest of the other teams. So.
But I guess speaking about mentality though, what we got from that interview was the fact that it really seems like this Mindfreak roster are dialed in, right? It seems like these guys understand that maybe they might be underestimated a little bit here, but they've definitely got the firepower, the experience, and the knowledge to be able to take this entire tournament, I think. And coming into it, it really does feel like that this is a Mindfreak that has put so much time and energy in towards preparing for this tournament that these guys are going to look really, really good. And it all kind of starts from day dot. They know exactly what their pool's going to look like. They know exactly what teams they have to take down. But they're coming into this with so much confidence and so much expectations of themselves that I think they have to start out on the right foot, because otherwise, if you're on the back foot already, having to reset your mental, having to reset your expectations, it's going to be a rough go of it, especially with some big names in your pool.
Yeah, like he said though, well even Junior said, they see themselves as the dark horses, they don't expect themselves to win. But to be honest, our predictions, a lot of us put them second or first.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I put them second. I think only one person put them to win. But
Yeah,
I mean, there's a lot of Mindfreak love here on the desk.
Yeah, there's a lot of love. There's a lot of hashtag get freaks definitely out there. But we'll see how they turn up and how they play today.
Yeah, I mean, that's the real question. And obviously, with some delays here now as well, but that's the real question, right? Like, how do you get the guys ready? Obviously, we were talking to a few of the players from across multiple teams right now, talking about how their preparation goes into a day like this. Are you really looking towards your leader, your coach, to try and get these guys back into the zone so you can come in and frag out in map number 1?
It's kind of interesting, especially with this Mindfreak roster, because we've seen them through all the Pro Series and the Opens as well. Like going all the way back to when we first started the Halo Infinite run. Like these players were all scattered throughout everywhere. They were always bouncing between different teams. Now that they have this roster and they have I would say a very solid leader in Junior.
Yeah.
He's coming into it and just sort of rallying the boys, rallying the troops every single game that they get in. They sort of know that they have a game plan. Even before with some of those camera shots that we had, you could see the way that they're just sort of talking about Benji, sort of like the hand gestures made him just look like, oh, okay, go through mid, do this, do that. They've already got these things unlocked. Game hasn't even started and they're already talking about map game plans. So that's exactly what you should be doing in this kind of position.
Well, it's kind of crazy, especially, when we talked about these guys, we talked about the coach Mantis, right? I mean, he's one of those coaches that has been such a stalwart and some in the highest heights as well for Halo. And now the fact that he's coming back, getting these guys all prepped and ready here for the ANZ Regional Finals, I think with the firepower they've got, the drive they've got, the hunger they've got, with the backing of somebody like Mantis and the leadership of Junior, I think this is kind of like a perfect storm for Mindfreak here, right?
Definitely a powerhouse squad. I mean, the last time we saw Mindfreak, like you mentioned before, the 2018 regionals, they went undefeated, and Mantis was the coach. Junior was also on the lineup. So it's just about the other 3 players, about getting that same chemistry and picking it up and actually doing the same thing today.
It's maybe a little bit of a renaissance, but I guess on the other side of the stage as well, we talked about the Chiefs, right? We talked about these guys being the only team in ANZ to perform the bracket resets twice on Divine Mind. So it seems like these guys definitely do have ice in the veins, but I think a big thing from that Pro Series is when we talked to Madzi, we talked about them having fun. And I think that's a big thing for us here on the stage, right, Bluey? Making sure that these guys are enjoying the Halo that they're playing.
They're smiling right now.
Exactly. So it seems like they're in good spirits. And I think that is going to be a big thing for the Chiefs, is to make sure they're in good spirits, make sure they're prepped and ready. And it sounds like we're prepped and ready, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to bring back in the 2 lovely gentlemen to take you guys into map number 1.
Thank you very much, Luke. We're counting down. We're about to launch into this game. Panda, let's bring it. Let's bring the hype.
Dude, I'm excited, but look, the main takeaway, you look at Pool B, the main colour schemes between these teams are black and blue, and I think that's incredibly telling. No one is walking away from Pool B unscathed.
There's going to be blood all over the stage as well as in-game. We are loading in, folks. Apologies again about the delays. CTF on Bazaar. It is a very hectic kind of map. 4 years since the last ANZ LAN event, but here we are, DreamHack 2022, everything on the line, biggest event in ANZ Halo history. We're going to be running straight into it, and these players, they've been waiting, they're hyped up. We've had the storylines, scrims are over. Panda, take it away.
It's time to set the bar. Mindfreak and Chiefs coming into it already off the rip. We see aggressive moves being made. Straight up looking for the spanker right now, trying to get it in hand. They do. Chiefs walk away with it, and it goes to work already. They've lost 2. They claim 1 back. They're looking for more, but unfortunately Berserk goes down.
They do. Those rockets utilized very early on board with Berserk right now. I like that. Not taking fights too hard just there. Waited for his teammates, got the shields, moving into the bar area now. They are kind of pushed up against their base. We've already got a flag out, Panda.
Yeah, on the run, and this is a map where it's not just a straight run. It's never clean. You've got to do a bit of extra work to make sure that run gets on through. Junior looking to contest, trying to get his flag back on the platform. Slays goes down. He's looking to get some control. A double for him as Madzi falls as well. They're trying to deny the recapture here. They don't want it moving forward. Beeston, he's going to find 1, falls, and Junior's doing great work holding this off.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, still with Junior here, there was question marks. What kind of Junior were you going to get? Is he going to be practiced in fine form? We already saw dude is dropping plenty of kills. Pretty tasty little double kill there. Now, moving through. There's a flag out bottom mid right now, but it's very scrappy. Ninjistics with the flag on the move. He's straight through the double doors. Are we going to see the first flag cap go in? Looks a bit uncontested at the moment. Full shield, slams it in, and we've got the first flag cap of the event.
Massive stuff for Mindfreak. They look to establish a lead early. They're not going to slow down though. Dino already in the hunt through market. Wants to try and cut off this rotate through mid. Madzi there as well. But unfortunately, Slay's not quick enough.
No, that team help came just a little bit too slow. But it's an overkill for Slazy. Already the first one of this event. Now moving into the base. Dino off the respawn there doing what he can to hold Slazy back. But are you going to be able to hold someone back when he's coming off the back of an overkill like that? But Beastin and Berserk there, ready the buddy system, that flag across the map. They're very dominant in this run, a little bit of a fumble, but no, he's turning around to make sure they can get it. So many grenades going in, Panda.
I mean, this is insane. We've already had an overkill. This is the first map of the first series, and it's already this hyper-aggressive style of Halo that we've come to know in ANZ, running it through. It looks like we might get that deep run here from the Chiefs. Up the jump, up onto the platform. We're tied up at 1-1.
Tied up, that's what you want to see. So much intensity. You would think maybe they'd start off a little bit slow as they feel each other out, but no, they were so ready to just jump straight into it. 2 flag caps already. Now with another flag on the move. A little sliver of that overshield, and as I say that, it's been melted away, but still hasn't been touched. He's moving that flag through essentially for free, but he does pause in the market, grabs a couple of shock nades. Father Benji doing what he can to stop that flag. Here comes the clap, shuts down Junior. Berserk, what a play.
That flag's still out in the open, they lose 3, the respawn's coming through. Now it's to try and deny the reset here out of Mindfreak. Ninjestic finds himself alone against Madzi. They are trying to get that ground taken back, but for the moment, it's just that, again, war of attrition, battle through market, constant non-stop slogging, but with the spanker up, that could all change.
Yeah, you gotta get that noob tube out. There's 2 there to play with. Father Benji grabbing that one, sneaking away very cleanly too. Didn't have a lot of pressure. A prediction rocket comes out. Doesn't connect though, but you see those red markers. The Chiefs coming through. Benji finds one, but gets called out instantly, deleted.
He's got one, a 50% efficiency rate, but you look at just streaming on towards that Mindfreak flag platform. They're trying to mount the resistance, but look, it's a bit of a ring around the rosy. Mindfreak might have the cut off from the back. Junior finds himself dead, relegated to watching his teammates as Madsy establishes control of the Mindfreak side of the map.
Yeah, on board with the Shark, going 6-6 right now. But it looks like consistent slays across both teams. No team kind of dominating the other. They're very even Steven right now, not just in the flag cap. Slaying ability too. Junior caught out a little bit there. Now, Madsy moving through, getting the flag, going through the palm. Not stopping to check out the scenery there, going it across. And he's got help. These Chiefs guys, every time they're moving that flag panda, they always have their buddies right there with them.
Chiefs looking to return to that form they established in stage 1 without Barcode, and they are going to run it through their own doors, but with their flag out in play, they can't score this. It's going to be a swap.
Yeah, got the old classic standoff and that fresh overshield in the hands of Slays. We already saw an overkill for him. Now he's got an extra buffer of extra shields. Look at this collapse pushing in. Chiefs going for blood. Junior didn't even get out of the spawn, just gets shut down. Another 8 seconds waiting to spawn up for you, mate. Moving through. Another flag on the move. It was only a few seconds ago that they had one in.
Yeah, I mean, they were able to return it. They get the caps through. It was already in place. Now, look at this. Is the most uncontested flag run I've ever seen.
Yeah, he's going through, but Slays, he's doing the OBJ. When did he have time to get 12 kills? This man can do it all. And that's 3-1 in favor of the Chiefs.
Massive stuff. A 3-1 lead is something that you don't always see on Bazaar. Usually it just stalls out. It's about the clock rather than the flag caps. Benji does get the better of Slays, shuts down some of this oppression that the Chiefs have been dishing out. The game will slow, and this is what Mindfreak want. They want to slow down the play.
Yeah, I mean, CTF Bazaar, sometimes it can be a bit of a slog, but, you know, maybe the Chiefs are just being super efficient with the opportunities that come to them. You know, sometimes they're not quick enough, and it's like, 2 dead, push up, 2 dead, push up, 2 dead, get the flag out. They seem to be very on top of those things and moving as a unit.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. On all of the CTF maps in Halo Infinite, it's not just a case of get flag, go to base. It's get kills, get flag, get kills, go to base, get kills, and then capture. So the Chiefs, the fact that they've got 3 already is rather impressive.
Very impressive indeed. Speaking of impressive, Father Benji doing a lot of work for the Mindfreak boys. He's currently top fragging and top assisting, and now he's got that flag on the move as well. Now, Chiefs, they're up 3-1 at the moment with the flag moving. Benji looking hot. They're certainly not out of this just yet.
Another spanker in play. Benji with Junior covering and that overshield, trying to be the difference maker between the flag and Chiefs right now. Junior goes down without shooting the spankers, so 2 rockets available. Beaston has them in hand, and Chiefs are making moves.
They just swept them up, didn't they? There was 3 players up from Mindfreak. Junior had the overshield, and then we just saw those red players come in from the Chiefs and just shut down that flag run immediately. Now with Madsy on screen, going 14-8 currently. The Shark certainly hungry, going through the water.
A full wipe there, a Mindfreak puts them in a dangerous position. Slays, another run coming through. It's a little bit delayed, but they have the numbers, they have the position to be able to make this work. Look at the scurry. Mindfreak are trying to hustle in a position to contest. 3 dead again. Dino the last alive. Chiefs are on for a 4th here.
They certainly are, and look how comfortable Madsy was there. He was bottom mid on Bazaar. No one took a shot at him. That's how much control Chiefs have of this game right now. Mindfreak can't allow players to just be chilling out down a market, looking at the fruit, taking a couple of pot shots. No, you got to shut those players down.
I mean, you're coming into the first game of the first series. It's the Chiefs and Mindfreak, and Chiefs are about to win this 5-1 if they get one more capture. That is a statement. We question Chiefs coming into this. Would they be in a form where they could return to that glory they held in Split 1? They are looking like it.
Yeah, and now a killing spree for Berserk there. He's certainly hungry as well. So many players on the Chiefs are fragging out quite a lot, moving through. Junior caught out, does manage to survive, but here comes another collapse from the Chiefs. They just seem to be collapse, get a kill. They just push together as a unit, never caught alone.
I mean, it's a case of outmaneuver and outnumber, and the Chiefs are just overwhelming Mindfreak. A return sweep, though. They get all 4 members of Chiefs down momentarily. Overshield onto the chest of Dino. We want to see that Alpha Dog come to play.
Yeah, Alpha Dog, the ex-Direwolf Dino. He's usually one of those star slayers that you need, putting up big numbers, and a little bit of a slow start for him, unfortunately. Another flag on the move, though, so we'll have to see how that one plays out. Now with Junior, finds himself a dog in that bar and cops it in the face. He goes down. Madzi takes a little double kill there, but does fall. Now on board with Slays, top fragging on the team. Will he be able to stop this flag? He is getting shot from behind. Dino trying to get that flag in. Now it's 4-2. 3 minutes left on the clock. Can Mindfreak bring it back?
3 minutes to tie it up, but Chiefs only need the single kill to close this one out. So it's, again, backs against the wall for Mindfreak here in this first map. They don't want to give an inch right now. It feels like they've come back into this map just a little bit. The Slays are coming together. The Chiefs aren't moving as freely as they were moments ago, and this is where they need to start striking while the iron's hot.
Yeah, I touched on the Chiefs' efficiency before, but Mindfreak getting outslayed pretty heavily now. But as soon as that opportunity came to get that flag moving, they rallied it through, and maybe that's the leadership from Junior and Nantis in their comms as well, making sure we don't give up those opportunities. We get those kills, we've got to get the flag moving.
4 players down once again for Mindfreak. That's what, the 3rd, 4th time this match. That's insane. The Chiefs are bringing some real heat. 2 rockets there from Bazaar, finding 2 kills. Might have been a lineup for Slays, unfortunately, but there's so much damage he just dished out. Enough to force Mindfreak out of that position. Chiefs will keep running things through. That was a very near run onto the platform.
Yeah, now on board with Dino in the flag, not wasting any time. There's 2 minutes left on the clock, so they still have time to do it, but they want to get the flag moving now and not rush it. They've got to take their time and get their slays, but he does get called out and shut down. Cleared out of the base, and now the Chiefs pushing out. Ninjistics caught in the bar a little bit there, and the call out comes. Didn't even challenge. He had complete faith in his teammates to be able to clear him out. Didn't even go in.
Overshield play Benji, looking to snake it away, but he dies before he can connect it with his chest. Those dynamos going hard. Mindfreak finding a bit of a reprieve. They take 50% of the Chiefs roster out of play, but the respawns to come through. They can't make anything of this opening that they had. This is getting dangerously close for Mindfreak to be able to bring this one back.
Yeah, that clock, I mean, the nerves start to set in a little bit. You know, you say, hey, we've got 3 minutes, boys. We've got plenty of time. Hey, boys, we've got 2 minutes, plenty of time. 1:30, oh God. And suddenly the sweat starts perspiring over their heads as the Chiefs apply that pressure, and Madzi going down on that grapple, doing his best to stay alive there. Now with Madzi again off the respawn, 21 and 14. 3 players on Chiefs, 21 kills, 20 bomb club.
Well, 78 odd kills for the Chiefs. It's really impressive. No one hitting even remotely close to 20. I say that Benji's about to get there if he can find kills at range, but no, he's dead. Unfortunately, Madzi is there. A trade back courtesy of Junior. This is getting scrappy. We're down in that final minute here. That's 2 caps you need in less than 50 seconds.
Yeah, it's a very tall ask, in my opinion, Panda, but these guys, lots of veterans on the Mindfreak roster, so we'll just have to leave it in their hands, see if they can bring it back, but the Chiefs looking very dangerous right now. I mean, Beeson, he's the only one that's not in the 20-bomb squad, but he's got 15 assists.
Another full 4-man wipe on the Mindfreak. Chiefs are coming into this. They're a team that rides and thrives off the passion. If they are getting vocal, if they're feeling themselves in it, they are one of the most dangerous teams in the region, and they are feeling themselves here.
Yeah, I mean, talking about vocal, the thing is, they're locked in. It's silence. It's like, nah, this is just game 1. Like, we're not even thinking about you boys. We're already thinking about the next team we're coming up. It's just locked and loaded going in. That Spanker about to spawn them up. But look at that, the Chiefs, the clock. I don't think the Mindfreak's going to be able to do it. Map number 1 goes to the Chiefs.
Another full wipe into the close of the map. They just stand still. They know that they've got it unlocked. They don't need to go and force anything. There's 3 seconds left and everyone's dead. Look, just, stretch the fingers, take a bit of a breather, get ready for map 2.
Yeah, listen, it is the first map of this LAN, right? There's 3 days of Halo, so you can forgive Mindfreak from having a little bit of a slow start there, but they were in it. Until that about halfway point, they were slaying evenly, they were capping evenly, but then all of a sudden, something happened to the Chiefs, and they just did amazing. They were working together as a squad. Every time the flag was moving, they were never alone. There was people putting pressure on those overextenders that were trying to stop that flag.
I mean, it sort of hit that, 2-1 point, and it was just Chiefs with the slay control, the sandbox control, the objective control. They were well and truly in charge of Bazaar CTF there for the majority of it. They hit that threshold and they said, look, we can just burn the clock. We don't have to force anything silly. But, I mean, going into our next map where you remove that objective, that's where things get dicey. I mean, just look at it. They were slaying like absolute demons. It felt like there was a lack of presence from Mindfreak.
A little bit towards the second half of that game, but I mean, the momentum was just kind of in the Chiefs' favour. I mean, it started off with that overkill from Slays. I mean, everyone was talking about him stepping up and putting on a show. The analysts were talking about him quite a lot. And the first game, no, I don't even think there was a flag cap at that point, and getting himself an overkill. So certainly showing up for his squad. But the veterans on Mindfreak, they'll just brush that one off, and they're already thinking about game 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's you got to remember, it's a marathon. It's not a sprint. You got 5 maps potentially to play in total. There's every possibility Chiefs could win the next one, and then Mindfreak comes in through and reverse sweeps it. So you got to play for the long game. You don't want to expend all your energy early on into a series, because give an opening to a team like Mindfreak, they're going to exploit it.
Yeah, absolutely. And they were very good on the objective efficiency, right? Every time they made a collapse, they made sure to get that flag moving. Not every time it made its way through, but they made sure that they committed as a squad. And sometimes that's the most important thing. It's like whatever those plays are, you need to commit as a team, because even a bad play is backed by your full squad. Sometimes it can pan out. And good plays, if you don't, you go and I'm going to make a great play here, but you do it solo, ain't happening, bro. You need to work together as a team.
Yeah, I mean, we saw some real highlight moments there throughout that map. I mean, Bulldog in the hands of Mads, he's sitting on the Mindfreak double doors, just raining hellfire down onto the player, trying desperately to run the flag home. I mean, the adjustments they made in those pinch moments, rotating in to make sure that the flag run was not going to be solidified. So it shows signs of promise. We're starting to see the Chiefs that we know they could be, but they need to keep that going. They've got an entire weekend to keep proving that.
Yeah, and there was a little bit of a wait for the first map, but not wasting any time. We're jumping into the second one here. CTF Bazaar, lots of slays going on, a lot of objective action going, but once you remove that objective aspect, it's all about the slays, and you can concentrate on the small talk. I'm with you, push out, back off you need. It's like calling players out and moving throughout the map and just working as a squad. And I think that that's something that Mindfreak has really been concentrating on in their scrims and their practices.
And I mean, going into our second map in the near future, we're looking at Catalyst Slayer. It's one of those things. There are a lot of long angles as we jump on into it. Already off the rip, you can see a lot of early contests. Benji being shot at, dipping out of danger, the plasmas. But unfortunately for Chiefs Beaston, he meets too much resistance.
He does, but I mean, off the rip there, everyone's keen to get those 2 frags out of that back pocket. They just lob them across the map. And now with Berserk here, putting some lovely shots onto Dino there, engaging 2 players and doesn't take a lot of fire himself. Junior shutting down Berserk there, maybe grabbing that skewer up there. It's just sitting up there, a little cheeky little goodie for them to scoop up and get some no-scopes potentially. Now with Dino, he had a bit of a rough start game 1 as one of the star slayers on the Mindfreak roster. So kind of looking at him, but he's grappling straight in. He's not wasting any time.
I mean, you need to keep your head on a swivel on a map like Catalyst. There's just so many different angles that you can be contested from that you're not even thinking about, and all of a sudden you're being overwhelmed by the numbers. So already you can see Mindfreak playing a little bit slower, trying to test the waters. But I mean, Chiefs have proved that in these clutch situations, they know how to play both the fast and the slow game. Benji with that skill just keeps being denied the scope and looking around that energy sword platform, can't find anything as his teammates keep falling.
Yeah, and that skewer, I mean, it is kind of underestimated. It can be so dirty. Look at that no-scope. He was lining up. He believed. And you've got to back yourself in those kinds of situations with those weapons. The ammo is there to be used, not waiting for the perfect shot. Sometimes you just got to shoot your shot, and Beaston hiding in the corner there and pushing on through, hiding in the cubby. He does get taken down. Seconds there if he wants it, but no. Gets the trade in there. 2-for-2 trade there.
Yeah, in those situations, you 100% take that, but it feels a little bit frantic what we're seeing out of Mindfreak. They're playing off the back foot, Chiefs still determining a lot of that momentum. So if Mindfreak can establish themselves a bit of a foothold on the map, they can look to play their game, establish that control back and deny it from the Chiefs. Right now, though, unfortunately, Jessix drops down into the waiting arms of 2.
2, 3, and 4. You saw the 4th player up at the back, so the Chiefs just moving around as a huge squad, and it's like, how do you come up against that? even as a duo, you got your two buddies there, but 4 BRs is better than 2. Beeson with that overshield as well, getting away with it cleanly. Madsy going, is there one for me? But no, it's already been picked up. Now moving through, Benji shutting that one down. That overshield didn't really amount to much, Panda.
Yeah, unfortunately not. There will be other ways to attempted an injury there. Unfortunately, not quite working out. You've got to have a bit more shield if you're going to be looking for that play. Berserk still hitting headshots there, ripping players of Mindfreak apart. He's on the hunt for Junior. He's going to find Dino. He's going to try and finish Junior, but can't. It's scrappy. It's incredibly scrappy right now.
I mean, scrappy, but Berserk there, he was engaging Junior, and he goes to cut that angle off, and Dino was there. He instantly changed targets, put in a couple of bursts, and then went back to Junior. He's just so locked in about putting pressure down. He wasn't worried about, hey, I've got to kill Junior, then I'll kill Dino. No, it's like, I'll put damage in the burst, and I'll rely on my teammates to come in and clean them up.
For the 2 kills there for the Chiefs, they're going to try and keep that lead as large as possible. With 6 now, but it could change momentarily, and it will, in fact. Berserk drop and ingest. It's the Repulsor across the bridge, looking to try and make some play, but he's got the safety option to back out.
No, and now jumping on board to the Beaston here, using that grapple, Spider-Maning across. No way home for that guy. Moving on through now, Junior going 6 and 7 right now. A lot of assists in his back pocket, but scoreline pretty much even, I would say, for the difference. But this early on in the game, it's kind of, they're feeling each other out a little bit. It's a halfway point across that 30 kill mark when things really start picking up. But Chiefs looking pretty strong.
Yeah, Benji, we did see him on the kill feed connect with that skewer. Unfortunately, we didn't get the kill itself, but look, at least we get seeing some use. Berserk, though, currently leading the scoreboard by a significant margin, 12-6 at the moment. He's running away with the kills. He's going to find himself yet another 13th. What more can he achieve here? He's on the hunt for these kills. The overshield is well secured once again by the Chiefs.
Yeah, Berserk feeling good. 13 and 6. Fresh OS down to a sliver already gone through, but sometimes it's just asset denial. I mean, if you can't utilize that OS, you're going to make sure the other team doesn't. Look at that pressure coming in. He does get taken down into the respawn screen for him. Now with Father Benji, 7 and 5 currently. Scoreline is completely tied up. Both of these teams, Mindfreak bouncing completely back from that map 1, and they're bringing it to him.
They completely wipe the Chiefs, reset their position and look to take advantage of it, and it gives them that opportunity, looking for it. Unfortunately, Berserk, he's back up and in play. He's going to take Junior down, keep that lead out, extended by 2 again. Berserk, he's just not slowing down.
No, he's not, and that's what you want to see from a player like him. Very, very passionate, very hot-blooded. You get him fired up, and he is the most dangerous player on the server, firing on all cylinders currently, but he's going 15 and 8. But Mindfreak keeping up just fine. They're keeping things even despite Berserk going off.
Yeah, I mean, just that solo effort being nullified by the spread that we're seeing out of Mindfreak. Every single player is contributing as best they possibly can right now. Just tucked in, shields depleted once again, trying to hide, get out of danger. The nade spam as well, just tucked in. They haven't finished off this kill, so there's a chance that the pinch could come in.
The pinch is coming. Beaston wasn't quite ready for it there. He falls down. Madsy casts his curse. He goes down as well. A few players on the Chiefs. That's a 3rd one down. Slays, last one alive now with Junior moving through. Veteran of the Halo scene. Last ANZ regional champion as well. Looking to grab this map into the bag, and they've kept things so tight this entire game. It could go either way at this point, Panda.
I mean, Mindfreak had the lead there for a moment, but it was just yoinked back by the Chiefs, who reclaim it for themselves. Tied up still, 37-37, another overshield in play. Last one wasn't great, but if Junior can get that on the chest and put it to work, this could be the gap that Mindfreak need.
Yeah, but he just gets melted. So many Chiefs players applying that pressure. They're just Junior, taking him out. He doesn't do anything with that overshield. He just gets shut down.
I mean, it was talked about on the desk. The Chiefs have made a name for themselves being able to play the sandbox around power weapons, not even just getting them, but being able to react to them being in the hands of their opponents. And we see that again, all players in position to nullify that overshield. And we are getting to the final stretch here. The Chiefs need 9 more. Mindfreak tailing them by 2. This is going to be a close run to the finish.
I don't think my heart could take a 49-49 finish, but it is kind of panning out in that direction now with Berserk. And he's almost on that 20 bomb and hasn't even died 10 times yet. He'll be looking to close this one out. And it's like, boys, we're not going to drop any more kills. We're going through. Let's just get this map in the bag.
5 kills to go. Madsy will find one before he falls at range. Beast in there to help contribute. 2 players down. Mindfreak are going to have to try and reposition to get these respawns in so they can make that deep cut run going into this final few kills. Looking at it, no, Junior hangs around too long, gives Berserk his 19th. This is getting dangerously close. Benji falls as well. They are just lining up for the Chiefs to knock down.
Yeah, now Berserk with that skewer. Only one more kill. They were completely even at 40-point mark with the Chiefs. They just hit the NOS button, close things out, and they grab themselves map number 2. Chiefs, they're dangerous, Panda.
Map 2, a little bit closer than map 1. Wouldn't be that hard to argue, but again, it was a case of dictating pace. The Chiefs are the ones doing it. There was a moment where they were throwing off kilter. Looked like Mindfreak were back into it. They had the lead for about 10 seconds.
Yeah, I was starting to think maybe the momentum was going to shift in Mindfreak's favour. They were with them, but they were trailing just a little bit. And sometimes they go, hey, we're only 1 round of slays behind. We get that round of slays, and it's like, nice, boys, we've tied things up. And that momentum can sometimes carry you into the lead. But Mindfreak, they never kind of went that next level. They're kind of just, treading water almost. But then Chiefs, they just hit the gas and boom, they're gone.
I got some bad news for you, Justin. The only thing momentum is carrying is the desk right now. So, unfortunately, not being a player here at this event. Look, he's doing his phenomenal job. He's absolutely killing it on the desk.
But you see that mullet, he looks like a thoroughbred racehorse. I didn't realise this was the Melbourne Cup.
He was nervous, but I mean, the guy's an absolute natural. Looking at it though, Berserk denied the 20 bomb, but who cares? He got the win with the team. It's about playing for it. And I mean, just look at the kills. They were raining in left and right for the Chiefs.
Yeah, I mean, the chat that Berserk had with me last night about not dropping a map, coming in hot, certainly putting his money where his mouth in that situation, going massive.
Yeah, look, I'll be honest. My Chiefs prediction may be stirring a little bit of heat coming into this event. Berserk outside the hotel last night staring absolute daggers at me. Didn't say a thing, but I was shaking in my boots.
Well, maybe that's what you want. Even the night before, it's like, nah, are we going out for beers, boys? Like, nah, I'm going back and I'm looking at VODs, I'm going over maps, and I'm just locked in, and that just seems like what the Chiefs were doing. They're just so ready for today. They came in early, getting themselves nice and prepared, and they've started off 2-0 so far.
I mean, the prospect being, as we go into Oddball recharge, Chiefs could kick off this entire tournament with a 3-0 start. Off the back of this next match, Mindfreak find themselves in the back foot. They need to win the next 3 to pick up the victory here. A reverse sweep, even at the best of times, is an absolute endurance run.
It can be, but the thing is that although Chiefs are looking really strong, Mindfreak are right there with them. Yes, that 40 kill mark, as things started snowballing a little bit. Yes, in the CTF, it was kind of a couple of flags and then Chiefs took off, but Mindfreak have already proven that they can hang with these guys. So we just got to see if they can carry that throughout the entire game. You can't be really good for half a game. That's not how you win series.
And as we're looking to jump into Oddball on recharge, I mean, you look at the shock rifle coming into play, you're looking at that active camo, maybe, just maybe, looking at the Needler King coming into play for Mindfreak as well, though.
Yeah, that pick missed. I certainly hope it makes an appearance. Starting things out with the Bazaar coming off hot of that Slayer game, checking so many angles there. Junior caught out. Will he get around that corner? He does. That camo will be spawning up very shortly. Have to see what's going to happen with that one. But Berserk, he hasn't really moved from this position. He's just going through, responding to those call-outs. Father Benji now moving through, cops a few grenades and he goes down. And that Oddball in the red pipe situation, Junior able to take care of that setup.
Looking to try and establish some control. Obviously, a best of 3 in this map alone. In the Oddball, they want to set themselves up to hold it as long as possible because the contest will and well and truly be coming Ninjestics. Great nade through maintenance bay, shuts down the push, but he finds himself overwhelmed. Chiefs hot on his heels.
Yeah, and I love this play from Ninjestics there. He saw those 2 players coming up and he just went, you know what, I just need to buy time. That's my job. They started rotating the ball and he's like, I'm just going to dip out. I'll take a cheeky angle and I'll rain things out. And even though he went down, he still bought precious seconds for his squad.
That's exactly it, Beast, and holding the objective, looking to try and keep it as long in hands of Chiefs as possible. Shock rifle there as well, looking to provide some overwatch. Benji spotted, but unfortunately, just grabbing it off the ledge.
One finger in the eye hole of that Oddball, and it's like, whoops, scoop that one up. Very clutch from there. I thought he was going to let it slip through his fingers there, but no, very clean hands, no butterfingers from Bazaar.
Unfortunately, he will die anyway. You know, Mindfreak in the position, unlocking him. And, well, unfortunately, Injestics on Mindfreak's attempt to reposition the Oddball shut down as well. So it looks like it is going to remain out in the middle, open by the Batteries. Junior tries his luck, trying to get to Long Haul. Does get it there, but unfortunately falls.
He does fall, that Oddball, in a pretty nice position for the Mindfreak guys there. They are starting to rotate, but we can see through the map here, those red players from the Chiefs starting the collapse on these players, and we are on board with Beaston currently working together with Scott Junior in a very tough spot right now, trying to contest that camo, and here comes Berserk. He'll scoop that one up, slams it onto his chest, and now he can't be seen, but he cops the plasma nade and he gets shut down.
2 quick kills onto the Chiefs. Mindfreak trying to exert some sort of control, but you look at the score, it's tied up at the moment, so Mindfreak still getting hands on the objective where it really counts. It's going to sit there on the ground. Active camo wasn't even committed. Slammed onto the chest, but Chiefs still have it.
That is amazing. The fact that Berserk didn't get burnt with that and it was left on the ground. And it's like, Beaston, this is where the camo is. You go scoop it up. I don't know if they saw me not slam that one in. And now he's invisible. And look at the pace change as well. It was super aggressive. Lots of scrappy fights going on. But as soon as that camo's in, very patient. Look at this. Jumping onto this player here, able to take him out very cleanly. He does get called out though. Such a critical kill. Dino, well-placed grenade, takes the camo out of play.
And it will be the Oddball in hand for Junior. Injestics had that shock rifle, got one before he fell. Dino, though, now finds it for himself, dropping Berserk with that headshot. If he can put this to work, establish some overwatch from Mindfreak, they could keep this rolling.
Yeah, and scoreline pretty even currently. Mindfreak got a good lead though, so certainly not letting that Slayer game get to their heads. Their game faces are very much on. Dino with that strike rifle, not able to connect on the headshot. Now Beeson picking up the montage maker, plenty of ammo to play with as well. Up on that red window, finds Ninjistics, just backs him off a little bit. You jump out that position, it's so powerful, so many sight lines, but you make yourself a pretty easy target as well, Panda.
Man, you Australians, it's pronounced Ninjestics, not Ninjistics. It's an E, not an I. Speaking of Ninjestics, he goes to town, finds Slays. It looks like Mindfreak as well, finding some ground. They set themselves up with Dino on the objective.
Doing very well currently. Dino sitting pretty, just getting his reps in. He's got to keep those biceps nice and pumped up and holding that Oddball. He's got a lot of slays this game too, and he's currently working on his objective. Next camo coming up, and I like this. The Chiefs, they weren't putting a lot of pressure on that ball, but it's because they're concentrating on making sure that they got that next camouflage so they could break that setup, and that's exactly what they're doing.
Another, active cam on the hands of Chiefs. Unfortunately, Madsy dies with the tail end of it, but you look at the gap already. It's a decent about 25 extension there in favour of Mindfreak. Unfortunately, that is about to start closing, but they could just scrap this one out. They could slow it down, just try and keep the Oddball out of the hands of Chiefs. They are trying, but it's not working too well.
Yeah, look at this collapse, Beaston. Last one alive from the Chiefs there. Lovely collapse from Mindfreak. That's what you want to see. Able to break that setup open straight away, and now they're back on the ball, getting some points. Slay's there, doing his best to stay alive. Does get called out, and it seems both squads are doing so incredibly well at working together. I'm not seeing a lot of solo players, people giving up their lives needlessly. They're always working together, and lovely stick there. That's what you need. You need to get those trade kills, don't you?
Oh, we just caught the tail end of Injestics punting Beaston out into the water as well. Lovely little kill there into the drink. Right now, they are trying to get those spawns back into a better position to try and contest this objective. Final 23 points needed for Mindfreak. Benji with the beat down onto Berserk. They lose one. Make that two as Slays gets involved. Like I said, I stick by it. Black and blue, no one's getting out of this pool unscathed.
Certainly a lot of pummeling going around currently. Now Chiefs, good opportunity to them to close up that gap, but there is 1 minute 30 seconds on the clock, and those watching from home and in the crowd in Oddball, once you have that ball in hand, that countdown timer does stop, so you can bring that back, and sometimes time can be a factor.
Looking to try and deny Mindfreak a chance at the reverse sweep. Chiefs getting hands on the ball. The reset had come through. Beaston is making his run for it. Berserk falls, but the trade comes in the form of Dino dropping to Slays. They aren't missing out on these opportunities. A double there for Slays, and Injestics falls. 2 players out from Mindfreak mean that Chiefs can start the reposition onto this skull, and they are getting dangerously close to tying this up.
How 2 players from the Chiefs there chilling out in the B area on the batteries really vulnerable position to grenades. They both got out alive and managed to rotate that ball over into the gold area. And Slays, how did he get a kill in that situation? 2v1, and he managed to turn that out into a trade.
Mindfreak fighting tooth and nail here to deny the shutout, not wanting it to go down to 3-0. They keep the Oddball moving, they keep the points racking up. Final 15 before they close out this first round. They had 3 players, the Chiefs down. They lose 2 of their own though. Momentum stalls, Slays finds Benji. It's a full wipe onto Mindfreak again.
That's certainly a sweep that you want. Now rotating that ball through. And look at the Chiefs, they're rotating that ball and all the other guys were looking over his back to make sure that he could get away with that one cleanly. Rotating it through into the blue. Ben in a really nice position, but Mindfreak immediately applying pressure.
3 players down for the Chiefs. Mindfreak find the full wipe to boot. I think Junior may have just jumped into the water.
Well, listen, if you have 4 players coming at you, you're going to be jumping in the water, but you know who's in the water? The Shark. Madsy was going after him, and that scoreline is ticking over. Mindfreak looking like they're going to close things out. And for those that aren't familiar with Halo Infinite Oddball, you do need 2 rounds to close this one out. So that's just the first step to taking their first map in this series.
And the wild thing, Chiefs need the reverse sweep to deny the reverse sweep. They need to win the next 2 rounds of OB, and then they can look to go and focus on the next map. But right now, a great start from the Chief. Madsy finds 2 before being stuck by Ninjestics. They are trying to control some of the center portion of this map. Right now, though, Chiefs finding some massive opening kills.
They certainly are, and you know what's really interesting about the Chiefs is that Berserk was so hot in the previous game, he's having a little bit of a slow game this one, but because there's so much star power on the Chiefs roster, someone else could step up, and that person has been Slays on that squad. Now with Madsy though, he's got something to prove himself. They've got an Oddball, they're very well set up. Berserk's just chilling back B Ben, racking up those points, and Madsy doing everything he can to hold those back. Look at that Mindfreak collapse, all 4 players in there.
They do lose one after the fact, a stick coming through once again. But I mean, look at Slay's numbers, 19 and 13. I mean, that's the sort of numbers you'd be expecting coming into the 3rd round of Oddball, but he's stacking up the kills. We do see that shock rifle in the hands of Junior. He just can't find a target and connect with it. Has to back himself off, goes for the repulsive play and towards long haul. Wants to reposition to make it work.
And that's what you could do with this shock rifle sometimes. You get pressured, you change positions and peek a different angle, but now he has some help. He can push on through and try and break this setup. Hits with a repulse, Beasting gets taken down. Now Junior not able to connect on that perfect shot. 180s, misses one of the shots. Will he be able to get him anyway? He does! Reversal on the Slays, what was he doing?
Look, I think he is going to be absolutely spewing. Caught having to reload, didn't have the ammo to go for the fight, and look, it was not pretty. It was not pretty by any stretch of the imagination. Shield's gone, Dino drops as well. Shock rifle still in the hands of Junior, but unfortunately, that long-range weapon not great in close combat.
Just not enough Thunder Shock in that. You needed a Thunderbolt if you wanted to get the melee after that one. Scoreline pretty much tied up currently, but Mindfreak, they have to take this round if they want to bring themselves back into this game. The Chiefs need to bring this one back if they want to stay alive during this game. Junior called out, Beeson finding himself 1, and still with that shock rifle, got quite a bit of ammo to play with as well, Panda.
I mean, the one thing to take away from this, obviously, Chiefs having that 2-0 lead already in the series means they've got a bit of breathing room, bit of a safety net going into the next couple of maps if we need to. But the active camo and play for Chiefs once again. What can you find with it? Shots onto Junior, but it's not enough to secure the kill. Madsy will find one. Junior just lurking towards orange pipes there. This might be a bit of a pinch. Mindfreak collapsing it on, and Slays goes down.
He does, and he had that camo. Didn't really get a lot of kills with it, but he was hanging around kind of the mid part of the map, which is very open, and the amount of information that you can gather with your team, and sometimes information, it's the currency of Halo. You make build your plays around it, and although not a lot of kills going in your favor, he certainly would have been able to create some plays for his team.
I mean, communication feeds coordination. Obviously, if you're feeding that info through to your teammates, you know where spawns are coming up. Players are rotating. You can adjust accordingly, but the melee misses! No, Dino, you can't be doing that in LAN!
That's very unfortunate for him. I'm sure a veteran like him. Father Benji, nice little no-scope onto Beaston there. Who finds himself another. Will he be able to shut it down? Does get the trade. And killing spree for him. Father Benji showing up. 20 bomb club.
All this time, Ninjestics has the oddball in hand. They're just racking the points up, looking to take this a little bit further in the series. My God, Slays, that was a solid attempt, but unfortunately, he hits nothing but the dirt. Looking for the shots on Junior Falls. Unfortunately, not connecting the melee. Halfway through the round and halfway to picking this map up.
For a moment there, it started slowing down quite a lot with that camo, but it has been scrappy the last 30 seconds, and sometimes that change of pace can favour one team over another, and there's Beaston there scooping up that camo, and he looks like he's going to get away with that one cleanly, which is really going to play into the Chiefs' favour. They're trailing a little bit in the score department. Now it's time to bring that back. They've got the goodies. They've set up with the oddball. They've got that camo, and looking at Beaston here to make a play.
Not quite sure if Ninjestics realised the Chiefs are actually rotating in behind him through long haul with the oddball itself, but they pinch in, shut him down, and they are again trying to close that gap. Dino tries his luck, but unfortunately he's not good enough to take out what was two players in long haul. The rotate, Mindfreak with a heavy commit, Beaston falls. Berserk dancing around trying, but the nade there effective in denying the push from Mindfreak. They lose any chance at the commit.
Fantastic flank from Madsy there. Like, it was a 2v2 situation. They're kind of fighting face to face, but Madsy rounding back from the B band, going through and just able to collapse on those players. They didn't even have time to turn around before shut down.
Look, I respect that he was trying to get down bottom Hydro, but the thrust a little bit too far. Out into the drink, reset onto the oddball as well. There is potential that could come back to bite them.
Potentially. Scoreline tied up at the moment. The Chiefs, they were trailing, but they've closed things back. They've brought things a bit more respectable. Reset. Boys, what do we do about the rest of the map here? Mindfreak scooping that one up, trying to rotate it through. Ninjestics are getting called out, not able to get through the balcony window there. That's unfortunate. That oddball just sitting down there, such a dangerous spot. 20 seconds until that next camo as well, Panda.
But the shock rifle is up and in hands. Junior, what can he find? Unfortunately, not much. He's going to reposition, look for a better angle to try and find some kills. Spots Beaston, finds the kill, avoids the nade too. He's out of danger. Up onto that platform outside batteries. He's going to be able to get the oddball, but again, unfortunately, not quite quick enough to get away with it.
No. I mean, that's such a tough spot to get out of. Everyone is just like, he's in batteries. And out come the grenades to just clean you out. Lots of players doing everything they can to stay alive. It's a very frag-heavy game of oddball. There's that pink mist. Hopefully see a kill with that one, but he's locked in with a BR, making sure he gets his damage across map as well, and just locked in, making sure that he's applying pressure. The Mindfreak trying to collapse, trying to rotate through, but that ball, that's getting rotated around to the A side, it looks like, Panda.
But the thing is, we're getting dangerously low on the clock right now. We're heading down to the final 40 seconds, and with the lead as it is, this could come down to the clock. In fact, most likely will. Beaston for 2 sets the Chiefs up for the hold that they're potentially looking for, but they were so far detracted from the objective. Junior might shut this one down, but no, he's not good enough at the tail end. Madsy reclaims the oddball, has support now. The respawn's coming through to back him up in this position, but this is still not the most solid hold.
Yeah, this late into the game, 20 seconds on the clock, all tied up. It is so important to value your life. You do not want to be the first one to go down. Shots coming, ringing out from Dino there. 25 and 25, 15 assists, doing so well. Now the Chiefs with the ball, they're racking things up. They take the lead in the last 10 seconds of this game. Mindfreak scoops it up. It's completely even, 8 seconds to go. Who's going to grab this ball? All players are collapsing down on it. 5 seconds left on the clock, and look at this, the Chiefs, 1 point advantage, currently ticks down, and they clutch it up.
A match of a single point. We are tied up here in the oddball. 1 to go. 1 to go, and the Chiefs deny the reverse sweep. 1 to go for Mindfreak, and there is a chance. The dreams and hopes stay alive here in the first series. But my God, what a round of oddball.
That was bonkers, and you could see on the cam there, they were all smiles and all us, like, boys, that was a close one, all right, let's not do that again. And they keep themselves alive in this oddball game.
Still ticking, still rocking. This is a huge round of oddball to be played out. I mean, it was heavily contested throughout the objective, heavily contested on those power utility pieces, the active camo in. Chiefs, they've had so much control over the active camo this map.
They certainly have, and it's so important on this map. That camo, you can just gain so much information. You can make really nice cheeky plays moving on through, and the Chiefs, they clutched that last round up. Mindfreak, they start getting a little bit nervous because they were close to wrapping this game up.
Active camo! Shock rifle result in the double kill there for Madzy. Unfortunately, that is all as Benji does find him and claim the Scout Junior. Unfortunately, just not quite hit on a swivel there. Oh my God, the Repulse returned to sender. Beaston, what a kill.
Wow, what a play from him, and a double kill to put himself into the 30 bomb club. He joins his teammate Madzy, moving on through, scoops up the Oddball as well. Look at that, he cleans house and goes, oh, well, I guess I'll pick up the Oddball too.
There's no kills to find. I suppose I should play
yeah, I guess I'll pick it up. Rather have the shock rifle out, but no,
but he just goes and tosses it out to Oblivion. Guys, get the objective. Yeah. I want kills. I want kills. I can't let Slays take all of them.
Certainly. And sometimes a little bit of rivalry between your teammates. It's like, no, I'm going to be top frag this game. Give me the shock rifle. You hold the ball.
Yeah, unfortunately, someone has to play the objective, but it's not going to be me. Someone else will go do it. Blue Tun's going to be contested, but the support comes from Slays. Madzy falls to Benji. Slays might look for more if he can find it. He is on the hunt, rotating around. Does have support, though. And unfortunately, oh no, the Repulse not quite as effective.
Not
but
able
look,
to play that
regardless.
ball either. That is so critical there, that ball. Usually you toss it straight over your shoulder and you yeet it down into the water, but no, not able to play that ball. And then Slays, look at this setup that the Chiefs have just grabbed themselves.
Yeah, I mean, whether it was intentional or not, it stopped the player from resetting the Oddball. And Slays resets the Oddball, sends Junior into oblivion, and now Chiefs can reposition.
Yeah, you saw what Slays did there. He wasn't even engaged yet, and it's like, the communication comes in. Hey, we're getting collapsed. Throws the ball straight out. No chances. You cannot give up a setup. You've just got to throw it. It's just too big of a risk, and he was able to grab himself a kill as well because he wasn't holding the Oddball when he engaged that player.
I mean, look, Slays, 42-28. There is still a lot of time and objective to be played here. On recharge, he is on for a 50 bomb if he can make it work. Ninjestics, last one alive, trying to reset and deny this grab onto the Oddball, but he goes down to Dino. Now the one to try and hold off as the respawn's trickling through for Mindfreak. But Chiefs, they've got the lead. That's all they need to hold.
The lead is certainly the position that you want to be in, but Mindfreak, they're trailing in the kills department. Let's be real a little bit, Panda. But they've been very objective efficient. They've already got one round in the bag. They only narrowly lost that previous one, so Chiefs having to work a lot harder for their points.
Yeah, look, not the kind of massage that I think Ninjestics would want to be receiving there from Slays. He falls, unfortunately, no shields, wasn't able to regenerate. Oddball in hand, points ticking on through for the Chiefs, looking to rotate it out to somewhere more secure. Will hand it off, and look, Madzy dies, but he gives it over to Beaston, who will also fall.
Yeah, and just look at this. All the players just collapsing on here. Here comes that bait and switch going through. Then Ninjestics hiding in the corner there. Berserk goes down. Lovely position from Junior here. The C fight, such a powerful position. You can cut off angles and you can keep putting in damage, but he does get collapsed on. Critical kill there for the Chiefs to get Junior off that plat.
Yeah, I mean, it's the thing about recharge, obviously, given that the middle of the map is so open, you're rarely finding yourself in a 1v1. Ninjestics plays the ball once again, denying the Chiefs. That's got to be frustrating.
Sometimes it is, but that's just the way that the game plays. You can't get frustrated when the ball is played because you just expect players to do it, and you almost get ready to. And it's like, hey, we're going to break them off this setup. They're going to play the ball, get ready for it to spawn up.
Things slow just a little bit. Oddball not in the hands of anyone. Dino finds a fight, loses it, unfortunately. Madzy shutting down the Alpha. Junior tries his best, but that's the fourth, fifth time we've seen Mindfreak attempt to take the Oddball off spawn and just fail.
Yeah, a little bit, but that camo as well, Dino sitting in the corner, and Madzy just saw straight through, and it's like, I can see you hiding there. You can sit on that box, you're going to stay there because you're going to the respawn screen. Now on board with Madzy still, join that 30 bomb club as well, but look at the assist on the Chiefs roster. That is a boatload.
Want 50 apiece for Slays and Madzy. If it was a chicken nugget meal, it would be pretty solid, honestly, but Look, at the minute, it's still anyone's game. There is still room for both teams to pick up the win. Madzi on for the killing spree, looking to do more damage than Jessix and Slays actually trade there with an 8 after the death. But the Oddball, it's still in the hands of Beast, and the points still racking up halfway here to closing out this series.
Yeah, listen, if you're Beastin, you're sitting pretty. You have Madzi over in long hole C. You have Berserk over there in the red pipes, and you're just able to rack up so many points. You've got such a buffer, and Madzi doing his job there, sitting on the plat. His job, put in damage, apply pressure, and stop those collapses from taking you down. But then Gistix and the rest of the Mindfreak guys, they just push in.
They get the Oddball back in hand, but Chiefs, they're always good for a couple when the shots are on. Oddball kept down in Whirlpool. They should be able to pick it up for themselves. Benji the last alive to try and reposition to get those spawns coming in a favourable position. Active Camo coming up momentarily as well. Chiefs looking to coast this one to victory.
Yeah, they're very good position right now to close things out, but Mindfreak, there's still time to bring it back, and it's just this last round to go, so they just have to pull up those bootstraps and just get into it if they don't want to lose this game. Now with Slays, he's just hit 50 kills. Oh my god.
51, the active camo there as well on his chest. He spots the back at Junior, and he's just gonna absolutely mow him down, hitting the final 15 mark here. It's Chiefs. They have the positioning, they have the kills. They just need to keep that Oddball in hand to rotate it through to victory. But the active camo, the push in Slays. He's looking for more. Ring around the rosy. Can he find the kill? Well, yes, he can, but he falls for it.
He got a trade, and he was getting collapsed on this. Just such good movement there. Using that pillar, the cut-off an angle from that second player, force out that trade in that situation. It was the best possible thing that he could do at that time.
Right now, though, Oddball in the hands of Mindfreak with 30 seconds on the clock. They're trying to reposition it, but that's dangerous territory to be doing so, especially if Chiefs, they push in, go for the full court press, get the Oddball in hand and start racking those points up with the 1-2 combo. Madzi has support there, looking for more, but his teammate shut down. The Oddball reset, but it's a double. No, unfortunately for the Mindfreak, they just overplay their heck cards.
Yeah, and that Oddball will get reset. 18 seconds left on the clock, but it does stop. So if Mindfreak can scoop up that ball, they can stop the clock from running out. But the Chiefs, they can just bait that ball, keep getting slays, and they'll be able to close this one out.
The last thing they want is hand to the ball. Madzi tried to resist as the time ticks away. Chiefs, God, someone get a broom. It's a clean sweep.
Unbelievable stuff from there. I mean, the Chiefs, they weren't happy about the predictions. They came in hot. Berserk said to me last night, we're not dropping a single map, bro. Word for word. And off to a pretty good start.
Look, man, true to his word. We'll see if that carries on. But, I mean, what a way to start this tournament off. A 3-0. And, look, there was a moment where you thought maybe Mindfreak could have brought it back. But they say, no. Look, you can have your one round of Oddball. Obviously, charity is, tax deductible. But they just, they've done their good deed for today. Now it's nothing but victories.
Yeah, but listen, this is day one, series one, right? And I think that although it went 3-0 in favor of the Chiefs, plenty of times Mindfreak proved that they can hang. So it would be interesting to see how the rest of the weekend plays out and what they take away from that series. Maybe they go have a little bit of a team huddle, talk about things that are working, talking about the things that are not working, and maybe iron out a few of those kinks.
It definitely felt like there was a bit of brain fog for Mindfreak. I mean, they were getting caught looking in the wrong direction. They were getting caught on these off angles. I mean, how many times did we see players die without even getting a shot off to the person that killed them because they were just looking off God knows where? So you got to wonder, maybe that's the sort of match that kicks them into gear going into their next matchup. Maybe, just maybe, we start to see the heat that we've come to expect coming into Melbourne.
Yeah, we've been highlighting both the teams, how they're feeling their mental state, but I mean, Slays. Shut the front door, 56 kills, unbelievable stuff from him.
I mean, you talk about mental state. Slays is a mental state. The guy is just on lock, hitting his shots, 56 kills in the Oddball. I mean, he started the first round of it, 19 kills under the belt.
He is definitely going to be puffing his chest out, strutting off stage, walking across in a handshake. Yeah, good game, boys. It's like, but I'm better. Like, it's just, that's you got to believe in yourself and Slays. Not only believed, he manifested it.
I mean, it's the difference. You got Sways and Slays coming into this tournament. There's an L in his name, but that's only because he's hand in the map.
Very solid pun there. I love it. But the Chiefs coming out really, really hot. And Mindfreak,
good showing from them as well, as we touched on already going through the highlights. There was plenty of big plays from both teams, but the Chiefs, they seem to just have more slaying power throughout.
I mean, there's been a lot of discussion, talking to the players, talking to the teams. A lot of people said, if Chiefs dropped this series to Mindfreak, it was a write-off. They were going to be an absolute shutout for the rest of the tournament. They weren't even going to show up. They go and do exactly what you wanted them to do if you're a Chiefs fan. They take the 3-0, they make the statement and say, look, no one's mental is chalked here. We are here to win it. We want that spot at Orlando. Anyone stepping up to us has to bring their absolute A game. Otherwise, they're going to get put 6 feet under.
Certainly a very good start for the Chiefs, guys. But it is only one series on the Friday. They've got to be looking to Sunday. So for them, their mental state, it's good to get that. But don't rest on your laurels too much. You've got to maintain that throughout the entire weekend. I mean, one pool play match does not win you that trophy.
It's a great start, though. Like, taking a 3-0 start to the tournament is exactly how you want
It's certainly better than going 0-3.
Yeah, look, we won't talk about the goose egg, but if nothing else, I mean, it could be a motivator for Mindfreak. The big problem for Chiefs is something that we've seen in the past. They cannot afford to get ahead of themselves. There are a lot of incredibly capable teams in this competition. Divine Mind obviously should meet them in the bracket at some point, but...
No, I mean, we could talk about that series all day. It was certainly incredible. But the analyst desk, boys, what do you make of the first series of the day?
What a good start here for the Chiefs, being able to get themselves a 3-0 scoreline. Albeit, though, the 3-0, I don't think it paints the entire story here. We looked back at a lot of those scores coming in from those 3 maps. 4-2 on the CTF, 50-46, and then a 2-1 on the Oddball. Each one of those maps was highly contested. Yes, the Chiefs get themselves a 3-0 to start out their pool play, but Momo, that was a pretty tight series in and of itself.
I'm not going to lie, though. Can we just point out Slazy's stats? A 56 kill at the end of the series? Like, this guy was playing out of his skin. I mean, I have teamed with him before, and, us Immunity players, we know exactly how to play the game.
Yeah, for sure. Bluey, how do you feel about that?
I think all around, what a way to start our weekend here. What a show match. That was absolutely beautiful.
A show match? You mean the best match?
No, I think we've still got plenty more to come and plenty more action to come. That being said, we started off an absolute banger here. Even coming in to the first game we had on that CTF Bazaar, and it was Mindfreak who opened up so strong. We were all in the green room watching going, oh my God, this is it. They've already broken through such a strong team, but the Chiefs just came back, rolling them over and over again. It was absolutely disgusting to watch. Fantastic show from the Chiefs, and if they keep that up that weekend, I think we're all going to be biting our tongues with those predictions.
Hey man, we talked about it. We talked about those predictions. A lot of us putting them a little bit lower there on the standings than they'd probably expect, and I mean, they've certainly come up and decided to show up here, and I know you guys at home are going to be able to show up. You guys in the arena, we want to hear what you guys are saying, we want to see what you guys are seeing as well. Hashtag HCS Melbourne 22 on Twitter if you guys want to show us where you're going at. If you guys are even at home, maybe if you're out at DreamHack, show us everything else. We don't get to leave this lovely little bowl here because we've got so much Halo to get through. So we'd love to see what you guys are doing over in the rest of DreamHack. Hashtag HCS Melbourne 22 and at ESL Halo to get you guys on the broadcast. I know Momo's super looking forward to a whole lot of weird and wacky stuff, so who knows? Maybe you can show him your mullet. Maybe you can show him your sick Halo Infinite clips. Maybe you can just show him... I don't know, Momo. What do you want to see, brother?
Honestly, I'd love to see a lot of mullets. So if you definitely have a mullet, come right up to me. I would gladly like to, have a bit of a scout, see if it's actually the best looking mullet I've ever seen.
Man, mullet competition here for Mr. Momo. We've got 3 days of competition, Momo, so it's going to be an interesting weekend for us if we do get a whole lot of those mullets. But either way, lads, enough from us here on the desk. I believe that we have Nat T with one of the boys from the Chiefs.
I'm joined here with Madzi. I have to say congratulations. You guys looked fantastic here on LAN. Are there any nerves at all?
Nah, we're playing good. This LAN's amazing. It's just a different story. So it's so much fun.
100%. You guys looked really good all these games, except for Oddball there. It's probably looked the most shaky for you guys at round 2, though, coming down to a hairline. What were the comms like? Were you guys nervous at all, or were you pretty secure in yourselves?
Nah, I think the problem was it was our comms. We had to just tighten it up and just just make sure we're watching over each other and just make sure we're calming everything.
The other side is capture the flag. You guys look fantastic. It was so clean. What are the tactics there? What's the prep? Are you guys very confident in always being able to take capture the flag?
Yeah, it's just, especially on Bazaar, it's mainly just your pushes and coming off the back foot. That's the most important thing. On that Bazaar, our pushes were really clean. We were playing really well.
Now, the storyline goes, this whole Barcode Chiefs thing. Are you ready for that to be laid to rest? Are you over it? You guys ready to move on without Barcode?
Nah, we're here to win. With or without Barcode. But I love you, Barcode.
You got to shout him out. And very last thing for you is, do you feel that there is any extra pressure, or is the pressure relieved with some of the talent predictions putting you guys lower there on the rankings?
Yeah, I think the casters were drunk or something. I don't know what was going on there, but I don't know. No, we're here to win, so it doesn't matter.
They're here to win. There you go, Madsy. Thank you so much. Congratulations again on the win. But let's head back over to the desk.
Thank you, Nat, for the lovely interview there with Madsy. And I would just like to say, I would like to rectify my predictions here, and I'm going to put Chiefs at the top. I'm going to make the change for you.
You're a coward.
I'm
Luke,
definitely
honestly.
a coward. I'm doing it. Whoever wins,
Chiefs jersey,
whoever wins, and whoever calls me out on the stage, I'll just change my predictions all the time. It's going to be flip-flopping every single series that we got here. But it is good to hear from Madsy as well. Obviously, the chats with him talking about moving on from Barcode, how comfortable they're feeling. It is good to see, Momo, though, that these guys are able to get in those super stressful situations like Oddball and realize on the spot what they need to do. Madsy talked about it, calm down, get it going, and they came out on top.
That's the thing, right? Like, they were just playing their game. We were talking about how Chiefs are going to turn up, and honestly, they were looking goddamn good. Like, Slazy, once again, he popped out on the Bazaar. He popped off on the final game on Recharge Oddball. Like, he was just insane. Like, I was honestly speechless watching that Lights Out Halo.
I mean, it's going to be crazy for the rest of these teams, right? Like, if you're Immunity right now, you're looking at the way that Chiefs are playing around Slays. Is this something for the rest of the teams here in pool play that they're going to have to look at? Maybe try and have these extra kind of break setups to try and make sure that Slays isn't in the game early on?
I think definitely, yeah, to your point, Luke, the stocks in Slays right now are going through the roof. And I think for all the other teams, they sort of need to find their star in this moment. The LAN environment is going to bring out so much more in you as a player. So if you have a main Slayer, put everything you have into him. You want to make as much space for that player to work as possible.
And I mean, it's kind of crazy the fact that off the opening rip, game number 1, he got himself an overkill. So it is absolutely ridiculous.
Disgusting.
From what we've seen from the Chiefs so far, getting themselves a 3-0 here up against Mindfreak. Ladies and gentlemen, though, we're going to go to a short break here. We're going to be jumping into Pool A for our first match there. Divine Mind taking on the Dials. You don't want to miss this.
Falters, and they're just a bit too hot out of the seams. We can, just a little bit of technical issue there.
check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. Experience Melbourne's laneways, dining, coffee, arts and culture while you're here. There's something to suit every mood and budget. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back here to the HCS ANZ Regional Finals at the DreamHack Melbourne. We've already kicked off pool play with Chiefs getting the 3-0 up against Mindfreak, and now we're going to set our sights over onto Pool A. But before we get into that, we've had a change here on the desk. Justin, mate, you've got the lungs all filled up from the cast, brother. Chiefs getting themselves the first victory of the day. How you feeling?
I'm glad you brought up the lungs, because I'm glad that I get a little bit of a timeout, because what a series to open things up. The players are giving their all, we were giving their all, and heart was definitely pumping.
You can relax. You can slow down. We talk slow over here.
No more yelling. Keep things level.
Keep things level. Keep things straightforward. Momo, mate, obviously, Chiefs getting themselves a 3-0 here is huge for them, starting off their full play campaign, taking down Mindfreak. Obviously, they're going to have to take on Immunity a little bit later on today, but from what we've seen from both those teams, definitely looking like we're in a really good Pool B.
I feel like a statement is an understatement. The Chiefs looked hot. Like, they came out firing. Like, I honestly had a bit of doubt towards both of them. Like, both teams, to be honest. I wasn't sure how they're going to play on land. But the Chiefs looked like they were playing like how they were online. Like, they looked better. They looked actually really scary. And I felt like if they keep that stuff up, they might even cause an upset.
Yeah, definitely. I do feel like on the other side of things, maybe a little bit of a slow start from Mindfreak as well, right, Justin? We saw some of their star players really getting a little bit sluggish in the server. They were able to pop off towards the end, but unfortunately, it's just not really how it panned out. But either way, Justin, let's just start jumping into our next series here. Let's start talking about Divine Mind versus the Direwolves. This is going to be an interesting one. Talked about Pool A probably being the weaker of the two pools here. Divine Mind, they just saw the statement coming in from the Chiefs. They need to clap back.
I mean, Blue and I are having a little bit of banter backstage and go, oh, mate, I'm a little bit jealous that you got to cast that series. And I was like, mate, did you see the one that you're about to jump into? Divine Mind, arguably the best team in the region right now, and that is the star-studded lineup. Rated, Pips, Sways, and Plasma. They're all beasts in their own right, but Sways, there's conversation around about him being the most individually skilled player in the region. Now's the time to prove it.
The question is for you then, Momo. After what we saw what Slays put on the stage, can Sways back it up now? Because we did say, dropping L's, giving L's out. Is this where Sways gets his W's?
Oh, I feel like it's so hard to say. Like I said, I've barely seen Sways on LAN compared to Slays. I've teamed with Slays. I've played at World Championships.
We get it. You teamed with Slays, all right?
And I'm a big fan, all right? But like, Sways could honestly just turn up. If he just plays like how he does online, he'll be nothing but scary on the field.
I mean, he's a free-for-all champion for a reason, right? He's one of those players that loves just going forward, really starting to get into people's faces. And we talked about it in the pre-show, the fact that if you're able to get on the front foot at the start of these pool play matches on your first day here at DreamHack Melbourne, you can really just get into people's faces and throw them off their game, right?
You certainly can. And I mean, a young up-and-coming player like Sways, he's certainly looking to him to perform in a LAN environment. There's a lot of veteran blood throughout the top 4 teams, and he's a player that's kind of yet to prove himself in a high-pressure environment like this. You're looking out into the arena, there's seats and there's eyeballs on you. It's a bit different than sitting in your nice, comfy gaming chair at home with the AC on.
I mean, that is true. That is true. He might be a little bit more comfortable, but who knows? It might be another one of those scenarios where maybe he levels up a little bit. Another team that I want to talk about is the Direwolves, though. We talked about the Direwolves throughout the entirety of the HCS. The longest standing roster we had here in ANZ. Since the drop of Halo Infinite, they did not change their roster until Dino left, Jordan comes back in, and the Direwolves, they're looking to try and get themselves a bit more of a brand new identity. We talked about these guys being consistently inconsistent was the words that we used for these guys. They are able to crack in towards the top 2, but sometimes they drop down into 9th versus 12th. I think this is a big proving point for the Direwolves. Get a lot of that experience on LAN, bring it in, and really prove to everybody else that they're here to party.
Yeah, that's exactly why I even chose them as my wild card, because Bold and Zirkle on LAN, they are a different breed. Like, they are the type of players that turn up compared to online. Online, you got a bit of difficulties of online connection from New Zealand. I've seen a few of them even tweeted, actually, on both teams. So I'm actually really interested to see how they turn up today.
I'd be calling Bald out as well to step up, and he's certainly want to be one of those players that's kind of lagging a little bit on the online cups, but the connection factor all the way across the pond over in the islands of New Zealand, it's a completely different ball game, and all of that LAN experience and overseas LAN experience for Bald as well. I mean, if he ends up being the star player of the Direwolves roster, it would not surprise me.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy that, we talk about the LAN experience for these guys, but unfortunately, these guys have only really gone to, a few LANs. They were originally supposed to go to one of the first majors here for the HCS. They weren't able to make it over. Then we saw the Mindfreak roster go over there. So these guys coming back here for another LAN, first LAN in the HCS, or Halo Infinite, they're looking to try and step up. Obviously, with a brand new player in Jordan on this roster, they're still looking to try and find their identity. Momo, though, who are you looking towards to really stand up for these guys? Who do you want to see pop off? Who do you want to be the slaves for these boys?
I'm not going to lie, Zirkle can yell very, very loud, especially when he's on LAN. So if Zirkle gets turning up and actually starts getting those kills, watch him let fire and let the other team know exactly that he's killing them.
Hell yeah, I'm super excited to see some of the smack talk. I'm super excited to see what these guys had to say about each other prior to this series.
This series against Direwolves is definitely just going to be a 3-0 to us. I do think Direwolves are better on LAN, but it's still just going to be a 3-0. I'm not really concerned at all because, we've been preparing for this event, this whole split, and we've been beating Direwolves in scrims and they barely take any maps, so I think it's just still going to be a 3-0.
I think Divine Mind are a great team, and they're definitely in contention to win the event. Last time we played DM, it was very close. I think it's going to be the same again. Hopefully the end result comes in our favour. Never underestimate the underdog.
No, I'm very confident with how we've been playing, and I don't believe Direwolves are much of a threat to us. I definitely think Dino leaving, he was definitely a strong part of the Direwolves team, so I believe they have gotten weaker, but Jordan is still a good player, so I think they'll do better than people expect on LAN.
Who do we got to shut down on Divine Mind? It's got to be Sways.
We'll see how it goes on LAN. Should be good games.
The kid is good. He's young, he's talented. If we can get in his head and take him out, it's a done deal. We win the series.
Wow.
Some interesting words there coming in. It seems like there's a lot of respect between both these two teams, and I think that's the biggest thing. From what the lads over at Divine Mind were saying as well, what Pips was saying, don't underestimate these guys. These guys, they're going to level up on LAN, and I think that is going to be a real big caveat, and I guess that's the reason why a lot of these people are talking about Dials as being a bit of a wild card. But, Justin, going up against Divine Mind here, it is going to be a tough task, because we have seen Divine Mind be able to step up after this roster shuffle, and they have looked extremely dominant. Sway's absolutely killing everybody in the server. Pips just being the milkman as always. Plasma and Rated. These guys just seem to go insane every single time they jump into a server.
Yeah, Divine Mind. What else can you say about them? They're all insane. They've consistently been performing in LAN environments and online as well. Arguably the best team in the region currently. So it's a big ask for Direwolves to kind of step up to that situation. They also just recently lost Dino as well. Jordan coming in to replace, and kind of that chemistry can shuffle, but I know that Jordan and Vamped have, played together consistently quite a lot throughout H5, and, Bald and Zirkle, they're, story as old as time, those two. So maybe that chemistry will be rolling, and that's what they're going to need if they're going up against Divine Mind. And Divine Mind, they can't underestimate them, as I was saying in those interviews, because they will get caught out.
Do we think the LAN diff is going to be enough though, Momo? Obviously, we talked about these guys coming from NZ, having to play online. A lot of the time when a lot of those Pro Series ended, it was almost 2 a.m. for a lot of those blokes over in New Zealand. So do we feel like the LAN buff is enough for these guys to make it competitive here against Divine Mind?
I'm going to be honest. I think Divine Mind are going to win, but I wouldn't count out the Kiwi Hope, the bold unit. He's going to show up. So will Zirkle, so will Vamp, so will Jordan. He's honestly a really good player as well. So I wouldn't really count them out, but I do expect like a pretty close series.
What do we think about scorelines then, lads? Momo, we'll start with you. How do we feel like this is going to go? Are we going to just have 3-0 sweeps throughout the entirety of today and it's going to be a snooze fest? Or are we going to have some actual 5-mappers here?
I think it'll be a 3-1.
3-1? Okay, all right. How are you feeling about that one, Justin?
I'm feeling a 3-1 as well.
Oh, okay. So I guess with these 3-1s, why do we feel like it's a 3-1? Are we just, falling back on the age-old Slayer coin flip?
No, they
like,
can just
They have the bold unit. Are you kidding me? The bold unit's there.
I mean, that's a fair enough call.
I mean, look, they can do it. I mean, Bald and Zirkle, they've won LAN tournaments and yeah, okay. Yeah,
we get it, Momo.
Too. Yes, we know you're a Halo legend.
I won the LAN with them.
Yes, we know, Momo. We know you're a superstar. That's why you're here with us, bringing that high-level knowledge, not like us potatoes on the desk. Momo is
That's
the
all
guy.
I like to hear.
Unbelievable stuff. But I just think that Direwolves will be able to put it together and take a map. The series, I think that's more of a big ask. But the guys know how to play. It's not, a top 16 team going up against the #1 Scott. These guys are pretty evenly matched.
Okay, well, I guess we'll change gears a little bit here and start talking about the group as a whole then for Group A. Obviously, we've got Divine Mind, Direwolves, and Kit Bash that are going to be in this group. Open bracket team that's going to be joining them a little bit later on as well. I feel like if this is going to be a 3-1 for Direwolves, does that start putting them a little bit higher in your mind than they are over Kit Bash? Because I think right now I would probably put Direwolves and Kit Bash, from what I've seen, on even footing, unless Kit Bash start to, have some LAN jitters and unfortunately don't show up,
I'm going to be honest. I think Direwolves are ahead of Kit Bash. That's my personal opinion. I think just the LAN experience and just the lack of online play. Because look at this stage. This stage is kind of scary to play on. And it's like, I can't imagine your first LAN being on a stage like this.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. And especially, on the other side of the stage, Justin, as well, Divine Mind, they want to make sure that this pool plays a statement from themselves, right? They've already seen what the Chiefs has been able to do up against Mindfreak. They want to make sure that this is a 3-0. They want to make sure that this is nice and clean so they can go to that championship bracket without dropping on that.
There's a lot of expectations on the Divine Mind guys. Everyone's expecting them to perform. Even a lot of predictions saying that they're going to just straight up win the entire event. So they're going to be feeling a lot of pressure. And I like the seating position they're having. Pips on the end there, able to just glare over at the other players and just keep them on lock.
Keep the milk going, keep the milk flowing. But either way, we're able to catch up with the lads of Divine Mind. So let's see what they had to say.
So my name is Tyson Adam. I play for Divine Mind and my game tag is Pips. So I think for me, I'm a bit of more of an in-game leader. I like to try and take control of what's happening in direct.
Pips is definitely the IGL. He leads us and makes sure, we're in the right order.
So Sways and Rated are a lot quicker players, so they definitely like to push up on the map, apply pressure. And Plasma's really good at just locking down the spawns and just making sure we're all in the right places.
I would say the competition, I'd say it's definitely fierce.
The competition is definitely the hardest it's ever been. Our Chiefs roster, the Super we played, we went 17-0. Didn't drop a map, didn't look like dropping a map. But now with Barcode gone and the 3 rosters of Mindfreak, Chiefs and Divine Mind, it's definitely a lot closer.
I'd say it's only around 3 teams that really compete with each other. The rest is just easy for us.
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident with the team. We've been doing really well in online, and then our scrim results have been quite good. Everyone's focused, everyone knows what they need to do, so I'm very confident and happy with how we've been performing.
I'll definitely say the team's at 100%. We've been putting in a lot of work.
We definitely want to win this event, 100%. Like, everyone has put in as much effort as I think they've possibly been able to do, and I'm very happy with the results that we're showing and just the motivation that they've shown in scrims.
I'd say we're all really dedicated. We're scrimming basically every single night, and we don't really take any days off. We're playing 8s all day. We're really dedicated to win, and we're going to win.
Whole lot of confidence and a whole lot of work being put in by Divine Mind. That is some good stuff to hear from these guys. I'd imagine coming in towards the regional final here, they are definitely brimming with confidence considering how they have been playing after recent roster changes. It's always good to get the insights, right? Seems like Pips is their IGL, Sways and Rated, they're just the loose cannons are going to be running around the map, while as Plasma is kind of the brain, right? Kind of understanding how the spawns are going to be going, making sure they're locking it down, making sure they're in good positions so they can move around the map. So having a very structured team like this certainly puts them in a really good spot.
I'm going to be honest, like, Pip is kind of a Mr. Fixer type of man. Like, you need a role filled, Pip will fill that role. Pip's that type of player. He can be everywhere. He can play like those annoying little cat corners, or he can be that guy up in your face. Pip just like, yeah, in my opinion, he's an all-round great player.
Yeah, and really good at that mental game too. He's a guy, he will shoot the body at first opportunity, which I love, a bit of body disrespect, getting into people's heads, and that's why I talked about the fact that he's on the end of that table, able to look over maybe, you know, what's up, you guys aren't going to do anything this game, it's going to be a swift 3-0.
It's going to be crazy to see if we, you know, as we get deeper into the weekend, to see whether or not that mental warfare is going to start getting hectic. And obviously, Chiefs, you know, kind of keeping themselves in their own lane. It wasn't anything too crazy this time around. Maybe we start seeing a little bit more. Maybe we see the body disrespect coming back into it for a lot of these teams, because especially in pool play, if you start getting that mental edge, because I'd imagine, right, Momo, you come into your first pool play match up against Divine Mind here, and if Direwolves get blasted out of the server and Pips is literally just bagging your body for 15 minutes, like, that is going to be something that you're going to carry on for the rest of the tournament.
I'm going to be honest as well, we forgot to shout out also the coach. The coach will let you know as well. B-Diz actually gets pretty vocal on the main stage. You know, all these authority boys over there actually get pretty vocal. So, especially if you're down in the series, they'll let you know.
Certainly do. I mean, back when I was a competitor and my Osprey boys went up against them and our B-Diz over there going, get a kill, boys. It was certainly intimidating for them, not for me, obviously, because, you know, I don't bow under pressure. But I mean, it is good to have a coach that's got your back. Sometimes the coach doesn't feel much of a role in terms of the dynamic in the game, but he's like that fifth player. He's involved. He's very vocal towards the other players on the team, and he keeps them on point. He's always on top of those power weapons, always on top of those power-ups as well.
I was going to say, how do we feel about, you know, the coach matchup coming into both these two teams? Obviously, it's something that we don't really see all too much when we float around in a lot of these online cuts. We don't really get to understand how they help these guys out. How do you feel like both of these coaches stack up against each other?
From my knowledge, the Direwolves coach is also Bold's old teammate, so he's got obviously a bit of Halo history behind him. But Beaters, he's been the coach around the block. He's coached a few teams, been pretty successful. And I think, honestly, Divine might have the more of the edge because Beaters has been around more recently.
Yeah, I'd agree with that 100%. I mean, he's been overseas multiple times as a coach, and he really has that position on lock. You know, he does his homework. He's in there in Discord when they're scrims and talking to them and stuff like that. It's not just, anyway, I'll see you on game day, boys, and I'll just, you know, keep track of the camo. No, he's very much involved. He's that fifth member 100%.
Yeah, and especially when, you know, when we saw that little video just before from the Divine Mind lads, they talked about the amount of work that they've been putting in. And Pip said that he feels like his entire team has put in the most amount of work that they possibly can. I'd imagine it's very similar on the side of the Direwolves boys. These guys have been hungry to be able to get themselves onto a LAN. I remember, you know, when they qualified for that first HCS major and they weren't able to go over to Raleigh, they were very... It was gutting. It was very hard for those boys to, you know, get the qualification, and then unfortunately they just weren't able to go due to a few circumstances. So now that they're here at the regional final, they're looking to step up, and we're going to talk about it a million times throughout the entirety of this pool play though. You need to start strong. You need to make sure that you're on the front foot. We saw what happened to Mindfreak when they started a little bit slow in their series against the Chiefs.
turn it into a 3-0 sweep. Dials, I definitely don't want that to happen.
Yeah, especially how Divine Mind were talking. You do not want to be on the back foot, especially when Pip is shooting your body like we were saying before. But I think, honestly, if Dials want to win, they just have to play aggressive, play together, maybe even do a few 3-1s. But at the end of the day, I feel like Divine Mind just have more of the slaying power.
Okay, so we feel like a little bit more of these team tactics is going to have to come in for Direwolves just because they might be lacking a little bit of that firepower.
Yeah, they're certainly going to have to stack up those 3-1 situations, as Momo pointed out. You got to stack those engagements. You can't be going in alone and getting caught out. You got to be working in the buddy system. Otherwise, Divine Minds are just going to pick you apart.
And it's going to be hard for the Direwolves to try and get that kind of sorted because obviously when you're putting yourself in those 3-1 scenarios, you are obviously being weaker on one side of the map. And we talked about the fact that Plasma seems to be one that's really on top of these map movements, making sure they're all in some really good spots. So if they understand this, these 3-1s or these 2-2, combinations are starting to run around the map, they can certainly set themselves up in good positions. We are just waiting to try and get ourselves into the game here, ladies and gentlemen. It is not just the Momo hour here, even though he does like being here on the desk. So lads, I just want to start talking about, a few more of these extra pool play matches and the way it goes. So, Momo, in your honest opinion, being an ex-pro player yourself, starting out your pool play, like obviously, finishing in second, but if you lose out pretty hardcore to the first placing team in your pool, do you still have that confidence going in the champion bracket?
I think it's more like keeping your composure and obviously talking about it overnight because it is just pool play. It is the first day. You're getting used to your setups, getting used to, your little comfy chair. It's just about you talking to each other, talking about everything and just going over the maps, saying, why did we lose this? Why did we win this? You know what I mean? Just having a close little, quick analysis on yourself and just talking about it as a team.
So it's just kind of a scenario where you just have to wait until the series is over, everyone's back at the hotel, you chill out, you vibe out, you get it sorted. That's good to know.
I mean, sometimes it can be advantage to you have the pool play matches and you stumble a little bit first. It gives you some time to really look at yourselves and what you're doing, and then you can go into the next set of the actual bracket and perform there. So if you're going to stumble, it's best to do it in the pool play.
Okay, that is a good way to start because obviously a lot of these players, everyone's going to make it towards the Saturday. I think that's the big thing for a lot of these pool play teams is, albeit if you don't get yourself a map here on the main stage, Saturday is still going to be a completely different day. That's when you're still going to be able to end out the rest of pool play, the open. One of the few teams that gets knocked out before the Sunday, it's going to be pretty bad sitting in the stands.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine even the disappointment of that extra day sitting in the stands watching what you could have been at, like your entire team, because they grinded months through this, you know what I mean? Like this wasn't just an overnight thing, and going home, with not the placing you want, it kind of sucks.
I mean, always at the end of the day, the money is always nice, but you always want the glory. You always want that.
It's the glory. It's about you're gonna get your mitts onto that trophy and lift it up, and the crowd roar. I'm getting goosebumps just thinking about it. And the players, that's what they're here. They play for. They want that glory, and they want to go, hey, when we won the biggest event in ANZ Halo history, that's what they're here for.
Exactly, and speaking of what these guys are playing for, let's go and have a look at the roadmap and see where these guys are going to be ending up towards the end of it. We're almost at the end of our first year here in Halo Infinite. The fact that we started out in November of 2021, Momo, game dropped on our laps, we got ourselves directly into the HCS, and we just started playing all these online cups, and we're able to smash it through. The Super felt like it was literally years ago at this point, Justin, the fact that it has been so long ago. But now we're finally here. We're here at the HCS Regional in DreamHack Melbourne. We're getting towards the end of it. There's only Orlando left, Momo, and then Worlds after that. So this is the best spot for these teams to really just go on land, go ham, get the dub, go into Orlando, and then hopefully to Worlds.
Yeah, exactly, honestly. The feeling of even like winning this event or even like qualifying for Orlando and having that pressure of wanting to go to Worlds. The pressure of wanting to go to Worlds is honestly like a good feeling in a way because it makes you want to do your homework more, play the game more, get on more, scrim more. But yeah, honestly, I'm incredibly excited for it.
I mean, the stakes are incredibly high currently. Yes, it would be really nice to win the regional finals, but I mean, for people in the ANZ region, it is all about getting over to NA, and we know that the NA region is the dominant region, so it's always good when you get an opportunity to kind of prove yourself as a player and go, you know what, I am one of the best and I can get there. And it's always such a great feeling for those players getting over there, getting that experience and momentum. You've done it.
I don't
What's
it?
It can't be that hard, obviously. I mean, it was simple. It just, it went to Worlds, just vibed out for a little bit. But either way, I think it is good for us to start talking about HCS Orlando because it is the best pathway for these teams to start getting into Worlds. Like, it is the final major on the roadmap heading into the World Championship. And if you want those HCS points, if you want those major placings, you have to place well here. So if you start out your day slow here in pool play, get yourself at the bottom of your group, already in the lower bracket of the championship bracket, I mean, it's going to be a tough run to get that top 3 because there is some good teams that we've got here, Momo. Like, we have, I would probably say about 5 teams that are competing for 3 spots.
100%. There's a lot of great teams. Like we said, we saw that series before, Chiefs versus Divine, Chiefs versus
Mindfreak.
Mindfreak, yes, I forgot the team. They were great teams, and you got this team up here right now, Direwolves versus Divine Mind, and there's a lot of scary teams back there.
And we haven't even seen Immunity play yet either, and I think that's going to be crazy for us to see what they can do when they get on the stage, seeing what Kit Bash can do. Hell, even see what these open bracket teams can do when they come on the stage.
Immunity's an interesting one, and I was this close to putting Immunity to win the event because it's just they got more LAN experience than anyone else. They've got more international experience than anyone else, and they just show up. I mean, you put Benno up there, and he just dominates. And I wouldn't, predictions aside, if Immunity went through and took out the event, I'd go, oh yeah, makes sense.
I mean, that's fair. That's fair. That is perfectly fair. I mean, I think at the end of the day, we should probably do, I think, different day predictions when we talk about it now, because we came into it a little bit hot and heavy when we talk about those predictions.
You just want to talk about predictions every day so you can change them.
Well, I mean, at this point, I've kind of been, I'm the host, so I don't really have an analytical brain at the end of the day.
You're the pancake on the desk, flip-flopping around.
I'm just saying, though, don't doubt Immunity.
Okay.
They've been there, they've done it multiple times.
I mean, that is true. I feel like they
You're just setting us up to talk about when you were on Immunity.
So that time when I was on Immunity.
Oh my God. Either way, we've got something special to show you guys as well. We've got these Season 2 regional bundles that are going to be floating around here as well. So obviously, they dropped a little while ago. As we can see here, ANZ1 absolutely banging. We used to be hashtag Croc
Boxing
Gang.
Kangaroo.
Now we're hashtag Boomer. A boxing kangaroo is called a boomer.
I mean, it makes sense. They're going to boom you out.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, that's what it's called. It's called a boomer. Hashtag Boomer. It's got the lightning bolt as well. Obviously, we're the best region with the way that our BR looks. Definitely looks really nice. I mean,
have you seen how swole kangaroos can get? Look it up, and they got the arms over. They look huge. They're definitely juicing.
I mean, in comparison to the other regions that we've got floating around, it definitely feels like the boxing kangaroo is really nice. So, you guys can get this in the shop as well. So, float around if you guys want to support the ANZ region, much like you guys did with the previous hashtag Croc Gang. You guys can get in, get the BR code, and get yourselves a nameplate as well as a background and an emblem as well. Super sick. I know I've definitely been floating these bad boys right now on my profile, so it's always exciting when you join an MM game and you see another person with it, you're just like, my man. It's always good.
I certainly slammed the credit card down as soon as I saw a kangaroo and an instant buy, add to cart.
I'll take
just
two.
Boom. I created 6 alt accounts and then just bought it up.
Hey, that's bannable.
I've been called out.
Either way, it's always good when we get these bundles that are floating around, especially for ANZ when we get all our juicy cosmetics in game and be able to support everybody, support the scene, especially support these wonderful players we've got here on the stage to be able to give us the best Halo Infinite they possibly can, because so far over the last 10 months, we've had some insane ups and downs when it comes to the Halo Infinite. The Super was absolutely god tier. Being able to see those guys, perform super well. Obviously, the Chiefs getting the dub off that, not dropping a single map, is kind of huge. And now going in towards the regional final, this is what these guys have all been playing for, and all the support from everybody at home certainly just fuels these guys to go forward.
Yeah, honestly, it's kind of crazy as well looking at the teams, because it feels like they're just different players on the team. It's just honestly incredible how much they just, they switch around these players playing musical chairs. But it's great seeing
your old roster mania.
Yeah, but it's great seeing them honestly improve. They're honestly, they're just getting really, really good, and they're becoming a great team.
Yeah, it's really exciting to see what these guys can do, especially after now, it's day one. We've only had one series. It hasn't really been all too much time for these teams and these players to really get acclimatized to the region right now. And we've still got 2 extra days of competition to go. So I'd imagine as soon as we start getting the championship Sunday, that's when things really start to ramp up.
Yeah, I mean, it can be a bit of a slow start sometimes, but I mean, my opinion, once you hit the LAN environment and the regional, all excuses go out the window. I mean, we talk about the online factor and all that kind of, I'm playing from New Zealand. Oh, it's 2 o'clock in the morning. Oh, my connection is bad. It's just, okay, yeah, fair enough. It's online, we get it. But in a LAN environment, there's no excuses. Oh, we didn't practice enough. Why not?
Why weren't you prioritizing your scrim time? All that kind of thing. You just got to lay all your cards out on the table in the LAN environment. And if you don't win, that's on you.
Yeah, why not, Fluke?
I mean, sometimes you just don't have a good day. You know, maybe your sock is on 3 centimeters a little bit too long.
Where's my violin? Oh, I had a bad day on LAN. It's like, get over it. You want to win or not?
I know there are certain players across certain esports that have very specific ways that they like to, you know, set themselves up at home, whether at LAN. Did you have any weird superstitions, Momo, when you played? Was it like you had a specific pair of undies you like to play, some socks, some shoes? Like, what do you vibe?
Commando for
I used to have a favorite hoodie.
Okay. Was it like a lucky hoodie or just a favorite hoodie you liked
I think it was like a lucky hoodie, but it didn't look too good. But I used to wear it at every event. I don't know why. It was just more like I already wore it once, so if I won that event, maybe I'll win the next one. It didn't really work out.
He never washed it. It was just like
it was the same
Momo
sweat and tears on the same hoodie.
What about you, Justin? Did you have anything that you know, kind of ritualized?
Pre-game rituals, not really. Actually, a bit of a cheeky froth before a game was always something that I enjoyed. Probably why I was never a very good player. But I mean, those rituals, they can be important, and you
does star jumps and handstands.
That is true. He did some handstands. That was pretty important.
I actually heard that one of the things that players sometimes struggle with is playing in shoes. They're sitting at home, they got the track pants on, so they wear socks,
shoes on
and they get up and they just kick the shoes off, and it's like it's a bit weird.
Taking their shoes off?
Yeah, well, the only thing that you want to stink on the main stage is your feet, not your gameplay. So, you know, whatever gets you comfortable.
I mean, as long as nobody gooses for the entire event, I think they're going to be A-okay.
There'll be one.
Oh, okay. Momo's calling at least one goose egg for the entirety of it. Either way, we talked about these guys playing for something. These guys are playing for a spot at HCS Orlando, and that being the best way to get themselves to Worlds. We've got ourselves a little hype video for us to talk about.
Lead here for Optic Gaming of 1. Brendan applying pressure right to the spawners. Oh, this is a pivotal moment in this game, and the Rockets could decide everything. He misses the beat down, he snaps up. Oh my God! Wobbling them wigs is an overkill. Normal game.
You guys can get your tickets to HCS Orlando if you guys want to fly all the way over to the States and support our wonderful friends from ANZ. They're going to be over there. We're still going to have 3 teams by the end of this weekend. Going to be making all the way to HCS Orlando. Final major on the roadmap there, Momo. And also, the best way for these guys to get to Worlds. This is literally the one-stop shop if these guys want to make it.
Yeah, I'm getting flashbacks. Can I compete again? Like any of these teams making roster changes, I'll gladly jump on a team.
I mean,
right
do we
now.
have a controller down here for Momo to plug in? I don't actually have anything just yet. But either way, you know, I mean, it's kind of crazy that it literally is a direct line from here. You're going to get yourself into Orlando. You do well over at Orlando. Get yourself into Worlds. So, like, Justin, this is literally do or die. 3 days for these guys to finish off their year, because if you don't get the top 3 here, your year's kind of done.
Of course, all the players are focused on the regional, like the here and now, but I'd love to talk to them after this event and find out what are their plans. Because if you get sent over to Orlando, you get all of that LAN experience. And it's like, hey guys, are you planning on extending your stay in North America to get more practice up? Because you can just level up so quickly. You acclimatize to the players that you're playing against. And you know what? It could be a perfect opportunity. Get a little bit of a team house going over in the States, and then you're going to be ready for Worlds.
Get to say hi to Barcode as well.
Yeah, Barcode's there. Maybe get an autograph.
I mean, that'd be sick. I mean,
I'm sure Barcode's got a basement they can move into.
He just says, all right, boys, here we go.
Living up in the G2.
Just gonna call it G3 at this point. Just
G4,
G4, G5,
level up,
whatever you guys want to call it. But either way, it is kind of crazy that, you know, that's something we haven't really spoken to the players about, right? Is, you know, what does it look like for these guys at the end of the year? Like, how many of these players are, you know, gonna call it quits after this regional if they don't get the top 3? Like, how many players are gonna roster changes as we go in towards Orlando? Like, what does Worlds really kind of look like? It is kind of crazy that these players have to look so far in the future, right, Momo? Especially because right here and now, this is the most important tournament they're going to play if they want to play the rest of the year. But they still also do have to try and look a little bit deeper into the future.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to be honest with one of them, though. Whoever qualifies to Worlds, if Barcode's over there playing for NA, can I please see some body shooting, some teabagging? Let him know that he betrayed our region, all right? Like, I'm sick of this. Like, why'd you betray us, man? Like, we're out here, we're going for blood, and I hope you boys actually turn up over there.
Oh, that'd be sick.
But it's all banter between us. I mean, ANZ reason we're a tight-knit bunch, and you're shooting bodies. That's what you do. I mean, I jump into a matchmaking game, go like neg 15, but if I get a kill and it's like, a Barcode, how do you like that one, mate? And he was like, yeah, you went neg 15, mate. And I was like, yeah, but you see the way I outplayed you, and it's like, you cleaned me up with a grenade. And it's like, outplayed.
Absolutely outplayed, outshot, out everything here. And lads, we are out of a little bit of time here. We're going to go to a quick break, ladies and gentlemen. The podcast on the HCS has finished. On the other side of this, though, we're going to have some Halo for you guys to talk about. Divine Mind and Dire Wolves here for the first match of Pool A.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. There's always something new to discover in Melbourne's hive of creative laneways, from an ever-changing outdoor gallery of street art to hidden boutiques and hole-in-the-wall cafes and bars. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
Halo fans, welcome to the greatest region on the planet. It is time for the ANZ HCS Super. It has been a long time for us to get here, and I'm super excited to see what our wonderful players are able to put on display for you guys. It's not just going to be me here in this wonderful studio. I'm going to have two handsome gentlemen going to be joining me by my side today. I've got InManiac and Bluey here. Lads, we're here, we're together in a studio, and we get 3 full days of wonderful Halo. We had 2 full qualifiers that got us into 10 teams that were joining us here for the 3 full days of competition. We've got 50,000 USD for these guys to play for, and a spot in the Kansas Major. We've got a whole lot of Halo for us to look at today.
Not beating around the bush, you've got the Chiefs in there, and none of the teams that are in Pool A have been able to touch them.
And we're going to be getting into our first series of pool play. It is going to be the Direwolves and Deathruptor fans.
Collapsed on that garage setup. Nice little fly-in, but he does get back smacked. I want to see the battle of the Titans here. Vamp versus Junior. Oh, it's 2v1. Back-to-back insanity coming out from this squad right now.
Vamp with the
triple. Arcade. Vamp with a triple, massive for him. Overkill!
Divine Minds and Team Immunity, whichever team comes out on top of this series is going to be sitting nice and pretty at the top of their group.
Divine Mind, they need to get into their heads. They need to get them to stumble right there as the finish line.
Kill C, go.
NC one.
Dead.
One more. Half.
Divine Mind, they are here to play. What a decisive series for Divine Mind.
That's what you get. If you try to blacklist us, that's what you get. You actually motivate us to actually play better. So that's what happens.
Final series done and dusted. This is how we do end up. We know everyone's going to be sitting in the championship brackets, and the way that these guys have been able to perform across this last day has been insane. And now we finally be able to figure out how our championship bracket is going to look.
Brand new day, and I think even more intensity is going to come today, right? Because this is where these players really need to hit the ground running, boots on ground, going full pelt.
It's our next series. They're going up against BBR.
One shot on us, and then the one on shot. Better.
Answering back to everything that BBR is putting out. Pip's a man that you don't tend to see on the Slayer card, just given that
off the start, which is pretty rough. Hoping for a little bit more. Pip's there, showing us how it's done with the assault rifle. He goes for a double one as well. Look at the drops. Look how clean this is. May have actually been reset. I saw 2 players there from BBR go down. Ball's bottom mid. It was picked up, but instantly dropped. Pip gets the triple to get that final point.
We have Divine Mind. Well, they have their eyes set on the #1 spot. Flags currently. Benno. Reversal double kill for him. Currently, he looks and sees Berserk there. He's already down. And Flex Rain's double kill for Voltage. He might get rewarded with a camo kill. Triple kill.
But you can see there only 1 point required for Team Immunity to make it into the grand final. It's going to be Voltage, the champions of the region, the #1 team in Australia and New Zealand.
This is a recap for our weekend. This championship bracket has been giving us a whole lot of twists and turns, but at the end of the day here, Bluey, Chiefs and Divine Mind going to that grand final, we wouldn't have had it any other way.
Yeah, it's what we kind of all expected coming into this one.
Divine Mind sending the Wolves packing, and they're here to play, eyes on the prize, and Direwolves didn't know what hit them.
Look, you just can't blacklist people, man. You can't talk shit. You can't just talk. If you talk the talk, you got to walk the walk.
Ladies and gentlemen, strap in and grab your popcorn. We're in for a hell of a show.
Imagine the communication that was going on between them there, and exactly this man doing it to Team Immunity right now on his own. He's going to take.
Smart play here, patient.
Here we
goes
go.
for the back smack. Should be
Here
an
we
easy
go.
double.
Shot, both one shot the boxes there.
Nice touch. Nice kills here off the rip. It is hitting. Coming back into it, we're ready to get into the matchup, of course, Bluey. It's going to be an interesting one. Divine Mind taking on Direwolves. Last time these 2 teams played on it was actually this year in New Zealand at Armageddon. It came down to a single kill. 49-50, Divine Mind take it on Slayer Catalyst in map 5. But you know who was standing in for Divine Mind for that tournament? It was Jordan, who is now a member of the Direwolves. So maybe some inside knowledge coming into this Direwolves roster.
You know what, Panda? It's very funny that you mentioned that, especially with the Armageddon Expo. I think this is probably the most New Zealand esports representation that we've had, especially in a shooter for a very, very long time. This is where you should feel at home right now, right? This is where you should be.
I mean, there's going to be 5 of us on broadcast. You take that where you can. But yeah, look, I mean, coming into this matchup, there's a lot of talk on the desk. You know, Pip sitting on the end there for Divine Minds. but you look at the other side of the coin. Direwolves have Circle sitting on the end. I mean, those are probably two of the most vocal players you'll ever get in the LAN environment. So I'm expecting some yelling, I'm expecting some noise, and yeah, I think they hit the nail on the head. I'm expecting a lot of body shots.
Yeah, if you're looking for a bit of trash talk, especially because there are so many NZ folks in this game, it's definitely going to be coming in this one here. You know, we talk about sort of like how you mentioned the star-studded players that we have on both teams, but I just want to say that Direwolves as a whole are really the strongest as they've been in a very, very long time. You know, with that fill in Jordan, they're looking very, very strong.
And then, of course, going into the first matchup, of course, Bazaar. It was an interesting one between Chiefs and Mindfreak. It was very accelerated through the mid portion of the map. Once Chiefs actually got themselves a foothold, they just ramped it through, and Mindfreak sort of just trying to scramble to try and contest. Going into this matchup, I would expect something similar. I mean, Divine Mind have been the favourite the entirety of this split. They filled that gap that the Chiefs post Barcode sort of left. But Direwolves, they're a scrappy roster. They are ones that could do damage. So I'm expecting, like they said on LAN, Momo was talking all about it, the LAN diff here for the Direwolves coming into this matchup. And it looks like we're already into it, rocking and ready to go. The Rocket's in play. Flag already contested before we get to it.
You know, flag already being in play. It's exactly what we would expected from Divine Mind, as they, of course, are very, very aggressive team. It's actually in the hands of Direwolves right now as they rotated through palm trees quite quickly and securing kill after kill. We did see for a brief moment there Direwolves were, in fact, 3 down. It's going to take a lot of outslaying to make sure they can get this flag past the halfway point. So much pressure coming in from the members of Divine Mind, and it looks like they are not going to let up.
I mean, talk about 8 slaying. We got to the map. There was 8 kills already for the Direwolves. Yeah. That's not the team that I would expect to come out of the gate swinging, but they're doing just that. Plasma, though, does get the kill on Berserker. They find some way to shut down this roster. Divine Mind, they've recouped their losses and they're back ready to go.
We've had a ton of pre-game talk, especially from Momentum, you know, mentioning that he was teaming with Balls. You know, he's had a lot of experience with the Direwolves members in the past, and exactly what you just said before, Pen, you wouldn't expect Direwolves from the break of any map, especially a CTF Bazaar, to come out of it so strong.
And I mean, we've talked about Chiefs post-Barcode. This is Direwolves post-Dino. And look, Dino, he's not had a great day so far. Direwolves looking to try and prove that it's not Dino that brought them together. They are still a capable roster in their own right. Flag has been pulled out. Pip's the man to provide that overwatch in Palm Tree. Wants to make sure his team can carry that cap on through.
Right now, Divine Mind just playing it safe with this flag pull as Pips once again reaches for it, grabs it, manages to take it on balcony. The drop down comes just as that timing for OS as well, but he doesn't quite get the pop on it. 4 members for Divine Mind go down all over OS.
So those predictions are looking a bit shoddy at the moment.
Let's cut the VOD. We're not talking about that.
Look, I personally back Divine Mind. They got slammed. Maybe it's that caster curse coming into it. But right now, Direwolves are having an absolute heater here. Look, finally, Circle's on the board. He's got his 1 kill. He takes Pips down, leaving Rated the only player without a kill.
In that particular instance, I feel like Divine Mind was just looking to have their cake and eat it too, both juggling the flag, trying to get OS. It just proved to be too much for them. They went 4 down, got a little bit of space, but Direwolves, you know, trying to come back swing. They go down 3 in this moment, and now they're the ones pushed back into their base. So it's very back and forth between these teams.
I mean, competitively, Divine Mind, one of the best slaying teams in ANZ at the moment. But that can also be their downfall as we see the Rockets coming into play. Sways doesn't need any defensive gadgetry. He's got his battle rifle. That's good enough for him. And like I was saying, Slays, they're great at it, but it can be their undoing because they just get too invested in killing.
Yeah, focusing on the macro of the game, especially CTF Bazaar, is so important. You know, you need to keep your eyes on the prize. The prize being that flag that entire time, of course. So yes, you can be an incredible team slaying, but we've seen other teams fumble this before. They get too focused on the slaying game. They're not paying attention to those spawn drills all too often. They get counter-slayed, and then all the ground that they've taken through those kills is just lost.
Sway's making a run for the Direwolves flag, gets it off the podium, down to where Pips got it last time. It was their reset, of course, but he's going one further. He's getting it out towards Market, and a lot of trouble as Bald unit shuts him down. Direwolves' resistance is ferocious.
Direwolves, of course, one of the players that we've pointed to a lot being a Star Slayer for DW here is Vamped, and look at him right now. 9 kills, 5 assists, only 4 deaths as well. He's got the OS. You can see him cross-mapping there, trying to escape with his life. And a little bit of overshield in the back pocket as well. Unfortunately, he does go down, and 2 of his team members do as well. This could be the opportunity Divine Mind has needed.
Pips with the 1-2 combo. Bulldog into the back smack. Another player off the board for Direwolves. He's hunting for Jordan, former teammate at that Armageddon LAN, and shuts him down too. And it seems like Divine Mind have gained some control back here.
This is exactly the kind of push, the kind of momentum that they need. They just need to get a couple of kills right now in Direwolf's base, make sure that they can secure that flag or at least get a little bit of positioning. Just as we're saying that, 2 members go down as well. Zirkle taking shots, just playing for his life with Jordan in hand. They do go down, so now it appears that, yes, Divine Mind do have that footing that we were talking about before.
I mean, that was dangerously close to a kill tacular. At least it was a killing spree. Sway's just found 5 unanswered, and they're going to start the run because of it. He takes it in hand, decides he wants to do it himself, in trouble. Gets it through the double doors before he falls. This is not a great spot for the Direwolves.
This is a fantastic run. Honestly, I don't know how Sway's managed to stay alive for as long as he did, just running that flag. He was one shot for God knows how many seconds there, but it feels like this is the run to indeed put them up 1 flag in this particular map. Well done for Divine Mind.
They take the lead. I mean, honestly, in a map like Bazaar, that's all you really need. We've seen so many maps just end 1-0
now we're going to watch a Slayer game, ladies and gentlemen.
But I mean, it's Sways. He continuously does this. You see, on the likes of Streets, Oddball, on the rip, straight in for the objective, straight in for the rockets. He does this little head tuck. He runs through, makes sure he's looking at his feet, and he avoids the headshot. And it's just, I mean, he's proved time and time again why he is among the best in the region.
I love what Plasma's been doing right now, just using the commando, and he's not going for those kills. He's not going for a 7-shot perfect. He's just looking for tickle damage. He's just looking to be annoying. Look what he's doing to Balls right now. Balls has no other option to run back into Trench.
I mean, you look at this roster for Divine Mind. Sways, he's a Rottweiler, he's hungry, he's looking for kills. Plasma, he's like a Jack Russell Terrier. He's looking for those little bits of chip damage to set up his teammate. He's notorious for the remote detonation as well.
Sways is going to pick up 3 here. Another double kill nearly on the board. Does unfortunately get taken down by Jordan. Rockets in the hands of Pips as he is lurking around Direwolf's bar. He's going to pick up 1 rocket kill here. Still has 1 in the bank, and he's going to go for it, keeping his life in tow. No shields right now. He's going to catch these thruster spawns. With the help of Plasma, 3 members of Divine Mind now in the Direwolves base, making a run through Palms.
I mean, we saw in that first match of the day, it was scrappy to start. You know, Mindfreak and Chiefs both got a flag on the board, and it's sort of the bold. No, Divine Mind out-coordinating, out-maneuvering, out-fragging this Direwolves roster despite the effort. Sways is 18 kills deep, and we've just got under 5 minutes to go.
Look at the score lines between both of those teams as well. The Slayer game very much in favour of Divine Mind right now. Direwolves falling a little bit behind. They do get the recap as their flag was positioned down near Market. Looking to back up Pips here, who was 1-shot. Plasma going 1-shot himself as he tries to take on 2. Does get felled. 2 for 2 on both sides. And I don't know, Panda, looking at this right now, do we kind of see that momentum shift where you do in fact just see these CTF Bazaar games in particular just turn into Slayer matches for the next 5 minutes?
I mean, especially on Bazaar, it's so hard to connect the flag once the cap goes down, unless you're the Chiefs, unless you're playing Mindfreak, unless it's absolute chaos. But right now, I mean, it's just exactly that. They've got their flag cap. That's all they need. They can rely on their Slay game, which is one of the best in this region. For a reason, we hype it up. I mean, you look at Sways alone, 20 bomb already.
20 bomb for Sways. Looking to do a little dance here as he's fighting for his life for OS, and he does get back up. Does get picked from, I believe that was Bar or Catwalk. Yes, I think it was, as Jordan makes his run for it as well. Looking with this fight right now, Jordan does manage to secure that OS, but he's taking so much damage from the shock grenades as well. Shots ring out across the map as we see another entrance from the members of Direwolves.
Looking for their turn halfway through that first layer of the overshield. Finds the finisher onto Sways. Looking for more former teammates of that Armageddon land being shredded by the BR. Out on the flag platform, he's forced back for now. Bald's there to support. They're looking to clear this base out. Pips goes down. A double kill for Jordan. Vamped on the objective.
Good stuff from the boys of Direwolves. That OS. quickly. 10 to 15 seconds, I believe, as Plasma goes down as well. Jordan just being an absolute menace right now outside of Bar, as he's assisting his teammates in pulling that flag as well. Such a good run.
I mean, that was seconds away from the reset. He does go down, but he's got it through the double doors. That's key for the Direwolves if they want to keep themselves in this matchup, of course, going into the final 3. But it looks like the afterburners might have been hit here. Divine Minds rapidly taking down Direwolves. The nade, the double up combo from the ball unit himself. He throws it back, but it's only about a meter as he does die to the nade spam as well. Looking at the drop down. Sway's here!
No!
He's trying to deny. They want this reset. They don't want this tied up.
Vamp successfully winning that 1v1 there might have been crucial for them as 3 members of Direwolves come up, meaning that this flag is fully supported. We are going 1-1 in this CTF Bazaar. Outstanding from the boys of Direwolves. Very well executed.
I mean, this is looking more and more like it's an OT matchup. Vamp for the first, looking for Pips. Can he find him to rotate down? The double kill. He's still got plenty of shields, but unfortunately he meets his end at the hands of Sways. Rated, picking up that over shield. He's surrounded. Does he? No, I don't think he got it down.
This is a crucial moment right now for the members of Direwolves. As they do secure that OS, Zirkle nearly going down to the electricity there from the Dynamo grenades. As a bit of a spawn kill could potentially come out on Rated here. He does manage to get out of his life with that thruster in tow. Spawns for members of Divine Mind coming out on their flag bridges. Ball just decides to fall back to his teammate. 2 members of Direwolves go down right now. This is a very risky flag play.
We hit the 90-second mark here, now remaining Bluey, and this is about as close as you could possibly get in a matchup of this caliber on LAN as well. Sways drops Vamp, 2 players down for Dials, mean they're at the disadvantage. Pips on the objective though, he's trying to hold off his own flag platform. The aggression coming through! The scattergunner as well to come in.
Sorry, as soon as one goes down, they have more backup, and Rated does secure that kill, immediately being felled by Zirkle. There's so many pushes that can be made right now, but with all these members going down one after another, there's so little time ticking down.
Zirkle, he needs this kill onto Pips to open up the flag run, but no, he can't connect the shots, and all of a sudden, everything's delayed. Pips goes down, they find themselves a follow-up kill. 50% of the players off the board, rather, for Divine Mind, and out in market with 30 seconds remaining. We're getting dangerously close to overtime.
30 seconds in tow. Flag needs to be secured. A grenade rings out to Pips. It's not enough damage to be taken out. Jordan trying to ring out as many shots as he can, but we're seeing so many members of Direwolves go down, and that is 4. That should mark, with this Divine Mind push, a successful return and the possibility of going into overtime, unless this is one right now from Sways, as the members of Divine Mind manage to grab the flag. We have a 3-man run as Balls is spotted, spawning in their Mangler, running it out right now on their catwalk. OS and Rockets both up. This is a determining factor. Sways in the backline, ringing out damage on Jordan, looking to try and secure those nades. A killing spree and a double kill as well. Does get felled, and yes, ladies and gentlemen, the time ticks down. We are going into OT.
Direwolves, they breathe. They breathe. That's exactly what they wanted.
I need to breathe as well, honestly.
Divine Mind. Look, I think they kind of wanted that. You can see they just throw out the flag into the open, just baiting out a couple of kills, looking for the stats at the end of the day. But now we go into overtime. Golden point here on Bazaar CTF, and already it's just chaos. It's just led the Rockets in the hands of Sways. 2 in the tube. What can he find with it? He's got the grapple as well. He's on the hunt. Ball! He's got the overshitter from Zirkle, but Jordan shuts down 2.
Jordan using that OS just to keep himself alive. 3 members of Direwolves there collapsing onto Pips as 3 members of DM go down. Briefly a 4-man down as 2 of them just came up from spawns. We do see a back flag spawn for Dire Mind and a rotation into bar from Direwolves.
Sways, he's got the 30 bomb. Jordan's a 1 away from. So you look at the investment so far. Vamped, he gets traded out as Pips falls. They're looking to try and get in, control the objective, but Divine Mind find a flurry. Jordan gets raided, but it's just no one getting away with that kill scot-free.
Back and forth, just beat down for beat down, kill for kill. That's what you love to see in these situations. It just sort of shows, obviously we are in overtime now, but how closely knit, and I would almost say, Panda, surprisingly both of these teams are, especially on a CTF Bazaar.
I mean, look, coming into it, Direwolves was 4th seed. Everyone just sort of wrote them off, and now they're coming in going toe-to-toe with what is arguably the best team in the region, looking to make that push on through. Direwolves find some big openings. Pips the last alive. This could be their opportunity.
Jordan absolutely slaying out of his mind right now. 32 and 21, only 7 assists to his name. You can't say he's playing a bit scrappy, or is he just winning all of his 1v1s?
Yeah, I mean, look, understandable. I mean, Balls at the moment having a lot of those assists. That's his role for this team. He sets up his teammates for those kills, for the objective plays. Things coming through. He's feeding the info. Vamp traded out with Plasma as well. This is the scrappiest CTF match point I've seen.
I know, there's so much just frantic action going on back and forth. It seems like every time a player secures a kill, they get taken out themselves, which means there's no space to be made. It's so scrappy, so destructive time after time. Even then, just the BR falling at Commando door. We do see Sways right now with the grapple hook, making for an overshield play. So there's a lot of space to be made. The first melee doesn't connect. He's going to get shredded. Unfortunately, that is not the kind of overshield play that you need to make in a situation like that.
They push him into the corner. They take his wallet and his phone. Right now, though, Direwolves have lost members, which means Divine Mind might just be able to make that play for the flag to close this out. It's off the podium. The run begins.
Pips running the flag right now, has support from Raided as well as Jordan. You can see coming from behind, gets taken out. A 4-shot from Raided. Beautiful stuff from him. Vamps looking to try and defend. Double kill. Killing spree once again for Raided as he seems to be on a tear. The triple stolen from him. I'm sure there'll be some words of that after the game.
They've cut off the rotates. Look, 3 of them are spawning in from their own base. It's just a full send. And they run it home. Direwolves unfortunately learned the lesson. If you're going to swing for the Kings, you better make sure they stay down.
You know, Direwolves, although Divine Mind do take that away from them, the aggression that Direwolves was displaying there, how quickly they were just on the members of Divine Mind over and over again, making sure that they traded blow for blow. Very impressive stuff. And again, I think that especially Momo right now would be watching that game and going, this is not the Direwolves that I'm used to seeing.
No, he would have gone and said, I would have won that.
Yeah,
Cut the inbox,
I would have won that
controller.
piv. That 4-shot would have been mine.
But, I mean, look, you're coming into it. We're going on to the map. The map where it all happened at Armageddon. Slayer on Catalyst. It came down to 49-49. Sways was the one to pull the trigger. He gets traded out, but he gets the kill first. He wins the map. Right now, Direwolves, I would say, are slaying on the same level as Divine Mind.
You know, we have seen in the past as well, Direwolves come out on Slayer Catalyst maps and perform very, very well. It's almost as if they take advantage of sort of the unknown elements that play into Catalyst. Particularly, we've seen Balls just grab the skewer and go on rip and tear sort of scenario. So leading up to this, you know, do you think that they truly have it in them to take this Slayer map?
I mean, you just have to look at the numbers that Jordan put up. He was having an insane game, formerly playing with the Divine Mind roster in that LAN as well. He has been, I mean, we talked about, there's been a lot of discussion, you know, which team got the raw end of the deal? Was it Mindfreak receiving Dino or Direwolves receiving Jordan? Everyone said, you know, Direwolves, they got the raw end of that deal. They got Jordan, Dino leaves. But if Jordan's putting up numbers like this, given how that first match played out, I reckon they got a pretty sweet deal.
Yeah, Jordan historically has been a very, very strong individual player in his own right, and there's potential here that maybe he just needed to join a roster that was really going to support his ability to sort of control the map, control the sandbox, everything within it in order to support his teammates as much as possible. I feel like, especially a player of his caliber, just bathes. He loves it when these games are as frantic and chaotic as the one that we just witnessed.
And I mean, if I remember correctly, he's qualified for the FFA in Orlando. I'm pretty sure he picked up that first spot. So, I mean, you've got a Slayer of that caliber going toe-to-toe with Sways, who is arguably the FFA king. But Sways didn't qualify for the FFA, did he?
No. Not, you know, and we saw that sort of slaying power go before. And maybe it's, again, we've spoken about this so much in our sort of pre-game ambles, but the LAN buff. How much does that play privy to how these players are performing right now? I think I've spoken a couple of times to Momentum about how he believes Direwolves are as a team when it comes to LAN, and that they're a different beast. They're complete monsters when it comes to this scenario, so it's nothing that they're not used to. All of these players on this roster are so comfortable, especially in LANs. These big stages, these lights, they revel in it. They love it.
Yeah, I mean, they just seem to be thriving off the adversity of it all. Everyone's written them off throughout this split. They then come in, they were, I mean, that close to taking the map out against Divine Mind there. So going into this matchup, yeah, look, there might be a bit of PTSD about that Armageddon LAN, but this is their chance to prove that they are not a write-off team. They are one that deserves to stand amongst the top 3 and go to Orlando.
I've said it again, Direwolves historically have performed actually very strongly on this map. They seem to just Love the fact that it's so chaotic, it's so frantic. You can take these long angles where you can just really support each other with the team shots as much as possible. And just as I say that, a member of Divine Mind is the first one to fall.
Sway's dead. They pick up the overshield though, so at least they trade Sway's life for that key bit of utility. Unfortunately, Jordan, he's unleashed right now. He's looking for kills, traded out by Sway's once again. So it is a short-lived run of mayhem.
Short-lived run indeed. I think between these two teams, because of how evenly matched they were before, it is going to be a very slow, methodical game that we're probably in for, as we can see so many members of Divine Mind sort of falling back on each other. Pips held on to that overshield for the longest time possible, I believe, making sure to not get it shredded off of him as much as he could. The members of Direwolves also all sticking together. You can see Jordan on an off angle right now, just gathering as much intel as possible, calling out to his teammates. But Direwolves, you can see where they're positioned on the map. They're not budging.
Yeah, there's so much rotational momentum developed here on a map like Catalyst, being able to rotate around the map, play around those key spawns, play around that key utility coming into play. But I mean, look at it. How far are we into this map already? This is a 4-3 game.
Like I said before, Panda, I think we're in for a long one. Both of these teams choosing not to play as frantically as possible, choosing to stick together as much as they can. We do see a bit of a pinch play coming up as Rated should be able to clean this up, and yes, he does. Takes down Bald as well. Vamped on the back end of Pip. Zirkle is the one to clean him up. Do see grenades flying out from across the map. Jordan picking up Rated there, and the skewer is in the hands of Jordan, you know. Love it or hate it, this gun could be a tide turner.
A skewer and a grappling hook, so he's got a lot of movement capability here. Spamming the nades, spots out one, he's going to go for it. He takes down Sways with the skewer.
There we go, that's what we love to see. Put him on a pipe, Jordan. You've been putting on a show so far. Don't let the slowness of the skewer stop you now. I'm sure it's very heavy carrying that thing in your team as well, but unfortunately you do go down as he tries to grapple that OS, and that was not in his favor.
He also tried to shoot it with the skewer first, so like, I don't know if he's trying to pin it in place so it couldn't get away, but that is another overshield in the hands of Divine Mind. Plasma looking to put it to work. He spotted Jordan. He knows his resistance, though. They've burnt through a lot of it.
Half of it goes down already, more than half, in fact, as Vamp's putting in so much damage right now. Has to reload his gun, in fact. Plasma, a little phase there is what actually happened. Honestly, mate, we're looking at it, we're a bit confused as well.
I just noticed, we saw the handoff. Sways is a huge advocate of the plasma rifle and the plasma pistol. He has consistently talked about plasma rifle. Guys need to get onto this. It's such an OP weapon because you can just spray through someone's shield and murk them. So then we just saw the handoff. Plasma gave it to Sways, knowing full well that he can put it to work.
Sways has historically been a massive advocate of using the sandbox as much as possible, you know. As you said, using the plasma rifle there, the plasma pistol too, the needler, we've seen him sort of swing around a couple of times. So it's going to be really good to see if he can sort of take advantage of this, use it in these very situational sort of locations where you are stuck in these corridors of the map. We do see a bit of a collapse from Divine Mind come out here. They take out 3, I believe that was, at one point. Vamp goes down as well, and they're being pushed back quite hard right now.
Rated takes down 3 on his lonesome. The rest of the team was just sort of there helping chip along. Puts him up to the 7-5 scoreline. He sits on currently Bald from below. Spots out Sways and Pips. It's going to be a kill double going the way of Divine Mind. Pips on the hunt. He wants this. He wants this so desperately, but he's shut down, unfortunately. But for a moment there, Zirkle was the last alive.
Zirkle would be the last alive as he's just sort of positioned himself across the other side of the map as the rest of his teammates come to spawn up. We do see Divine Mind very eager on the push there. And we, again, this is super interesting. We've seen them split both times when Direwolves have sort of placed themselves in the back of the base. Pips picking himself a double kill, does go down by Balls in that moment. Zirkle running for his life, does get taken down by Sways. The members of Direwolves, this passive sort of, we're going to spawn in the back of the base, we're going to sit there, try to bait out Divine Mind as much as possible, is not working in their favor. Vamp gets a back smack, a Killjoy as well. Plasma picking up kill after kill against his name as well. Divine Mind just playing so fast, so aggressive. Direwolves need to find a counter as soon as they can.
I mean, this hasn't been the most accelerated game. They're just slowly trickling in, but we already see Divine Mind having crossed the halfway mark. They are 6 kills clear of Direwolves at the moment. Sways, the 1-2 combo, takes down Zirkle. Luckily, Direwolves have Vamp in position. He can capitalize and take it down. Vamp coming up, looking for that sort of platform play, but no, it's only going to be the trade.
Trade comes out. 2 members of Divine Mind go down in that exchange. Bald and friends making a little rotation here over Ivy's side, looking to pick up... unfortunately, though, they won't be looking to pick up that energy sword. as we do see members of the Direwolves crew try to collapse in as much as possible, but it just doesn't seem, every time they go for these plays where they just try to get a little bit of footing in, try to break the hold that Divine Mind have, they're just never successful.
Sways is such an enigma. He's an incredibly skilled mechanical player. But there's no hesitation. As soon as he decides he wants to do something, he is going to commit to it 100%. Win or lose, he is going in. And the fact that he makes it work as often as he does is terrifying if you're an opponent.
A player like Sways is just, how did Momo put it before? He's a hold forward player. It's very scary when you get one of those players in their element and you have the rest of the team sort of supporting them as much as possible. They become very hard to shut down because if you're taking them out themselves, then you still have, 2, 3 other members of their team to deal with.
I mean, the guy is a one-man full court press. It's like Pip said in the interview, if he's going to send it, he's going. We don't know where he is, but he's finding
And
kills.
they're always backing him up as well. We do see Jordan drop down the bridge right now, grabs at OS. This could be sort of tide-turning right now for Direwolves as they are catching up to that scoreline. It was bloated out a little bit there, but we are seeing kills 4 more in the favor of Direwolves. Good call out there, a ping from Zirkle. Lighting up those enemies on Divine Mind. Jordan calling them out as well. Still has a little bit less than half of his overshield ringing through. It does sort of burn out more and more as time goes on. Not a lot of use of it comes out apart from those cross-map shots, which did keep him alive as much as possible. But a lot of collapsing coming out from Direwolves right now. And this is how they should have started off their early game.
I mean, the last time, like I said, on this map, on land, in Slayer, the reason that Direwolves lost is they were trying to rotate and burn an overshield. That's what we've just seen Divine Minds do. They time it perfectly, they burn it out. Jordan no longer has that. The double up push onto him is going to be the kill they need to extend that gap by 2, and all of a sudden they take control back.
There was no way Jordan was getting out of that alive. Let's just say that for a fact. Balls gets picked up near top ramp as well. Sways, once again, whipping around the map with that grapple hook. We've seen him have it a couple times. Does have the plasma rifle with the pulse carbine in tow as well. Does get taken down. 2 members of Divine Mind go down for 1 member of Direwolves. They're both up now, and a drop comes in from Zirkle, looking to take a pick on Plasma, but the grenade does take him out. Grenades on both sides. So much damage to try and compensate for.
Then straight at the bottom of that platform there at Zirkle's feet, and there's nothing he can do to avoid the damage. Looking for the shots on Sways and Divine Mind. They're happy to slow this one down, knowing full well that the clock will force Direwolves to make the play. And more often than not, that situation, the play you make is not the one you need.
That being said, look at what Direwolves is doing right now. It's not necessarily a play that I've agreed with, but they're looking just to opt for, okay, we'll play a little bit slower, we'll play a little bit more patiently. And the damage that they're actually ringing out cross-map is a lot to compete with right now for the members of Divine Mind, especially when you have 3 members of Direwolves all focusing in on you at the same time.
I mean, the thing is, though, they do great chip damage, but there's no one there to capitalize and finish off. Another trade coming through, which will always work for the team ahead on Slays right now. Long-range shots are rated onto Jordan. It's enough to just deter, but look, 2 more back, and all of a sudden, going into the final stretch, we're tied up, and Direwolves take the lead.
Zirkle making the push of that overshield then. He didn't care how much was burned in that particular moment. He just wanted to secure the kill. Has the grapple hook in tow as well. Calls out Plasma, sees 2 members potentially there, but has to face Raided now. Does get taken down. 2 members of Direwolves get thrown around as well. 44-44. We're all tied up as now Direwolves the one taking the lead as Jordan in the back line. We're seeing so many kills come out back and forth. Only 1 kill the difference for Direwolves.
Direwolves happy to trade it out continuously, because if that happens, they're the one that takes the map. It's, well, a single kill game at the moment. 3 needed for Direwolves, 4 for Divine Minds. You can see grouping up. This is a full 4-man push. This is Death Ball Halo at its finest. And you can see a couple of Keybits utility spawning up soon. That skewer not far off. And I mean, a gun like that can be the difference maker.
Zirkle right now pushed out a little bit far from the rest of his teammates on Vine's side, probably just trying to scout for as much information as possible. The game has slowed down so much. Vamp's trying to take on a cross-map battle right now. Both players back down. Raided and Vamped, both players back down. We see 2 members of Divine Mind position, just looking at that Ivy side hall. So slow the game has become there, though.
But this is where Divine Mind thrive. They look for the coin to drop. As soon as that drops, they make the play. Win or lose, they're going to commit to it fully. So this could be all they need. This is 4-on-4.
teams on the opposite side. I mean, we can see the rotation coming out right now. All 4 members of Direwolves sticking together like they're all in a clown car about to emerge, potentially on the members of Divine Mind. But Divine Mind it just feels like they have them on the back foot a little bit. Potentially playing for these power-ups right now. Ball's running for the OS. Jordan picks up a kill on Pips. 2 more kills left for Direwolves. It looks like that OS would have been secured by Balls. Yes, it was. As he pulls in, 1 more kill left to go. Balls taking the BR fight. Gonna need his teammate to follow up on it as 2 members taken down. This looks like it should be it.
No!
Oh, wait, what happened? That's it. Divine Mind secure the kill as that Repulse almost saved their chances. Man!
It looked like they lost the opportunity, but luckily, you know, in the back lines, all the intention was there. They just sneak in, find the 1 kill they need. We can hear the boys on stage getting a bit vocal there. But, I mean, I take it back again, that Armageddon land. Direwolves lost because they were trying to burn the overshield, trying to burn time, rotate around and get away from Divine Mind. They misplayed that, gave Sways the opening, and of course Divine Mind won. This time, they make the right play. They burn the time, bait Divine Minds into an overextension, and punish hard.
That being said though, it felt like Divine Mind read exactly what Direwolves were about to do because they were still playing more balcony side, looking for the members of Direwolves to sort of make a push for that OS. At the end of the day, Direwolves being 1-up, it's exactly like you kept saying over and over again, Panda. They could trade out as much as they wanted to. They were 1 ahead. If they get trades, that's exactly what they want. They're going to come out on top in the end.
I mean, that's the thing with Catalyst. It's this weird mixture of, you know, very, very long-range angles, being able to contest cross-map, but also a lot of rotational plays, trying to come in from the flank and outplay your opponent, outmaneuver them. And, I mean, both teams showcased that incredibly well.
Yep. Absolutely, can't help but agree. Especially those rotational players. You know, it takes you know, your top tier talent in these regions to sort of just focus on making those rotations as much as possible. I feel like as Catalyst in particular, it becomes such a burn game. You're looking for panic plays because the time is just ticking out more and more. And I feel like that's exactly what Direwolves, the team in particular, really excels at doing.
Well, I mean, it's the difference between making a panic play, which is you desperately force it and try and make something happen, and forcing the issue. You say, look, if it's going to go down this way, we're going to make sure it goes down the way we want. And I mean, look, the damage, it was still incredibly high for Divine Mind, unfortunately. I mean, look, 42 kills so far, a 7.67 KD. Vamped is just insane. I mean, yes, that is the whole series, but look, he's stacking up numbers against Divine Mind.
I feel like consistently when we look at Direwolves, it's Vamped as sort of like the main slayer that always sits in this position. It doesn't matter how down and out his team is. He's always there to sort of give them a little bit more gas, providing those kills where necessary. Just very, very strong stuff. Huge commitment from Vamped. I love seeing the magic that he does throughout all of these games, and I suppose as we go deeper into the series, it's just going to get better and better. He's just warming up those fingers, folks.
I mean, it's the thing. We saw map 1, Jordan had an absolute stunner despite the loss. Second map, Vamp goes massive. It's the thing. It's no one player that shows up on the day that is the difference maker. They can rely on individual members to show up. I mean, we've even had a couple of series where Bald Unit has been the one to slay out and lead the kill board.
You got to love it, especially when Balds is the one being the difference maker in those games. It just harkens back to an era of old. Such a strong, dedicated player in his own right. We are now going live with, of course, Recharge, Oddball, off the break. Very typical of these teams, just fighting over camo as much as possible. And yes, it is the ANZ region, folks. So we are going to see a Slayer probably play out for a very long time in this particular opening.
Yeah, I mean, you look at like North America and it's like, oh yeah, the Slay was won because the clock burned out. It was like 47 to 32. You're not getting that in ANZ. No, 100% no. Someone's reaching 50, but already Sways has the active camo. And I mean, you got to remember, Bluey, you got to be concerned. This is Recharge, and the shock rifle is in play.
Yes.
And in the hands of someone like Sways, those long-range threats are amplified.
Sometimes I wake up in cold sweats at night thinking about what Sways has done to people with that shock rifle, looking to make a showcase of it right now.
Oh!
He does get pinched. Good stuff coming out from Direwolves as Balls was receiving just such pressure right now. Does manage to stay out with his life, and a rotation comes out from his team. But once again, the collapse coming out from the members of Direwolves, and they do not come out on top as Pips takes out 2 himself. Has the shock rifle in his hands now, and Pips, again, very dangerous man when it comes to that shock.
You got to be concerned a little bit though. Sways, he thrives on that just unquestioning confidence in his own ability. He had the lineup onto Zirkle, couldn't make it work. This shock rifle so far is not working for Divine Mind.
Maybe it just needs the battery recharge.
There's a reason you're meant to clean your weapons.
Pull them apart, clean them as much as possible. The shots ring out for Pips with that shock rifle. Can't quite connect one. It does get collapsed on by Jordan, but we do see...
Oh, wait, it's Oddball. That's right, yeah.
the members of Divine Mind sort of just taking a position with the Oddball in that sort of back blue bend, back of Hydro right there, playing the ball immediately as they feel the pressure turned on towards them. Not a lot can be said right now for the round. There's only 22 seconds of Oddball time has been achieved.
I mean, that's the thing, though. It's the dangerous trench that we see ANZ teams fall into. It's an objective game mode, but you get stuck on the slays. It's all about the kills. You're just hungry for it. We do see the full wipe of the Direwolves there, which allows Divine Mind to get a little bit more secure in their positioning. Looks like Orange Pipes is the name of the game here for this setup. I mean, it's a pretty powerful one, especially when you've got Slayers that can hold and contest the push-in.
It's all about creating that space, right? Getting enough kills in order to make sure that your team can make a rotation and make a full hold as much as possible to get as much ball time as possible. They have 40 seconds on the board right now for Divine Mind, which means they can take a little break from holding that Oddball. The Sways comes up against Balls, takes him down with a commando. You love to see it. Bit of an underused gun in my opinion. Sway sort of doubling back as the grenades come out. Plasma taking out Jordan in that instance as well. Rated picking up the ball once again, and the time continues to tick up for Divine Mind.
That Jack Russell Terrier of the Divine Mind, Rusty. Hey, look, he's not the biggest of blokes, but he's certainly going to let you know that he's playing the game. Halfway through the first round, Divine Mind uncontested on the Oddball so far. 60 points done and dusted. And look, they slow it down. They're not going to get caught up in the rat race of just slaying out.
It's one of those things with a team like Divine Mind where they have control of a map like this. It becomes very, very difficult no matter what team you are to sort of regain that pressure, regain that momentum. Make sure to put it back on them as well. 3 members of Divine Mind do go down right now, so it looks like Direwolves might have a little bit of space to play with here as once again, as you said, Panda, looks like Gold Pipes is the name of the game as they're looking to make that rotation.
I mean, that's what Pips brings to this roster. You got Sways, you got Plasma, you got Rated, incredibly capable, very aggressive players. Pips is that voice of reason saying, come on guys, slow it down. We don't want to get caught up in our own game. The reset just comes through. It looked like, okay, there we go. I was going to say, it looked like maybe it just caught on the lip there.
That would have been absolutely shocking if that was the case, right? Just on the lip, the ball hanging on for its dear life. Sways in hand shock rifle right now. Lands a couple of shots, but can't quite secure it. On board with Vamp right now. Shots ringing out from across the map, taking on Pips in a 1v1 on that top elevator. And it looks like Pips was the one who had to back down as Vamp manages to find Plasma all on his own. Shock rifle now in the hands of Direwolves, and they look like might be able to make a little space if they play their cards right.
I mean, the crazy thing is Zirkle is 2-0 against Sways with shock rifle in hand, which is something that I never thought I'd say, but right now Vamp has his opportunity to put it to work. They're down 50 points though, so they need to focus less on killing and slaying out and more about setting themselves up for an extended hold.
Objective is the name of the game for Direwolves right now, as they just seem to be struggling to find that footing as we... Divine Mind, it's Rated with Plasma making a rotation. C Long right now sort of jumping up back and forth to Sneaky. Is that in the back pocket? Vamp has the shock rifle, misses the second shot with it. 3 members of Divine Mind do go down. Sway's sort of playing for his life right now, but it looks like Direwolves is going to be able to just rotate this ball back. This is what we like to see. Finally some time in the hands of Direwolves.
Still plenty of time on the clock as well. I mean, a lot could be achieved with a minute 39 there, so they have some comfort, some room to move. But right now, Sways, he's looking to get himself back into this matchup. He's been a bit quiet, so here on Recharge it again will be shut down. Jordan also having that shock rifle. Plasma in support though. They forced him out a long haul. They're going to keep rotating this one around.
Rotation coming out. Plasma positioning himself. Top gold. As Sways, C-plat as well. Does drop down. The game is very much at a standstill as we see this hold come from Divine Mind, of course. The yells, the shouts, the confidence from both boys as well. And there we go, Pips. That's what we like to see. The perfect reversal uses the last bullet, or should I say battery, from that shot rifle, swaps it out for Commando.
I don't know. I'm not a Halo weaponry engineer. I'm not that qualified to just sit here and talk smack about players. But right now, you can see their final stretch once again. Shock rifle in hand, but it may not really matter here. As 5 points needed to close out round one of Oddball, but he hits a shot anyway.
The perfect headshot killing spree just to end out the round there. Pips really rumming it in. Good stuff from him, but on the other hand, Direwolves seem to be struggling a little bit with this particular objective game type.
I mean, Slayer is where they found success. Objective, they've lost twice, so it's that question that comes in their hand. 1 for 1 to start this second round off, and a double for Plasma as he falls. Rated there to clean things up, reduces it to just Circle.
4 members from Direwolves do go down, and Sways has camo in hand right now. Going to be able to play very sneaky.
Oh, you know where he's going. You know exactly where he's going.
Looks like he is rotating for that shock rifle. He's got all the time and all the space in the world, ladies and gentlemen. He grabs that ball and hands it off to, yes, his buddy Rated. 72 seconds of objective time right now, and Sway's just narrowly missed out on the headshot, but he grabs that one, felled by Jordan at the very end there. God, you love to see it.
He missed the first one, said, okay, look, well, let's fix this. Come on, guys, come on. I need to be hitting my shots. Just stand right there, makes it work, and Divine Mind first on the board again with the oddball in hand. Right now, they got all the goodies. They got the active camo, they got the shock rifle and the grappling hook sets. Key bits of utility off the board. Sways now back in. Pips helps him take down half of this Direwolves team. They're rotating in, looking for the control. Pips there, covering the feint. They just lock everything down.
Yeah, lock everything down, they do. They've grabbed the ball. Pips trying to make a rotation with it. Playing for his life a little bit here as he's going to get pincered, but he's still... No, he does not. Balls takes him out with that little jump shot there. Very good stuff from Balls. The call must have come out as well. 3 members of Direwolves do go down. There was 3 members for Divine Mind also briefly down as well. The Slayer counter-slay game coming out very strong. But that time, once again, is just not quite connecting for the members of Direwolves.
Plasma, he's looking a little bit frustrated there. He missed 2 shots with the shot rifle, finished off with the BR. So, I mean, that's always a bit frustrating in those situations. It's such a key gun. Misses another one. We might even just see the handoff here.
Yeah, maybe we might. Let's just GA the shock rifle for the time being now, shall we? If we're going to see so many people sort of make misses with it as much as possible. But hey, it's the land pressure. That's where it comes to full fruition. 2 members of Divine Mind right now go down. Zerkle picking up himself a double as he's looking over this camera right now. But Sways is the one who comes out on top. Does get felled himself. Vamped. The members of Direwolves looking to make a play as we do have Bald with the ball right now.
Yeah, Bald the only player in the server not to double digits, but he's got an excuse. It's okay.
Fine.
He's holding the oddball. That's his job in this matchup. Unfortunately, he's not holding it for long. A little bit of frustration. The hand flick there. He's not stoked.
He's not stoked at all. You know, that being said, Dai will still have a lot of space to work with, not a lot of score differential here, but this is a slaying game that we're paying particular attention to. This is the ANZ region once again, folks, so players choose to opt for just a little bit of milk time here and there, then mainly go for the slays. Fortunately, Direwolves felling in that particular instance. 4 members of the team do go down, and we do have a setup here at top elevator.
Shock rifle as well. The extended range there. Spots the ankles, Jordan. He's not going to commit to the shot. Spots Jordan there behind the glass, unfortunately.
There's no way he peeks, right?
Jordan's just sitting there taunting, saying, haha, come on, you know you want to.
You can't shoot me. Sway is still eagle-eyed on him as Plasma looking to make the push from top gold as well. Very precarious situation that the members of Direwolves put themselves in right now. Vamp picks himself up kill. Jordan does as well. Sway's the last one alive on the team, looking to try and connect, but he does get pincered. 3 members of Divine Mind go down. This is that counterplay that Direwolves needs to start making as they favor a hold in top elevator.
I mean, growing frustration. This shock rifle, which, I mean, at one point in history was one of the most lethal weapons in the Divine Mind arsenal, has failed to connect more often than not. Right now, Pips, he's going to find the kill there to open things up, looking for more Circle. He's bitten off more than he can choose. An attempt was made, but it doesn't matter.
Grenade rings out from, honestly, Lord knows where, but Plasma picking up himself a kill, so I'm sure he's happy with that, especially providing his backup to teammates. Direwolves, 3 members down. Once again, a narrative that we seem to be all too familiar with, especially on Oddball Recharge, this particular map and game type, as Rated chooses to go sneaky here. Yes, we do see Sways trying to push with Ball in bottom tunnel, but unfortunately, he gets picked himself. 2 members of Divine Mind down. Direwolves once again spawning in A Whirlpool area, and Pips is the one on his own right now, does get taken out. So we do see a bit of a flank here, I guess, for the members of Direwolves.
Direwolves making the unit shut down by the Sways man himself, and look, it is what it is. He's not having the greatest of game, but at least he's contributing.
Sways right now, trying to take a player out on camo box, does kill to kill. I love the disruptor play coming out now. Just get some of that burn damage if you can. And he does not get chased. He gets to play for his shield here, but two members of Direwolves sitting in bottom control decide to shut him out. And if he decides to rotate for stacks, which he is, he's going to come in favor of two members. Gets the back smack, the quick slide. Vamped goes down. Three members of Direwolves up. Plasma rated to secure another kill, but he does get taken out as well. Three members of Direwolves down.
Plasma, wingman, middle coming through. He's looking good as a team player. Perfect on the ball unit as well. Not just the assist master himself. Unfortunately, Shield's gone, has to back himself out. He's still wanting to contest this, which is rather risky. And we've seen a couple of these Divine Mind members getting caught out in the middle of nowhere, but look at it, 15 points, less than 15 points now remaining in this, could be final round for Divine Mind.
I love the pass off there that Divine Mind did, instantly grabbing that ball, trying to rotate as much as possible. And Plasma also almost got out with his life there, but he did get chased a little too far. Does get himself picked off, and unfortunately that gives the members of Direwolves a bit of a spot to hold themselves. They're going to sort of sit top elevator here. L2, as ball sort of rotates down towards the stairs, getting damage.
Sways, he's got the shock rifle in hand. He's just found Jordan. What more can he find to enable the team? They're in the final stretch. 6 points remaining now. They're just going to keep on ticking it away. Ball has to run, but there's nothing doing. Map 3 goes the way of Divine Mind, up to 1 in the series. We're going further than the 0-3.
Further than the 0-3 indeed, but I would say for the members of Divine Mind, that is a very decisive win, as you pointed out before, Panda, and I did too, I would say, that so Direwolves perform very well on these Slayers. They really enjoy being in that sort of chaotic environment, especially on Catalyst, which is surprising to me, Catalyst being Catalyst. But Divine Mind, when it comes to the objectives, they have the slay pressure down, and they just have the quick wits with sort of juggling the power weapons on the map and getting to the objective and making the necessary rotations to create enough space for them. It's a lethal combo. It's the trifecta.
Yeah, I mean, it's also the interesting way in which Divine Mind approach objective game modes. Honestly, we should be calling Sways the bag man. Doesn't matter what damn map it is. If it's Oddball, he's in. Objective, handoff. He gives it straight to Rated. Rated, unfortunately, that's his role in Oddball. It's here, hold this. Sways has other things to be doing, namely slaying. But repeatedly, he'll do it on streets in Rocket Oddball handoff, and he's going to town. He does the same thing here.
At the end of the day, if you're on a team with someone like Sways and he's popping off as much as he is, and he says, "Hey Panda, can you take the ball for me?" Are you going to object to that?
I'm questioning what I'm doing on the team with Sways. Honestly, there is a significant skill disparity, not in the game so far, but when it comes to me and him, look, we may be countrymen, but I'm not nearly on the same level he is.
So many good players coming out from Sways, particularly in this map. It's very dangerous for him to be in a position like he is, but adversely, members of Direwolves themselves also had some good plays. It just came from that macro game that they couldn't quite seem to get down, the rotations, the ball time, sort of balancing getting slays with getting as little milk time as possible to sort of stack up to those big amounts.
I mean, it's one of those things, you're trying to balance so many plates, trying to keep them going. Divine Mind managing to balance slays, positional advantage, making the macro work for themselves. Direwolves is like, cool, we got the slaying down. Oh wait, it's objective. Okay, we've got the objective down. Oh wait, we need to get some kills so we can hold this objective. So they just, it's not the synergy that they're looking for.
Rated doing everything he can at the moment to feed his overall KDAs. He is on 14, a solid 14, ladies and gentlemen, 60 kills to his name in this entire series so far, looking very, very strong. If you're a member of Direwolves, if you're the whole team right now, particularly the coach, how are you talking to your boys? How are you rallying them and tell them we can come back from this? We have a map to our name. We just need to take it further.
Well, I mean, it's the thing. It's you look at Halo as it's whole. As soon as things get quiet, that's when things are going wrong. Look, they may not be shouting across the stage, but it's the communication. You need to keep feeding that info through. Player rotating through here, objective coming up in just a moment. As long as you can keep that communication, the information flowing, you can make plays off of that. They need to keep their heads up. They are not out of this by any stretch of the imagination. They need to double down, lock it in here going into our fourth map, which, I mean, look, this could get rather spicy.
We love a good live fire, particularly, yes, sitting in that top mid hallway is the ever so loved S7 sniper rifle, and hopefully with players like Sways on the map, with players like Pibbs, particularly those two from Divine Mind, and you have Vamped on the other team on Direwolves as well, and we have seen what these absolute monsters can do when they get that long barrel in hand.
And there we go, right on into it already. Nade spam coming through, just testing the waters, figuring things out. Direwolves will claim first blood, but again, Sways in through mid, got the objective, he's out again.
The game had been open for like a millisecond and he already has the sniper in hand. That thing practically calls to him and he just heeds the call.
But he does it every single time. No matter what map it is, if there's a power weapon available to him, in, out, safe, fragging.
Here we are looking for a kill on Circle. Doesn't quite connect that shot there, but he has the 4-shot.
Oh!
And he takes him out! Beautiful shots from Sways. You know, if that's the moneymaker that you need, ladies and gentlemen, he's going to be the one providing it.
I mean, look, he really is a ball unit right now. His hair's gone. Right, though, they're pushing on, looking to get control of the hill. Divine Mind, some significant investment already. Looking to get this converted into a point. Sways, he's not done by any stretch. Honestly, I reckon he's a little bit frustrated. He's had some quiet maps. He said, come on, guys, I'm the FFA king.
Give me the sniper. I want to put on a show with it. And even when he doesn't have the sniper in hand, he's going to have the heat wave as well, meaning he gets a lot of damage. But Vamp's throwing the holy hand grenade right now, taking him out 2 for 2 on both sides, Divine Mind and Direwolves. But Direwolves do go down again with another member as Vamp gets taken out. And a little bit of hill time falling in the favor of Divine Mind right now.
But again, it's a significant priority over the objective for Divine Mind. They keep it ticking forward. They're just unfortunately denied as Direwolves are in pressuring at the moment. They've got a little bit extra to commit to it. Rated on for the double. Back of the objective. He's trying to be a little bit sneaky, trying to get the ninja play, but it doesn't come through. Spotted by Vamp and shut down. Direwolves getting some significant time invested.
Direwolves getting some significant time and some significant kills as well, as they're making such good holds, particularly around that sandbag side. Looking concrete as well, as members from Divine Mind just keep pouring in one after another, just falling one after another as well. Look at the time that's ticking up for the members of Direwolves. That being said, Divine Mind don't have that long before they take first hill.
This is one of the most costly mistakes that ANZ teams make, where they just flurry in one by one.
Yeah.
They lose out on the slays, and they just have the worst, most horrendous spawns possible. And there we go. If Divine Minds can hold on to this, they do. They look to convert it into the first point. Direwolves need to avoid getting scrappy and playing their lives one by one.
Plasma, what are you doing with that commando, buddy? Just landing those shots one after another, getting significant damage onto Balls. Balls manages to fall away. One shot. Actually, he's still sitting top bridge, as we see 3 members of Direwolves, 1 position on tower 3. Right now, or top tower, we see Balls taking the hill time. Rated gets taken down in sneaky. So they are 1 down at the moment, meaning that Divine Mind can make a push for that hill. More importantly, a push for those kills in order to secure them as much space and time as possible.
Yeah, look at, honestly, they're trying to control mid as well, get that sniper in the hands of Sway so he can go to work. But it is Raider that's really showing up in the server for Divine Mind here at the moment. Has the heat wave, he's already bagged 2, looking for 3. He gets the killing spree as well. He is playing this tooth and nail, body on the line for the objective.
Very good stuff. You love to see how just strong the team shots are, particularly from the members of Divine Mind at the moment. They always just seem to have 2 barrels looking down at any player from Direwolves. But that being said, Divine Mind do go 4 down. Bald unit with the S7 at the moment, looking to get those spawners in as much as possible. It does take a bit of a dip down to back mud. Looking over OS right now. Members from Divine Mind going to start peeking mid. Hopefully Bald can make a show for it.
He's walked around this tower twice now, but he's not found it up. He's where was I going? Oh, that's right. Yeah, background again. But unfortunately, no, he hasn't found much of anything with this S7. The OV is coming up in just a moment as well. Rated body shot, but no! Caught mantling, can't connect with the BR. Pushed off the angle. Yeah, look, not quite as effective as it could have been.
He gets the damage down, which gives his team enough time, to get as much hill time as they possibly can irk out. Unfortunately, Bald Man down 1 shot right now, back mud. Sniper still in hand, 4 shots to play with. Can he connect any of them in these crucial moments? Once again, he's doing this do-si-do around tower, and he gets rewarded for it with a back smack. Shots into, I believe, I didn't quite catch who grabbed OS just there. I believe it was Pips or Sways. Now running up to tower, is finally being challenged, and he's fallen back in this mud position.
He's still got 3 shots remaining with the sniper. You look at it, the pistol generating the green glow, all charged up, ready to go for Jordan. They want to burn this overshield if they can, but Pip shuts them down. There should be 2 shots left in that sniper. If Sways can get hands on. They know Zerk was there, shot him down as well. They're on the hill, but I mean, to be shot down just before the convert, that's heartbreaking for the Direwolves.
The Direwolves were making good sort of space there, enabling them to sort of touch hill, you know, every now and then just to get little bits of time, and they were so close to managing to secure that second one right there. But it looks like the members of Divine Mind, particularly with this slaying power, and if Direwolves are just going to keep pushing down top mid like this, might be able to take control of it.
AR and BR in the hands of Swayze. Look, he's deadly with pretty much anything in this server.
Doesn't matter.
Aside from those certain agreements that are going on.
We won't talk about them.
Yeah, look, we ignore those because, look, Swayze doesn't care. He can do whatever he needs, so he's like MacGyver of Halo slaying.
Hill ticks up for the members of Divine Mind. Good stuff from them once again as we are now up 2-0 for the Hills. And the spawn comes out from Direwolves. They spawn in A immediately on that flag. It doesn't matter. Swayze is going to make his rotation in Rat Tunnel. Takes out Balls, and he's got Pips there to help him. Immediately in the hill, 3 members of Divine Mind, and this time is going to start ticking up quickly.
They are already halfway to victory here, given there's only less than 3 minutes left to play. Like we are, we should see this one go to the clock. Hopefully, maybe Direwolves could mount some sort of comeback, but just look at the way that Divine Mind are playing around the map. Objective, Slay, back onto your objective, rotating around. It was a missed opportunity there for the Direwolves.
OS now up on the field as Rated and Plasma both looking to make a rotation for it, but they're going to meet 3 members of Divine Mind. A nice kill coming up from there. AR in hand. Plasma just nanoseconds away from being able to pop that in his chest and reap the rewards of it, but a nice collapse comes out from the members of Direwolves. They are 4 up, reward themselves with an overshield and the potential for a good chunk of hill time.
Circle, that flank that he pulled off from Sandbags is huge. They spot Rated out as well. Jordan there to capitalise from the Rat Tunnel, gets the beat down from behind. They're on the objective. They're looking to rack up times. He convert into a point here. Overshield on the chest to Zirkle. He's found 2, backs off the angle. It's being chipped away at here by the nades and the spray. It's all but gone.
1 after 1 grenade takes off so much of that OS. Zirkle secures himself a kill right now, but he meets 2 members of Divine Mind. Gets taken out near immediately. Vant with the sniper in hand. Gets taken out himself. So much shots, so many chaos. And, you know, amongst all of that, amongst all the rotations, amongst all the damage being exchanged, did Direwolves really manage to get themselves enough hill time as what is necessary?
How did we end up with 2 players alive in the server there for a brief moment? It was Circle and Plasma trying to make whatever they could happen. Pips pushing through mid, denied by Balls as there is a lot of pressure mounting on the objective. Direwolves forced off it, Divine Mind on it. They could convert this into a third.
Divine Mind once again taking control of that hill. As Swayze flies in with that sniper, gets taken down himself by Zirkle. Piss making a rotation in the big door here as we're going to see another collapse from Divine Mind onto the hill. 3 more players stack onto it. That time is ticking up and up. It's an upwards trend for Divine Mind. And if they win this battle right now,
oh my God,
Pips decides to get away with his life in such a manner. This is exactly why we call him.
How did
he does it all the time.
skirt away with the point as well? Pips gets his life, he gets the hill, they're on to the next one. They're looking to close this one out on captures rather than time.
They want it done. Divine Mind here today want to send a decisive message as to how they're going to be playing for the rest of the finals here in the ANZ region as Rated. Just sitting on top perch on OS, sort of playing the hill for himself, just using that extra shield that he has for as much time on the hill as possible. Very decisive plays coming out from hill as well as Plasma makes the flank around 2 big door. With Pips, they're going to spot Zirkle, catch him out on scoreboard potentially as Swayze is collapsing in on him as well. Zirkle does stick Pips. Jordan kills Swayze, and there's a massive chunk of time being ticked up for Direwolves right now.
Yeah, but is it enough? I mean, they're only just sort of equalising with Divine Mind as it is. If Divine Mind can get some significant time here, they can close it out. Pips flanking in through the window, catches out 1. Can he find 2? Yes, he can. The body shots and the smack onto the body too. Pips, the BM, can he find Balls? No, look, he's shut down for his audacity, but all this time, Rated is on the objective.
He's shut down, but only for a brief moment. You and I both know he'll be back. 3 members of Divine Mind right now sent back to the respawn screen as Plasma is just taking a nice little perch position up in the top of the tower. Picks up that AR as well. The Zirkle is just sort of leaning around sneaky, peeking as much with the sniper as much as possible, seeing if he can connect a shot, trying to dislodge that member of Divine Mind, making sure that they can't get enough sort of annoying mosquito damage as possible. Zirkle does decide to fall back to scoreboard right now. Find the prize for this man. Doesn't connect that shot as 2 members of his team goes down. He's going to take on Rated. Takes him down as well. Looking to secure a sniper shot onto Pips, but there's too much pressure for him to face that hillside.
They're on the objective. Divine Mind, they're just taking time up the shots. You got to connect their circle. You can't be giving them the time. He does. One shot there, but it's the nade, in fact, to do the job. Direwolves flood on. They convert the hill. It's ticking up in favor of them. One player left for Divine Mind. The nade spam coming in towards that turbine position. But look how close Divine Mind are. Direwolves need to convert this because the last thing they want is to lose positioning and give another point to Divine Mind. And Vamp just bats Pips off the objective, takes the point, and we go further.
Vamped with the selfless play. Even if I die, I want to use this repulsor to get you off the hill. We need a point secured. We are not going to go out like this. That being said, we are onto probably what is the most annoying point here on Livefire, King of the Hill. This top mid position is so precarious. You're going to see so many nades just bouncing back and forth. You've got to make sure you play for your life as much as you can, and Divine Mind seems to be the ones doing it perfectly right now.
I mean, you say annoying, most people would say god-awful because it's so exposed. The nade spam, all that utility that you can just dump down range. But look, Divine Mind, significant investment onto the objective. They're halfway through. They have not dropped control of this top mid-hill. Finally, they step off it, but it's only for a second. They're just going to hold it. Pips is not moving. Finally forced up the objective, but I mean, is the damage done?
Right now, Direwolves have so much hill time to make up for, especially, as we say, in such an annoying position to be in that top mid. Pips picks himself up a double kill. Going to be facing another player right now with the triple.
Yes!
An unofficial overkill from Pips. Massive plays. He takes down all 4 members himself. There's so little time for Direwolves to be able to make a play here.
That's all she wrote, Pips!
There
Sets the team up for victory. Divine Mind take it a 3-1. Direwolves unfortunately not able to go the distance against the best team ANZ has to produce. But Bluey, I mean, look, there were moments you believed Direwolves might have been able to show it. But again, you're coming into this Divine Mind first seed, Chief second, Mindfreak third, and Direwolves fourth. That shakes up. They went one map further than Mindfreak was able to.
There were so many moments of Direwolves sort of being able to wrangle themselves back, but they were just so brief. You know, they never lasted for very long. It was just like a very quickly burning flame, whereas Divine Mind, time and time again, were just showing so much consistency. Slaying power, macro game, team shots, everything under the sun when it comes to fundamental Halo, they were executing on.
I mean, you look at the time on the objective, Pips, a minute 48. He then had rated a minute 31. I mean, that's just 2 of the members here. Look, Sway's the fact that he was on the objective was probably because there was a kill to be had more than anything. But I mean, look, you saw some of those plays that were made. Divine Mind showing why they are a fan favorite to take this event, and that spot going to Orlando. A 4-1 to close out the series, a 3-1 overall. I mean, it's classic Divine Mind.
Classic Divine Mind indeed, especially, you know, when we're talking about our predictions and how this team has been playing lately. You know, they've been talking about just in the opens, in the Pro Series, and then in scrims. We've had so much news from how these teams have been performing in scrims as well. It's just utter dominance. Now they're coming to LAN stage. They certainly have the LAN buff. I mean, look at the way that they were playing.
Yeah, look, it was just truly impressive stuff. I mean, start to finish, it was a great series of Halo. I had so much fun watching the boys rock on through it, and our MVP, of course, for that third map. Look, understandably, the effort that he put in, the utility that he was able to bring out. I mean, the shots he was able to connect. Sways had an absolute stunner. What a headshot!
There it is, ladies and gentlemen. You know, even if we just get one of those a series, that's what we want, right? Those are the showmaker plays. Chuck that in the montage, put it to YouTube to some, I don't know, early 2010s sort of angsty metalcore, and you got it right there.
You speaking from experience there, Bluey?
No, not at all, dude.
Oh, look, it was great. They just from start to finish, they controlled the hills, they controlled the map. Even the 1 point that we saw picked up by the Direwolves was because maybe they just played their hand, the triple, nearly the overkill there as well. I mean, there were some moments where you thought like maybe Sways didn't even need teammates. He was just walking through them.
I loved how long, you know, that scenario where Balls was able to play his life though. That constant rotation around the tower side, absolutely disgusting. But how do you compete making plays like that when you got Pips doing what he did at the very ending of the game? What a way to close it out.
Well, I mean, it is. It's Pips. He looks like he should be this cuddly giant. But no, that
He's
guy,
a monster.
when he gets the death stare on, like, I mean, he can be kind of scary, if I'm being honest. But you look at the scores across the board, the closest it got was that Catalyst lap. It looks close on Bazaar CTF, but it was anything from the truth.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. Like Bazaar, the Bazaar CTF, the first game that we saw into, there were, again, Direwolves came out very strong on the break. They had control here and there, but Divine Mind just put the key in the ignition and went for it full force. And then it was just absolute show of dominance from the point on, and there was no real area or way that Direwolves could recover. It was those faint glimmer of hopes, but you can only get those so many times before the flame burns out.
Yeah, look, a flash in the pan, unfortunately, probably be the best way to describe it. I mean, look, they're not done. Obviously, there's still more pool play to go.
Yes.
Direwolves still have that championship bracket to look forward to. But again, they still went one map further than Mindfreak.
Yes. I don't know how much we can chalk it up to. You know, it is only day one. You know, that being said, we have so many more games to play. Of course, we've talked to death about them. So I think now we should probably see what the boys over on the desk think of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, that has been a very interesting series for us, with Divine Mind being able to take it over the top of the Direwolves here, 3-1. Momo, we saw some sick plays from Sways, saw some sick plays from Pips. We saw the chatter on the stage as well. That just gets you amped up for the rest of the day, doesn't it?
Honestly, it gets me really excited. I love seeing a young player, especially like Sways, perform and how he does online.
And hit a no-scope like that?
A no-scope on Bolds? Sorry, Bolds. I love you, bro. But honestly, that no-scope was completely filthy.
All right, lads, we've talked a little bit about this series so far. The man who had the big shouts across the stage is standing next to Nat T.
Have B-Diz next to me, the coach here. It's the first question that I have to ask. We saw some words being exchanged. We saw a little bit coming out from both of you. Can you tell us what was being said, what beef there is happening between you two?
There's not really any beef, it's just we're a very fired up team and I let my mouth run a little bit.
Okay, and you feel like it was very justified here, even though you had a bit of a shaky start in Game 1 and Game 2?
Not so much shaky start Game 1. Game 2, you know, a bit of false confidence, giving them a bit of a, you know, but it was fine.
Okay, so it was more so you wanted to give Direwolves some hope. It wasn't so much that you felt you guys were struggling and that it was a closer competition than it should have been?
Nah, well, one of the guys' headset was actually on backwards. He was listening to the game sound left and right, it was backwards in his ears, so, you know, it wasn't too bad, but yeah, just a bit of false confidence, then we just got to rip it away.
All right, well, it seems that once you guys fixed that one up, it was all done and dusted, but do you think that this pool is something that you guys are going to top? Do you have a lot of confidence in yourselves?
Yeah, it's already done.
And then what about the energy for this weekend? You know, it's not just today, it is 3 days of games. Do you think you're going to struggle with that being here on land?
No, we're not. We're just going to pace ourselves. You know, most of the boys are good. Jake and Pips, veterans. So, you know, it's got to work on the other boys keeping their energy up, but it's going to be fine.
Well, it sounds like you guys have it done and dusted over there at Divine Mind. I'm looking forward to seeing how you continue in this competition, but we're going to head back over to the desk with Luke.
Thanks, Nat. Wonderful interview once again from B-Diz. He's always a man that gives us a whole lot of confidence in his lads when we have him here and have a chat about it. I really enjoy what Divine Mind have been bringing to the stage. Not only are they hidden shots in the server, Justin, they also set and fire across the stage. And B-Diz says it, right? They're just a team that likes getting amped up. And if this is how they get amped up in their first series, man, I'd be shaking with my boots if I'm Kit Bash right now.
No, I love it. I love it. I want bodies to be shot. I want bags being dropped. I want to see yelling across stage. And, you know, as B-Diz pointed out, it's like there's no bad blood. I mean, Pips was yelling at Zerkill. It was like, look at your screen, look at your screen. And as soon as the game was over, the first thing he did was walk across, GG's, big hug and all that kind of stuff. So, you know, everything's left in the game, right? And then afterwards, they're all good friends. So it's all just there for the show, and I love it.
Are they good friends?
I mean, that's what you're here for, Momo. Is there
I thought
any
you were friends with every player.
dirt you can send around here, Momo? You got some rumors to talk about?
Not that I know of. I think everyone's like okay, I guess. Maybe not after the event, but you know, at the moment, I feel like it's all good blood.
I guess it depends on how many bodies get shot and how many bags get dropped.
I hope more get shot.
I mean, I definitely feel like the Divine Mind have kind of set the tempo from here on out. Obviously, you know, the Chiefs versus Mindfreak game, that was a little bit tame. Obviously, it was a 3-0 going the way of the Chiefs, but this time around, Divine Mind, they got it done. You know, headset being on backwards might be a little bit of a fluff coming in from B-Diz. I don't know. Maybe do they just, you know, put their hands backwards? Maybe one of the guys plays KBM for a little bit as well, try and do all that kind of stuff. But I think right now, from what Divine Mind has showed us, the fact that Yes, they did drop a Slayer, but it's a Slayer map though, right, Justin? I feel like a lot of the times when we talk about a lot of these teams can step up in a lot of those Slayer maps. To me, it's the OBJ maps that really kind of stand out in the series, and Divine Mind made every single one of those OBJ maps look clean and clinical.
Yeah, it's also interesting that Divine Mind, they dropped that Slayer game and then getting outslayed within the objective things, and it's just kind of take away that objective that the team needs to think about. And I think it just proves that Divine Mind is more focused on the objective rather than getting those kills, and it was a good opportunity for Direwolves to kind of step up. And you had players like Vamp that were really popping off a little bit, able to clutch out those wins, and that's what you want to see. And little glimpses of that from an underdog team, sometimes that just fuels you up and fires you for the rest of the weekend.
Especially when you start getting the yelling across stage, and if you're able to get those bags in yourself, that's when it really starts heating up here for the ANZ Regional Final. But ladies and gentlemen, it's time for us to go to another break. We're going to be jumping back into the pool of death this time around. Mindfreak, they're looking for a map victory, but immunity, they ain't going to be easy for them to get it done.
I play for Divine Mind, and my game tag is Pips. So I think for me, I'm a bit of more of an in-game leader. I like to try and take control of what's happening.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends.
them.
Yes, we know, Mo.
Mozo, who are you looking towards to really stand up? We're getting ourselves back into some Halo here at the HCS ANZ Regional Final at DreamHack Melbourne. Two of our series so far have been absolute bangers, and I'm sure it's going to be none other than that as well. We're welcoming Blue Panda here onto the desk. Panda, mate, crushing it on the mic so far. How are you feeling like about being on the desk?
Oh, look, you know, I love a bit of analyst work. You know, you want to build those storylines, elevate the hype going into the final day. But, I mean, look, it's been an interesting one so far.
It definitely has been. We've seen some sick stuff so far. We've had an overkill. We had a sick no-scope coming in from Swades, an unofficial overkill.
Oh, yeah.
We've had overtimes in a CTF. I think the only thing we need right now, kill tack, kill frenzy, and maybe a R5
We did get an
mapper.
overkill.
I mean, true. So if we can get to a kill tack, we've only had one so far here in ANZ. So, you know, maybe we can have another one, guys. That'd be super nice. But either way, Momo, getting into our next series here, we're going to be jumping back into Pool B, though. So this is super interesting for us because obviously Chiefs getting themselves a 3-0 so far, set themselves up for a really good spot to try and finish here. Obviously, every single one of these series victories is going to be absolutely massive for every single one of these two teams. But getting into this, Mindfreak need to bounce back. They need to bounce back here against Immunity. This is a team that came in from the qualifiers. So Mindfreak, in theory, should be able to come on top of Immunity, but from what we saw today, maybe that might not be the case.
I'll be honest, Mindfreak were pretty disappointing in that first series on the show. I actually thought they'd do a little bit better. Maybe even potential of 3-2 to Chief, but they fell like 3-0, and it was pretty convincingly their losses. But Dino also wasn't in the right chair. I don't know if you heard before.
That is true.
His muscles were too big to sit down, so hopefully now they've got his chair sorted, we'll see some actual real Dino gameplay.
Yeah, that's kind of interesting. We were having a chat to Dino as he was getting onto the stage. Had to swap out one of the chairs so we can get his massive arms in here. But from what you saw, Blue Panda, obviously Mindfreak, to me, I think they just started a little bit slow on the stage. Obviously, it's their first group stages. They're playing up against the Chiefs, probably one of their harder competitions. But going into this series here against Immunity, this is going to be a good confidence builder for them if they're able to get one over the top of some of the old dogs here in ANZ.
I mean, that's what it looked like. It was kind of like brain fog hanging around. There were a couple of moments where Mindfreak players, I mean, there was a number of moments where Mindfreak players were dying without even realizing that they were getting shot at. So you got to wonder maybe not enough sleep or not enough caffeine, whatever it is. They came into that series. They weren't quite as ready as they should have been. You're hoping it's going to be the kick that they need coming into this Immunity matchup because, I mean, it's Immunity. They're serious contenders. There's a reason that everyone has them as the wild card in their predictions. So, look, hopefully that's the motivator they need, because otherwise, if they lose this, they're bottom of the groups at the moment, and we've still got a new team to introduce to this pool.
Yeah, I know, it's going to be crazy if you go down in this series here against Immunity. That puts you behind the 8 ball, and that is definitely not what Mindfreak want, but a team that can cause this upset, Momo. Friends of yours, good old teammates of yours, the Immunity lads are going to be rocking it here today on the stage. I'm excited to see what these guys can do. Obviously, in the qualifier, they went down to Kit Bash and a full 5 mapper in that winners final, but they made a steamroll that elimination final. They made it look easy, and now coming here on the stage, this is where I think these old dogs are really going to shine.
100%. If there's a player that's going to shine, it's definitely Benno. I reckon Benno can turn up when it matters, and he does turn up when he matters. A great natural leader. And there's also got another natural leader on the team. You got Hef, you got Ads. There's so many old heads that actually know what they're doing, so I feel like it's going to be very interesting seeing how they do and how they play.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy as well. They've obviously got Voltage sitting in the back seat as well there as their coach. So they have so much experience that is literally just oozing on this stage. But the question is for this, though, as we get in towards this series, is every single time that we see Immunity come into a lot of these qualifiers here, Panda, is we talk about these guys, just if they have that little bit more experience inside of Halo Infinite, if they just played the game a little bit more, these guys could be at the top. Do we feel like this is just the best time for them to get it done? Play a series here against Mindfreak. They've still got an extra couple of days, and at the end of the championship, when it really matters, this is when Immunity is going to hit their peak.
I mean, you've also got to remember we're used to seeing this Immunity roster online.
Yeah.
They're now in a LAN environment. Shots are going to be hitting that little bit crisper. And, I mean, it's worth mentioning, you say these guys are old heads. Collectively, 66 years of competitive Halo experience.
Wait, what are they still doing? What are they playing still? Wait, what?
Who got them out of the retirement home?
Honestly,
guys, come on.
It's not Daddy Adzi anymore, it's Granddaddy Adzi, because like I said, 66 years, that's an insane amount. They've also got Voltage as the coach, which adds, I mean, who knows how much more. But on top of that, they're a rather intimidating roster as the core 4. And then you see Voltage standing behind them. I could imagine that maybe Mindfreak are a little bit shaken.
Yeah, especially if we start seeing some of the smack talk going across the stage as well. We saw the Divine Mind lads starting to arc up a little bit. The Direwolves were giving it back and forth across the stage. I can only imagine what these old guys, pulling out their old bag of tricks, right? Like on Land Momo, like these guys being able to yell across the stage, especially if you're starting to, hit these guys. And Mindfreak, who unfortunately haven't won a match just yet so far at this regional, that maybe if Immunity start getting one over the top of them, that's when the mental game can really start to affect you, right?
I don't think there'll be much trash talk, but you see the size of Voltage? I think Voltage look across the stage, and I'll be instantly shaking because, Voltage is, he's quite the coach and he's quite the man. But honestly, I hope there's a bit of trash talk. I don't really see it happening, to be honest. I feel like they're going to be on their game. They're going to want to win. They want to call it upset because Mindfreak are here to play, and Immunity know that. So if they just stick together, play numbers, and they actually play like Immunity, I reckon they can win.
All right, some interesting stuff so far between this series, but we've heard a lot from the desk. Let's hear from the players heading into this series.
I think the closest series of the day for us will be against Mindfreak. At one point or another, we've all teamed with every single player on that team. We know what their play styles are like, we know what they like to do, and I think that does give us an advantage.
It's an interesting version of Team Immunity because I've grown up playing Team Immunity and they were the powerhouse team. Credit to Ads and Dante, they're very good players, but I do believe that this is the weakest Immunity that Australia has ever seen.
Mindfreak has definitely got a mix of veterans and the up-and-comers like Benji and Ninjestics. We've played with them overseas in Kansas. They know that we can perform on land. They know that they're going to get swarmed by us.
It doesn't bother me. I mean, I've been up against Immunity in their prime and I know how they play and I actually find it really predictable.
I don't think they've been putting in the time as a team as much as they should be for a big event leading up to this.
The old boys are here to win it. We're here to show everybody that the old school players are the best.
I think that it's going to be pretty funny what's going to happen.
Pretty funny coming from Ninjestics. That is an interesting choice of words going into this series. So, hey, maybe there might be a bit of clowning that's going on. Lucky for you, Momo, Junior said, it was actually Dino that said, this is the weakest Immunity, so at least you're not on that list.
Yeah, I'm going to agree. It definitely wasn't the Immunity I was on. There's no way that was the weakest. We weren't winners, but we definitely weren't the weakest,
But do you agree with that sentiment? Do you feel like, right now that, after what we heard from the Mindfreak boys, this could be potentially, maybe a roster that hasn't been putting in as much time into Halo Infinite as they potentially should be, considering how strong they've been?
I'm going to say yes. I think they are the weakest Immunity, but LAN is LAN, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Immunity does turn up when it's LAN. But besides that, yeah, they are quite the pensioners these days. But that's not really the point, but yeah.
I feel like every single time that we have Immunity in any of these qualifiers or any of these matches, it's always dinosaur jokes, retirement jokes, or anything about being pensioners. But Panda, these guys definitely do turn up on LAN, and I think what they can, utilize today, They watched the Chiefs versus Mindfreak earlier on today. They know what the Chiefs did to Mindfreak. They're able to utilize that. There's actually no real information on this immunity team. All we saw was them in the qualifier, and that's about it.
Yeah, look, going down to the young upstarts, a kit bash as well was a bit rough.
Yep.
But, I mean, look, these guys have been around for yonks. They've had to make do with what they can. They're a team that will take their lumps, of course. And honestly, I'm not even sure if it's Mindfreak that need to be worried. If they call in Voltage Momo, he could hit the back wall if he wanted to throw you.
Me? Why me?
The little Momo torpedo that ends up at the backstage here at MCA. But either way, I think this is a good time for us to start, kind of highlighting a few key players. From what we talked about when we originally talked about Mindfreak, I think all of us kind of collectively started talking about Dino being one of their big fraggers. I think in that first series, it was a little bit slow in those first couple of maps. Started to really warm up towards the end. On the other side of immunity, though, Momo, what are you thinking about who's going to be able to try and match Dino to try and make sure that these slays are relatively even throughout this series?
I definitely pointed out Benno before. I think Benno individually has still got it. I think he's honestly one of the best players in the region. And it's just about him and his team honestly just talking to each other, getting them to feel how he's feeling and just play their game. And I reckon, honestly, they can be quite a scary squad.
What about you, Panda? How do you feel about immunity on Mindfreak right now?
I mean, look, the old guard coming up, and I mean, like they've said, we're coming to this tournament, we won't settle for anything less. So, I mean, that dedication, that experience coming into this on LAN as well, given what we've seen from them, this is primetime territory for them to come in and say, look, you guys need to respect us because of, we've been here since the beginning.
Exactly, and I think it's interesting for us to start talking about Ads in this roster as well. He did some really good work at Kansas City on the BBR roster. Seems like every single time that we talk to Ads, he seems extremely hungry. Now coming in with this immunity roster, these guys have been able to prove time and time again that when the server starts to turn on, these guys are able to turn on as well. And I think the fact that Ads is able to add that hunger and maybe kind of reignite that spark for these immunity guys, because we've already seen how hungry Mindfreak are. Yeah. Whenever we talk to these guys in the lobby, the hotel, out, whatever, these guys are hungry and here to win. Whereas on the immunity side, I really think that Ads can give these guys that extra bit of spark. Maybe they might not have been playing as much Halo Infinite as everybody else, but if you reignite that competition, that spark inside some of these players like Benno, Dante, it's going to be crazy.
Speaking of that BBR lineup, it's actually BBR versus BBR. You got Ninjestics and Benji on the other team, and you got Dante and Ads, which they all played together at Kansas. So, it could be a bit of maybe banter or bad blood. Maybe that's what Ninjestics meant by it would be a little bit funny.
A little bit funny.
But I'm actually quite interested now, to see how the games unfold.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy to see if that is going to be, kind of abusing things like what Benji wants to do, what Ads wants to do, and how they want to get this going. It's kind of crazy when we talk about the Frostomania, right, Panda, where the fact that we talk about how so many of these players have played with each other across the last 10 months of the HCS. Does that give you an advantage? Does it kind of cloud your mind a little bit?
Look, there's a lot of discussion that goes into the Rostermania hype and all the rest of it, but I think I'm one of those people that will sort of back it, and the more time you have to develop with a Core 4 roster and work through whatever issues you may have and get things down pat, it's about building that trust, because if you can't trust your teammate, why are you in the server with them? Because you're going to go and make your play, look, you don't think your teammate can back you up, so you're going to misplay, you're going to overcommit, and that's where things start to crumble. But a team of this caliber, of this age, they've been playing this game for so long, and if they trust each other coming into this matchup, who knows where they could end up.
It's going to be crazy to see what happens when the server does tick on and see what these guys are going to look like. I guess the kind of question is, for now, obviously, Mindfreak, does this start really burning through the mental if they lose this first map here, Mummy? Is this where you start ticking over and just be like, oh man, maybe this immunity squad's here to party,
I mean, if Mindfreak honestly lose this series, I'll be beyond shocked, because they are pretty much in my top 3. So if they lost to immunity, and under strength immunity, I would say, I'd be, red lights. It's kind of a panic over here.
So maybe immunity might be able to delve a little bit of panic into the minds of Mindfreak here. But speaking of minds and speaking of team immunity, we're able to catch up with these guys ahead of the regional.
Yeah, I'm feeling really confident with the team. We've had some extended breaks, but we've all been playing this game for 15 years. We're veterans of the game, so definitely super confident coming into the weekend.
The team chemistry is great. I mean, we've all been mates for 15 plus years. We have the banter, and we can turn it on when we want to, so it's really good.
Yeah, I think our experience on LAN and just with Halo in general is a massive advantage to us.
Come LAN, we have the experience, so I think putting that forward will do quite well.
I think the main difference our team has is composure. If you listen to our communication, it's calm and collected. We don't let the pressure get to us, and we can clutch up in those clutch moments. I'm probably one of the slower players on the team. I like to sit back, put a lot of shots on, get people weak and create openings for everyone. Dante, he's a runner and gunner. He always has been. He likes to get in there, get in people's faces.
Benno's an in-game leader. He takes control.
He leads the team. You know, he's definitely making the most play calls.
And Hef, he's just got his experience and he can control in-game as well.
We've all turned up on land. We've played at many international events before, so very, very confident moving forward into this weekend.
I mean, to win this event would be huge. I mean, we're known as the old dogs.
I think there's a bit of rivalry between the old guys and the new guys, and I think winning this event would take away a lot of the wins that the young kids have had over the years. You know, just to show the new guys that we are the best and we've always been the best would be massive.
If we're on our game, we can definitely take it, by all means.
Wait, 15 plus years? Were half these players even born here that were like competing now?
Well,
like...
I mean, I remember heading into DreamHack, Ads tweeted out saying that, you know, he was winning lands before half these kids were out of diapers. So, I mean, at this point, if they're able to call on some of that land experience, they can really get it over the top of some of these other teams. And I think, you know, irregardless of how this pool play goes, I think going into the championship bracket, that's really going to help them, right? It's going to be a long stint of an event. These guys are really going to be able to have a whole lot of experience and kind of call on that. Whereas you're looking at teams like Kitbash that are relatively new. You know, Mindfreak, they've still got a lot of experience behind them, but not as much as what Immunity does, right? So when you're looking across these teams that have those little bit more of inexperienced players, I think this is really going to be the big boon for Team Immunity, right, over these next couple of days.
100%. But Mindfreak are a bit of old and new. You know what I mean? You got Junior, you got Dino, you got Mantis as coach, and you obviously got Benji from, you know, from another game, and you got Ninjestics. Like, they're all like this. It's a bit of a mix. But then Immunity, it's all your old familiar faces. You know who everyone is. You know Benno, you know Hef, you know Ad, you know Dante, you know Voltage. Like, just the same old ritual. It's
kind of crazy when, you know, in that video Panda where these guys were talking about how they've just, you know, if they're on their day, like, it really feels like they can definitely take it. And I think every single time that we've seen Immunity in a lot of these qualifiers, it is kind of a scenario as if they turn up, these guys can really do a whole lot of damage. And I think that's why, you know, Momo's talking about Benno, right? He could be one of the best players in the server if he turns up on his day.
Well, I mean, that's the thing. You talk about he's the IGL. Anyone can lead from the back. You can sit back, throw shots down range, like someone go there, someone there. For someone to lead successfully from the front, it takes a special kind of person, and everyone's saying Benno is this person. He's proved time and time that he's that good. He's up in the front. He's doing the damage. He's putting in the hard yards for Immunity here, while also coordinating the rest of the team. And you hear it in the way that they talk about each other. Unwavering faith. These guys, like they said, have been friends for 15 years. They've been through the best and the worst, so they know exactly who stands beside them. I mean, this is almost brotherhood bonded in blood.
And I think also on the other side of this coin as well, right, it's going to be a massive scout for these Mindfreak lads to be able to take, right? You know, for players, you know, we talked about like Benji and Ninjestics being one of the relatively newer players. Take down a big scout like Immunity on a stage like this, that's got to give you a massive amount of confidence to go forward and say, this is a new era of Halo. These old dogs, they ain't got it anymore. Mindfreak are moving forward, you know?
100%. Well, I guess we'll find out pretty soon, but yeah, I reckon Benji is the player on that team that could, honestly, he can find a few holes. I reckon he'll hook it through, because Immunity is a very structured team, and all it takes is like one little cheeky flank, and you bust through right incredible, like right through their like setup.
Yeah, it's going to be crazy, especially when, you know, we were talking about Benji and him being one of those hyper-aggressive players, right? One of those players that always want to be moving forward, always wants to be trying to make these kinds of plays. We're talking to Dino, you know, about his needler plays and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
You know, some of this new age stuff can really start to get towards the Immunity lads, and I think if Mindfreak give that whole lot of confidence, shake off their first series from the Chiefs, come in, see if they can take a scalp on Immunity, it's the best way to finish off their pool play.
I don't know. I mean, Dino spent so much time talking about the leader. We didn't get to see the needler.
True.
I mean, talk is cheap. You got to put up or shut up. If you're going to say, I'm the needler king, you better prove it. And what better time to do it than now?
Exactly, especially if we start getting some of these series as well, and if it starts getting too tight. If we get down to like a map number 5 comes down to Dino with a sneaky little needler play, the pink miss is going to be some funny stuff as well. But either way, ladies and gentlemen, we're trying to get ourselves into this game as quickly as we possibly can, because we want to see more Halo on our screens. We want to see what the old dogs can do. We want to see if Mindfreak can bounce back. But we're just going to go through a quick break here, ladies and gentlemen, get everybody rested, get everybody relaxed, so we can jump into the series here between Mindfreak and Team Immunity. Make sure you guys don't go anywhere. Game is after this. really stand out.
Land with them.
Yes, we know, Mo.
So this team, I was a bit of a puppet man with this team. Left the Direwolves, weren't seeing eye to eye. Unfortunately, they lost their alpha. They're not doing too well anymore. And I've created a new Wolfpack.
I see ourselves as a bit of a dark horse. I mean, no one's really expecting us to win, which is a good thing because I like coming into a tournament that way.
Everyone talks about Chiefs and Divine Mind as those top two teams, and Mindfreak is kind of swept under the rug.
I mean, I think we're all still finding our feet as far as our roles. We're a relatively new team, probably played for about 2 months. We got Dino. I've known this guy from way back. I call him the ball train. He goes forward, he doesn't miss. And if you're not aware, he's gonna get you.
I'm kind of like a pit bull. You unleash me and I just go crazy. But sometimes that can also be a negative. So my teammates help bring that in, especially Junior.
I think at the end of the day, I probably think more detailed about certain things.
He's more of the team leader, the mentality guy, the teammate that brings you up when you're down. And then we've got Benji, he's just cool, calm. You know, he's just a really solid teammate to have.
He's just got good movement, good attitude. He's kind of got that Barcode mentality, like he's just trash talking everybody, like really confident.
And then you got Ninjestics, who's a lot like me. We share a very similar personality.
Reese is he could be our best player, or it just depends on the day. I don't know if it's that left trigger to zoom shit he does or what, but he is really, really good.
Benji and I kind of been the duo that have played together for almost the whole span of Halo Infinite. I think Ben and I kind of had the skill to really take it to the next level. If we are playing at 100%, I don't think any team would be able to come close.
I think we're just wanting to prove that we're the best.
We're here, we're ready to go, so I don't think those guys want to win. They don't want it. I want it.
Hello ladies and gentlemen and welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us here. Our third series of the day is about to get started here. Mindfreak as well as Immunity are looking to kick off their pool play here with a dub. Unfortunately for Mindfreak, still map winless. And Immunity, this is going to be their first series of the day. So getting into this, we talked all about it, all about the momentum, all about that kind of stuff. Momentum.
Thank you.
You like
Thank
that
you
joke? Sorry, I made it twice today, either way. I want us to just start talking about the whole tournament as a whole. Obviously, right now, pool play results, they're going to put you in the upper bracket and the lower bracket, all that kind of stuff, the winners in elimination bracket. How much does that really mean for these teams? Obviously, we're talking about in that championship bracket having the extra life, but at the end of the day, as long as you squeak in uppers, that's okay, right?
Yeah, I mean, it is okay. I feel like at the moment, the results have been pretty predictable. But with this series on their hands, I'm going to say Mindfreak should turn up a little bit more going into I feel like they need this win, right? If they don't win today, I feel like tomorrow's going to be very flat for them.
And especially at the end of the day as well, when we have these open bracket teams, we're still going to play more of these pool play matches. But ladies and gentlemen, our casters are going to get ready for this one. It's the dynamic duo that's gone through the entirety of the HCS. This time around, it's SSJ4 and Bluey.
Thank you very, very much, Luke. And Justin, we're reunited back again on the casting stage. Last time we were together, mates, in Sydney. We're in the beautiful Melbourne now, your hometown.
Superior City.
Okay, well, let's not get too ahead of ourselves. But now we're going to watch one of the fan favourites, someone that particularly in the Super we put so much emphasis on, and that's Team Immunity. You know, the old guns, the old guard. Get ready for it.
I love watching Team Immunity play. I mean, I'm a bit of a Benno stan, and a Momentum pointed it out. It doesn't matter where Benno is, he always turns up and he just drops big numbers. And I always feel like he's operating at about 60%. He's kind of, leaning back. He's like, yeah, I'm going pos 20, whatever. It's another day at the beach for him. But we're going to be launching this next map soon. And it's very interesting, the Mindfreak versus the Team Immunity dynamic right now, because as Ads pointed out, all of these guys have teamed at some point. Even Junior going as far as these guys are too predictable in terms of how structured Team Immunity played. But I mean, if they're playing disciplined Halo, I mean, yeah, they're predictable, but when they're rotating the map around the map as a team and making good decisions, is that necessarily a bad thing? I don't think it is.
I guess that's one of the unfortunate things that you have laying at your wayside when you are a team with so much history and so many strategies, so much backed behind you. How long before you become a little bit too predictable? How long before you just get read time and time again? Unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, we're having some technical difficulties at the moment, but that's okay. We're going to be getting to the game very, very soon. It just gives us more time to really gush about Team Immunity and their legacy that they have here in the ANZ Halo scene.
Oh, mate, I gush about Team Immunity all day.
Don't you wish Inman was here?
Well, why don't we gush about Mindfreak a little bit?
Absolutely.
I mean, Dino's had a lot of choice words, actually, which is really nice, bit of banter and, that kind of thing. Get the ball rolling in terms of the storylines. And the Mindfreak roster, you just look at the individual names, and that's quite a stacked lineup. And the conversation has been, because they're kind of like one of the later formed teams, whether or not they're going to be able to get it across the line in terms of their prep time versus some of the other teams.
Later formed, yes, I agree, definitely, but they're all a team. Like, every single individual member on that team has been a member of so many other teams throughout Halo Infinite's competitive lifespan already. And just Halo in general, even, Benji being a Call of Duty kid, has heaps of LAN experience himself as well. So all of these players on this roster already coming in strong, and we've all seen how they perform individually anyway, they're massive talents.
Yeah, absolutely. And I talked about it earlier today. I mean, the things that Junior did in Sydney 2018 was absolutely bonkers. He just caught fire and so confident. He just did whatever he wanted on the map. And, when you get a happy Junior like that, you better watch out. It wouldn't matter what team it is, and he'll be beaming.
Absolutely would not matter, especially when you're coming face-to-face with members like this. Going to be jumping into Strongholds on Recharge, the first game for Immunity and Mindfreak here. It looks like, from the way the players are playing, it's probably another reset. I think that's probably the wrong game mode map. I could be wrong, though, but that, again, is fine. Hey, at least we have connectivity
it's
here.
Probably Dino with a seat debacle again. It was like, is it okay, mate? You comfortable?
Oh, well, yeah, maybe he wants to
need a
swap
pillow,
back.
A nice tea, maybe?
There's
anything for our players.
There's potential that he could just be looking to get another pump in real quick before we jump into another game, which, honestly is perfectly fine for us. I think everyone here in the crowd has loved to see just how massive Dino is in the LAN environment. Am I wrong?
I mean, he talks a big game, but go stand next to Voltage, mate. I mean, he's a giant.
Absolute monster, yeah. Yep. To see, I think, I can't remember who mentioned it before on the desk, but there just has to be some kind of intimidation factor when you're looking at the members of Team Immunity. You're thinking collectively how much playtime they had, and then you've got Taj standing behind him, absolute mountain of a man himself.
Well, he's so big that the stage is actually
I think it honestly could go either way, and I'm really looking forward to a nice close-knit series. And I feel like if any of the matches that we have today, this might end up being the closest because you have so many players that know each other, how they like to play. The team chemistry is really good on both sides. I don't think there's really any outliers in terms of untested players or experience or talent or anything like that. I think you have two very solid squads, lots of experience between the two. I think we're in for a ripper.
To be fair, with a lot of our predictions though, I think all of us tiered Immunity overall like quite low, especially in comparison to like a lot of these other teams. That being said, you know, especially at the Super, Team Immunity played so well, especially when they were in that environment at the time of all sort of like being around each other, having so much practice in beforehand, and they made some massive upsets against these teams. You know, at that time, you had Chiefs and DM just absolutely dominating, flooring everything in their path, and Immunity seemingly came out of nowhere and just showed them like, yeah, we can still roll with you guys, we can still play.
Yeah, it's interesting you bring the predictions up, and I think I said earlier that I almost put Immunity at number one, but as much as I believe that I absolutely could and I wouldn't be surprised, I was just like, you know, is the hunger still there for it? Yes, Benno's amazing. Ad's got loads of experience. You know, Hef's a big brain. Dante can hype up when he needs to. But it's like, are they as hungry as the young guys for it? And it's like, is that fire still burning as hot as the new young guys?
Simply from the way that they talked in that sort of pre-roll video that we showed of Team Immunity before, and from the conversations that we've had with the boys, you know, walking around here and how amped they feel, particularly to be in this environment, I think it sort of puts them back in that element. I mean, I remember I used to see these guys play at Brisland back in 2009 on Halo 3, and I think, wow, like, I want to be just like these guys. Now seeing them in the flesh.
Oh my God, is that ads?
They still have that like fire within them, that burning passion. It's so cool to see them like transition from game after game and still perform so well over all of them.
I mean, they're raging bulls, aren't they? As soon as they that red cape and, you know, counting down into the map, it's like a switch, and all of a sudden they just want it. They're locked in, and that's kind of why you can never count Immunity out. Is like, if they decided to not practice for 12 months and then just turn up to a LAN, then they just switch it on when they get there. Yeah, maybe they windmill for a couple of games, but then after that they're locked in.
Yeah, wasn't it Benno that we were saying, I think last Pro Series or last Open, he could not play the game for 3 years, turn up and still smash everyone on LAN. He's just got so much muscle memory built into those hands of his after those, you know, 15 odd years of playing Halo day after day after day. He still crushes it every single time. That being said, you know, Mindfreak, we've seen them sort of crush in Halo Infinite overall, going up against these giants. It is a big task for them. What kind of mental pressure do you think that they might be under, especially facing against a team like this? They certainly sounded very confident when talking about Team Immunity, but it's a different ballpark when you're sitting, you know, 10 meters across from them.
I think the mental pressure in this situation, I don't think it's going to get to any of their heads, to be honest with you. And I think the experience in this is sometimes Halo is more about how you bounce back when you're on the back foot. You're a little bit behind. You may be struggling a little bit. And I feel like all of these guys are able to do that. They're able to spring back. That's probably the biggest strength of Immunity, and even how long they've known each other and that banter. There's no, oh man, like, hey, you went like neg 7 in that Slayer, you got to really pick it up. And it's like, hey mate, nice neg 7, way to get on the scoreboard. And it's like, you have a laugh about it and they just bounce back. It's just completely natural for them to bounce back, and that just lends into that experience. I don't think there's much pressure at all for them.
We have to remember for these guys as well, you know, Mindfreak certainly are no slouches when it comes to playing long days of Halo. They've done it in the Open Series, they've done it in the Pro, they've done it in the Super, coming into LAN, they're having to do it again. But you match that up against how many times Team Immunity has had to do this over well over a decade now. How many times they've been in this situation where they've had to play, you know, 12 plus hours of Halo a day. There's a lot of mental pressure that comes with that, and it definitely impacts your performance in game. Where do you think Mindfreak is going to stack up to them, you know, when it comes to that? At the end of the day, do Team Immunity just suit themselves better to this kind of environment?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Mindfreak, I mean, those guys are no slouches in their own right in terms of how much experience they have and their longevity. And as you point out, sometimes the long days and the long weekends, they kind of defeat the players. You get to Sunday night, you're getting to the final, you've done back-to-back-to-back 12-hour days, you know, waiting around, watching other people play, then you jump in. It's hard to go from hot, cold, and you're knackered, right? But these guys, they can do it. It's just like riding a bike, right?
Yeah, you know, they pick it up time and time again. The muscle memory is there. I've just got word from our boys in the back that it looks like we're about to get kicking into gear with this game for Team Immunity and Mindfreak. It is a hard-fought battle. It has been a long day of Halo for these players. You know, when they're not playing on screen, they're figuring out what they can do off screen, how to improve their game, the mentality overall. So it has been hard-fought. It's a mental game for these boys. So it's going to be very interesting to see how they can handle themselves in this first match.
Yeah, I mean, while we're loading into this one, Blue, you got any players from Mindfreak that you're looking to kind of step it up and bring it to Immunity?
Dino.
Dino?
Dino promised me Needler kills today. He promised me them aplenty, and I still haven't seen one from him. Recharge is a map. The Needler is right there. It's there for the picking, the taking. So I want to see the man, the myth, the legend himself put it to use.
Now, on board with Benji moving through. I love this position here. He's very vulnerable but can get some shots down, putting so much pressure on the ads there, backing him off. And a little bit of a bait and switch. Dante being very bold with this early B capture, but he has got that camo. Team Immunity straight out of the rip with that trip cap. They're going to be flooding points into their scoreline. That's what you want to see. But look at that. Benji spotted out Dante with that camo. Nice double kill for him. And now
month of playtime now. Definitely one of the strongest young players we have in the region. Cross-mapping right now, spots Bemino, comes face-to-face to Ads. Unfortunately, Ads is the one who takes him down. Dino looking to clean up Ads as well, but now he's faced with two. Looking to go top elevator now, maybe secure himself a kill, but does unfortunately get taken down.
It's a hard situation. You have two players from Immunity rushing up those stairs. He tuck tail and run. And now with Ads from Team Immunity hanging out in the elevator, he jumps up, and I like this. He's just locking down the A Stronghold. Immunity, they've got a little bit of a head start here. Perfectly placed grenade. He didn't know that Junior was there, but he just ran away and was like, nope, not going in there, and turn around and say, Ads, he's not doing a lot on the map in terms of action, but just holding down that corner of the map, and it's all about your role that you are playing within your team.
Sight lines, information, getting enough damage out is all too important, especially on a map like Recharge. So many close-knit corridors that you can get caught off by, just unfortunately Ads did there by Junior. Nades come out from Junior as he's looking to capture A, so they can go for that A and B hold, get some time ticking on the board. Team Immunity, during that engagement that we just had near top elevator, was ticking up time themselves. 3 members for Immunity go down right now. Junior looking to just plink those nades, try and get some damage in. He got enough to scare off the player of Team Immunity. Junior doing a lot of work, just creating as much space as possible. Takes on Benno right now. Good use of the repulsor, but unfortunately falls to it. Dante comes into scrap, takes the camo himself, but gets felled as
Hasn't been used yet, Bill.
No, still on the field as Majestic slides in, looking to pick it up.
Yeah, look at him cherry picking, you know, the scraps on the ground. Everybody wanted that camo. Ninjistics comes in after the fight and scoops it. I'll take that, thank you very much. But now, on board with Benji from Mindfreak, moving through the red pipes. Easy cleanup kill onto Heifers. They move to push into the A Stronghold. Now, Ninjistics in a 1v1 versus Benno, showing him what's what. Now, still with plenty of camo to use, and right on the precipice of this C Stronghold here. Mindfreak doing very well, holding that trip cabin, and now they've taken the lead.
Ninjestics is one of those players that I really enjoy watching. He tends to be able to switch up his playstyle from super aggressive to, as soon as he gets something like camo in the back pocket, he's just using it very passively, trying to get as much information out on the map and as much damage as possible before he sort of backs off. And I love what he's doing here. There's no aggression to it. He's just holding down the sight hide, holding down the lane, making sure that Team Immunity has to make the rotation themselves. Junior in the background getting a remote detonation for himself as Benno and Dante go down for Team Immunity.
A Team Immunity, we're talking about how good they can stay composed in a map, but currently they're getting trip capped on. They're almost down 100 points. If anyone's going to be able to flip that script, it is Team Immunity, but they don't want to wait too long.
But Mindfreak just playing a very dominant game. You know, they're playing a little bit more subdued than I think we saw them trying to do in the first series. But it's working out well for them. You know, Reese Ninjestics here just playing for his life so much. If he manages to get away, that's huge, with Ads chasing him down as much as possible. The nade inflicts damage, not enough to kill him. Absolutely one shot, and he gets the support from his teammate there on control stairs. A collapse right now on C, but it's a trade out with Ads. Lots of damage going back and forth, but once again, Team Immunity 2 members down.
I love that play from Ninjestics there. The fact that Ads was pushing and he's like, you know what, I don't need to win this fight. We've got the trip cap. I can just back off a little bit, wait for my health to arrive, and then we'll just clear him out and get the reset. So, heads up play from Ninjestic there. Junior with the double kill there with that shock rifle showing up through squad. That scoreline is quickly ticking down to the 250 mark. Mindfreak looking very strong. Junior trying to connect there, but yes, gets away with his life. And another triple cap. Team Immunity, what's going on, boys?
Triple cap for Mindfreak, unless Team Immunity can work very quick-footed right now. Looks to be said and done for the first game here. Strongholds on recharge. 4 seconds, 3 seconds left to go, and it looks like in the blink of an eye it may already be gone. A is touch from Benno. A decisive fight, but it's a trade out, and that's it. Game 1 is already done.
Blue, I saw that 249 stop, and I was like,
There's no way.
There's no way. But it does look like Mindfreak, they're able to close that one out. And after going down 0-3 versus the Chiefs, they must be feeling good at managing to grab themselves a decisive victory on map 1. That's got to help their confidence.
From the get-go, Mindfreak was a little bit different than what we saw in the first game. It seems like maybe in the time that they've had to break and sort of look at the mistakes that they made previously when they opened this series, they just became a lot more composed with themselves and themselves as a team. You could see how well they were rotating one another. I love that play that Reese did on Ninjestics again, very early on C plat, where he just had camo, and even when he lost that camo, he stayed there the whole time. He made sure that at no point Team Immunity pushed through C Hall, and he was alive for the longest time possible.
And that was a really short game for Louis. I was looking at the damage stats and I was like, 2k damage, oh, that's a pretty poor performance. And then I looked at all of them and they're all around 2k, and it's like, that game went for like 2 minutes, but it was all Mindfreak. That trip cap was just held for so long, and Team Immunity, they should know. It's like you're getting trip capped on, you've got to wait for everyone to be up, you got to get a pick, you got to grab one of the neutral strongholds, maybe C, maybe A, not going for the B stronghold, you're never going to get it, you're just going to get naded out.
A couple of mistakes there just seem to be Team Immunity's undoing, but at the end of the day, we talked about them so much before and how much experience they have. I know, disgusting from Junior. And they're so capable of turning this around. You know, they're down a map right now, but again, Justin, think about it. How many times have they been here before? Not only in Halo Infinite, but in, God knows, any other Halo game. How many times have they been in this position?
Yeah, I think the Team Immunity's biggest strength is their ability to just brush things off. Do you think, you know, Benno's sitting there going, oh man, can't believe we lost that first map. I'm so nervous, like we're on main stage. And he's like, oh yeah, boys.
I'm going to be honest,
tough luck.
Looking at Taj right now, I don't think he would let that happen. That man has the shout of a Thor at them if he feels the slightest
What are you
quiver.
doing, boys? And he's like, grabs them, gives them a little head rub. Come on, get into it.
Yeah, there's just no way. You know, we speak all the time whenever we see Team Immunity play about how much composure they have, and we've seen it firsthand, how able they are to bounce back from situations like this. It's only a hope, you know, because if they don't, I think I'll be able to hear Inman crying off in the distance if Team Immunity unfortunately falls here.
The sound of tiny violins. But I mean, we talk about Immunity's strength being their composure and their consistency, but maybe they're just not able to pop off at the same extent that some of the Mindfreak guys are. I mean, Dino could just go off at any time, Junior as well, and I mean, Benji's a wild card and you don't know what to expect from him sometimes. So maybe that's the missing link for the Team Immunity guys. They don't really have that super hyped up, red-blooded player that just kind of goes off.
You know, we see someone like Benno is very often to create those breaks where he just goes on these massive killing sprees, creating as much space as possible for the rest of his team to break through. But I feel like that kind of aggression is few and far between, whereas a team like Mindfreak has the potential with every player in their roster to just do that time and time again, one after another. And I think especially in Halo Infinite, with how much pace setting that you need to do for your team and everyone else on board, they have the star power to do that. Immunity are just a lot more passive, a lot more controlled, very old school style of approaching Halo.
Absolutely. I mean, if you look at all the highlights from someone like Benno, right, it's not a lot of, flashy no-scope plays and that kind of thing. It's just good positioning, nice clean-up double kill, rotating around, putting himself in a strong position, not taking fights he has no business taking and backing off when he needs to. And that's why his stats are always so good and he's so consistent, because he's thinking about the end game, not going for clips for his Twitter impressions.
There have been a couple of upsets though, especially recently with Team Immunity. That game in the last Pro Series that we had, where unfortunately they fell to Kit Bash. Team Immunity looked like the stronger team. They outstatted Kit Bash by an absolute landslide, but it was just the macro game they felt short of, right? They weren't focusing on objectives enough in those exchanges that they had where they get 4 members down. In that particular scenario, Kit Bash had enough to sort of just come back and take the reins from them and look at the objective and how they need to play. That being said, we've seen Team Immunity's scoreline and how bloated out, especially the Slays have been time after time. We have a Slay coming up next on Live Fire.
Yeah, it's certainly a good time to step it up a little bit, take that objective out of the consideration, and they can just concentrate on their Slays. And, maybe they are a little bit jittered. Like we're always talking them up. Benno this, adds that. 75,000 years of experience, blah, 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 blah. And maybe it is getting in their heads a little bit. And, it happens. They're human after all.
Yes.
They eat and they sleep like the rest of us, believe it or not. So maybe get in their heads a little bit.
Yes, and I think if there's going to be a man to get in their heads a little bit, it's going to be Dino. Famously, he's a bit of a trash talker. He's a bit of a BMer, especially when it comes to in-game. And once again, I'm putting the call out to him. I told him I want to see the Needler play. He confessed to me that he is the Needler king. He uses the Needler all the time. Where's it been, Justin? Where's the Needler? I want to see it.
I love stuff like that. Shooting bodies, get the Needler out, go for sticks rather than using your BR. I love all of that stuff. And, Dino, he's one of those guys, he builds up momentum and he just catches fire. And last night I was talking to him in the lobby, Bluey, and I was like, what's hyping you up a little bit? And it's like, I want people to say that I can't do it and we're not going to win. And people are saying, I'm trash. And, the Direwolves guy saying, you should never left. And I was like, what can I do to hype you up? And he was like, do what it trash talk me. I was like, you never should have left Direwolves. And like, you're the worst player here and all that kind of stuff. Like, yes. He loves it. So any kind of pressure, it seems Dino uses that as fuel.
I would say, particularly between these two teams that we have here, I think all of us in our predictions rated them a little bit lower than what they like to have seen. So now they're both on main stage. It's time for them to show to us and to everyone else at home that, for whatever team comes out on top, yes, they're the dominant one. They're the one that needs to move forward and is going to move forward over whatever team falls behind, whether that be, Mindfreak or Team Immunity. I know the Mindfreak boys sort of off stage to us had a couple of words for us and said, no, exactly like you said, we're going to be the ones to prove you wrong. We're going to be the ones to absolutely shut it down, make play after play. But again, they haven't really shown that to us. Actions speak louder than words, especially when it comes to land play now. This is where they need to show up and show out.
It's funny you say that actions speak louder than words. It's like we're making predictions, we're getting cop and heat for it, and getting bailed up in the hotel. Like, what do you say about me on Twitter? Look, what's that prediction? And it's like, come on, man, play the game.
You predicted wrong, Matt. How many times do we get told that? Oh, wrong predictions there, wrong predictions.
Hey, me and Momo predicted the last series, right? And 3-1. We called the Direwolves would take a map. So, we get something right sometimes, Bluey.
Very well done there. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we're just having a couple of technical hiccups here. Hopefully we can get in the game very, very soon. We want to see the action, particularly between these two teams. I know the players do as well, especially with how hard fought they have been all day. Once again, this is the largest tournament in the ANZ region that we have ever had. So to have these two teams on main stage right now, there's got to be this urge to just want to play the game. We haven't had an instance in so very, very long. What did you say? It was 4 years since all of these players have been in a building like this, ready to play, ready to duke it out.
Yeah, it's been a really long time coming, and I think Ad said in the interview at the regional qualifiers online, it's just kind of, it's almost like they need to show up and prove that they still have it, because it's finally just this giant event that ANZ has kind of been waiting for, so to speak. So they've it's like, oh, these guys have got so much experience, they won so many lands. Have they got anything left to prove? And clearly they still do.
Yes, absolutely. Can't help but agree, Justin. Team immunity, once again, we keep gassing up so many times, but how can we not when, once again, I was saying before, like back in my very first Halo 3 lands that I attended, I saw these guys, you know, performing out of their minds, and I thought, that's the kind of player that I want to be when it comes to competitive Halo. That's the position that I want to be, and they were so inspiring for so long. And once again, to see them on main stage like this, to be in this arena, viewing them right there, it's insane to me from the difference that they were when they were on like picnic tables in, you know, like a warehouse in Brisbane playing on land. It's absolutely insane.
Yeah, I mean, and you got to sponge that information too. I know in my preparation for this event, I went and talked to Seduce because like I need to find someone that's not busy scrimming, that really knows Halo to kind of get me up to speed. And you know, I got to try and learn something. And it's amazing when you listen to these guys and their knowledge of Halo is just so deep. And once you get them going, like, oh my God, you really know everything about this game, backwards, forwards, front to back, doesn't matter. They know it.
Hopefully now, Justin, these players can put a bit of that knowledge into show for us as we are looking like we're getting into this live fire game. Right now, ladies and gentlemen, I can see that the players are ready to go.
And it looks like they're all getting set up for this overshield to pop. It's going to come up in roughly 10 seconds. Everyone getting ready. Looks like Benno wants to be the one there, but it's almost a very vulnerable position when you look at all the players going there. There's that needler you keep going on about. Bluey, I know you want Dino to grab that one. Ninjistics coming in. He's got that snipe. And I like that he looked at the overshield there. He's like, my shields are flashing. I'm probably going to go down, but I might get a cheeky kill here.
If I can secure that OS kill before any player pops it, it's going to be massive for me. I definitely agree. You know, he does unfortunately fall there, leading the push more so in Team Immunity's favor. I believe they probably captured OS there. You have 3 players unfortunately collapse on poor Ninjestics in that moment, looking up near a window. Hef right now playing sneaky, picks up 2 sticky grenades. They're probably going to be volleyed out as he tries to just secure himself some space. Spotters Jr. out on the roots and gets the kill, but does immediately get taken out himself. 3 members of Team Immunity down.
Oh, it was really unfortunate from Hef. He had a 2-shot advantage and he just got turned on there. Now with Ninjistics, I like those nice steady BR shots there. He does get called out, opting not to challenge that. He's just locking down that position. That C boxes area is just so powerful, and you're just going to make sure you stay alive, keep applying that pressure. Dante going in, using his cover well. He eventually does get taken out. Perfect shots from Ads there. Throws out a grenade. I reckon he almost fastballed him there. If that was a sticky, he would have stayed on, I reckon.
We do see kill for kill, blow for blow being exchanged right now. Typically the narrative that we see in these Slayer games. And unfortunately, we haven't seen too many kills with the sniper ring out, which is the true difference maker, especially as they tend to be absolute killers. You know, that quick shot to the head is going to be the difference maker. We do see Benji with it right now. 3 bullets, I should say, loaded in. He's got plenty to play with, but he does get back smacked as Hef was just cheekily sitting around the corner waiting for him.
Cheeky little bugger hiding around the corner there. Gets a nice backpack too. He had the snipe and Junior had the overshield there, and Hef able to steal away a kill there. Heads up play from him. Dante trying his best to melt down that overshield. And look at that, Junior running away once again, valuing his life. Benji comes in with the cleanup, taking him out. Now rotating through. Benno around the corner there, able to clean him up. And Hef with the backup as well. And there's Ads. Team Immunity seem to be playing around each other very well, but they're all fallen. Ads last one alive.
There's a lot of pairings happening right now across this map. You know, there's not a lot of single people pushes or single rotations, which is good because you don't want to get caught out in those positions. But unfortunately, what we're leaning on right now is just who has the better gun, who is going to shoot better in these particular instances. It's so hard to tell who's going to be the top fragger right now on this roster because of how close-knit the game is. You know, you have, unfortunately, Junior on Mindfreak's side, falling a little bit by the wayside, but that being said, 3 kills, 6 assists to his name, make that 4 kills as he picks up another right before our very eyes. So he's still putting in the damage, he's still putting in the work for his team.
You know what it could be, Blue? I've noticed Junior, he's been taking fights, and as soon as he goes, you know what, it's not a sure thing that I'm going to win this, he backs off, and then someone else gets a cleanup. So maybe that's why his assists are so high, because he's not securing all of those kills for himself. But now now with Dante going 5-4 with 6 assists right now. While I'm looking at the scoreboard, Hef, top fragging at the moment, first to the double-digit club, and he's not usually the person you look to drop big slates.
No, we said that in the last Pro Series, though, where Hef, for some reason, just turned something on. He flicked a switch and he was able to just play completely out of his mind. Like you said, Justin, he's not typically the player on the Team Immunity roster that we see do this, but now, for some reason, I think he might have taken that loss, a bit too close to heart, and now he just wants to play as fast as he can.
We're getting rowdy here in the arena. The Mindfreaks guys getting certainly hyped up quite a lot. Still with Dante though, but Dino grabbing that fresh overshield and gets away with it clean as well, Bluey. So it means that he's going to be able to make coordinator play with his teammates, make a big collapse, and here it comes. And he's got his teammates there, Dante running for his life. He goes down, and they're looking for those players that... Immunity players are just falling by the wayside. And Dino, he's not really getting shot either. He's got loads of overshield left. He hasn't been melted down, so he can just keep pushing with confidence.
That overshield, the only victim of it right now is Time, as it manages to whittle its way down, but Ads does catch him on the back foot, picks up scoreboard side, does take him down then. All that overshield gone and melted. Not really much use that was made there for it, unfortunately. Through all that engagement though, Mindfreak only up 2 kills, so Team Immunity is still swinging back as much as they need to.
Yeah, and you know what? Team Unity did so well to make sure that they couldn't utilize that OS. Yes, they weren't able to shut him down, but they were rotated away. It's like, OS player is pushing us. We need to buy time. Let's rotate through A, get a couple of picks and just, melt him down a little bit. And it seems to be paying dividends because there are only 2 kills the difference right now. And Ninjistic challenging Ads, able to get the double kill out BR. Fantastic stuff from Ninjistics from Mindfreak.
Ninjestics, the man himself, gets away with it. Another kill in tow, bleeding out that scoreline ever more. Flanking Ads right now, deflecting that nade away from him, not taking any damage as Dino follows it up from the top scoreboard jump. We do see Team Immunity members right now spawning back mud, I believe, rotating C-plat on the tower. That overshield is about halfway up, only a couple seconds to go, and that looks like where the next fight is going to be commencing.
It looks like Ninjas is taking the pace out of his gameplay a little bit here. He's kind of just holding down a spot, waiting for his next victim to go past that S7 sniper rifle. The montage maker is about to pop. That could be key for Team Immunity if they want to get back into this game. Ads caught off guard there. Ninjistic's been such an annoying little bugger, moving around the map and just making himself a hard kill. But Benno, with the crispy shots, finally shuts him down.
Dino looking to give the support, unfortunately a couple seconds too late, would have been able to save. Ninjestics there, just taking shots all around. Junior manages to sneak his way through scoreboard door there, captures OS through all of that, only has a slither of it left, looking to take on Benno on a 1v1, gets repulsed to the back wall and does get picked off himself. Mindfreak now up 5 kills, only 5 kills left for Mindfreak to secure this game, going up 2 in the series.
I certainly think that Team Immunity could do it if they wanted to. Ads finding a lot of players, wisely not pushing too hard. And look at that, the Mindfreak guys opting to rotate away from Ads. Could that come back to bite them? They kind of needed to clear him out. Nice little body shot there, does get the double kill as well. Ads his mat's going off, Bluey.
2 more kills left for Mindfreak to collect to take this map as well. Going up 2 against Team Immunity. Team Immunity right now on the back foot. Only 4 kills left for them to go as the game slows down. Slight crawl picking back up as Team Immunity spawns around back B bend. The team shots are going to ring out through. Dino picking himself up Hef. Dante choosing to peek as well. Benno located around B bend and it does get collected. Mindfreak going up 2 maps against Team Immunity.
I mean, you see Mantis up there. He's just dagger eyes across stage, and the Team Immunity guys didn't even look up.
From the sounds of it, it invoked a bit of fear in you as well, Justin. I think you took more of the heat than
there's some scary people around here, man. I'm just, I'm not a tough guy. I got a floral shirt on. I can't throw down. So I see him. I was like, oh god, I'm glad I'm casting and not up there on the main stage.
Bringing you back to the days on the Osprey team, when cop a little bit of BM
I've
yourself.
spent so many Sunday mornings signing up to cups, getting,
absolutely bodied.
bottom seed going up against Immunity top seed, and it's like, you warm up, you scrim, all that kind of stuff, and then you just get 3-0'd straight in the elimination bracket by Team Immunity. So, yeah, they're a little bit intimidating, all right? I got PTSD about it.
Well done for Mindfreak there. That game, honestly, for a Slayer game, was so fast-paced all around. It felt like from the first kill, the game didn't really stop, only slowing down in sort of small increments, but then just bleeding out so far past than what it was worth. Unfortunately, it just felt like time and time again. Particularly, I want to say that Team Immunity just seemed to be getting flanked. There were so many flanks being made by Mindfreak, from Ninjestics, from Benji, and then they would get flanked, turn, get enough damage on there, but then Benji and Ninjestics would just sort of run away with their lives and be able to peek back, get something for themselves. This play in particular, Ninjestics was sitting Rat's Nest for so long, so weak, one shot the whole time, not called out, peeks out B-Bend, and then just gets that beautiful double.
I mean, not calling out weak players and getting those critical kills and allowing Ninjestics to do stuff like that. I mean, that's not really the Team Immunity that we know, right?
No, absolutely not.
You know, team shotting and responding to call-outs and stuff like that, that's just, you know, that's some of the bread and butter of Halo. So Team Immunity, it's quite strange to see them struggling a little bit in that department.
No, I definitely agree. You know, we talked so much about them before, gassed them up in a sense that, yeah, they've been in this position before. You know, they've come back from it. They still certainly have it in them to do that again now, but it could just be the effect of, hey, we're playing on LAN right now. Like, all the boys are here together, but then we're facing a group of guys who are so strong, so confident in their ability in Halo Infinite. Can we really match up to that? Do we really have the ability to take the pace away from them, make each game our own? Looking at the way that Team Immunity is playing right now, they're going to have to pull a rabbit out of a hat and make some magic happen, because they're just bleeding over and over again. And honestly, it's quite devastating to see.
Yeah, at the risk of talking about the fact that Momentum was on Immunity at some point again, I know he's banging on about now, we're going to talk about it. Can they bring it back? 2018 Sydney World Qualifiers, Team Immunity was down against Authority, and Authority was on the precipice, you know, just about to win that series. And then Momentum, and I'm paraphrasing here, he goes, yeah, and then Benno just turned to us and, all right, boys, let's bring it back. Just like deadpan. And then they came back and they won that series and qualified for Worlds. So if they've got it in them, we've seen them do it before on land, maybe they can do it again.
I don't know, man. Looking at Benji right now, the stats speak for themselves. 90 kills. He's 10 kills away from 100 bomb across the series. His accuracy as well on point. We've seen how well this kid is shooting. He's a young gun. He's a young carp. He's got so much in him. You know, he's the star power for this team. And, you know, so many people before, especially when he first came into the Halo Infinite competitive scene, were saying, man, look at this kid. Like, look how much potential he has. And he was bounced around so many teams for so long. But now it just really feels like he's got a home. He's got a supportive, you know, group of players around him to make sure that he's just constantly able to push over and over again. There's no backing down from any of the fights that he takes.
Well, it's interesting when you had the launch of Halo Infinite and the HCS roadmap. It was very attractive for players from other games, and we had quite a lot of Call of Duty players come in and form teams and that kind of thing, and they did pretty well. But it is a very different game, and I think when you take someone that's got a little bit of a different play style from an experience, like, you know, Benji or, you know, Sways or Lolly or Plasma or something like that, and you put them together with some classic Halo players, they can kind of play around that player and set them up and go, hey, listen, Benji, we'll cover all the fundamentals and we'll just wind you up like a Beyblade and let you rip.
It's just getting them into this position, right, where they feel comfortable. If you have a comfortable Halo player, that's a dangerous Halo player. We talk so much about Barcode. I mean, right, we've talked him to death even today, but it was the fact that what truly made him scary is in every game that he went in, he was comfortable and he was confident. So if you can start building up that confidence in these other players that we have in the region, they're going to grow just as strong. They're going to give it their all just as much as he did and propel themselves even further, especially against these teams that they so commonly have to scrim against or play against in LAN environments like this. They only get better and better over time. Yes, it might take some, you know, some roster shuffles and some mixing and matching here and there, but what do you say, Justin? Do you think the Mindfreak that we're looking right now is at their absolute peak sort of potential? Do you think that they can go further than how they're performing at the moment?
Potentially, yeah. I mean, on the prediction lists, I had them at second place because I believe that they would be able to do it. So they have the potential to take this thing all the way. Yes, Chiefs kind of put them in their place a little bit. They had a little bit to prove though, so they were ice cold on that one. And it's like they were like, we don't care that it's pool play. We're gonna lights out you guys and prove to everyone that they're the best here. But now Mindfreak, they're bouncing back after that and now doing the same to Team Immunity.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here we go as we dive into map number 3, King of the Hill on Street. It's going to get frantic, it's going to get sweaty, it's going to get a little bit chaotic, but don't worry, we're here to guide you through this as we pan right now through the beautiful neon-bathed streets that we are going to be taking place on right now. Justin, we got a game 3 on our hands. If Mindfreak take this one, Immunity, unfortunately, a little bit down on the wayside. So how do you think this one is going to roll?
Oh, listen, I reckon Team Immunity's going to bring it back, but we are starting things up with Junior. He grabs that Bulldog on his way past, able to get that trade there onto Hef, and now grabbing that Stalker Rifle as well. But the call-out does come in. Benno, easy clean up for him, but Dino, he's got 2 rockets to play with. You know he's looking for that play. The rocket goes underneath his feet. Able to get the trade, but that's not what you want when you got those in your pocket.
The running narrative of ANZ players not being able to use rockets has been a bit of an unfortunate one that we've witnessed today, but, you know...
And it's always on Street.
I know, it always happens. It's the hills, man. It just catches our players off guard. Unfortunately, not much hill time has been captured right now. Most of it going on the wayside of Mindfreak. That being said, it's only about a fingernail's worth of time. 3 players right now positioned in and around it as Tyres is taken hold of. Benji unfortunately does go down. Junior thrusts his way out as he is one shot, but he's assuredly going to be chased as Dante cleans him up. Dino taking a kill in Tyres as Ninjestix challenges Benno as well. Right now, 2 members of Mindfreak are down.
Yes, and this A area of the map, you kind of need to clear through it very quickly because there's a lot of sight lines to that area. Ninjestix hanging around a little bit too long. Now Dante in the hill right now, racking up a little bit of time, but a lot of his teammates are falling, doing his best to stay alive. I don't think anyone's going to find him in that little corner. Pops out just to respond to that call out on Junior, but Benno able to shut him down. Now jumping up into the Tides area, putting some pressure on, does cop a couple of grenades, and it does look like all the players are trying to do the right things. They're putting themselves in good positions, and both teams are back and forth.
Those team rotations that we just saw there, like the bait and switches coming out from Team Immunity, is exactly the kind of gunning that I would expect to see from them. In that particular instance, you know, it was a matter of seconds before 3 members of Mindfreak did go down. They do sort of get that reversed on them themselves as Mindfreak are now the ones in control of the hill, about to tie this first point up. Benji in control of the rockets, does shoot off one there. Believe he still has one in the back pockets. That's very dangerous, but Benno seemingly killing him off screen there as Benji goes down. So now Mindfreak are going to be the ones on the back foot, looking like they're going to be able to cap this this first hill as Hef gets taken out himself.
What's very interesting, Glue, is that Mindfreak secures the first hill, but the goose is loose. Ninjestix is yet to put one on the board. Captain Donut right now, but it doesn't matter. The rest of the boys are making things happen.
I don't think we really need to jinx it so far because it is a King of the Hill game. There is plenty of time for these boys to work with, and especially with how strong Mindfreak's team shots have been in, I don't think it's going to be all too hard for. Yep, there you go. Ninjestix to get a kill. So many kills, though, on the other hand, coming out from Team Immunity. There's a very consistent pattern, 6-6-5. Unfortunately, Hef trailing a little bit behind right now. 1 and 7 does get taken out again. Dante as well. So there just seems to be a lot of scrappy damage going back and forth between these 2 teams right now. And Mindfreak seem to be the ones who are able to just pick off those kills when necessary.
Yeah, so much control. I mean, that's why I highlighted the fact that Ninjestix hadn't got any kills yet, but still they managed to get the hill. And he's concentrated not on the fact that he hadn't gotten a kill yet. He's making the right rotations and working with his teammates, right? So doing all the right things, and that's what matters. Look at the scoreboard. They're up.
Hill Guardian medal for Dino, clearly enjoying his time there as he decides to be the main leader in this hill. Looks like hill number 2 goes in favor of Mindfreak. Very cool, calm and collected. Dino appears to be there on his play cam. Yeah, I know. Did he even take really any damage while he was in that hill?
No, he just had so many of his boys watching his back. Now going out, challenging. Adds with a very choice, lovely thrust there to take him down there. But now on the stairs, trying to apply some pressure here. Doesn't have a lot of help with him, being very cautious about that. Not pushing in too hard and giving away his life needlessly. Now Junior with those rockets, not able to translate on either of those. Adds in the plans, trying to stay alive. He does get called out. Benno with the cleanup. Team Immunity showing up a little bit here. Now Dino, bit of a whiff on that that melee, but it doesn't matter. Able to secure the kill with the help of Ninjistics there. Dante shutting him down, and Immunity, they're picking up a little bit of the pace, but I think they need to go a little bit faster if they want to catch up.
Immunity definitely need to start matching the aggression that Mindfreak is laying down for them, as Mindfreak once again is 2 hill captures up over Immunity. Immunity unfortunately have a lot of ground to make up for if they want to be in this. Remember, there's not much time in a King of the Hill game. You have to be very wary of that clock ticking down, because if a team gets too many hills above you, you simply don't have the time to make it work. Yes, the clock stops when you're in the hill, but it's everything else that you have to consider during that hill time. You have to consider the spawns of your teammates if you go down, the rotations that you need to make, you know, the power-ups that you need to go for during that time as well. There's so many factors that come into this, and it just becomes to a point where you look at that clock and you're like, guys, we don't have enough time.
Yeah, the panic does set in. We talk about Immunity being composed, but you know, when you're about to lose this series and the clock is counting down, you know, do they start desperating and going in one at a time, trying to grab themselves a hill, and does that play into Mindfreak's favor?
Benji gets taken out Tyre's side as Dante looks to push Cones there. Unfortunately, gets taken out himself. Dino still remaining very cool, calm and collected in the hill once again as it ticks up to 3 in favor of Mindfreak. They have one more hill left to secure before they take this and take that little pool position away from Team Immunity.
Yeah, look, I mean, Dino, ice cold. Deadly,
Oh
just going through, cleaning things up. Lovely double kill. Lots of hill time with that commander.
No!
And he, wow, Dante, to get that trade there. Unbelievable. But Ninjistics, he showed up, hasn't he? He's one of the top scorers for his team now.
Very good stuff coming out from Ninjistics. The 10 assists he has on the board. Juni with 11 as well, so he's certainly supplying the damage that his team to vie for that rocket power. Rocket's in the hands of Dante right now, going to need to make a decisive play as he whips one out, takes Benji out on Crow's Nest, rips that red gun out of his hand as well. Dante fishing around, he can hear the player around garbage side. If you ping those bins, it actually says Oscar's house, which is a very nice reference there. As he whips another one out, and that's 2 rockets, you know, one of them connecting, the other one not quite. Mindfreak in control of the hill there, but there's still some push, there's still some fight left in Team Immunity.
There's always fight in Team Immunity. They never take their foot off the gas. They never give up. And we've seen them clutch up situations before, but Mindfreak looking incredibly strong. Their slays are good. Their objective time is really good. I mean, we always call to Dino to drop big numbers, but he seems to be on hill duty, and it looks very comfortable in there having a bit of relax.
4 members down for Mindfreak just get laid out. That gives Team Immunity plenty of space and time to work with, as they need to make sure that they're paying attention to these spawns. This looks like members of Mindfreak on board with Dino here, spawning Arcade, looking ties to send some damage out, but there's not a lot of time that they have left in order to stop Team Immunity from capturing this hill. Will this be the difference maker? Team Immunity being able to put 1 hill on the board, will that be enough for them? Unfortunately, they get cleaned up a little bit there as 2 members of Team Immunity go down. There's not much time left for Team Immunity to make up.
Yeah, 1 hill is all you need sometimes to shift the momentum in your favor, but Mindfreak, they let go of control just for a little bit, but they're putting the squeeze back on. Now board with Junior, easy cleanup from him, does cop a grenade, respawn screen for him. Now with Dino finding ads, might be able to scoop both of these rockets. 2 to play with here, should be able to clear out these hills, no worries. And that trigger discipline from Dino, there's like, that play's dead, I don't need that. And he uses it to clean up. Lovely double kill from Dino, that's some rocket efficiency, Bluey.
Fantastic stuff. A nice clean little play from our boy Dino at the end there, just making sure that it was done decisively and securing themselves a nice little spot, 1 step further. Day 1 here for Mindfreak. Definitely a better performance than what we saw them come into the day earlier on. That being said, I feel like they just had a better understanding of the objective game types that were thrown their way. They definitely played a lot more calmer, a lot more cooler, didn't crack under the pressure. It's very unfortunate for Team Immunity, though. I think all of us collectively just expected them to really show out here, and they just didn't have it in them.
Yeah, not today. Maybe tomorrow. There's still a few days left.
Absolutely.
And you can never count Team Immunity out. They're always there. They can always show up. Just like they did in the Super, they kind of brought it to the young guys. But Mindfreak looking incredibly strong.
As always, definitely some strong boys right there from the members of Mindfreak. God, look at Dino, man. I can't, we say it enough, but he's just a carry. He's an
Come on,
all-round
Blue,
carry.
you're blushing, mate.
I'm sorry, I'm drooling a bit.
And when you're blushing, without the hair, your whole head goes red.
Carries you in the game, carries you in real life. He's just, man, oh man. Again, just star-studded performance from these boys. Super excited to see how they performed. It was something that we all sort of discussed, especially in our predictions, that we just expected a lot from this roster, how they performed previously. We knew that they were going to come out strong, that they were going to show face, and, LAN just seems to be the environment for them.
Absolutely, it is. And I mean, good environments. I mean, Father Benji, he must love streets because he clean sweep through that 22 kills, 13 deaths and 8 assists, and a triple kill to boot. He was certainly turning up.
A triple kill in the backpack, but it's nothing, it's nothing Benji isn't used to. We see him pull off that kind of stuff all the time. He's as we said before.
If anything, man's just be like, come on, mate, couldn't get the overkill, come on.
Where's the over? Oh, yeah. Okay, yep. Well, a disappointment once again.
Yeah.
Good stuff.
Don't
from
bother
him.
putting that clip on Twitter, not good enough.
Good stuff from him overall. We love to see it. There's a confidence. I can feel it emanating from the guys over on Mindfreak right now. It's fantastic stuff from them, that they're building it. I can feel it. This is only day one. They have 2 more days ahead of them, potentially. There's so much more gas that they have left in the tank, and they've got so much fight in them. It's just fantastic to see. I can't gush enough.
Yeah, I mean, I was hoping things would be a little bit tighter in that situation, but all credit to Mindfreak, and now I can kind of see why people may be a little bit dirty about some of the predictions that were getting thrown around about Mindfreak's performance, and obviously they're been putting in the hours. I mean, maybe you could look to Junior and Mantis about that. I mean, when it's practice time, there's no nonsense. You get on the scrim, you're there to scrim.
Yep, good stuff here, and of course, we're going to throw it over to Nat with an interview with the man, the myth, the legend himself, the Needler King. You haven't promised me any pink mist yet, but maybe Nat can get the bottom of that. Thank you, Nat.
They stole one of my questions. You know what? So we may as well open up with it. There's been big talks about this needle. Why hasn't it come out yet?
I think I tried to bring it out against Chiefs, but I honestly played a terrible series, trying to brush off the LAN, jitters. So, I'll do better. I'll do better for you, Bluey.
That's right. You can't disappoint the fans out here, even if they are the talent. But the Chiefs game, let's touch on that one as well. You guys really struggled. You got a clean sweep here against Immunity, but you guys got clean swept earlier today. Did that really change up how you were feeling confidence-wise? And what were you thinking between that series and this one?
Yeah, look, we had a game plan, but we just didn't stick to it. We just played way too fast, and we just weren't playing the Mindfreak Halo that we like. So, yeah, we basically just sat down, and all of us were like, we're just playing too fast, and I just played a terrible series. So, yeah, I think if I pull my socks up, I think we can definitely play a lot better against the Chiefs.
Yeah, well, you guys showed up in this series. Was there anything that stood out for you guys that you were impressed with that you had changed so much compared to that first series?
Yeah, I think it was more of we just stuck to our game plan. We slowed it down. We started communicating better. Our communication was terrible against the Chiefs. So, yeah, I think we just weren't the strong team that we can be when we play the Chiefs.
Do you think there's an essence of playing in front of the crowd, or are you kind of feeding off the energy they're giving you guys?
Yeah, I'd say, to be honest, I feel like I was a bit nervous that first series. So, yeah, I'm going to say, yeah, I was nervous, but I feel like I'm finding my groove now, so we should be all right.
And how do you think the rest of this group stage is going to play out for you guys? What is your expectations?
I feel really sorry for whatever open bracket team comes to our sort of pool. It'll just be another swift 3-0, so, yeah.
I like the confidence, but let's see what the panel is going to say as we jump on over to them.
Awesome interview once again there from Nat and the Needler King himself, Dino. Yes. He said he was a little disappointed in himself that he wasn't able to bring it out on the server for everybody. I really like the way that he was speaking about that as well. He took a lot of personal responsibility, and I think when we look at this Mindfreak roster, we do look at Dino to be that main slayer for them. And unfortunately, not really showing up in that first series there against the Chiefs, they definitely did pick their socks up. Momo, the question for you then is it the chair diff? Is this the reason why Dino can finally get his arms as wide as he possibly wants to be able to frag in the server?
We definitely need to see more Needler kills, that's for sure. I feel like once we get the Needler kills in there, we'll see some more Dino action, more Mindfreak action. But at the moment, yeah, they did look a lot more stronger that series compared to the first series against Chiefs. Against Chiefs, they looked kind of flat. I guess, like I said, they're probably just adjusting to the setup. It is LAN, you know what I mean? LAN's always different every single time. But that series, they looked pretty strong against Immunity.
Yeah, they definitely got super clean in that series up against Immunity, and the way that they're able to get that confidence back, Panda, like that's the big thing for these Mindfreak lads, right? You know, even Dino said it in that interview, good luck to the open bracket team that's going to be dropped in their pool because these guys seem like they're on a bit of hot form right now.
I mean, it's also that, but there's something else that I want to touch on. I mean, recently Mindfreak added to their support staff an esports psychologist who, I mean, she has an incredible portfolio in the region, has helped set up some amazing runs from esports teams. Her work behind the scenes, I could only imagine, is helping keeping these guys grounded, focused on what is important, not falling down to the hurdles of, you know, team infighting, all the rest of it. And I mean, you look at it, he owned up to his, you know, his own faults in that series. I mean, there are Halo players, you can name off half a dozen who would have said, oh, it was lag or it was ping or anything. But no, he owns it, he moves forward.
The fault was not using the need lock.
Yeah, that too.
Like, come on.
But maybe she can work on that one as well. But I mean, having that extra voice behind the scenes, helping teams work through whatever, you know, emotional, mental breaks that might set them up for disaster. I mean, you look at the first matchup that they played today, that could have been a tournament ruiner for them. But look, they turned it around.
Yeah, exactly. They turned it around. They get themselves a 1-1 scoreline right now in their pools. They've only got their open bracket match left to be able to play out here for their pool play match. But ladies and gentlemen, we're going to go to a quick break here so we can get more Halo back on your screens. This time around, we're going to be jumping back into Pool A. Divine Mind's going to be back on the stage. And this time, we get to see Kit Pouch come in as well.
Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
3 series down, 3 to go here for our first day of the ANZ HCS Regional at DreamHack Melbourne. So far, Mindfreak have completed their series for the day with a 1-1 scoreline. The only team so far to be able to do so they get to have the rest for the rest of this evening. But lads, we're going to be jumping back into Pool A this time around, and this is going to be a banger of a series because this is the first time we get to see Kit Bash coming into the arena, Momo.
It is the first time, and I think they're going to regret coming in here for the first time because this is going to be an absolute bloodbath. I think Divine Mind, I'd hate to be on Kit Bash right now, I'm just saying.
Yeah. I mean, you say that, but Direwolves took a map off them. It wasn't the cleanest we've seen Divine Mind. Even Sways was missing shots there. It was not the Divine Mind that we've come to know. So I reckon, look, it's a possibility. There is possibility for an upset. Small, but a possibility nonetheless.
Possibility, but either way, lads, let's get into this series. Let's start talking about everything Divine Mind and start talking about everything Kit Bash as well. Obviously, Kit Bash being our first qualified team from our regional qualifier. They get themselves ejected into Pool A. And this is a good start for them. They're going to be able to start up against Divine Mind. Momo, so far, Divine Mind, the only team so far not to get a 3-0 sweep. But these guys are still sitting at the top of our region right now, theoretically. And I think this is going to be a good starting point for Kit Bash because Divine Mind have shown that they can bleed.
Yeah, Divine Mind are just, honestly, they're playing really good Halo right now. Sways is looking really good in the series before we were watching. And, Pip is just being Pip, just showing up and doing his thing. Same as Plasma and Raider, we can't take any credit away from both those players. They're both looking really, really hot out there.
I think I'd go back to what I said. I agree. They're playing good Halo. I wouldn't say great Halo. We haven't seen that from them yet. They looked a bit shaky. There were a couple of moments there where they let the ball slip against Direwolves. But again, I think it's a case of, as the truth seems to be for ANZ esports teams, they do take a bit to get warmed up. So I think the further they get onto this tournament, especially coming into this one, they are going to hit that heat. They're going to look great. We're going to get to see the Halo we've come to expect from Divine Minds. I would not want to be Kit Bash right now. Well,
speaking of Kit Bash, let's start talking about the boys in green now because exciting for us, this is going to be the very first person to be able to step onto a HCS stage and use a keyboard and mouse. Scoobmeister is going to be the first person to be able to do this on a big stage. What a serious room to get into this. This Kit Bash roster definitely to me is extremely exciting. Obviously a whole lot of brand new faces. They've got the green man with the big arms here. We talked about Dino's arms right now. Lith is definitely giving him a run for his money. But these guys are young, exciting players. Obviously Lolly coming in from that Demons roster as well that seems to have a little bit of Hoodoo Guru in the ANZ scene right now, Momo. And these guys, if they're able to start putting it towards Divine Mind, that's just going to give you the confidence here on LAN. But that's the big question, right? How do they react to the LAN environment?
That's exactly right. How do they react to a LAN environment? And considering, like we said, Scoob is I think the first keyboard player to play on a main stage.
He is.
Which is honestly pretty exciting to watch. I can't wait to see those nice little crazy flicks, especially the sniper rifle, the battle rifle, the shock rifle. And speaking of the players on that team, Lolly used to play with Plasma and Sways that are now on Divine Mind. So you could say this is kind of like a bit of a burn to the gut in a way versus your old teammates when they're clearly on the #1 team.
I mean, the truth of the matter is, Scoob is, yes, the first player to play keyboard and mouse on a main stage, but the truth of the matter is, if they make top 3, there's a possibility he could be one of the first players on keyboard and mouse to play at a major on the main stage as well. And I mean, that's a pretty powerful motivator.
It is a definitely pretty powerful motivator as well. And, obviously we talk about this, the back and forth between these imports all throughout the entirety of our HCS journey here, ever since the start of Halo Infinite when we talked about the dual imports. We had a few KBM teams that floated around and a few KBM players. They've all fallen by the wayside, whereas this Kit Bash team, these guys have been grinding out. These guys have been slowly and steadily improving throughout every single one of these qualifiers, every single one of these open series, every single one of these pro series that they've been a part of. And I think this is just the culmination of a whole lot of that effort, just getting together, making sure that they're sticking to it, and playing the game at a proper spot. Now with the addition of Lith on this team, it seems like that's just rocketed themselves to a good spot, especially after taking down Immunity in that qualifier, Momo. These guys probably have a lot of confidence going into it. I know I was chatting to these guys this last couple of days. They are excited, they are confident, and they feel like they can make a run.
As much as I was smacking them around, they do have a lot of actual individual good players. And minus Lolly. Lolly's he's pretty average at the game. But yeah, honestly, they're really good players. Liff is honestly a great addition to the team. I feel like he's a lot focused, he's hungry to win. And they definitely don't want to be pushed around, so I reckon it'll be an okay series, I guess.
I guess the question is, how far do we feel like Kit Bash can push them? Because I feel like the consensus here on the desk with a lot of the other casters as well is that this is going to be a Divine Mind victory. But I think the question is, at what point do we start feeling confident and okay with the result here, Panda? Because we look at Kit Bash, is it a map that we start looking close? Or is it some of these other maps just getting close? If they don't get a map victory here, when do we start to say, okay, this Kit Bash team is the real deal going up against the juggernauts that are Divine Mind?
Well, I mean, it's one of those things to remember. I know we talk about, Scoop being the first KBM player on a main stage, and it just seems to, it sometimes feel like you're just talking about it for the novelty, but you got to remember, he is consistently ranked among the top 3 in free-for-alls in ANZ. I mean, always the bridesmaid, never the bride, but consistently, I mean, we're talking countless times he has been ranked in the top 3.
Look at Pips, he's getting himself super excited about this. Actually, it's Litho, pardon me, I thought I saw those hands before. Either way, so everyone's getting super excited about this. There's a lot of smack talk throughout the entirety of today, so let's see what Kit Bash and Divine Mind have to say about each other.
Divine Mind, I feel like that they're, honestly, I'm a bit biased. I feel like they're the top dogs, so it's going to be a hard match, but I feel like we can beat them.
Could Kit Bash cause an upset? Absolutely not. I don't think Kit Bash really have a standout player on their team. I think they're 4 decent individuals. I don't really think they have a player who stands out too much on that team.
The player that we have to shut down to give us the best chance is Sways, for sure, because he is the player that his team opens up the map for, and that's what really makes them dominant, especially against the lower tier teams.
I definitely believe Pool A is a lot easier in terms of we are the #1 team and the other 2 teams are not close to us.
The message I have for Divine Mind is that Sways won't be able to abuse his advantages on land. With all that sound, he will be confused at what's going on around the map. Plasma won't have his connection, so that's a lot of their advantage gone, and with that gone, we can definitely make it level.
Seems like they've got a lot to say about each other so far. We also got a little bit of intel from the boys as well. Recent scrim results. Have been playing against each other, have been obviously scrimming towards a point. That's got to give you a little bit of confidence, right? Because if you're the top-rated team in the region and you're scrimming against a team like Kit Bash, that's got to mean there's a little bit of respect there, right?
I mean, yeah, considering that, I'd consider the Kit Bash probably a, I don't know, little league team. I don't know what they are. And Divine Mind, yeah, like they're the real deal. So if I was Kit Bash and I'm taking close games, I'd feel pretty good about myself, not gonna lie.
Yeah, it's definitely going to give you a whole lot of confidence going into here as well. And obviously the fact that this is going to be Divine Mind's last series for today here, Panda. They've already got themselves the victory over Direwolves. And imagine this is probably going to go their way as well, securing themselves at the top. That's when it really starts putting Kit Bash under the pump, right? Because they want to make sure that they can get the series against Direwolves, who looked pretty hot this morning. And if they don't make this series look competitive, then going into their final series of today, it's going to be a little bit rough for them to try and bounce back from that.
I mean, look, if I'm being perfectly honest, Kit Bash find themselves in a position where it's everything to gain, nothing really to lose, because, I mean, expectations are low. This is their first real LAN experience together. If they take a map away from Divine Mind, I mean, that's a pretty significant blow. I mean, you look at Divine Mind coming into this, they win it, yeah, cool, we expected it. If they lose a map, if they lose the series, I mean, what expectations does that set up going into the Elam bracket?
That's it's going to be absolutely bonkers if there's going to be, an upset series here from Kit Bash over the top of Divine Mind. We talked a whole lot about Kit Bash. Let's hear from the players.
Our squad has done a lot. We've come a very long way to come to where we are now. There's been a lot of progress behind the scenes that a lot of teams haven't seen.
We've been practicing rigorously, putting in a lot of work. I've personally taken a lot of time off work to be able to put in the effort for the boys, and I'm sure they all have too. Lots of effort, lots of long hours.
Everyone knows Lith. He's a very charismatic person and gets along with pretty much anybody in the community. So picking him up and his confidence especially, that's what we needed in our team.
Kit Bash was a team that wanted it. So it was just natural for me to come in and I fit in real well with the boys. I would say that the leader is Scoop, 100%. I mean, he's the captain. He's the man that wants it the most.
He's kind of come up through the ranks and he's worked his way up to being a top team, so it's all on Scoop.
Moving on to Lolly, he's one of our firepower players, and also he assists with making the in-game calls.
Lolly has a very commanding voice in the game, and that's something that we all kind of follow.
Divinity would say more of our core anchor player.
He knows how to hold a spawn and block spawns and does the dirty work.
I think we're looking to prove that we can hang with top players. and I think we deserve a bit of respect.
Our ability to adapt and improvise is very good. We can pretty much improvise against any type of team, no matter their play style.
We're all new to LAN, except for myself. We've got a lot to prove, and I think you guys are going to be shocked. We're ready to show these blokes that we're all good mates at the end of the day, but as soon as we step on that stage, we're there to prove that we can take games off the best.
I feel like we're definitely looked at the underdogs and the dark horses of the comp. When we're on the same page, we can honestly beat anybody.
Confidence, respect. These guys seem to be working pretty hard to get it done. I picked Kit Bash as my wildcard team because I feel like from what I've talked with these guys, they've got a whole lot of confidence in themselves, a whole lot of confidence in their play, in the server. And I think all it's just going to take is the big question mark for me, Momo, is can they get rid of these LAN jitters? A lot of these guys are brand new to LANs. Can they show up? Can Scoob put himself in a good scenario being the only KBM player to really be able to perform here on the stage and not take too many hard knocks as well? I think coming out of this series, if they do fall down here, don't take it as a big, massive hit to the ego. Learn from it, get better. There's an open bracket team that you're going to be able to hopefully try and beat down on, and then you've got a championship bracket to play as well.
I'm going to be honest, like, considering that he's keyboard and mouse, I actually wonder how he's going to actually play, considering like nerves will be in the play. Because, you know, shaky hands equals shaky arms, right? So imagine trying to aim with a mouse while you got the nerves going on. But I reckon if they honestly stay cool collected and actually play as a team, they might like get some jobs done. Maybe like make the games a little bit more less embarrassing, but in my opinion, I don't know, like it's not looking too great for them.
That's fair enough. I mean, talking about, you know, them playing together as a team, that's one big thing that we saw from the Qualifier panel was the fact that these guys playing these OBJ maps, it feels like every single time that there is a fight that happens against this Kit Bash roster, there is more than, 2-3 players most of the time. Their team shot is absolutely insane. When they had that series against Immunity, they got outslayed by, a few hundred kills. And it was crazy that they were able to come out on top of that series purely off their macro play. So surely that's something they can fall back on here against Divine Minds.
I mean, it's understanding the win condition, of course. Yeah. I mean, Slay, you want to get the Slay's objective, you need to control whatever the objective may be, whether it's, CTF, King of the Hill, Stronghold. It's about playing to that win condition. And I think, again, they say Scoob is the leader. I don't even think that does justice to what he really is. He is the driving force behind this roster. There are a few players that I have seen in ANZ Halo that want it as much as he does. He wants that Halo dream.
Yeah, I mean, this is the perfect opportunity to get it done, right, Mo? Like, obviously, some of these guys grinding through the ranks, if you take a map off Divine Mind, that is literally just going to elevate your confidence from, 50% all the way up to 100. Even if they don't get this series victory, just getting a map or even a close map, maybe a triple kill, maybe an overkill, I think there's going to be some small stuff these Kit Bash boys are going to be able to build their confidence off the back of.
Oh, definitely. Getting a nice little overkill on, the #1 team, you would feel pretty goddamn good, you know what I mean? Especially, there's good players on Divine Mind, but you know what? I'm not going to keep roasting Kit Bash. Kit Bash honestly have some good players. Lolly can be quite a vocal leader as well, in my opinion. He was a vocal leader on the Demon squad, and I feel like if he turns up and actually plays like how he did on Demons, he kind of fell off. But, if he plays like how he did on Demons, I reckon honestly they could show up.
Yeah, all right. So on the other side of the stage, let's start talking a little bit more about Divine Mind, lads. Obviously, we're talking about these guys as the #1 squad so far. After from what we saw of them this morning, Panda, do we feel like that is still kind of true? Because we've seen Chiefs play, we've seen Immunity play, and we've seen Mindfreak play so far. Are we still feeling confident in giving Divine Mind that #1 role?
I mean, let's be honest. We seem to have sort of fallen back into that rut of, Chiefs versus Divine Mind. That seems to be the narrative that we're looking at the moment. But, I mean, there's one very evident piece of information that I think is the difference maker for this Divine Mind roster. One of the things on stage is not like the other. Sways is a New Zealander. It's that NZ factor.
Okay, NZ factor, chair factor, whatever you guys want to call it. Maybe that is something that might be able to buff up some of these players. And who knows, at the end of the day, I think it's going to be, to me, pool play results give us a very small look at how some of these teams are going to be playing. Looking at some of these mid-tier teams inside of these pools, right? As long as you get that upper bracket match, you're going to be A-okay. Championship bracket is where it all matters. And obviously, we're waiting on some of these open bracket teams to be able to come into it as well. So that's going to be the confidence booster for maybe some of these teams, like Kit Bash. Go into the rest of these pool play matches, open bracket team, you get yourself a 3-0 sweep. Yeah, you might not be in the upper bracket, but you're definitely feeling confident going in towards that championship bracket, right?
That's the thing. I feel like a loss for Kit Bash wouldn't destroy Kit Bash. Because Kit Bash, I don't think I expect him to win the series, but I expect him to put up a fight. So So I feel like a team like Divine Mind will take a loss, one map loss, more to heart than a team like Kitbash. Because Kitbash is like, hey, we're not going to win this series, but we can definitely put up a fight and like learn something from versing the #1 seeded team in the region.
I definitely think that's a big thing, is learning something in every single one of these series. And I know you guys at home love learning as well. It's been a long road. It's been 10 months from the start of Halo Infinite for us to get to this point here at the ANZ Regional Finals. So we're going to give you guys a little road to the finals here. Make sure you guys stick around though. Divine Mind and Kitbash after this. Split 1 of the ANZ HCS 2021-2022 season ended with a bang, as we saw the Chiefs, formerly of Barcode, Slays, Madzy and Pips, absolutely dominate the ANZ Super,
But you've got Slays, he picks up 3.
winning the entire event and not dropping a single map throughout pool play or the championship bracket. This massive run left many with little to no hope of ever toppling the Chiefs, so they'd only ever lost a single series in their time in Halo Infinite. They completed their Split 1 journey by taking out the biggest prize pool in Oz history without even breaking a sweat.
Smiling assassin. I've put in so much effort into this and I'm really happy it's paying off, and I have the right guys to surround me and actually, lift me up, actually motivate me to even get better.
Shortly after the ANZ Super, the Chiefs, Divine Mind and BBR all went off to compete at the next major, HCS Kansas City. ANZ went in with some high hopes, however unfortunately all the teams fell short of their expectations. The Chiefs ended 21st to 24th, BBR and Divine Mind finished 41st and 49th overall respectively. With Kansas City and Split 1 complete, ANZ players' sights were firmly set on the regional final at DreamHack Melbourne. First up was Pro Series number 5, which brought with it whispers of new rosters for the Chiefs and Divine Mind. Barcode was also mysteriously missing in action, which created a domino effect for the top rosters in ANZ trying to fill the power vacuum. However, on the day, the brand new rosters from the Chiefs and Divine Minds were missing, which left the gate wide open for newcomers to get their piece of glory. With almost no team an outright favourite, we saw some extremely close series throughout the day, which led to the newly formed Final Form, at the time, Junior, Jordan, Injustice and Benji, take full advantage of the two Titans missing, and squeaked out a victory over the Direwolves in a nail-biting 3-2 grand final. Congrats to Final Form. They get the entire championship without dropping a single series, Bluey. They went the distance in a couple of them.
Well, first objective is to get Junior back in form. We just need to get more practice in our belt, under our belts. We'll be good, I reckon. We're a solid team.
Hello, Halo fans. Welcome back to the greatest region in the universe. It wasn't until Pro Series number 6 where we truly got our first look into these new powerhouse rosters of the ANZ. With the absence of Barcode, the Chiefs had picked up star players of Berserk and Beaston, which then left Divine Mind with 2 holes to fill. And who better to fill them with ex-Chiefs superstar Pips and Plasma from the newly broken up Demons roster. Neither roster missed a beat, as they inevitably met each other in the winners bracket final. Now we get to see these two Titans go head to head.
Yeah, this is going to be the mother of all grudge matches. He's going to go order himself a double barrel and takes that one player down, double kills down.
For only the second time in ANZ history, the Chiefs lost a close series to Divine Mind 3-2 and dropped to the elimination bracket. Down, but certainly not out, the Chiefs completed their elimination bracket run in dominant fashion and earned their rematch with Divine Mind in the grand finals. The second chance at hand to maintain their ANZ crown, the Chiefs were not able to complete their redemption arc, and Divine Mind took the grand finals 3-1.
Fantastic work from Divine Mind to be able to close that one out.
With this victory, not only did Divine Mind prove to us that they have title contender blood, but they also ended the dynasty of 9 tournament victories in a row for the Chiefs.
Well, obviously, this is only one win in the Pro League, and Chiefs are still a really good team, so DreamHack is still like the main goal that we're looking for right now.
One short week later brought us Pro Series number 7. Big chance for Divine Mind to prove that their previous victory wasn't a fluke, and also for the Chiefs to show us that they've got what it takes to bounce back and reclaim their top spot in ANZ. The stage was set. Both the Chiefs and Divine Mind had walked their way to the winners bracket final, despite some top quality teams like BBR and Digital Nation standing in their way. Last time these two met, they went blow for blow. However, in the winners bracket final, Divine Mind made a statement and decisively took the series 3-0, securing their spot in the grand finals. And now being able to secure themselves another grand final. The grand final back-to-back here for Pro Series is always a good shout. In the elimination bracket, Direwolves and BBR were going blow for blow in elimination round 3, with ultimately BBR coming out on top to match up against the Chiefs in the elimination final. BBR unfortunately didn't have much left in the tank, going down 3-0 to the Chiefs and setting up yet another grand final match between Divine Minds and the Chiefs. Everything was falling into place. The
grand final of the last Pro Series before the ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne, and this one did not disappoint. The Chiefs took Game 1 on Strongholds, Divine Mind answered right back in Game 2 on Slayer, and on Game 3 of Capture the Flag on Bazaar, went all the way to overtime.
It does look like he's going to be able to get it in, and he slots it in. 2-2, we're going to overtime. On the move, I'm not sure Divine Mind is going to be able to stop this one. Pips finds a couple of grenades waiting for him to the double doors, and here's the Chiefs, they slam that one in.
In Map 4, King of the Hill on Livefire, the Chiefs took an early lead and never lost it, eventually securing the first grand final up a long contested and eventual win on top Middle Hill. Off the back of a 3-1 victory, the Chiefs now had to beat Divine Mind for a second time in a grand final bracket reset. Although Map 1 was not closely contested by Divine Mind, Map 2 and Map 3 were both very hard fought and looked at times that could go either way.
To stay alive, double kill for him, triples there if he wants it, doesn't able to secure it.
The Chiefs took Slayer and Aquarius 50-48 and followed that up by taking Strongholds and Livefire 250-211, completing the bracket reset 3-0. They had now reclaimed their spot on top and completed a full bracket reset victory for only the second time in our region.
Only team to force a bracket reset, only team to win a bracket reset. Who was the one that was really kind of bringing everybody up? Was it purely just that elimination final, the amount of fun you guys had, and you just said, hey, let's just have fun in this grand final and see how it goes?
No, it was all of us. We were just like, we were obviously a bit tilted about the winners bracket finals, but we just shook it off and just like, yeah, I don't know, just hit the regame button and shit on them.
From mid-June to mid-August, we stood on the sidelines and witnessed Divine Mind go on an absolute tear, taking out 5 of the 6 Open Series tournaments in ANZ, with the Chiefs only securing the win in the final tournament. This will be both teams' last showing before LAN, as our next major stop on the journey to HCS Melbourne was the ANZ Regional Qualifier. Our first 4 teams for pool play were officially locked in: Divine Mind, the Chiefs, Mindfreak, and Direwolves. With our top 4 Titans out of the way, this created a unique opportunity for the rest of the field to battle it out for the final 2 pool play spots from the ANZ Regional Qualifier. Early on, we saw Kit Bash catch fire and never slow down. With the recent addition of the Green Man Lith, this team showed they were the real deal, easily breezing their way through the early stages of the winners bracket. When we arrived at our winners bracket final, with a spot to pool play at DreamHack Melbourne on the line, we couldn't have asked for a better series than the one that unfolded between Kit Bash and Team Immunity. On one hand, we had the hungry up-and-coming squad of Kit Bash, and on the other, the veterans of Team Immunity looking to bounce back and make a showing at the ANZ Regional Finals. Immunity and Kit Bash went toe-to-toe for the first 3 games, trading wins until Kit Bash went up in the series 2-1.
Right there in front of him and able to get it moving. Lift, rounding that corner as well. Such a critical edge to get around. Not going to get shot around that corner. And that one goes in 4-1.
Game 4, however, we were treated to the brawl of the tournament, with one of the most epic oddball recharge matches we've ever seen in ANZ. In round 1, mere seconds left on the clock, Immunity made a last-second scramble for the ball to try and sneak out the lead.
Immunity has to get on this ball right now, otherwise they're going to lose round.
2 seconds,
he's around the corner.
But Benno died getting the ball over to his team, and Hef and Ads worked together to take down Lolly and Divinity to just edge out the round by a single point. A closely fought second round of oddball saw Kit Bash tied up 1-1, creating a deciding, low-scoring third round which Immunity was able to secure by running out the clock. Now, in Game 5, one final game will decide who secures their spot to pool play at HCS Melbourne. Kit Bash went out to an early lead on Slayer Streets and held onto that for the majority of the match. It wasn't until the 40 kill mark that Immunity decided to kick it up a gear and brought the game back to as close as 1 kill. Neck and neck in the final seconds, Kit Bash were able to pick Immunity apart with a final score of 50-46 and securing their spot at the regional finals.
For DreamHack, as a squad, we definitely think we can push that top 3. There's no reason why we can't qual for Orlando and beat any of these teams, because if we can take down Immunity, then we can take down anybody.
In the elimination bracket, we saw teams such as Flow State, Vertex, Digital Nation, and Second to None all progressing deeper and deeper in the bracket and further towards that last pool play spot available. It would ultimately be Second to None, proving their worth and living up to their name, who progressed all the way to the elimination final after dispatching tough opponents in Paradox, Flow State, most notably Digital Nation, which brought us a nail-biting 3-game series where all 3 maps went neck and neck. Team Immunity were ready and raring to go when Second to None advanced to contest them for the last pool play spot at DreamHack Melbourne. In Game 1, Oddball and Streets, both rounds were extremely close. However, it was Team Immunity who squeaked out the win 2-0.
And Team Immunity clutches up yet another oddball round.
Up next was Slayer and Aquarius. Much like Game 1, this is another tightly fought map when neither team was able to maintain a substantial lead and ultimately ended in a 50-40 scoreline after a nice double kill from Hem. It was now or never for second to none to turn this series around. With their backs against the wall, one map loss away from the open bracket at DreamHack Melbourne, second to none seemed to have run out of steam and Team Immunity completely capitalised. They took the final map of the series, Strongholds and Livefire, 250-45, completing the series 3-0 and securing their ticket to DreamHack Melbourne.
Yeah, I mean, look, I suppose we had to have that loss against Kitbash to sort of show us what we were doing wrong. We were playing a little bit frantic and not playing the way that Immunity normally plays. Yeah, I do honestly believe by the time the LAN comes, we could win the LAN, and I imagine there's going to be some awesome series down in Melbourne.
Divine Mind, the Chiefs, Mindfreak, Direwolves, Kitbash, and Team Immunity. The 6 teams best positioned heading into DreamHack Melbourne, the largest Halo event ANZ has ever seen. On the line, a 50,000 USD prize pool, 3 spots to HCS Orlando for the top 3 placing teams, and ultimately, the crown of ANZ Halo champions. Who will be able to temper the nerves, steady their hands, and clear their minds when it truly counts? Will LAN be the undoing of the Titans? Will we see a surprise team rise up and claim the throne? So many questions need to be answered when we arrive at our last stop on the roadmap. Everything will be determined at the HCS ANZ Regional Finals at DreamHack Melbourne.
Long road for us to get here, but we're finally here, boys, with 3 series deep on day number 1 of the ANZ HCS Regional Finals here at DreamHack Melbourne. We've had some sick series. That's the best part about today. Yeah, albeit we might be jibber-jabbering for, a little bit longer than we would like to, but at the end of the day, every single time we get in the server, we're having banger series. And I feel like even though that we've had some 3-0 sweeps here and there, Momo, the Halo's been good. We've got clips already. We've got overkills. We've got sick no-scopes. We've got triple kills. We've got honorary overkills. We've had overtimes. We've had sick stuff
50
already.
bombs.
50 bombs.
There's been everything.
It's actually crazy the thing that we've had. The one thing we haven't had, though, is any sick rocket clips. What is the reason behind ANZ players throwing rockets to the wind? Is it something about the mentality, Momo? What is it?
I think it's because it's a bit too heavy for their little skinny arms. They're not as strong and powerful as me, as 6'8", tatted up. I just got my makeup over my tattoos, but I think they're a bit shaky every time they're using the rocket launcher.
It's kind of weird. It feels like, considering, over the past majors as well, a lot of the North Americans, Europeans saying that Australians, for some reason, are allergic to the oddball as well. Seems like we're allergic to hitting rockets as well, Panda.
I mean, it's ironic that they're calling us allergic when we know the true state of North America at the moment. But, the big question I have, Momo, what makeup are you wearing that's giving you an extra 3 feet?
Oh, man, what can I say? Too much makeup, Woo, but yeah,
Did you take the stilts off? Is that why you're not hitting the ruler?
Yeah, pretty much, yeah.
It is kind of crazy that, considering the day that we've had so far, that we still are getting some good series. And I feel like this series is going to be able to perform as well. Obviously, a lot of these players are itching to get in the server, and as are we here. The question is, lads, once we start getting into the championship bracket, is that where things start to change for these teams, Momo? Do things start to change up for these teams? Screw that question. We've got some maps to talk about, Momo. I want you to start talking about this. It is going to be the same map pool that we previously just had in our series between Mindfreak as well as Team Immunity. So, from what we're seeing in front of our screens, is this still going to be a 3-0 sweep, or do we feel like Kitbash have a small chance on some of these maps?
After seeing Sways with that sniper rifle on Livefire, that's pretty dangerous. I know he can be pretty dangerous with the shock rifle as well on Recharge. So there's a lot of sniper maps in front of us right now. So there's actually 3, because you got Recharge again at the game 5, but I don't think we're going to get that far.
Okay, don't think we're going to get that far either way. It seems like we are getting ourselves directly in the game right now, or it seems like we are definitely getting ourselves into game right now. Enough talk from us here on the desk. You guys have the wonderful Blues Brothers on the casters deck. Lads, take it away.
Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is I and Justin, I being me, Bluey, back at it again, joining you for another fantastic series here on Recharge Strongholds. Now we got the boys from Kitbash and Divine Mind. It looks like we are, in fact, resetting the lobby. Justin, what do you have to say?
Okay, it's some teething problems. I mean, they threw directly to, you haven't had a chance to gush about Scoob yet.
That's fair. Look, I'm glad I'm given this time right now to talk about the Kit Bash boys because they are a team that I gushed about a little bit before the last Pro Series we had, simply for the upsets that they performed and how well they did in general as well. For a team that sort of meshed together, again, the name Kit Bash, I love the terminology for it because it's like getting these pieces from all these other teams, how they've existed before, and just putting them all together and making the best model possible. And I think that's definitely what Kit Bash has gotten here. They're definitely the underdog. I rated them as the wild card, and I'm hoping that today they can deliver a couple of upsets.
Oh, well, there's a big reason why you put them in the wild card spot because it's kind of, you don't know what to expect. The top 4 teams, you can't shuffle them around depending on who's playing the best on the day, but Kit Bash, you really don't know what's going to happen. You can't confidently put them in the top 4, but if they performed over this weekend, then you're like, yeah, they really stepped it up.
It was definitely a surprise to everyone when we saw them play against Immunity and just how well they did. They had such a very strong fundamental understanding on the game overall. They played the macro so well. Every objective just seemed to fall into their hands and they took every opportunity. Whereas Immunity in that series that they played just kind of like fumbled up against them. Yes, they were outslaying Kit Bash time and time again, but when it came to actually taking advantage of those kill leads and jumping on the objective, they just didn't have it in them. There was some kind of understanding, whereas just the fundamentals of objective game types just came better to the boys on Kit Bash.
Yeah, and something I always bang on it about, it's not about the opportunities that come your way, it's about how you capitalize on them. And it's like you can be slaying out, you can be fragging out, dropping overkills left and right, but unless you're going 2 down, push, 3 dead, run the flag, and all that kind of stuff. And it seems like these guys are gelling really, really well. I mean, all the content that the team has been putting together, you can tell that they're gelling really well. I mean, Lith, he's just like a vibe machine, right? And he's a bit of an Aussie larrikin, always smiling. He's got the cheeky little push broom on his face as well, and maybe a clean sweep for him.
Here's the thing. Scoob says it all the time. He drops it in the 8's Discord all the time. He even messages it to me at absurd times in the morning. He wants it the most, right? He wants to make sure that he can get himself and his team as close to the top as possible, if not the top. He wants it the most, and I think that's the kind of mentality that's going to push these boys forward. Do they have the stuff against Divine Mind, though? It is yet to be seen.
Well, listen, it is about dinner time, so I think Kit Bash are hungry. Pip's putting his hand up, already declaring victory, so it seems that's unfortunate. But we were gushing about Kit Bash, weren't we? So now it's probably time to talk about Divine Mind. But
yes.
Is there anything left unsaid about these juggernauts of the scene?
It's very tough to sort of pick apart the team that is Divine Mind a bit more than we already have. Like all the time we are sort of talking up about how much that they are pretty much the #1 team that we have in Australia. It's a little bit contested right now, I think, between them and Chiefs, particularly how we saw Chiefs play before. Now looking at Divine Mind, though, there are a couple of things. It's like, okay, we're seeing this team develop, be stronger and stronger than they have previously been in the past.
Yeah, absolutely. And in those interviews, something I want to pick up on is Pips being so confident in the work that they've put in. And when you're coming into a LAN environment and those nerves coming in, you really have to rely on your muscle memory and your game knowledge, and you've got to put those reps in. And it does look like Divine Mind has been putting their reps in, preparing for this event. So I would not be surprised if they steamroll this.
Yeah, I think Momo put it best when they went to the analyst desk. He just said, it's going to be a stomping. They're going to regret coming here. I personally don't believe it's going to be that bad. I think the boys on Kit Bash do have a lot of fight into them, even coming up against a team like Momo's shaking his head at me right now. Look, man, I got opinions. I got predictions. I can want it. And they're all screaming, they're wrong. I'm wrong. But look, I have faith. I have a belief in these guys. I think the team that they've put together just has a lot of gun in them. And for those of you at home who haven't seen, or those of you in the audience who haven't seen Scoob perform on Infinite on KVM at the moment, he's definitely a very, very strong player.
Yeah, absolutely. And they're very confident too. They're very sure of themselves. And if you're kind of, a mid-tier team, you're trying to make your way up the totem pole, sometimes it is just that confidence, right? You see a name and you go, oh my God, that's Pips, and you get a bit of the shaky legs, but these guys confident. I mean, it takes exactly the same amount of bullets to kill guys from Divine Mind as any other team. It doesn't matter. So they're just going to hit their shots, communicate well and work together as a team.
Maybe it doesn't just come down to the fundamentals in gameplay, though. They were talking a lot about having like a team leader, a strong, confident team leader, and they say that fell to Scoob. I know for a fact that Scoob always is trying to coordinate his team to do a lot of VOD reviews. He's very much the one for taking a bunch of notes, you know, fishing out what they're doing wrong in their plays, how they can improve on them. Do you think at the end of the day, even going up against a top tier team like Divine Mind, those kinds of things are massive difference makers when it comes to these teams? Because at the end of the day, Divine Mind know they're on top, right? They know they're strong, they're incredibly powerful in the ANZ scene. Do you think that sort of preparation that a team like Kit Bash might have kind of throws them off a little bit?
It's hard sometimes, right, when you're going up against a really strong team like Divine Mind. Yes, you can prepare, you know what you want to do, but the things that you need to achieve on the map are based on getting kills and then, you know, moving and taking control of different areas on the map. And, you know, back when I was an absolute subpar competitive player, that's something I always struggled with our teams, is that, you know, we'd work on our fundamentals, we'd watch our VOD reviews, but unless you're winning gunfights, then you can't do anything. You can't push into a base, block a spawn, get a couple of kills and run the flag if Benno's just stomping on you or whatever. And I think that's the challenge that Kit Bash has going up against Divine Mind, is they have to go toe-to-toe. They have to keep the slays pretty even, otherwise they're just not going to create opportunities to win games.
To play the counter-argument there though, Justin, like we saw how heavily they got outslain against Immunity before.
Yeah. You called me out. You caught me in 4K, Bluey.
Spoke for themselves. So coming into this series now, yes, they get absolutely outslain, but is it just a better fundamental understanding of how to, even when you're down and out, do proper rotations, have your eye on the objective more so than kills, sort of figuring out what room you have to make them more impactful, maybe map decisions overall that get you ahead?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you just got to capitalize on the opportunities that come towards you. I mean, you get the kills and you make things happen. And it doesn't matter who's sitting across from you on the main stage or the server or whatever. They're just names in rosters, right? So that stuff doesn't matter. What matters is working together with your team, getting your kills, making things happen.
We did also have a little bit of information come to us last night while talking to Scoob, because they did have a short scrim block with Divine Mind, and as Luke actually said before, you know, they're feeling confident in this matchup. They don't feel like they're too, you know, under and out of it at all. They feel as though they do have certain things that they can pick apart Divine Mind on. They know that they need to make a shutdown on a specific player, that player being Sways. How long can that kind of thing hold up, though? How long can you realistically shut down a player like Sways?
Certainly very, very difficult. And I mean, you're a bit of a resident around the 8's Discord, and you look at the leaderboard and the win percentage and the games played by Sways. It's ridiculous. It's on top, and he's like, and there may as well be like first Sways and then everyone outside of the top 10. So it's just a whole bunch of empty blocks because they're not even close to where he is. And it's, you know, how do you shut down a player like, it's like, oh, we need to shut down Sways. It's like, yeah, but how do you do that?
You know, this may very be the David and Goliath sort of storyline that we have between these two teams right now. I think we've sort of gone over time and time again, you know, who the big guy, who the little guy is. Guys over on the
Speaking of little guys, Momo.
Okay, you took that one away from me. Do you guys have anything to add on to that? Do you really think that at the moment, you know, disregarding Momo's opinion, because let's just say Analytical wasn't truly the strongest of those points.
Who are you again?
WH Megalol?
That's true.
I think at this point, we've kind of talked to death literally everything. So I was trying to set up a little game. I was hoping you guys were going to talk a little bit longer so I can try and set up a little game. So we're going to do a little interesting thing bit here. Momo, in your honest opinion, right now, currently, if you had to make an ANZ super team, who are your 4 players?
Myself, and myself. Momentum rocks. What can I say?
That'd be the quickest benching in Halo history.
Current competitive players, please, Momo. Not ranked warriors.
There's not many good ones.
You have to pick 4.
Currently playing?
Currently playing in ANZ. Let's say from the regional.
I'm not part of it?
No, let's say from the regional, out of the regional players.
It's not going to be that good. Sways, Madzi, Slays. It's going to be controversial.
Who's your 4th?
Benno.
Ooh, okay. I'm feeling that. What about you, Panda? Ultimate Dream Team. You have infinite money.
Infinite money?
Yep.
Like Halo Infinite money?
Yeah, Halo Infinite money.
Yeah, I agree with Sways. That one's like, that's just easy. I reckon Sways, Slays, definitely. I'd throw Pips in the mix because, again, it's about you want that voice of reason. You want someone behind.
You need the milkman.
Yeah, that's the one. You just want to make sure that everything sort of keeps on rolling and it's not just full force slamming your head against the wall and all of a sudden you're losing. You can't understand why, but it's quite evident. As a fourth, that's a tough one. There are players who could slot into that sort of semi-support role, helping set up the kills. I reckon Plasma would be a solid pick for that, I reckon.
Okay, all right. So we've got some pretty interesting stuff as well. We've got the casters here on the side. Lads, all right, Blue, I hit you with a who just before. Mate, it's time to redeem yourself. What do you got?
Stop copying my homework, bro.
You might have to repeat yourself there. So what did you say with Pips?
Sways.
Yeah.
And then I want to say Vamped.
Oh.
And
Momo came back.
Stop putting Momo on your team.
Benno.
Look,
Benno, actually.
Benno.
Yeah.
Are you just saying Benno because I said Benno?
Respectable pick. Boys, you know what that noise means? You know what that scene means? It means you guys finally get to talk about Halo. It means that we can finally get Momo in the back room so we can make his 4 clones of himself so we can actually make a Halo Infinite team. But either way, it seems like our series is underway, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to leave it with the bald man and the bearded man.
Here
Wonderful
we go.
combination,
I
really,
know,
isn't it?
yeah. Luke, you outdo yourself every time, man. It's honestly beautiful. Chef's kiss to you. We're finally jumping into it. A recharge. Strongholds, ladies and gentlemen. Pips immediately ducking his way down to that camo. Does manage to grab it, but drops it immediately as he gets taken out there. Back and forth kills going on and on, but Divine Mind go 4 down off the break.
Yeah, it does look like that camouflage was burnt as well. Kitbash wasting no time capitalizing on those kills and grabbing themselves a B stronghold, which is the toughest one to kind of maintain and get away with cleanly. Lith here holding down gold. He does get taken out. Lolly with that shock rifle, finding himself one. Hits the other, double kills there if he wants it, but Plasma taking him down.
Plasma executing well on that kill there, taking a lot of damage himself, but not cracking under the pressure. You have the members of Kit Bash now spawning long haul / C-plat, immediately taking advantage of the positioning that they have. Hem the bleeding a little bit as there was, just for a couple of seconds, a triple cap, putting Divine Mind a little bit more above the board than was originally intended for Kit Bash.
Yeah, very comfortable position right now. Plasma playing very patiently. He's got that shock right.
Oh,
nice little perfect shot into the face of the player from Kit Bash there, holding things down. Now Pips going through, chilling out on pizza while his shields come back from that team nade that just popped out. But triple cap for Divine Mind. They were very confident team going through, and another no scope from Plasma going through, and just Divine Mind. They're just popping off.
Your Divine Mind doing lots of work right now, held on to that triple cap for an incredibly long time, given that we've just kick-started the game here. Kit Bash have a lot of work to do in these early stages of the match in order to stem that bleeding a little bit. Lith and Rated coming 1-to-1. Looks like Lith managed to have a little bit of the advantage on the damage there, but Rated did have to back off, taking out or helping take out a Divinity there in the gold pipes area. Pips making a rotation on to battery platform to secure himself that shock rifle. So now it is in their favor. Divine Mind have the long-range angles that they can watch.
Yeah, Pips under a lot of pressure here. He does get taken out. Heads up play, the good jump from Lift there to look over the box. Now on board with the Green Man himself, throwing some nades down into the red pipes area. That camo has just popped up, so it'll be interesting to see who managed to grab that one. It was Lolly, but Rated with a very critical kill there to shut that one down.
Good burn from Lolly there, even though he wasn't able to use the camo, he was able to make sure that Divine Mind couldn't either. Just some unfortunate timing on that kill. But again, a team like Divine Mind is going to be on top of those kinds of spawns all the time. If they don't secure camo themselves, they're going to make sure that the other team is never able to put it to good use.
Yeah, and they'll prioritize it. Let's go camo play, take them down. And it's the same thing with an overshield. It's like they've just got overshield, beam them, beam them, beam them. So that's a real strength of Divine Mind, and it could be the power of BDiz, their coach, in their ears, making sure that they're focused on those things. But now with Sways in his 4-4 right now, so the Star Slayer, a bit of an even Steven start for him. trying to find himself one. Just makes short work of Scoob there. Plenty of shields left over to challenge another play, but he's locking down the A Stronghold all on his lonesome.
Oh, Kit Bash managing to get a couple of points here and there, a couple of kills here and there, but it's not really resulting in anything too massive for them, as once again, Divine Mind secures that triple cap here on Recharge. You know, the bleeding, is they're just hemorrhaging right now, Kit Bash is. Yes, you can see that both Scoob and Lolly are securing a whole bunch of kills, but then you have Plasma on the other side, 10 and 5, just popping off.
Yeah, you just dropped a triple kill. You could see it down in the kill feed. Scoob hiding down in the red pipes. Look at the collapse coming in, and Sways just turns around and is like, "All right, boys, you got to collapse those guys." Yeah, no. And then double kill, remote detonation, a killing spree to boot. There's another play there as well. Lolly able to stem the flames a little bit that was boiling up for Sways there.
Lolly rotates over to A, trying to secure the point, but gets his head taken off by Pips. That shock rifle in hand. Plenty of maneuvering around the map for him as he secures another. Damage onto Scoob as well, and the collapse from Divine Mind looks to come in once again as Rated has that camo. It's going to be very easy for him to pick off whoever he wants. Rated playing a bit of a sneaky game here as he decides to double back, not eating as much damage, and that score is just ticking up more and more. A beautifully placed grenade for him. Going to chase down Divinity for the double. Scoob Meister is there as well. Going to try and hide on the boxes as much as he can, but Scoob manages to secure that. Kit Bash need to stem this bleeding. Only 10 points remain, and that time is ticking up for them. Only 5 now, as Lolly makes himself over to B point. Divinity there with the backup. Lith picks up a double kill in the background, but it might be all too much for them as they get cleared off that point once again. A in the hands of Lith. The time is ticking away. 2 points still to Kit Bash as they manage to secure a little bit more, but if they cannot get on this C point right now to stop this bleeding, these 5 points are going to disappear before their very eyes. The tick up is happening, and just like that, ladies and gentlemen, Divine Mind secure that map 1.
Yeah,
Blink of an eye, Justin.
That was a quick one, wasn't it? I mean, Divine Mind, they were just so comfortable. And something I really noticed, Bluey, was that they were giving respect to the Kit Bash players. I didn't see them ego challenge anyone. There was an instance there in the red pipes, and Rated was having a little bit of a back and forth with Liff, a little bit of a one-on-one. He got a shot down and he backed off. He went, you know what, I don't need that kill. I'll wait for help to turn up. And that just proves that Divine Mind are here to win. They're giving them the respect, and they're playing good Halo.
Yeah, Justin, kind of have to disagree with you there.
Really?
The headshot,
It's allowed.
The
It's
headshots
allowed.
that the members of DM were able to get with the shock rifle there, that was straight disrespectful. I'm sorry. Everything, they just collapsed. It felt like...
very dirty. They're wearing their shoes inside.
It felt like Divine Mind just was able to get into a groove, and Kit Bash just was struggling to pick themselves up time and time again. Yes, the break was fantastic for them, managing to sweep all 4 members of Divine Mind down, but once that was done, that was kind of it.
Yeah, I mean, some of these clips are just pretty nasty. Look at, I mean, the highlight reel was just all Divine Mind throughout. And there was a couple of moments there that Kit Bash, but they get a couple of kills, but it was like they were kind of holding on, maybe getting a clean up here and there, and not really creating any opportunities from themselves. They just, you know, maybe trading out a one-shot player here and there.
Yeah, you know, you had Scoob and Lolly, you know, getting themselves a good amount of kills, but just exactly as you said, Justin, they never translated to being able to take a foothold on the map. They never translated to just overall good positioning. It just seemed like spawn after spawn, they were on the back foot, and there was never really a recovery.
No, and this might be, you know, the beginnings of what I was talking about earlier. It's like you can spend as much time as you want preparing for a game. It's like, these are the things we want to do. But unless you get slays at the right time to, you know, capitalize on opportunities, it's just never going to happen for you. In Divine Mind, they never gave them that opportunity. They were just too strong.
It's all about forward momentum, especially in a Strongholds game type where you always have to be rotating, making sure that you're watching those spawners as much as possible. And the whole Divine Mind crew, I mean, this is what makes them so dangerous. They're all just hold forward players. When they all get in that swing, how do you stop that? It's the unstoppable force, right? There's not much you can really do unless you have the stronger gun. And the guys on Kit Bash right now looking a little shaky.
A little shaky, and I mean, one thing that is really dangerous about Divine Mind is every single player on that roster can really pop off when they need to. I mean, Pips is a really good example. He's one of those players that just fits a role that's needed for that particular game. If you need someone to do the dirty work, he's there. one of your main slayers kind of lagging a little bit, no worries. Give me the shock rifle and I'll show you how to use it. He can step up, and that's the thing about Divine Minds is that you go play over an entire series. There's no expectation on one player to perform. They can all do it and rise to the occasion.
There were some glimmers of hope there for Kit Bash, especially off the break of that map. That is not the kind of break that I would expect Divine Mind to sort of cave into. That being said, you can only have those glimmers so many times before. It was really exciting though. Again, shout out to Scoob, KBM player, for him to be, on top of the leaderboard, sort of assisting the team as much as possible with those kills, picking up a bunch where he could. But, at the end of the day, it's just the strong, focused teamwork that Divine Mind have. You can't just simply take that on as a solo player.
I mean, you're talking about Scoob and an Ice Spy with my little eye. That looked like a floral mouse mat. Man after my own heart. You gotta be a peacock and fly around, man. You gotta puff the chest out, let everyone know. But what does look like we are launching in his next map, Bluey, what are you looking for on the Kit Bash side of things for them to bounce back?
Well, the interesting thing about having a KBM player on your team is that you often pour the resource into him for them to grab the sniper. I would say sniper rifle, especially in Halo Infinite, is a lot more favoured to a KBM player than it is a controller player. So hopefully right now we see Kit Bash sort of resource pour right now, sort of feed Scoob, the sniper, as much as they possibly can.
Yeah, well, you certainly don't need to zoom in when you're mouse and key with a snipe. You can just point and click like you're doing some work in moving files around on your desktop. But now on board with Raided, being very patient here, kind of just taking in his surroundings, listening to the communication. But that OS is about to pop in. Kit Bash, where are you? He just got that one for free. Raided, full, clean OS, and here comes the push. Kit Bash, they're in trouble here, boy.
I loved just seeing Scoop peek out from dummy door there, immediately see Raided with OS and then just double back. No, I'm not taking that on. He had the backup from Divinity there, making great use of that heatwave damage on the overshield player, landing 2 shots there. Unfortunately, doesn't manage to kill Plasma there as he has the sniper rifle in hand, 3 bullets remaining. A player like Plasma, again, he's a force to be reckoned with, and he has a lot of tools in his back pocket right now.
He certainly does, and he's got so much ammo to play with as well. Misses the first one, but doesn't matter. Repositions, finds himself Scoob. The second kill's there if he wants it. Does he get it? No, he doesn't. But that aggression is coming in as well. A lot of Kit Bash players looking very nervous, able to hold back a couple of players there, but the collapse comes in from Divine Mind, taking them out. And the scoreline, 7-11 right now. Kit Bash are holding on, but it might just be the cleanup, the weak players getting cleaned up with grenades, because Divine Mind, they are looking pretty strong.
Pips right there. Looked like he was showing a bit of body disrespect to the old mate Scoob Meister down top mid near the sniper. Fantastic. You love a bit of trash in game. 2 players struggling on either side of the team, though. You notice both Sways, main star player for Divine Mind, 0-4 right now. Lith just managed to pick up his first kill. Lolly's sort of struggling a bit as well, especially for how slow-paced this game is. Do you think both teams are sort of looking to just identify one strong player and feed them as many kills as possible?
Yeah, it's the same as before. Each one of these players can kind of pop off and switch around roles. So sometimes you're just like, hey, Raided, I'm going to let you be the star player this game. You seem to be going off, here's the snipe. But now, with Lolly, he's got that heat wave. You can do so much damage with this weapon. You can get up close and personal and just melt players' shields. Already finding himself 1 second there if he wants it. Able to get a Plasma with the double kill. Kit Bash starting to heat up a little bit. 1 kill game.
Good little room sweep there from Lolly. I love that he managed to pick up both of those kills there, just showing how powerful the heat wave is in particular situations like that, and a nice little flank that he used it with as well. Really good rotations that we're starting to see from Kit Bash. Lolly once again in the backline, putting as much damage out as he possibly can as they're eking in that scoreline more and more. We are now tied up 18-18. 3 members of Divine Mind go down.
They do. Kit Bash heating up a little bit. Now Lolly, he's feeling hot with that sniper rifle. Hits the body shot. Another one's there, and look at the respect. He backs off, changes angles and pips, and he's got all the help that he needs. The Kit Bash boys, they're starting to gel, Bluey.
They are starting to gel indeed. Slayer might very well be the map that gives them all the confidence that they need, as Lolly looks to peek over sandbags right now, looking to connect to the head. Doesn't quite connect that shot though, as he spots out Raided bottom mid. Sticky's come out, hits the body shot. Definitely going to be communicated that one-shot player right there. You can see that the assist came out from Scoob to try and clean up that kill, but unfortunately it wasn't enough. Snipe now in the hands of Scoob.
Scoob with that mouse and keyboard and the snipe. I have to see if pops off. Divinity with the killing spree, that's what you need if you're on Kitbash. Pip's under a lot of pressure there, does manage to grab himself one, and here comes Plasma with that commando. Boom, boom, Lolly, look out. And Lolly, a little bit of a jilligle peek there, holding the, and wisely backing down. He wasn't in a good position to be able to take that fight, but the Kitbash boys going shoulder to shoulder, working together. A couple of players deleted off the server with that heat wave in the hands of Rated.
Look how closely the team of Kitbash is playing right now. Definitely not, they're not splitting up at all. They're making sure to play as close together as possible, sort of forcing the members of Divine Mind off of that OS position right there. You can see it just as Rated zoomed in. It is still on top of that turbine. Has not been claimed yet. Might have been just then. Yes, Lith, the green man himself, has it. His bar flashing. The OS strong with him. He's going to push up this towerway, hoping to remove that player from Divine Mind. I believe it's Sways, who has dropped down to the back of tower. On mud too, as he's rotating his way past the plasma pistol now and moving out to green near B.
It's really unfortunate they didn't sniff out Sways earlier there, because you can't leave one player alive in that situation, because they can come back and they flank and surprise you. So Lith, he wasn't quick enough on that collapse in my opinion. Now Plasma trying to make that flank there. Lovely shots from Lift there, just getting the trade because Pips was there to clean up. Now he's got the heat wave, but look, the Kitbash boys doubling up, double kill for Pips, flashing shields. Lolly in a lot of trouble because here comes Rated with the flank. Pips still going off with that heat wave, body disrespect, unexpected item in bagging area.
Pips staying alive there. Such a huge play from him, but unfortunately it isn't all wrapped up cleanly just yet. Look how close the score is, Justin. Even though Pips made a play like that, it's still neck and neck, 34 and 34.
Yeah, Divinity and Scoob showing up for Kitbash right now. Divinity caught off guard a little bit, but able to trade that out. Killing spree for Pips there. Now on board with Plasma sitting up tower too. Eyes over that Sniper. Unfortunate Lift not able to escape there. Sniper and OS about to pop. I've got to say, this is absolutely the most critical set of power weapons about to pop up in this game.
Absolutely, especially with the time ticking up the way it is. Pips managed to grab OS, slams it into his chest. There's going to be a push coming out right now as he can support Slays as much as possible. The bait and switch can come through. He decides to double back through Rat Tunnel, grabbing that heat wave. A lot of tools in the hands of Divine Mind right now. And Kitbash are going to have to play this very smart if they want to come out on top. There is about half an OS to try and bleed out here, as well as every other tool in the back pocket of Divine Mind.
Yeah, and you see what Kitbash are doing. They're kind of peppering Pips a little. They do one burst, and then they don't even hold the angle. They move on. But Pips, he's just popping off. Scoob doing what he can. Double kill for Pips. Even more body disrespect. I mean, Pips is getting his squats in.
He sure is. I don't know about Pips doing that, though, when the face of his teammate just got taken off so cleanly by Scoob, especially in a high-pressure situation. But Pips is absolutely popping off right now. The heat wave has been his best friend all map. 3 kills to go. What a clean right there for Kitbash. For Divine Mind. Is pretty much every member of Kitbash just goes down. Now Sways has the sniper in hand. And Justin, I think it's going to be a nice little bow put on this match if Sways can just absolutely rip and tear with this thing.
Divine Mind have really just taken off, haven't they? And now Sways trying to connect with that no-scope. He doesn't manage to do it, but now working with Rated in the mud pillars moving through. Lolly goes down. 2 more kills to go. Divine Mind probably going to wrap this one up soon. And here's Sways pushing 2 players. And he gets launched off the map. But here comes Pips with more heatwave plays. And there they go. They secure it.
Clean as a whistle. Divine Mind at the very end for how neck and neck that series was for so long. All of a sudden, by the end of it, within 60 seconds, everything flipped. And I want to say a lot of that is attributed to those multiple plays that we saw Pips land with the heat wave. How do you counter that in those situations? You are in CQC territory, and there's so much damage emanating from that thing, and Pips just being so on point with every single one of his shots. What's the counter, Justin? What do you even do?
It's really tough because, I mean, Pips was going in, and it seemed like he was getting more double kills than single kills that entire game with that heat wave. And you get a couple of picks, and all of a sudden, that opens up the map for your teammates to go in, scoop up the OS, scoop up the sniper, and next thing you know, you have all the goodies on your team. And around that 35-point mark where you had that OS and the sniper coming up, that's when the script was flipped, and they just took off.
I was a big fan of a lot of plays that Kitbash did manage to make against Divine Mind there, even in situations where their backs were up against the wall. They opted to try and hold tower for as long as possible, but unfortunately, there are just too many angles to try and hold, especially when you get the information that Sways is sitting down back mud, sort of just looking at you with the snipe. You can't peek up high, and then you have Pips as well following it up again with the heat wave. You know, you're just forced into a position where you have to make a break, you have to make a play, and unfortunately, the play that Kitbash had to make just by the very end was keep trying to send as many bodies, do enough damage as much as possible, but you have to try and dance around the pillars there as well. It's just too much damage, and you can only be so spongy.
Yeah, and listen, Kitbash mental. They must be suffering a little bit because they were doing really well. They were keeping things close, and then Divine Mind, they hit the double NOS buttons and just took off and dominated that game. And I mean, Pips was styling on them. They're down 0-2. What has Kitbash got to do?
It's the mental game as well. Like, how many body smacks did we see Pips lay down? Especially, they were well earned. I'm not saying they weren't.
They're just the ones we saw on broadcast.
Yeah, exactly. Double kill after double kill that he was landing. So many follow-up kills as well. You know, 23, 13, 6.8k damage. That's that heat wave coming through for sure.
Certainly, and he wasn't messing with it either.
No.
He wasn't whiffing anything. He was just lining up that vertical hit and then boom, 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 just taking him out, falling like dominoes. But I mean, do you expect anything less from a player like Pips on Divine Mind?
No, especially, you know, he's had his time to warm up now. He's had his stage. He sort of felt the presence that is here in this arena now, and he's just going to go off. You can see it. We're looking at him right now. He feels the confidence. He knows he's a star player. He's about to perform bigger and better than he ever has before.
He is a shining star in the dark, starry night, that's for sure. And performing for his squad. And you know what? That's what I was saying before, is filling that role for the team. They're even Steven a little bit, and it's like, okay, I need someone to step up, make some amazing plays, and he just did it.
Yep, I'm not going to count the members of Kitbash out yet, though. We've seen them backs up against the wall, face team immunity in the past, and come out strong. You know, there is potential in this team just yet. And, you know, they're not down and out as well. They lose this, it isn't the end for them. They still have another day of play after today as well, on top of the extra game that they'll still have. So, you know, do you think now is the time to try and just pull everything out as much as possible? Well, you can see on screen right now, look at the look in Lith's eyes as he's sort of just giving them back and forth. He knows that there needs to be a change made to this team. He knows that they can make better rotations, they can make better plays, they have it in them.
Yeah, it does not look like a defeated player.
No.
You see it all the time when you're in a LAN environment like this, a team that's kind of a bit deflated, you know, they're a bit flat and all that kind of stuff. But no, there's still fire in those eyes in the green man himself, and you won't like him when he's angry. Even
before, you know, we started this game and the boys started to set up, Lith came past us down here in the pit. And I just said, you feeling confident, man? You think you got this? And he's like, look, man, I'm ready for it. Whatever it is, I want to play. I'm here to play. That's it. And I think it's that kind of passion, that kind of mentality that's going to separate, you know, the men from the boys. Because here, even if you take a loss, you still have so much to learn. And knowing that Kitbash are so studied, they're going to go back, they're going to watch VODs, they're going to learn from their mistakes here today.
Yeah, and a point you brought up earlier, this Arvo, Bluey, was the fact that when Kitbash took down immunity, they got outslayed heavily.
Yes.
So despite that, they were able to close out those objective games, and they've got to find that secret sauce that they made happen in that immunity series and bring it to Divine Mind.
We are now jumping into Streets, King of the Hill, probably one of the most frantic game types that we have here in Halo Infinite. So let's see if the boys on Kitbash can sort of take advantage of a bit of that chaos right now. A chaotic team themselves, a good mix and mash. Let's see if they can mash Divine Mind.
Ooh, they certainly will. Divinity with that red gun, he can certainly do a lot of damage with this. And I like his patience moving through, giving Divine Mind a lot of respect. I mean, there's a lot of sneaky players on Divine Mind. Lovely rocket from the green man there. Grabs himself the Bulldog as that noob tube has run out, rotating through. Manages to catch Sways unaware, taking him out now, jumping up into the tires. Plenty of tread in in there for him to work with. Now moving through, and he slides past the corner. Will Raider be able to do it? No, Lith turning up through squad, but he gets shut down. The call out comes in.
Good damage exchange from Lith there. Fantastic that he managed to take out a kill before he traded his own life. I love how Divinity's trying to play for his life as much as possible as well. In a bit of a precarious position right now. He only has the thruster and the red gun to save his life, but there's so much damage ringing out from the members of Divine Mind right now. He just couldn't save himself in time.
No, but they're certainly trying their absolute darndest to value their lives, put in damage for their squad. So Kitbash, they're down in the series, but they're not out. They're locked in still.
Locked in indeed. Definitely like how a little bit more controlled Kitbash seems to be playing. In this particular instance, Divine Mind has now sort of crept up on that score for the first hill here, about half and half for both teams. What Kitbash needs to do right now is maybe focus a little bit more on slaying, sort of get them enough space right now to be able to take that hill convincingly. Good stuff from them. 2 members down for Divine Mind, both Sways and Pips, so the big
Lith looking like he wants to grab it, but he's quickly backed off by his Plasma there. And Divine Mind, they're just so on top of all the weapons, aren't they? Plasma getting shut down by Divinity there. Pips doing what he can on the B stairs. He gets taken out. Kitbash working well together, and they secure themselves a hill.
Kitbash on the first hill. Good stuff from them. How long they managed to fend off any threat from Divine Mind is incredible, even though through that trade, Divine Mind did manage to get themselves the rockets. They are burned now, though. Sways gets rid of them, dumps them on the ground. Still a lot of room to make up here for these teams. Divine Mind are definitely not down and out yet.
No, absolutely not. But if anyone's going to shut them down, it's Sways moving through. Then they're racking up the scoreline on that C hill there and finding Lolly in the red room. He backs off and it's like, that Sways with the commando. I'll take another angle, thank you very much. And just look at this. Divine Mind really just locking this down.
Divine Mind right now just have every position on lock, have every angle on lock. They're even losing a player, but they're not losing ground. Divinity does manage to take out another Plasma with the perfect. That red gun coming in handy. A double kill for him as well. As he looks to take the challenge, spike grenades go out. Maybe some damage onto Lollies. He's got one more to take on. He does trade the melee kill. 2 for 2 right now. But the scoreline looks like more so in the favor of Divine Mind, as this hill has ticked up far and wide in their favor.
Yeah, and Sways, he looks very composed in that face cam. He doesn't look panicked at all. Pulls out the AR, only gets a trade in that situation. Divinity doing very well. Here comes the Kitbash push, but Raider doing what he can to hold them back. Being very patient, Plasma working with him, copping a lot of grenades there, but still alive. Raider doing so well, valuing his life there.
So much damage in that hall push down that little driveway push there. 2 members of Divine Mind go down. Pips pushes in as well, gets himself taken out, trades back and forth, but the Kitbash, come out on top, trading out 1 less player as Divinity just looks to play for as much hill time as possible. Bulldog in hand, making sure he can fend off any of those close range threats. Rockets are up though and have now come into Divine Mind, so that is a game changer.
Certainly is. Divinity doing so well here. He's not giving up his life, but here comes Raider. He got a 2 for 1 rocket, and here he is pushing through, ready to break that setup. And Kitbash, a little bit of trouble here because it looks like Divine Mind is starting to wake up.
The setup is broken. Divine Mind comes flooding in. Only a few valuable seconds left on this hill before it goes to them. It is now 1-1 on this King of the Hill match. We do see Pips and Sways now rotating up Pink Street, dislodging Lolly out of Cafe. As we do see the members of Kitbash fortunately spawn on the next hill down in PD.
They do, and we talk all the time about Divine Mind utilising every weapon on the map. I mean, in the space of 5 seconds, Sways grab the AR and it's like, nah, Bulldog's a little bit better. He slaps that on his back instead, and they just make sure that they're utilising every advantage that they possibly can. But crispy shots from the BR, the old trusty 3 burst, and then moving through. Here comes Sways, and he's got that up close and personal gun. And look at that thrust, very cheeky there to get a trade there. Well done.
Good trade. It keeps the members of Divine Mind off of the hill for just a little bit longer, as Kit Bash has managed through all of this chaos to secure themselves a bunch of time on this particular hill. So Divine Mind are going to have to hold out, play a little bit of castle defense right now, as the members of Kit Bash are just going to keep flooding in as the damage rings out. But Scoob getting himself team shot there, instantly deleted. 2 members of Divine Mind located up near Tires and Planners. I believe Rated just quickly taking a peek. Pips is there to back him up, and the red gun comes in play from Cafe side.
There's a lot of Kit Bash players heating up. Lift going 11-6 right now, and they're very, very close to securing a second stronghold. This is a completely different Kit Bash. They're really waking up, working well together, very well in that set of rockets. That's going to be critical for them. Looks like it's in the hands of Sways.
Sways now has rockets, instantly deletes Lift, takes him out of the map, says, see you later, buddy. The members of Kit Bash now spawning over in Tram, and they are just a fraction of securing another hill here on this Koth Streets map. Unfortunately, Divine Mind still have one more rocket to play with, and that is so much space, so much time for them to be able to use to take this hill.
Yeah, that looks like they're taking their time. They've got time for one last push, but that rocket can quickly shut it down. Double kill for Sways, triples there if he wants it. Triple kill, Scoob last alive. Will no kill happen? And a clip. Oh, baby, Sways is heating up. One rocket and an overkill.
If it's anyone to do that to the members of Kit Bash, it is going to be Sways. That is an absolute confidence and ego booster for him. I mean, did he even really need the rocket, Justin? We've seen Sways just use his BR before. I think it was just a bit of a cushion there for that over.
Yeah, he certainly made it happen, didn't he, Bluey? But that sliver of time that Kit Bash needed, that's got to be deflating for them. They were so close to being up in this King of the Hill game, but still not out just yet. Double kill for a Divinity, triples there if he wants it. And look at him, he's trying to get some multis for himself.
Div making a fantastic push there, secures himself the Bulldog as a little extra reward. Members of Divine Mind now over, spawning in Arcade, but it looks like Kit Bash is all over it, just playing that A side as Lith pushes into Tires, just trying to make as much space as possible. Plasma with those spikes, just lobbing them into the hill, trying to get damage, but it's too much when Divinity is facing you with the Bulldog.
Yeah, and Divinity just locking down this as well. It's really hard to push Neon Street like that when you have that Bulldog. Rated somehow makes it work, though. With a couple of seconds, that last rocket is going to pop up as well. Here comes Rated putting some shots and some pressure down. Plenty of shields to work with. He's just being such a nuisance right now. Wingman medal, and it just shows how well he's working with his teammates. Lolly comes in with the rockets to finally shut Rated down.
Trades back and forth, back and forth. Divine Mind now down 3. A little bit longer for Kit Bash to be able to secure this hill, but a rocket gets rid of Scoob off of it. Again, we are in the situation where Kit Bash just needs a fraction of a second on that point to secure it for themselves and go up once more over Divine Mind.
Yeah, Rated has something to say about that last sliver that Kit Bash needs, and that's quickly racking up. They haven't got a lot of time to go, Kit Bash. They need to get into that hill if they want to stop it.
There we
go. Comes in. The MKM mouse and keyboard player coming in.
Yeah.
And they put another one onto the board. Kit Bash going 3-1.
3-1 right now in this King of the Hill match as the boys on Kit Bash, the underdogs, the wild cards of this series, are going toe-to-toe with Divine Minds. They have some monsters to shut down, though. Look at Sways on the scoreboard. 22-12. Sways, I'm imagining right now, is absolutely loving it, even if he feels a bit down and out. Just gives him more time to play in this game.
Yeah, listen, I tell you what, Blue, I'd rather be up 3-1 in Strongholds than be dropping 20 bombs. It's all about that OBJ, baby, and it looks like Kit Bash is all about it.
There we go. The boys on Kit Bash, there's a mesh right now between them. There's a gel. You can feel it. They're working so well. You can see the rotations that are coming out before. Scoob with the Pulse Carbine just melts the shields off of Plasma right then. He's immediately got the team shot follow-up for him. They're taking as much hill time as possible. This bottom mid is a very tough situation as the last hill. This is going to be the last one that they need to secure in order to take this game.
And I like this play from Scoob as well. He gets pressured and he goes, you know what? I don't need to stay here. It's better for me to stay alive, backs up, and now he's back in the hill as the help comes in from his teammates, and Kit Bash poised to potentially take out this game, Blue. They're really starting to turn up.
Scoob has been milking his life for as long as possible, even just putting out enough mosquito sort of tickle damage as he can. Grabs the rocks, unfortunately doesn't get to use them as they are now dropped on the right side of hill that you can view. Sways goes in for them right now. He is one shot, can get picked, manages to trade out with Lith. 3 members of Divine Mind down.
Yeah, Divinity doing everything he could, but Rated shutting him down there. This is the toughest hill in this map. It's right there, down in the middle of the map. Just so much heat comes your way, and then players dropping left and right. Here comes Plasma working with his teammate there, the back off Divinity going in, and it's anyone's game at this point, Blue. Kitbash, they're finding that fire. They're gelling, they're moving well together as a team.
They definitely have something in them right now, and I've got to wonder, is it the communication? So many times we've seen members of Divine Mind one-shot, and there's an instant turn from any member of Kitbash looking to seek them out as much as possible. Just like that, Lith immediately goes tire side, looks down, the call would have been made, and the follow-up is so clean, so crisp that there's no time to react to that. We see Rated in the hill right now, ticking up that time, just milking it a little bit as one member of Divine Mind is down, putting them one out. Rated gets his head taken off right there, bit of a double team for the members of Kitbash. The Divinity is once again on this Bulldog. 1-2 takes out Plasma, and good damage on Sways to follow up from the members of Kitbash. Once again, we see Scoob in that hill, getting just valuable seconds. It's all that's needed. Lolly with the follow-up in back tram as well.
This Lolly's heating up, isn't he, Scoob, with that Bulldog just there, and that hill. It's so close to being capped. Divine Mind only a little bit to go. Kitbash and on the precipice of taking out this game. Here comes Lolly with the Bulldog, and that thing bites off the leash.
Picking his targets so decisively there, managing to just transition to another, realizing that the other one is just going to sneak through the ATM's ball spawn point, not going to be able to get that damage off. Divinity right now pushing Cafe. The nade, so strong, such a good pick from him as both teammates are one now. Good 4-shot from Div, picking himself up a double kill, putting a bit of a break on there, and we can see the time ticking up for Kitbash. They get it! That's 4 hills! The boys of Kitbash have secured themselves a map from Divine Mind.
3-0 what? Kitbash showing up the underdogs, proving that they can hang with the big boys. Unbelievable stuff. And they look so good together, didn't they?
The boys of Kitbash have certainly got to be feeling that right now. And hey, for you ladies and gentlemen in the audience, or maybe watching at home, you're like, it's just a map. It's just King of the Hill on Streets. This is a map against the #1 rated team for Halo in Australia we have right now against Kitbash, this team that people sort of looked at develop and go, you know, they're not really going to be able to do much, but look at how well they're performing. And it's that, once again, like I was talking about, that macro game, just that fundamental understanding of how to rotate the objectives so well. Yes, it didn't prove well for them in that in the recharge strongholds that we saw in their first game, but now it's just clicked. It seems to have just clicked.
Just Scoob there with over 2 minutes of hill time. Really just getting himself in there. And the mouse and keyboard is something that's not talked about a lot with King of the Hill.
60% accuracy from Scoob on KVM.
I mean, Sways with that overkill, that was pretty naughty.
Disgusting.
But I mean, clips don't win yourself maps, right? You've got to get in there and get the hill time. And with mouse and keyboard, you can just flick and change angles. You can 180 on a dime, and perhaps that's why Scoobmeister took it upon himself to jump into those hills as much as possible. He can just check angles.
It's that thing that we were talking about with how they previously played against Immunity, and Immunity had outslayed them through and through. The stats spoke. They were through the roof for Team Immunity, but Kitbash still came through, and we're just taking these maps and then eventually the game. There's just something that they don't need kills to boost their confidence. It's just about getting footing on the map, these holes, these points here and there that matter more so towards them.
Yeah, Kitbash showing up. And this is the reason why they were wild card as part of a lot of the predictions, because a lot of people not expecting them to, you know, place in the top 4, but they could surprise people. And you know what? Showing up.
There it is, the overkill from Sways. Once again, a little rewind replay. Beautiful stuff from him. You know, I think this is the second overkill that we've seen today, right? And it's just these star players that are always showing up and showing out with them as well. So flashy from him, and it would have been the call from the team. Imagine the comms in the background, like just shouting he's 1-1 over and over again, and just the confidence that gives you with the overkill.
Yeah, I mean, Sway's just going up with the clean-up crew, grabbing himself an overkill. It was beautiful. You know what, Blue? Didn't put a map on the board. It was Kitbash.
No. That's very, very true.
And they took it convincingly as
that
well.
Is
4-1.
Very true.
It didn't go down to the wire. Kitbash took that convincingly.
An overkill does not win you games. It may be flashy for the montage though, but it's not a map. So now we're heading into Capture the Flag on Aquarius, and this is a map just from the onset that I'm looking at, and I think this is going to be very tough for Kitbash. CTF Aquarius is just one of those maps and game types where if you can't get a foothold quick enough, the game's over. You're being back-capped constantly, one after another, because the other team just has so much pressure on you and your spawns because they're very readable on Aquarius. You can never just get out of that trap that you're set in, and then flags are just flying past your face and there's nothing you can do about it.
And it's one of the more traditional kind of CTF maps in Halo Infinite, and that really plays into the hands of the Divine Mind guys. But it always seems like Pips goes off on this map.
Yes.
He gets the heat wave and he just does damage, and it's from day dot. I remember even the first set of series that we cast, it was all Pips with that heat wave.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we even saw it before in the live fire game. Pips just seemed to favor that heat wave. It was his best buddy in those particular instances. He just doesn't seem to miss with the thing, and it does so much damage, especially in such a close range map like Aquarius. If you're going to let Pips run around and do exactly what he did on live fire as he does now, these boys on Kit Bash are going to be in for a lot of trouble. So hopefully this is something that they've communicated as we now go into our fourth map for the series.
Yeah, fourth map for the series, and Plasma there finding himself one. Scoob going down, that camo still up top, ready for up for grabs, moving through the players here. Caster's Curse, lots of players going down as we flick around the different players. Still with Plasma here, he's got that commando, moving through, throwing out the shocks, is caught unaware by Lifty, taken out.
Lithy with the sidekick there. He does not care. He's about it, securing himself a nice kill right in the moment. See, now this is what Kit Bash need to do. They're putting kills up on the board. They're securing themselves time. Only one kill to Divine Mind's name. Overall, their whole board, they just need to start getting that footing from those kills. They need to start just moving up the map, taking those positions as much as possible.
Yeah, you've got to be patient sometimes with these games. You've got to get your frags before you can get flags moving. Here comes Raider to apply that pressure, and it does look like Divine Mind... Kit Bash with the flag moving. Divinity there, juggling that across the map. And Kit Bash wasting no time, but Sways with the double kill has something about this flag run. Another triple kill on the flag for the return. He's beckoning someone to challenge him for the over.
Sways with a clean triple kill right there. Going to be putting a lot of intimidation onto the boys of Kit Bash, as it seems now one after another we are seeing their names fall. So much positioning on the map right now being taken from Divine Mind as Plasma decides to challenge Scoob with that commando. He's feeling confident in his aim, but Scoob's got something else to say about it. Unfortunately, the assist comes in from Pips. Plasma goes down as two members of Kit Bash have something to say. They return the favor. Right now, you know, we've seen one flag grab, one flag pull, but it hasn't really resulted in much. That being said, I can see it on the scoreboard right now. Sways 6-2. If they don't start shutting this man down consistently soon, he's going to have a lot of toys to play with.
Yeah, now Lolly with that camo. This could be key for them to get a flag moving across the map. He does find himself Pips there, being very patient, stalking him like a shark in the water, and here he is pouncing on him, and Pip's doing what he can, but it doesn't matter. Clean shots from Lolly, and just so composed there. Lolly was very confident that he was going to be able to secure that, and just touches the flag for just a little second there.
Lolly playing the patient game here, just tried to bait out as much as possible. As he had that camo as well, does manage to trade one kill. He was the last one alive in that situation, so there wasn't a lot that the other members of Kit Bash could do in that scenario. 1-for-1 right now for both teams, 3 members up on both sides. We're not seeing a lot of aggressive pushes right now, but this is where it might change as Pips rolls through with another member of Divine Mind, making quick work of Lith in that particular situation. Lolly gets taken down as well, but Divinity has something to say for it in revenge for his teammates, as Scoob was unfortunately the first one to come up there. Has a lot of damage to do on his own. Doesn't quite land a nade. Lith there to back him up to follow the kill. Man, oh man, how many fights have we seen go down in this blue util side already?
They've just been going out for a solid 3 minutes here, Bluey. Not a lot of flags moving around. It seems the flag gets moving, and all they want to do is smash on each other now. With Pips from Divine Mind moving through, we highlighted him loading into the map as a key player on this particular map for Divine Mind. With Plasma using that commando, utilizing weapons on the map as always, just like the Divine Mind players do, and picking up an assist there, working well with his teammates so far.
Lolly on 10 kills right now, going blow for blow with Sways. There's a lot of confidence coming out of this man, and I'm sure there was a lot of confidence just after that last game win. has the heat wave in hand now as he tries to rotate down bottom near the heat wave spawn, come up through the stairs, doesn't dodge that damage, unfortunately, as Sways take him out and exchanges that heat wave. It is now in the hands of Sways, and he's waiting on the camo as well. This is a dangerous combo right now as Lith is about to have a small taste of it, and he does pop that camo as well. Sways is about to go on a rampage.
I was watching Lith jump up there, Bluey, and I was like, you're too late, he's already going to get it with the heat wave. And he just gets taken out, but Kitbash making sure they're on top of those power-ups, so you're now killing spree for him. Sways is really starting to heat up, Bluey. 13 and 6 for him, still with some camo, still with the heat waves, finds himself 1 second there if he wants it, and teamwork is too strong for Divine Mind, not giving him that double kill.
So much damage. Doesn't even really need it. It's just about the team shots right now. Landing as many kills as possible. Good damage being exchanged right now. 2 members of Divine Mind go down. Their push is at a little bit of a standstill, but Plasma does manage to grab the flag here. Shut down by Lolly near immediately. Pips follows up as well. So many members going down, and once again we see ourselves in this blue util side. Just name after name going down, and Divinity finally making a little bit of a break for himself here as he pushes down bottom carbine, passing that needler. Spots up, can hear 2 members of Divine Mind in their base as that call would have come out, and they do manage to touch their flag. Kitbash manages to touch the flag of Divine Mind.
Yeah, Pips lurking around that corner there. Divinity going in. He does get the cleanup, and the flag's moving for the Kitbash players. He does go down, but I think there's still a player to get that flag moving. Sways now moving through. He's responding to that call out. Plasma calling it early, but puts through the trade. That flag does get returned. Scoopmeister backed off there. Sways moving around the map. He's currently 15 and 8, top fragging for his squad.
Flag return on the side of Divine Mind means all that space, all that pressure that they made before just goes by the wayside. Sways picks himself up a nice little reverse 4 on the back end, going head-to-head with Lith right now, but Lith once again shuts him down with the sidekick.
Yeah, listen, those pistols can be pretty lethal, mate. Now, Lith, he's got that backwards hat on. He's locked in, going in with a sidekick. He's taken down in util. Plasma goes down as well. Scoop, the last one alive in that util area. Lolly locked in, and he has some help from his teammate as well. That's what you want, that team BR shot. That's how you shut them down. Lolly scooping up that camo, trying to get away. He's scuttling away with his life. He might just do it, Bluey. This is critical for Kitbash.
This has not been a very objective-focused game mode, ladies and gentlemen. So many kills going back and forth. Not too many flag pulls, though, unfortunately. You can see Lolly just trying to provide some backup here as he's sitting on top of Divine Mind's base, getting the damage down on Sways as that's cleaned up by Lith. The flag is there in the connector as Lolly sort of falls back as well. A good trade for him. 3 members of Divine Mind go down, so this could be the perfect opportunity for Kitbash to make a flag run. It looks like that's exactly what Divinity is doing now. Being the objective maestro himself, Kitbash goes up 1 flag on CTF Aquarius.
I mean, that was a ballroom blitz, wasn't it? They were just going at it for so long. But Kitbash, the first one, to slam a flag into the podium, and they're up 1-0. And that clock is starting to run out. And look at this. Divinity, he just runs straight through, and another flag's moving. Gets it clean through the util, juggling his life away, moving this around. Kitbash!
A 4-dead clean sweep means the boys of Kitbash can make the cleanest run possible. They have the backup. 2 members of Divine Mind go down. Divinity captures the 2nd flag. The Kitbash boys up 2 now.
Up 2-0. Can they do it, Bluey? We are starting to believe the wildcard players, and they're really heating up. But we are with Plasma for Divine Mind. They're not out of this just yet. There's plenty of slaying power on this squad. They've just got to start getting things moving. But Kitbash, every time they get an opportunity, 4 dead, boom, flags on the move.
It looks like just as that happened, Divine Mind made an absolutely blazingly clean run through car side, picking up a flag cap. Score is now 2-1, still in the favor of Kitbash. Look at this though. Plasma already just doubling back, going immediately into their flag, securing as much positioning as possible. They take out Scoop, 3 members of Kitbash down. This is looking grim.
It's a very grim situation, and Rated with that camo as well, you can tell his job is to just look for those spawners, apply pressure so he can get the flag moving. He does get taken down and called out, but Plasma's already in there util with that flag. Plenty of teammates there to back him up as well. The Kitbash pressure is coming, and the flag that Grenade comes in for the Divinity to shut them down. Pip's doing what he can.
There
but
we
it looks
go.
like Kitbash are getting the return. Scoop's running the flag, Bluey.
Kitbash making a solid return as well. Scoob doing what KBM players do best, running that flag. The members of Kitbash need to get on this flag right now. It's Divinity once again grabbing the flag. It is so close. Lith with the capture. The boys up 3-1 against DM.
I mean, Divine Mind, they were saying 3-0, 3-0, but they're in a little bit of trouble here, Bluey. They're already down one map, and Kitbash looking so hot. Some desperation starting to, settle in for Divine Mind, maybe?
Sways with the initial flag run, followed up by Raided. Sways got shut down right quick as the boys from Kitbash want to make sure they don't get this flag very far. Once again, we are seeing the nades come out. A quick shutdown from, once again, the tag team duo, Divinity and Lith, trying to get on that flag as much as possible. Plasma is going to have to fend for his life here as Lith gets the melee. Lolly with the follow-up. We see a flag return. 2 members of Divine Mind down, giving the boys of Kitbash a bit of breathing room to get into their base.
Yeah, and Lith just shutting down Pips there as well. There's only 2 minutes left on the clock, Blue, and they're 2 flags up. Divine Mind are quickly running out of time. They can make it happen, but I mean, time is a factor. It takes a while to juggle that flag across the map.
Divinity right now, I don't know where this magic came from, but every play that I am seeing him do is just perfect. It's exactly what he needs to be doing in the moment. Even if it's just getting those nades off in the distance, it's working out so perfectly for them. Once again, Kitbash take down 3 members of Divine Mind. There is so little time for DM to be able to work with right now. 1 minute 40 on the clock. 2 flag caps they need to make up for it. Can they do it?
Double kill for Lolly, these boys. 25 and 15 for Lolly. He's heating up. Raider goes down as well. 1 minute 30 left on the clock. Kitbash, they've got to keep that pressure and that aggression up if they want to lock this game down. Pipped juggling that flag across. He's doing everything that he can, but he's flashing shields in. He's very big trouble. He's getting called out. He's through the util. Here comes the cleanup grenades. Kitbash, they're not losing this one, Bluey. They want to get this map in the bag.
Pips absolutely one-shot for the longest time. We see the cross-map nades coming out from, once again, Divinity and Lith. They're making a push for this flag, but this flag looks like it's so well guarded, and the clean slide through flag pull comes in. Now Divine Mind have a bit of work ahead of them. They have to return this flag before they can cap their own. Lolly and Scoob shut down 2 members of DM. Make that 3 as they pull the flag once again.
40 seconds left on the clock. That was just perfect CTF there. Throwing the bait flag out and buying themselves time. Scoob just throwing that flag out. 30 seconds left on the clock. 3-1 in favor of Kitbash right now. Divine Mind, they're in very big trouble. Kitbash poised to take out this map, Bluey.
3 members of Kitbash down right now. 30 seconds isn't a lot of time for Divine Mind to make massive plays, but they can do it. They are the star-studded team that we are watching here today. But with the shutdowns that Kitbash have been making, just like that, Sways goes down, but Pips is on the back line as well. Scoob coming up on a 1v1. The trade goes out. 4 down for Kitbash. You're going to want to hope that on spawn they have a play in mind. That being said, that's it! Kitbash, another map! CTF Aquarius! Who would have thought?
We're going to game 5, Bluey. The Wildcats are underdogs. They're out of the kennel. They're running rampant. The crowd's getting rowdy. Divine Mind, they're a little bit quiet.
Kitbash looking over the other side of the stage, glaring at them, knowing that in their heart of hearts they're saying, DM, what are you doing, boys? You shouldn't be letting us take these games off of you. But that being said, all to the Kitbash boys, baby. They are playing out of their skins right now.
Oh, mate, this is what we saw when they went up against Immunity. They just caught fire, made things happen, and closed out the series. And now they're 1 map away from taking this.
I mean, who'd have thought that this would be the Map 5 game, right, Justin? Like, incredible. It took a little bit longer than probably what the Kitbash boys would have wanted to get the gears turning, but now it just seems in full effect. That wasn't just a win from Kitbash on CTF Aquarius. That was a decisive win. That was a slaughtering on the macro level. Every single flag just seemed to be in their control.
They just clutched up every single time, didn't they? And it's like, just when you thought Divine Mind's like, oh yeah, they're about to slap a flag in, they just slide in, they clean up the kills, they get the return. They just played that perfectly. That was some great Halo.
Absolutely fantastic Halo, and it's what you love to see, you know, harkening back, just as you said before, This Aquarius CTF is that classic Halo style that so many people, love and love to watch, and it was just put on full display. And you would think this team like Kitbash might falter a little bit at the wayside when it comes to playing a map like that, but
That
just
play right
everything they had, the slides, the timing, they knew exactly what they were doing at every play.
That bait flag there at the end, I was hoping they'd do something like that to run down
Yep.
the clock. And it was just perfect, just, sliding in and just lobs it out in the open score. And the Divine Mind's like, return the flag, return the flag, return the flag. And they're all piling in, and then the boys came up and cleaned him in. That was just fantastic.
So now it is 2-2. We're going to game 5. That being said, Divine Mind, again, they are the Titans in this matchup. They have been here before, and they don't want to lose this. Justin, do you think now is the time we're going to see Sways Unchained?
I mean, maybe. I mean, we're really hyping up Kitbash right now. They're the underdogs, but that is Divine Mind that's sitting over there.
Yes.
That's the #1 seed. They've proven time and time again that they can step up to the plate and close things out. Yeah, their back's up against the wall, so I think it's more so of how do they shut down the Kitbash boys? They've got to get in their heads like they were earlier. I mean, Pip stopped shooting bodies and all of a sudden they start losing maps. I mean, maybe that's the key.
If that's not a sign that, they're a little bit shaken up right now, I don't know what is. Looking at the cameras right now, I love the looks that Lolly is just giving across stage. Like right now on the Divine Mind roster, those are his former teammates that he's played with before and done incredibly well with. As Momentum was saying before, sort of analyzing these two teams, it is a bit of a grudge match. He's facing off his former partners that are just kind of gone from him now. Obviously, they're not on the same team, and he's in this crew that Lolly knows he can perform. We just saw it in that game again, and going into this game 5, they've got a statement to make. They have something to prove.
Something incredible about that game, other than the plays, was that they were performing in the kills department as well. They weren't outslayed. Plenty of those players were heavily positive, and
How many times Divine Mind has sort of gone up against these teams that are a bit of an underdog or classified as more of a mid-tier team, and they just sweep them. Statistically, it is all in Divine Mind's favor, but that's not what we're seeing right now. Even if stats-wise, we're seeing someone like Sways just absolutely build these blocks over and over again, an incredible KD. Kitbash aren't worried about that. They're not getting shaken by it. They're just ignoring it and just playing good Halo.
they're certainly very focused on that flag as well. Their timing was just impeccable so often there. But moving into this final map, I mean, I think the key is, will Divine Mind just brush off the dirt a little bit, pull up the old bootstraps and close out the series, or will Kitbash maintain that momentum through, Bluey?
I would definitely imagine there are some talks happening between the Divine Mind members right now, but we are game 5, Divine Mind and Kitbash. Who'd have thought we'd be here, ladies and gentlemen? It is a tough battle ahead for the members of Kitbash as we are on Slayer for recharge. Lots of tools, tricks of the trade for the members of Divine Mind that are so accustomed to on this map. It's going to be tough.
You know what? It's kind of slow a little bit as well. I mean, Divine Mind maybe just playing things a little bit more cautiously. Lift firing up already. 3-2. Very early days so far, Bluey. But I mean, Kitbash, they're at an all-time high. They're vibing.
These duo plays that Kitbash are doing, just these rotations, having two players back-to-back all the time. It's Lith and Scoop looking elevator right now, trying to get as much damage as they can. Lith loses Scoop, tries to double down, but gets chased. The Cure gets secured. Scoopmeister 3-1 right now. Lots of damage going back and forth. It is in the hands of Kitbash at the moment, but only by 1 point. And there are some massive factors on recharge that can just blow out that scoreline. I was going to mention the shock rifle, but Lolly is the one who has it in his hands. Very capable hands indeed.
Wow, and I love that. Rated was trying to be patient, but it doesn't matter how patient you are. You go up into 3-1, you're going down in that situation. Now Lolly with that shock rifle trying to connect. The team collapse does come through. Lolly trying to connect there and does get a kill. And just fresh mag into that shock rifle. They're up 2 kills currently, Bluey.
It's 4.
Another. Pip shutting down. Now good opportunity for Divine Mind. They struggled the last game a little bit, but now with that shock rifle in the hands of Pips, all eyes on him.
It's a very dangerous game that they're playing, though, because just how quickly that was, Divine Mind could just make up those kills so fast. Once again, only one ahead. They had a bit of a lead. They could have held on to it. They had the shock rifle in place for them as well, but it was just Divine Mind's just overbearing presence in both Rated and Plasma that we're seeing right now that was the difference maker.
Yeah, and Rated gets that camo pretty uncontested. Scoob caught a little bit out in the open there. You can't be doing that in a Game 5 situation. Pink missed warning. I just saw that needler.
They've got to be aware of Rated right now as he has camo, being able to flank these players, gets a melee in, Lith falls to it. Unfortunately, the call has been made. Scoob gets a grenade, making him one shot, but the repulse play, getting him out of harm's way, is massive for Rated. Camo has burnt all but up now. 3 members of Divine Mind go down. Rated is the last one alive, and you got to wonder, was there a collapse needed for Rated as 3 members once again down for DM?
Yeah, and Lolly once again with that shock rifle, not able to connect, but they're hanging in there. We're going to get a 40-49. I can feel it, Bluey. The boys heating up. Does connect a little bit with the body, not able to secure the headshot. He's got Scoob there on his left flank to help him out there. And look, they're just fishing for picks right now. They need one of those picks so they can get a collapse moving.
I agree, Justin. It definitely seems like this is going to be a long haul match, but both teams are just playing so cautiously with each other right now, just making sure that they're not giving up enough space. They're trying to follow up on the damage as much as possible. We are seeing things go in DM's favor a little bit more than I think what any of these members would like, and that is a Plasma back smack for Plasma, double kill to his name.
Yeah, I think he threw out a stick there as well, Blue, and that's where the double kill arose from. 23-19 in favor of Divine Mind, but as you know, Slay games, they don't really start picking up until about that 30 kill mark. So Kit Bash, they're keeping up currently, but what happens when you cross that 30 kill precipice?
Lolly so close to securing himself a Mind the Gap on Plasma there. Seems like there are too many players that Kit Bash have to shut down. Divinity gets himself a kill, trades the melee. Lith secures that as well. 3 kills the difference. DM 26-23.
And look at this, Lith launched off the map. I hope you can swim, buddy, or bring a life jacket. Now, again with Lolly, he seems to be one of the star players on Kit Bash, showing up for his squad. Plasma doing incredibly well himself. 8-5 currently, and that's been the difference maker. There's only 3 kills the difference, going 1v2 currently. There's the third player. A lovely collapse. The Kit Bash boys always got their backs.
Shock rifle in the hands of a very dangerous man, especially at this point in time in Pips. Looking at those angles right now, sending a shot at top control. Not quite connecting with it there, but we see 2 more members of Kit Bash trying to make a flank, looking up top glass as Lolly's managed to sneak his way into gold stairs, but he gets his head taken off by Pips himself. Another one for Pips double. Connects the third shot, but it isn't a headshot and gets taken out himself.
Yeah, listen, I was feeling that triple kill there, Blue. My heart was fluttering a little bit. I was getting a bit excited. Now, with Rated moving through, he's 7-6 right now, but a boatload of assists for him as well, just putting in damage, and I think it's the last couple of camos that he's managed to pick up for himself. And look at that Hail Mary! Across the map there, Rated, just perfect nade placement.
Walshy would be proud of you right now, Rated, with a beautiful kill like that as the collapse comes into top control. Couple of trades not going in the favor of Divine Mind though. 4 kills the difference right now for Divine Mind, 34-30. Still plenty of room, still plenty of time for Kit Bash to make up for these kills.
Yeah, it's 4 kills the difference. Anybody's game at this point on board with Divinity moving through the red pipes. He finds himself one, sees a couple of Divine Mind players there. He just backs out. He's like, no, I cannot give up that death.
Yeah, that was a very smart back out from him, and he had the team supporting his back as well. Div just trying to play for his life. We're seeing Sways, though, in the background pick himself 2 kills. It was Lolly and Scoob caught by the wayside. Seems to be a bit of a gold pipes hold right now from the members of Divine Mind, and they're going to want to make sure that they can shut down this as quickly as possible. The members of Kit Bash, that is, because otherwise they're going to be stuck in a very, very dangerous position.
Yeah, Kit Bash, they're currently trailing by 7. Gets caught out by Pips there with the shock rifle. Now, again, with Rated, watching his teammates back there on gold. The nades are coming in, and Rated, he just seems to be a turret this game. Puts himself in a good position and puts damage down on the map.
Bit of a do-si-do as we can see that both teams have actually swapped the positions that they previously held. Now we see the members of Kit Bash taking that top gold hold. Lith jiggle peeking right now, getting as much damage as possible. Surely the call that Raided has snuck into gold comes out. Sorry, Sways, my bad, and he does get picked off. Lolly with the confident slide in as he gets a bit of damage out, but he's got Raided to have to take down, and Lolly gets a stick on him as well. 5 kills the difference as DM is up 39 to 34.
Those little sticks right there, Bluey, sometimes that's a difference maker to bring the momentum in your favor. Nice little trade with Lith there, challenging Pips, who had that power weapon. Now with Divinity, we've seen him show up time and time again, watching his teammates back, is caught unaware a little bit, scurries away, valuing his life, waiting for the teammates to come help him out. He's just making sure that he's giving up as little deaths as possible. Plasma coming with the collapse on the B. Ben taking him out there.
7 kills left for Divine Mind to be able to wrap up this series and unfortunately shut down the boys from Kit Bash after all this hard work.
Triple kill for Pips!
Has now picked up a triple. The overkill is so close inside, but he doesn't manage to get it as Divinity jumps out as quickly as possible, making sure that Pips was shut down before we could see that overkill medal in place. Sways right now playing around bottom Mangler. The plasma grenades get shot out from underneath his feet. A very weak boy right now needs to run away as all the members, well not all, sorry, most of the members of Divine Mind are now locked in top elevator.
I mean, Kit Bash, they're in a really tough position right now. Divine Mind, they're only 2 kills away from taking out this series. And Pips, with that shock rifle, he goes down 48 to 41. Can Kit Bash do it? Divine Mind, #1 seed against the underdogs, all the way in a Game 5 situation. And we're pushing down, all the way down to the wire. Still 2 kills the difference. Kit Bash, they're closing the gap, Louis.
Kit Bash needs to put in right now. They need to make the call. Lolly needs to make out for his life. Only 1 kill left for Divine Mind to have to secure, and it places Kit Bash in a very precarious situation. They're going to have to play this one slow. They need to play for individual picks as much as possible. And when the shock rifle is in the hands of Kit Bash, a miracle can happen. Something can be done. We're seeing a short collapse come out from the members of Kit Bash right now as they're looking to circulate from top elevator. The game has slowed down to a snail's pace, but it is so dangerous right now what the members need to do. Divinity just peeking a little too much.
That was bold.
Absolutely one shot right now, nearly taking off the head, but Sways gets taken down in the background. 6 kills left to go for Kit Bash to be able to take this series from Divine Mind. A remote detonation from Scoopmeister puts them ever closer as they eke in 1 inch more. They know all the players
Divinity
are
with another
located in here, in Hydro. They need to make smart
49-27.
Div is popping off. 3 more kills for the members of Kit Bash. Make
49-48.
Scoob pushing in confidently. The Malik, they trade, and that's it. DM taken from Kit Bash at the end. Oh, it's heartbreaking.
Oh my God, Kit Bash. They almost had it. It was in their hands. They're holding it, but it just flew away. Divine Mind able to clutch things up to close things out in that Game 5 all the way down to the wire, Bluey. Oh my God.
I'm going to pass out. Cut the VOD, I'm going to pass out. My God, what just happened? Give it up for Kit Bash, ladies and gentlemen. What a game they put up for us as they faced off ever so confidently against the #1 seeded team in ANZ. Kit Bash once more. Well done to Divine Mind. They are the Titans. They are the Lords. And unfortunately for now, Kit Bash are the Fallen. But as Momentum said, and I want to counteract him once more, it wasn't all for naught. They're not going to regret it, ladies and gentlemen. They have plenty from the day to come out with.
Listen, I mean, Kit Bash, come on. 50-49 Game 5 situation. I hope the crowd's happy because I certainly am. What a series that was. And Divine Mind, maybe some kinks in the armor, or what I think, Bluey, is that Kit Bash is just a monstrous team that is getting underestimated.
There is something in the Kit Bash boys that I can't quite pinpoint. We tried over and over again to explain it through words, but it's just like a magic. Even when all was down or nothing, Div, time after time, was popping up on the boards, headshot after headshot with that shock rifle, just inching the score ever closer. It came down to the wire, and it's just not what anyone would have expected in this scenario.
It was just crazy, and you know that their communication would have been on point.
Oh.
It was like 48 to 39 or something, and you know that it's like, do not peek, do not give up a death. Just wait for them to grab a pick with that shock rifle, and they just did it time and time again. And Scoob just watching those nade respawns to that remote detonation.
Oh my god.
That was a bit cheeky, wasn't it?
How he knew, and it's those plays that the boys from Kit Bash just keep making. Oh, and there it is, the heartbreaking, little finisher there. It's
Rated, doing really well to close that out with that
absolutely.
trade.
Working so well under the pressure in that situation. But again, Kit Bash are just making these plays time and time again. Just so strong, so beautiful. And as heartbreaking as that was for us to watch, it must have been beautiful for the members of Divine Mind to win. And of course, we have Nat being able to read that for us. So let's throw it over to her for an interview with the man, the myth, the legend, Pips.
Pips, we just had a bit of an exchange just there, but this series going all the way to 5 maps and how it ended there so close. What was running through your minds? How were the comms for the team? Because it felt stressful as a viewer.
It was definitely stressful. I didn't expect to drop a map to him and to go to 50-48, 50-49. Yeah, my hairline's receding a bit more.
It is definitely like that. Do you think that Kit Bash garner a lot more respect now that you guys are, not as confident in yourselves, or you're just very impressed with Kit Bash?
No, they play very well. Like, after going 2-0 up, we definitely got overconfident and overlooked them, but they kept going hard, playing hard, and they're a good team.
What do you think are going to be some of the more key learnings for you guys as a team from this series?
We're a pretty new team when it comes to LAN, like Plasma and Matt, so it's just good experience. Just you take every series, just keep going. Still got the W, so...
That's the main thing that does matter here. You guys also, though, dropping maps in these series, do you think it's going to affect you going forward when you do play again tomorrow?
No, not really. Like, these matches are pretty much practice for us, so losing's always good when it comes to practice, so yeah, it should help us, hopefully.
Everything's a win if you have that great mindset. But Pips, thank you for joining me. Congratulations again on the win. Let's head over to the desk so they can talk some more about this game.
Woo! What a series we had there between Kit Bash and Divine Mind, boys. Momo, I don't know if it's like a curse or a kiss or whatever the bloody hell you want to talk about, but I mean, the reason why I gave these guys my wildcard spot is because they can do stuff like that. Scoob being the first KBM player out on the stage, playing on LAN, it seems to put up some big numbers. The way those guys play together as a team, OBJ maps from here on out for teams up against Kit Bash, you have to be scared of them.
I mean, I did not expect that at all. And you know what? I'm not going to rubbish any other team during the tournament because I got that completely wrong. I did not expect that, but hey, here we are, I guess.
Oh, man, it's so crazy that we came into this series saying this is just going to be Divine Mind getting the 3-0, panned up first map 250 to 43 or whatever it was. All right, let's put a line through Kit Bash. They're going to get their practice a little bit later on. Maybe they can beat up on the open bracket team. They went to game 5, 50 to 49, almost eked it out from being, what was it, 7 or 8 frags behind them when it was 49 kills in the way of Divine Mind. I don't know what it is in the water of these young kids, but these guys are here to party.
I mean, Plasma says it all. We've watched a few of these series already. You, at the end of the map, you pop up, it's all hype, it's all everything. We saw Plasma pop up, and the look on his face, it was relieved. I expected him to get loud, but no, they understand. We don't deserve to get rowdy. We don't deserve to be yelling at these guys. They pushed us. There was a kill in it. Honestly, we were sitting screaming in the green room. The CTF on Aquarius, my God.
Bonkers.
Honestly, I stand by my predictions. I had them top 3. I reckon Kit Bash can make it to Orlando.
It's going to be ridiculous to see what these guys can do when they get in the championship bracket, when they get even more stage experience, when they start getting out of these pool plays, what they're going to do to the open bracket team. There is a whole lot of stuff that this Kit Bash team has shown us here on the stage. Divine Mind wiping a bit of sweat from their brows, but we're going to get ourselves into another series here, ladies and gentlemen. This time around, we're going to be jumping back into the pool of death. Join us on the other side of this for more ANZ HCS Regional Finals.
skin. I've got you deep in the heart of me. So deep in my heart that you're really a part of me. I've got you under my skin.
Check in to Melbourne so you can check out all the action after DreamHack ends. Experience Melbourne's laneways, dining, coffee, arts and culture while you're here. There's something to suit every mood and budget. Head to visitmelbourne.com to discover more.
Kit Bash, another map! See
A bit of relief there for Divine Mind to be able to eke out that series up against Kit Bash. 3-2 scoreline. The boys of Kit Bash coming in, taking names, taking some scalps. And now we get ourselves ready for our next series. Justin's back here on the desk. And the question is for you, Justin, how are you feeling after that series?
I am coming down from the biggest high right now. That was just one of the most incredible series that I've ever seen. That CTF Aquarius, oh my God, was that some Halo. And it was even sweeter because Momo thought that it was going to be a clean sweep. Talking about
3-0
the wild card.
Divine Mind. I'm Momo.
I know everything about the game.
Okay, I got it wrong, all right? I can admit it, I can be wrong. Rarely, but that prediction, yeah, it was way off. And honestly, I have a lot of respect now for the Kit Bash boys. Like, they are definitely something to be worried about.
I mean, it's kind of crazy, right, Justin, for what we talked about. You know, I was having a chat to Momo in that break there. Land can either be a blessing or a curse. It can either be something that these teams crumble under or rise above. And it seems like Kit Bash, feeding off the energy of getting that King of the Hill map, they just rose to a different level. Confidence is blooming for those guys. Yes, they might have lost the series and going 0-1 in their group right now, but this is confidence for the road. They took maps off Divine Mind. They almost took a series off of Divine Mind. Imagine what that's going to do to them when they go in a championship bracket against a team like Immunity, a team like Mindfreak, a team like Direwolves. They're going to come into that so confident that it's just going to be able to ooze them through the rest of their series. And I mean, it's just insane. I want to see more Kit Bash, but lads, we've got a different series to start talking about here. This series is going to be a big one for us because this is Group B. We talked about Group B being the group of death, and right now it seems like Group B isn't the actual group of death, and maybe that might be A. But either way, Chiefs, their second showing for today. Same with Team Immunity. And Momo, I'm going to let you get your curse out of the way now. How do you feel like this series is going to go?
Well, I'm not going to dunk on anybody on Immunity, but I do think Chiefs, honestly, they were looking pretty amazing at the start of the day, and I think they've been pretty consistent, and they sound pretty confident as well. I was talking to a few of the boys backstage. But I'm not going to dunk on Immunity. I don't know what's going to happen. But I do think Chiefs are going to look incredibly well, and I think they should take the series.
I got to say, I got to give it to the Chiefs. I mean, Immunity, they're never out of it, but the Chiefs just look so strong earlier. And the Immunity that we saw before, that was an imposter. That wasn't the real Immunity. They need to find themselves again if they're going to bring this thing back.
And I guess that's kind of the question, right? They've had a little bit of time now between their previous series and this series now up against the Chiefs. And it's the question is, can they get to the level of the Chiefs? Because as you guys did say, Chiefs looking really, really strong in their first series of the day, being able to take down Mindfreak, who, Momo, you coined that as being a potential grand final preview. Maybe at this point you might want to change your tune, but either way, it is going to be a pretty hard task for the lads of Immunity to try and come up here against the Chiefs, who have looked like kind of they haven't missed a beat just yet. The question is for you then, Momo, what do you feel like they need to try and fix up? Is it more kind of some team play things? Is it kind of a little bit of confidence? Maybe it's just some land rust for Team Immunity.
Definitely for Team Immunity. Well, like I said, we said in the series before, they're experienced men. Like, they all know how to play Halo. It's just about how they execute it, and like they just got to talk to each other. Be like, hey man, 15 years ago, we were winning every top comp, right? Why can't we do it again? Just do it right now, show up, play
It's
your game.
the arthritis. That's what it is.
2 years are kicked in, eh?
Yeah, I mean, it's just off screen, but Ads put his cane away and he limps up the stairs.
Stick as well. I don't know about this, actually.
You have to make sure that his care is off screen as well while he plays some Halo. But either way, I definitely feel like this Team Immunity squad, they've got it in them, and maybe, you know, some slow starters. Maybe it's just, you know, a scenario now where, you know, they're coming into the series here with pool play, they're just shaking off a little bit of the rust, just getting everything sorted for themselves, just trying to come into a lot of their series. And we talked about it, right? This Pool B is the pool of death. Like, there is some big teams you've got floating around in here. Mindfreak look like they've cleaned up their act going into that second series. Now with the Chiefs looking like they haven't missed a beat today. Immunity, it's not like any of those series were going to be walkovers for them. So if they go down 0-2 here, probably saying results expected, but then it's what can they bounce back in the championship bracket, right?
Yeah, I 100% agree. It's just like, the thing of Immunity, you don't know what you're going to get. Does that make sense? It's like, they could either be the big mighty Immunity, or they could just be, you know, little guys. They're about 5'4". They're getting pushed over. They're getting bullied. They're getting put into lockers. It's either one.
So I guess the question is, how do we get them to get to the 6-foot Immunity? How do we pull them out of the lockers? How do we get them to unlock in this server and try and make it competitive, much like Kit Bash did against Divine Minds?
Honestly, I think it's just game time. I think throughout the weekend at this event, you will just see Immunity get better and better and better because LAN is their environment. It's their home, all right? It's where they live. So I think as the event goes on, they're going to feel even more comfortable because the Chiefs, they performed really well online. They've been taking some of the cups and they've been performing well so far. And Immunity, they really just need to get some game time in and find their stride a little bit. They wrap up, they get the straps around those poor arthritic knees, and then they're sprinting along.
I guess the question is right now, how many more old jokes can Justin feed into this series while he's on here on the desk? I'm going to let you think up a couple more here because I know I've been super enjoying these head-to-head videos between these teams. So we caught up with the Chiefs and Team Immunity ahead of the series.
So we've been scrimming the Chiefs online and we've had a lot of very, very close games.
I've knocked Team Immunity out before and it's pretty easy, and this team is a lot weaker, so I don't think they stand a chance.
Just same old Team Immunity. I don't think they're no threat to us at all. They're obviously veterans of the scene, but yeah, I think we're just still going to pump them.
I think Madsy we need to shut down on Chiefs. I mean, he can run and gun, he can turn up big time in a game, so I think if we can isolate him, yeah, we should definitely lock him down.
With more practice, could have been more of a threat? Yeah, I believe so. But you can't teach old dogs new tricks.
I think the most overrated player on the Chiefs is Bazaar for sure. He is considerably behind everyone else on that team.
The most overrated? I'm going to say Slays.
You know, he has notoriously crumbled under pressure on LAN before, so I think if we're able to shut him down, the rest of the team will follow.
The most overrated player on Team Immunity for sure would have to be Ads, just because I don't know, the way Spartan moves and shoots, I don't know, I can't take it serious. So.
These head-to-head videos are just getting better and better.
Wait, did Berserk say beating Immunity is easy? I'm going to vote with that guy. No wonder I picked Chiefs second.
It's crazy that it feels like every single time that Berserk was talking about Team Immunity, there was an underlying joke that he's like, I just can't take Ads seriously. Just the way he shoots and moves around is funny. Like, it is crazy when we talk about these guys and how they, come into a lot of this series. Obviously, confidence in yourselves is key. And the Chiefs, they are oozing confidence when it comes into this tournament. And I think right now, these guys are definitely eyeing the title. They're definitely trying to get that dynasty going back once again. And at this point, Team Immunity is a stepping stone, right, Justin?
I mean, the confidence. I mean, the fact that they're cracking jokes just means that that's not just for the camera, right? They believe it. They're so confident in their ability to lock it down that they're just like, oh yeah, whatever. We'll just brush them aside. It's time for the new kids to just cement their dynasty. You had your time. You're now extinct.
I mean, it is. I think we're
joke. It was a dinosaur joke. Keep up, momentum.
All right. Old joke number 55 for Justin. Momo's made 17 references that he's played on a team with said players.
Yeah. Sam Neill would be out in the crowd slow clapping. I was like, I love all these dinosaur references.
Yeah, they're all wonderful. But either way, I guess the question is now, who are we looking to highlight for both these teams? Who are we looking forward here, Momo? Who do you really want to try and step up for Team Immunity first and then start talking about the Chiefs?
I'm definitely going to say Benno again. I'll roll the dice. Hopefully he does turn up this time because last time, I don't know where he went. I was looking through the crowd, looking through the stage. I couldn't see Benno anywhere. But hopefully this series he does turn up.
What about the Chiefs there, Momo? Who are you thinking on that side?
I'm going to go with the person that Dante said was incredibly overrated. That's Slazy.
Okay, so you're feeling like Slazy is going to be able to drop some big stuff already. He has already been dropping some big numbers, so I definitely feel like that is somebody. Do you agree, Justin?
I'm actually looking towards Hef.
Okay.
To be honest, because Benno does perform, but the thing is that when you go up against a monstrous squad like the Chiefs, you can't have one player lagging. Like, you can't have just one player popping off and carrying to close out those series. You need everyone performing. So if they wanted to just isolate Hef, maybe Ads, maybe Dante, and just shut them down, kill their confidence, just kill them off the respawn, body disrespect and all that kind of stuff, I reckon that's what they need to do.
So do you feel like then on the side of the Chiefs, considering what we heard from Team Immunity, that Berserk is going to be their focus if you follow that same kind of logic?
I think that would be a really good idea to get into Berserk's head. He's a bit of a hothead, hot-blooded, he's passionate, but sometimes he's his worst enemy. And if you could get into his head, it's almost like that would be a player down.
I mean, yeah, that seems like that is a little bit of mental warfare that is going between a lot of these teams. And, we've touched on it already. Or, the fact that we've seen a whole lot of screaming across stage, a whole lot of popping off from these players. I think as it starts getting later in towards the night, these players are going to get more into it. Obviously, the first match on the stage, everyone wasn't really quite sure how much they want to pop off, how much smack talk they want to throw around. But now the fact we've had a lot of these players really talking around, even the open bracket teams, I was watching a whole lot of those pop-off videos on Twitter, that it seems like these guys are really starting to get in the groove. And I guess, you know, Momo, for the next 2 days then, at what point do we kind of keep giving these guys a pass? You know, looking at towards Team Immunity or even the Chiefs, at what point do we start kind of saying, all right, you've had enough time now to try and fix your issues, and this is where we maybe have to start putting you guys a little bit lower on the tier list?
From what I've seen, though, Chiefs are pushing themselves up on my tier list because, like I said, the series we saw earlier today, they were looking pretty like. Hopefully Saturday will be a big day. We're going to see tomorrow. If they're not clicking tomorrow, I don't think I'll make it a Sunday.
Okay, all right. So tomorrow. So Justin, on the same kind of vein then, are you still in the same kind of boat? You know, if you're about halfway through Sunday at the end of your group stages and you're still not feeling like you've got that click going, is that where you kind of just maybe putting a line through some of these teams?
I still have a lot of faith in Immunity that they'll just be able to, you know, go with the flow and kind of find their stride a little bit as the event goes on. As I said, this is their home. That's what they live for as Halo players. And yeah, they're getting caught off guard by some of these young guns and not performing just yet, but they can do it. Don't count them out. They'll surprise you.
But I guess the thing is with that as well is we kind of had the same kind of narrative when we looked at Mindfreak, right, Justin? The fact that they started out their day relatively slow, then they came back, and then they got the 3-0 sweep up against Team Immunity. This is kind of the same stage, you know, getting in your second series, you've already had your first series, everything's all done and dusted, you've actually been able to have time, get used to setup and get that kind of going. Is that where we're starting to look for Team Immunity? Okay, this is a series for you guys to start taking maps, start making it look more competitive?
Absolutely. I mean, we just saw with Kit Bash. I mean, everyone was just writing them off as just, oh yeah, Divine Mind #1 said they're just going to clean sweep and it'll be over and don't even have enough time to sit down. But nah, Kit Bash, they turned up, and I would be very cautious about betting against Team Immunity in any situation.
Well, I think because Momo's got a curse, so I think at this point, if you want to try and use a bit of reverse psychology, Momo, you can hit up with whoever you feel like is going to come out on top.
I'm going to say Chiefs 3-0.
Okay, so it seems like Immunity's going to be able to go this.
Too easy.
Too easy. So it seems like we're going to have a game number 5 again, boys. Let's just go down to a single kill on the Slayer. I mean, I'd love to see that. I would love to see more game 5s. Obviously, the fact that we've had some 3-0s throughout the entirety of today are a little bit unfortunate. Direwolves getting that map up against Divine Mind as well. Obviously, we talked about that previous series being an absolute banger so far. I just hope this one lives up to it as well. I really hope that we get to see a whole lot more out of Team Immunity because we talked about it. The more game time these guys get together, the more they get to gel together. They already have the experience. They already have the confidence in themselves. All they need to do is just get in the server and just try and figure things out, right?
Yeah, I think so. And I think Immunity will probably take a map here. I think Chiefs will close it out 3-1. However, I don't think it's going to be a clean sweep. I think Immunity, after that 0-3 loss against Mindfreak, they probably had a few words. And when they got into the room and like, ads, what was going on in that last game, bro? And I was like, I don't know, man. It's like, do you want to play or not? And it's like, you know, they're kind of vibing off each other. And you can do that when you're such strong friends. You can just kind of ruffle them up and be like, come on, man. Like, do you want to play? Like, you want to get to Sunday or do you want to spectate? And I think that's a big strength of Team Immunity. So I reckon they're poised to take a map. But I mean, it's almost impossible to bet against the Chiefs roster.
All right, well, lads, let's check in with our casters here. I want to see what these guys are thinking about this series. Panda Matt, we'll start with you. Got some predictions for the two lads here on the desk, thinking of the 3-0, 3-0. What do we feel like? 3-0 sweep, maybe some maps here for Team Immunity?
I mean, look, I think you can forgive Momo. He's new to this. He doesn't quite understand how the casting curse works. So I've used my one for today.
Doesn't know much. He's 4 foot tall. He's like 30 kilos.
His KD 0.8. He hasn't got the hang of it yet. He doesn't know where to send the invoices.
He's a bronze
if the caster curse works. But I mean, look, I've used mine for today, so I think I can confidently go into this. And I reckon. If, you know, we've seen Kit Bash, we've seen the upset already, you know, the old dogs coming in. But they can't let these young upstarts outstage them. So I reckon, look, I'm not saying, I don't think Immunity are going to win it, but I reckon, yeah, we get more than just the 3-0. I reckon Chiefs take it. If I had to say, I want to see 3-2.
Really? 3-2?
Okay.
So you think we're going to a game 5? Look, after seeing the performance that Immunity had today, I'm swaying more so on the side of Chiefs, but I still think Immunity will be able to take a map. So 3-1? 3-1.
Okay, so we've got a 3-2, a 3-1, some 3-0s here on the desk. I guess the only way we're going to figure it out, lads, is if we jump into this series. We'll leave it to you two fine gentlemen for this time around. The actual Blues Brothers. So, lads, throw the series.
Yeah, look, we forgot our hats and our sunnies, unfortunately.
God damn it.
But I mean, look, you know, you've already had it talked about on the desk. Immunity, their home is on land. We need to figure out, though, is it a retirement home?
Oh, there it is. Can we tick that one off on Justin's list, or is that going towards your stuff?
Look, I got to rack them up here. I've got years to make up not being on the broadcast, so...
No, look, that's completely fair. And we gave so much credence before to sort of how Immunity played and how seasoned they were, especially, as you said, in the LAN experience and how at home they should be feeling. But the way that played out before with that first Immunity match that we watched did not play out to our predictions at all whatsoever. Honestly, I was really taken aback. I think someone like Momo was also really surprised as well with how it played out overall. So I'm a little bit cautious, I'm a little bit concerned, and I feel like they have a really tough battle ahead of them going up against Chiefs.
I mean, we've seen sort of like opposites in terms of match 1 for a team and match 2. I mean, you look at it, Chiefs absolutely monster Mindfreak 3-0. They then come back and 3-0 Immunity.
Yep.
You also look at Divine Mind. It was, look, easy-ish, a 3-1 over Direwolves, and then all of a sudden, they only just scraped through with a single kill. So I think there is every possibility coming into this. You know, Immunity, they've been smacked around a little bit. Look, honestly, I think maybe there is a little bit of concern that, you know, Voltage might start flicking ears at some point, in which case someone's walking away with a concussion.
Ears,
but yeah.
like throwing punches, mate. Have you seen
Honestly, it was the funniest thing. He was sitting there with his colossal hands fiddling with his little in-ear headphones. It was just the funniest thing.
It's like a giant just playing with something that's human-sized and being like, what is this? What even am I doing right now? No, but I think that is definitely the number one major concern in my mind, is just if they don't sort of start finding their pace today, it's going to be really rough for them going into tomorrow. And that's, of course, where all the stakes are, because if they flounder the same way that we've kind of seen them do, they're gone. They don't have another opportunity to play tomorrow.
I mean, if they lose this, I think their best bet is they can work out a bit of frustration on the open bracket team that joins their pool. So, I mean, look, there's so much to consider, obviously, going into the Elim bracket as well. And, I mean, maybe this is all mind games. Immunity come into pool and, they drop 2 series. And they make it to the Elam bracket and the flip switches, and all of a sudden it is the Immunity of old just rocking people in the server.
I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong, but in the Super, wasn't that where Immunity made like that really strong just rush map after map? It's as if we were seeing a completely different team play, and although it didn't last for all too long, they did unfortunately get knocked out, it was still an absolutely star-studded performance from them and really make us look at Immunity in a newer game like Halo Infinite in a completely different way.
Yeah, I mean, you've also got to remember, it's been talked about to death, of course, Benno, just the natural talent coming into this. He may not have as many hours logged as everyone else in the ANZ pro scene, but he can pick the controller up, he can jump into a server and still play with the best. You got to hope with the time that they've had, obviously between qualifying and now, that they've got some extra prep work in, because that's just going to amplify what they bring to game day.
I would imagine just with the experience that they have as a team overall, they would have gone back after they sort of lost their first game and the way they did, and yet absolutely spoken to each other and been like, okay, what happened there? What can we improve? What mistakes did we make? It's only through the years and years of experience do they have that they can commit to those quick on-the-fly changes. You know, that's where a lot of these mid-tier teams, or even some of the newer tier teams, tend to fail a little bit, is they just don't have enough experience to be able to make those snappy changes in between matches in order to make the big differences overall.
I mean, it's also something we see with these younger teams as well. It's very much, you know, sort of ride or die. It's either absolute success or complete failure.
Yep.
I mean, you saw it on Sway's face halfway through that Kit Bash series. If looks could kill, he would be the only one on that Divine Minds roster. He was not happy, but these guys have been around the block several times. There are a few things that are completely going to throw them off their game, so they can take this in stride. Look, yeah, I don't doubt that tempers will flare, but they have been around long enough to say, hey, look, bring it back, guys. We need to start bringing things back under control. We don't want to run away with it.
Well, that's the thing with Team Immunity is, and I think anyone who's been around them for a long time or even played with any of the members of their team can attest to, is I don't think they've ever really tilted or broken mental. I think that's just something that all of the players collectively hold, or individually I should say, is they never get to a point where they're like, I'm broken, I'm not doing this, and just completely check out from the game. There's always an opportunity, even if it doesn't really look like it in their overall performance, they're coming away from those games that they lose and going, all right, we can recalibrate. Yeah, it sucks, but we sort of just can cop it on the chin and take every lesson learnt from that game and sort of make it so that we can excel in the next one.
Yeah, and look, you got Voltage as well, providing that extra level of insight to a game, breaking things down between series. At the moment, I mean, you look, Ads on our screen, he's been one of the most talked about players coming into this, of course. Yeah, he's got some age, but the average damage dealt, it's pretty decent.
That's it too. It's consistency as well. I'm pretty sure even in games where you sort of look at Ads playing and say, oh, okay, he's floundering a little bit, he's still going to kind of hit those numbers around abouts every single time. There's never massive drops, I don't believe, in his gameplay, and I think that's just a testament to how him and his team play in order to pick each other up even when they're down.
Yeah, it's that equilibrium almost. They seem to balance each other out. It's not, looking at Divine Mind, it's not Slays, top of the leaderboard, surpassing his team by 20 kills or whatever. It's every single player there. They almost march in a line at their opponents and keep pace with each other.
All right, but now I think we've spoken enough about immunity. How about Chiefs coming into this, Looking at how they've played today, it's been a pretty convincing performance, I would say, overall. Maybe not the old guard Chiefs that we were so used to playing, but, having this LAN experience under their belt now, and again, this is only day one. How do you think they will progress going on into tomorrow?
Well, I mean, again, I think this match is going to be incredibly telling. We looked at Divine Minds coming into this as being the favourite team coming into the competition, and then Kitbash, of all teams, almost upset them. So, I mean, if Chiefs come into this, they win this again quite handily. We find ourselves in a situation where we're back to seeing Chiefs in that old form. We know who the favourite then is going into day two. But if we see another upset, it just throws the script out the window. This could be anyone's tournament to take.
Interesting little piece of statistics there. We have Berserk pretty much doubling everything that Ads puts up on the board. And what's interesting there is Berserk was also the one saying that Ads is the most overrated one on Team Immunity. He just can't, take what he does seriously. So how do you think that's going to measure up? I would assume right now Berserk Ali is feeling super confident in the matchup that he has right now.
I mean, look, the confidence justified going into the server. Chiefs have they've been a home name in Halo Infinite since they joined, of course, picking up NutriBullet. Outside of the server, obviously there is one glaring advantage that Immunity have. He's standing behind them, and honestly, if this was a cage match, Voltage could take this entire thing on his own.
The giant pillar of intimidation that's standing right behind Team Immunity right now, is that what you're referring to,
honestly,
Panda?
I don't even know if he says that much. He just looks over at Chiefs, and I could imagine.
Do you think he says too much to the team in general? Do you think he's just communicating with them all telepathically?
Oh, no, I reckon it's just one word, kill, and then all of a sudden Immunity goes off. But it's that difference that teams with a coach and without a coach make. Obviously Kitbash, they've just picked up a coach as well.
Yep.
And you could see, these teams have looked good leading up to this event, but then you add a coach, it's fresh eyes on the scene and what's going on that just elevates what you're bringing to game day again.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think this Chiefs roster that we've experienced, today and in previous Pro Series and Open Series, I don't think at all that they have peaked. I think they still have a lot of smaller things to configure themselves. And then when they do that, I feel like they're just going to excel tenfold because all of them collectively on their team have so much kill power, so much potential. They know all of the maps so well, and there's only just more time for that to develop.
Yeah, and look, there's so much that we know about this roster, but it's always to get a bit more it's always better to get a bit more insight about the Chiefs.
Absolutely.
So why don't we have a look? Let's see what's going on with the Chiefs.
I've got heaps of chemistry with the boys, Madsy and Slays, and I think they're the two best teammates I've ever had. And I think Beeston's an up-and-comer and he's a grinder, so it's just the perfect team.
I believe we did get the best possible team for the roster shuffle because we stole the two best players from Divine Mind.
I think our team's biggest strength is definitely when we set the pace. I don't think anyone can handle it, and especially on objective game types, we just keep the ball rolling, and then I don't think anyone can stop us, especially on LAN. So I'd say myself, I'm more vocal when stuff gets mixy.
He's like our in-game leader, I guess. We sort of all listen to him.
I'd say Slays is probably the craziest individual player we've had in Australia for sure. Beeston opens up the map, wins pivs that he needs to win. Mads is definitely a freak. He's probably the iciest player I've ever played with, and he gets the job done. With all of us having LAN experience and all of us winning LANs before, we've been to multiple international events, been on the biggest stage, worlds, everything. I think we'll be fine.
To win this event, I mean, the world, everything. You know, this is like the biggest event ANZ Halo's ever seen. We've all sacrificed a lot for this event.
We've definitely sacrificed a lot, especially these last couple of months. We've been putting our heads down and going hard, and I think we're going to show it this weekend for sure.
Other teams think they have a chance because they have close games online. They're just delusional for that. I believe Chiefs are going to win this weekend because I want to prove that we are the best team online and LAN. We are just better than them in every single way.
Who is the best team in ANZ? It has to be us, 100%. I have the 3 best teammates in the game. I don't think anyone even comes close. So we are 100% winning this event, and mark my words.
Madsy, ice in the veins. Bluey, do you reckon, is that enough to keep Chiefs in the running for the favourite here in this competition?
You know, I think it just might be, honestly. I think that we've seen Chiefs sort of fluctuate on different levels, but, you know, talking to them sort of down here in the pit, seeing how they are on stage, it all just exudes this kind of confidence in this sort of new era Chiefs that I don't think we've seen before. So, hey, I think today that's more than enough to carry them.
Well, I mean, it's the thing, you look at Split 1, the foundation for the Chiefs roster was Barcode. You take that away, everything starts to fall apart. They have been building the blocks for this new Chiefs, going from Barcode's Chiefs to the Chiefs, and starting to establish that dynasty and what could be one of the greatest runs. Look, it is a long way to go before we get there, but it's possible. And speaking of possible, it's possible that we're going to be jumping into the map, of course. Map 1 of this series is looking like it's going to be an absolute heater. Into some Oddball, into some live fire. What do you reckon?
Oddball live fire, Panda. I don't know about you, but this is personally one of my favorites. It gives players an opportunity to make some sick plays. There's plenty of map, plenty of power weapons to go around for everyone. And of course, because it is an Oddball match as well, it's even more time for our lovely showcase players to stat and show off some absolutely sick clips.
What are you trying to say, that the game's only about the numbers, Blue? That's kind of shallow.
Well, sometimes you like
to
stat, though.
Berserk, he kicks it off with 2, so the numbers are definitely working for the Chiefs. Unfortunately, shut down by ads. So they are getting some ground back, immunity, but it's again, absolute tooth and nail slugfest.
You know, this is typically what we see, especially in ANZ. It was harkened on today when you go to Oddball games. These players just don't like to pick up the ball whatsoever. Even if they get ahead in, one lot of kills, they play it out slow and steady, making sure that they have a massive opening in order to get as much ball time as possible.
Speaking of openings, Slade's just hanging around over shield. Immunity comes in behind it. I'm not quite sure what was going on there, but what I know for sure is Immunity has had hands on the Oddball. They are getting some points on. Unfortunately, 3 of them were dead there for a moment. Dante finds Slays, brings the numbers down for the Chiefs once again, but they do have control of the Oddball.
Control of the Oddball indeed, but only a small amount. 10 seconds isn't all that much, but then again, in the grand scheme of things, in ANZ Halo Oddball, that's massive. That might as well be a minute on the board, let's be honest, Panda, with how back and forth the next few exchanges are going to be between these teams, and unfortunately, Hef takes a quick dip in the pool.
See ya, Hef, unfortunately. Yeah, look, you got to swing between the flags. That's the main rule out of the beach, but unfortunately, Chiefs don't really care about that. Right now, Slays, hands on the ball once again, out towards Garage. They are trying to just dissuade Immunity from getting aggressive here, and you can see Benno not quite that keen to push out of Rat Tunnel, but he's got some support. The boys are flooding in. Unfortunately, they don't reach much more than death.
3 down on either side, and with Beeston picking up that double kill there, that was a brief 4 down for Team Immunity, which is not at all in their favour, as Beeston and the rest of the crew from Chiefs are going to be able to rotate this ball wherever they want, picking up a couple of seconds in the meantime.
Yeah, at the moment, Chiefs well and truly outslaying. The numbers not quite matching up for Immunity, unfortunately, and Beeston's getting some significant time here, just tucked in by that window. Quite standard hold right now, but Slays has the overshield, will be shut down, traded back off the stick. But look, they're getting some key utility. Chiefs are setting themselves up for the long haul.
Chiefs are indeed. Madsy has his hands on the heatwave right now, and we've seen other players today use this weapon to great success, with Madsy being the straight shooter that he is, always having control over the map and such a presence that he does. It's no wonder that right now each member of Team Immunity seems to just be falling one by one under the mighty pressure that is the Shark.
And Beeston, he's playing the Oddball. It's his job to hold the objective. Heatwave through mid, unfortunately, is not going to bag Madsy the kill. Unfortunately, off of that loss, it gives Immunity some ground to start moving on towards Oddball and actually threaten the Chiefs, but the answer comes back. Beeston will trade himself out. Ads, though, has the ball in hand.
Unfortunately for Team Immunity right now, there is a huge lead in points in way of the Chiefs. Not only are Immunity going to have to worry about their Slayer game right now, they're going to have to worry about just straight up playing the objective, and there's a lot to juggle in this particular instance. You know, a bit of a pun on what you need to do with the ball there oftentimes. But they've got so many things to worry about on the map now in this first round.
Yeah, right now Chiefs solid command of the objective. They are just taking these points away, and I think maybe, just maybe, yeah, we might have some minor issues on the side of Immunity. We have, unfortunately, no one moving there, so it would be a good indicator that maybe something's a bit off.
I would imagine for some reason or another, there's probably a little bit of an issue happening right now with the members of Team Immunity. Currently just got word from Prod that they are waiting to figure that out. So it looks like right now players are just going to sort of be dancing around each other one by one. From the break there though, Panda, what do we think of how Team Immunity...
Look! What has Beeston done?
Oh no! Cut that! Cut. We're not supposed to use that on broadcast. But no, going back to the question that I was trying to state before, what do you think of how Team Immunity were playing off the break there? A little shaky, if I would say so myself.
I mean, they did recover well. Unfortunately, again, Chiefs just controlling the objective.
Yep.
They had, I mean, look, it would have been 60 to 20 when things fell apart. But again, look, there were moments, the flashes of brilliance from Immunity looked like they could have contested. But I mean, I think the Chiefs at the moment know the position they're in, know the opportunity they're presented with. They make those, I mean, split-second adjustments on the fly, and they're able to adjust before Immunity can actually put those new strategies to work.
One of the biggest things that I was noticing just from that first round and how it played out was just simply how dominant Chiefs were on the power-ups. They were immediately on Sniper, immediately on OS. Just, you know, let's discredit that time that we saw Slazy there on top of the OS.
He was on it.
But he, you know, that's exactly it. He was on it. They were at least playing, you know, in a manner around it, but it was much faster than how Team Immunity were responding to any of those power-up spawns.
Yeah, I mean, it could maybe be a bit of a detriment as well. I mean, these guys collectively 66 years of Halo competitive experience, but that's a situation where you can sort of get stuck in your ways. I mean, you're used to different iterations of the game. You now come into Halo Infinite, which, I mean, does play reasonably fast. You know, you see these Chiefs and Divine Minds players just absolutely ramping around these maps. And you're used to a certain play style, which is a little bit slower, a little bit more structured, and that's easily exploitable.
Unless you are a team that has like the utmost confidence in your ability to slay out over the top of a power-up or an objective, it's going to be very difficult for you to all of a sudden just come in strong and make sure that you can take that for yourself. And I don't think Team Immunity are a team that can sort of battle it out with the Chiefs over a power-up in those sort of close-knit situations. I feel like Chiefs are always going to be the ones to come out on top.
Yeah. I mean, you want that story. You want to come into a competition like this, Immunity qualify. They're one of the OGs of the Halo ANZ community. You want to be able to make that run, but I mean, it's... the future is now, Grandpa. Unfortunately, it's sort of the situation we find ourselves in. Things are just ramping up. Halo Infinite is getting faster and faster as we sort of progress through its evolution. And Chiefs, the young gunners, are able to adapt that much more quickly. You just got to wonder... maybe a bit of a last run. Sort of, it just feels like Immunity constantly being outpaced.
Bit of a swan song kind of thing that you might be alluding to, and yeah, that's totally understandable if you're looking at this from the outset. But then again, I feel like we're in this exact situation when it came to the Super. Because of how Immunity were initially playing, we sort of looked at them and went, you know, wow, it would be really great to see them play how the old Immunity would have, but it was just really difficult in that first day, especially. But then it was just all of a sudden, like, as soon as they were shoved down to losers bracket, they were playing a completely different game. It's as if they just downloaded everything into the Matrix in 1 nanosecond and they were just executing it on every map near perfectly. So you got to wonder, is this, a lot of this just like data collection? Are they just warming up?
I would imagine so, but you've also got to remember, there is a massive difference between playing for seeding and playing for your tournament life.
Yes.
I mean, your back's against the wall, you got no safety net down in the lower bracket. You are doing absolutely everything and anything you can to keep that run going as long as possible. So yeah, look, I think we do see a different approach between pool play and the championship bracket here from Immunity, but I mean, you'd ideally like them to pick something else.
I would say that's a fantastic analysis there, Panda. First of all, really well done. I don't think I could have spoken better myself at all. And it's just that the idea that, yeah, if Immunity want to be playing full force right now, we're not seeing it at all. And that is dangerous to be playing with. You don't want to try and hide all these cards in your back pocket on first day and then try to make a risky play the next day, be knocked down to the elimination bracket, and then just go from there. That is not how you want to be executing this, especially for a LAN of this size and caliber.
Look, Blue, no matter how much you hype me up, I'm not donating my hair. Speaking of hair, we've got some boys with some brilliant hair. We're going to send it back on over to the analyst desk. Luke, take it away.
Boys with actual hair, because if you guys haven't noticed, Bluey's got a pretty shiny head. Either way, there is a bit of an issue that we've got going on here with the game. So instead of us just talking about Halo Infinite and talking about the Chiefs and Team Immunity for another 25 minutes, I've got a game.
I hope it's not bingo.
Do you boys over here want to play a game?
Stage.
Okay, so our wonderful game here that we have is I have drawn some wonderful drawings, so hopefully our wonderful producer is able to show these on the screen for you guys. And what I want you guys to do is tell me what it is. So it's from Halo, obviously, and I want you guys to just be able to tell me what it is. So these images are going to be visual representations of the word. Understand? Comprende?
Okay.
Yeah.
Understand? Okay.
Sounds easy.
So what I'm going to do as well, your names are your buzzers. Okay, so I want you guys to just say your name and then you get an answer. If you get it wrong, you are out.
I love saying my own name.
Oh.
All right, are we ready?
Yes.
Yes?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to show the first
ready.
image. There's a bit of... I'm just going to... The first image, hopefully we can get the single on that so you guys can see that. Not quite sure if we can do that just yet. Yeah, okay, so the first one here, the top left, what is that? It is from Halo Infinite.
Blue Panda.
All right, Blue Panda, what do we got?
It's Justin after lunch.
No, unfortunately, it's not Justin after lunch. So we're going to have to sit you on the wayside right now. So again, lads, we can have a look at this. See what we got going forward.
Momo.
All right, Momo, what is it?
I think it's Voltage eating his opponents.
No, unfortunately, it's not a Voltage eating his opponents. You're going to be out as well. Justin and Bluey, you are the only two remaining. So what do we got here, lads?
I have no idea.
Bluey, use your buzzer!
It's supposed to represent.
Bluey, use your buzzer!
Bluey.
What is it?
Luke, I have no idea what that is supposed to represent whatsoever.
Okay, this is probably the hardest one out of all of them.
SSJ4.
All right, SSJ4, what is it?
That is Fluke.
No, you're already wrong.
It's in the game.
He's rushing to the toilet after he's 13.
All right. Our benevolent God, our producer is in my ear. He wants to guess as well. What is it? Can I give you that? You're close. So he said the slippery when wet sign on recharge. It's recharge. It's the map recharge.
What?
Pepe re and someone charging.
Why are you
recharge.
looking at wet floor signs?
I don't know. Don't ask me. He got it wrong. It's called recharge.
That is the worst frog I've ever seen.
If you can draw a better Pepe right now, I will give you $50 on the spot.
I'm not sure you want to challenge me to a draw.
Okay, well, we got plenty more to get through.
I do prefer? Well,
There's a reason he's a host, ladies and gentlemen.
You guys can suck it. I'm trying to make some cool content for you guys. All right, number two.
All right, number 2.
What is this one?
Oh, Momo.
All right, Momo, what is it?
Live fire.
Hey, Momo's climbed onto the game.
That's unfair. He streamed.
Okay. So Momo's got 1 point.
Must feel good to finally
Okay,
get something right.
apparently the game's done. Momo's the winner here. He finally got a victory since 2018. Congratulations, Momo. We'll leave it with the capable lads as we get into this game.
I mean, let's be honest, Momo's going to take them where he can at the moment. Let's get back on into it, Bluey, of course. Back to live fire, back to Oddball. Immunity looking shaky, Chiefs looking like that hero champion team that we want them to be.
Yes, it appears right now, though, we're going to... Oh, no. Yep. There was a recharge logo on the thing. I was quite confused there, but we are, in fact, on live fire.
I know his drawing was bad, but come on, man.
I'm actually tilted by that game. I'm going to be honest. It was just not right. Anyway, going back into live fire, Oddball, I would assume this is just a flat restart of the game, which is fantastic for the Immunity boys because they may be able to find their footing a little bit easier now than they did in the first break.
Well, I mean, it's a scrappy start, one that comes out better for Immunity. I mean, look, it's only Slays, they get 2 more, but you take it where you can. Adds as well, having that Oddball in hand. Over Shield is going to be coming up in just a moment. Dante wanted to contest it, unfortunately loses Benno. Is about to lose zone life there as Madsy gets involved towards grass. And I mean, the push on through, they are going to get so much for it.
Yeah, you know, 2 members of Team Immunity right now are back mud or back tower. Nice little opposition there with the green gun, attempting to take away as much of that OS as possible, as Madzi in the back end with the snipe, getting a nice little melee kill onto Ads.
Too bad he missed his shot. I mean, we won't talk about it. No one else saw it. Right now, yeah, he's going to lose his shield. Another shot in the bin, unfortunately. He's going to try and get the shields back in top tower, provide some overwatch. The team nade to come through. And yeah, okay, look. Minimum efficiency.
Yeah, you know, we'll give him like half out of 3 there for that one, that body shot there. But, you know, good effort from him. To his credit, he played his life as much as possible. 4 members briefly for the Chiefs do go down. Team Immunity seems to be a little bit more in favor, especially with the sniper in the hands of Dante right now as he hits a beautiful headshot over at Rat's Nest.
I mean, we talked about it, you know. Oh my God, Dante! The reset has done absolute bits for the Immunity team. They're coming into this. They're looking hot and solid. Madzi wanted that sniper back. Unfortunately, couldn't find it or much else. He's going to drop down, join up with the team, looking to try and make a play with the numbers, but Ads finding Bazaar reduces those numbers by 1. On the hunt, they find Beaston as well. This is a different Immunity, and it's off a reset.
I know. How crazy it is that after a reset, Immunity are just coming out, playing so much differently than they did before. We did see just briefly OS was coming up, did fall in the hands actually, I'm not sure who managed to get it. Chiefs, at that point, did manage to capture that overshield there, which is fantastic for them, especially in that moment. Nice little reversal for Berserk there as the nade rings out loud and clear. And it looks like the members of the Chiefs are going to have a pretty substantial hold over in A right now with that Oddball.
Yeah, maybe just looking like Team Immunity committed too much energy early, but they are still finding a couple of kills here across the board. They still hold the lead, if not tenuously or anything, but right now Berserk and the crew, they're rotating in to try and get some ground. They find some kills for it.
Chiefs only need 64 points, as a matter of fact, after the reset to capture this, so it wasn't a full reset for them.
I did wonder.
Yep, at 64 points, we're going to cut this round in particular for them, which is great for them because it means that they have a lot less to fight for. That being said, as we pointed out before, Team Immunity coming out the gate very strong.
Yeah, big stuff. Chiefs holding on, and they are rapidly approaching that point. I mean, what, you're 20-odd away. And Immunity are fighting to try and get some control back and deny the points racking up. Ads goes down as he contests back B. Berserk there as well to cover. But look at it. Dante for 2 clears out both players near the objective. And that might be the opening they need to get back into this.
This is the Dante of old, ladies and gentlemen, that we love seeing. He looks very confident in his shots right now. In fact, the whole of Team Immunity do. 2 members, unfortunately 4, but they take out Beaston as a bit of a trade. Dante flying through top mid right now with that sniper in hand, as we can see members of the Chiefs juggling that ball. Only a mere 14.
Look at the points. We've got 3 to go. They picked up this snipe, but it doesn't do anything for them. The points are there. The Chiefs take it. Round 1 of Oddball is theirs.
There you go. That is first round for Chiefs after the reset. Looks like they're probably just going to play out the rest of the round there. Great stuff for them overall. And it's, you know, it's difficult to say that Immunity played that, you know, poorly or bad in any way, shape or form. And as a factor of matter, Panda, both of you and I were pointing out it seemed like a completely different team off the break.
Yeah, I mean, it was a great start. It was a phenomenal start off the reset, but again, they just lose steam. Like,
yes.
It was a great start. You knew what they were trying to do, and when you're on that tether, because it's a shortened leash in that situation, only 64 points that can be given up. You don't have a lot of wiggle room, and you fall back into those old habits. And in a situation like that, you need to ramp things up. You pick up the kills, you transition it into control, and you don't slow down. Unfortunately, they slowed down.
Yeah, and that, unfortunately, was the end of that particular round for them. We see Dante, 11-6 right now. Definitely doing a lot better than he did that before the reset. And then immediately, again, off the break. Fantastic work for them. 4 members of the Chiefs now. Hef has so many little goodies to play with, as the Heatwave and the Sniper did fall down in Rat's Nest. Plenty of room right now for Team Immunity to play with on this second round.
I mean, the scary thing is, I'm thinking back to the qualifier. Immunity outslayed Kit Bash, but lost the objective game because they didn't play to the win condition. They are outslaying Chiefs, but they are losing the win condition.
Yes, absolutely. And, you know, is this just one of those things, a repeated pattern that we might see with Team Immunity. They're all strong, incredibly confident players in their own right, but it might just get the best of them. You know, they're focusing on the slays way too much. They're not focusing on the objective at all. In these kind of situations, you have to wonder, you know, is it just that old style of Halo that maybe they keep falling into over and over again that's their undoing?
Yeah, strong is good, headstrong not so much, and you're going to wonder if maybe just a little bit too set in their ways. Right now, the aggression coming through. They're looking to deal some punishment out towards that B platform. They will get the kills off, but it looks like the Oddball, yeah, it was reset off the bat into the drink. So they get the ground they were looking for. Unfortunately, what they were looking for is not there.
Team Immunity still ahead though after that ball reset, but only with 6 seconds more under their wing. Still a lot to fight for as we can see the slays ringing out. Benno manages to take out slays in the background. 2 for 3 right now. Beaston last one alive on the members of Chiefs as Ads plays a little dance around this shield near Brute Door. This is a pivotal 1v1 if he can take out Beaston, but it looks like both players might back off. Ads plays the smarter game, lets his shields recharge before he decides to re-peek.
I think that might have been just baiting the audio cue, going for the mantle up, then jumping back down and trying to trick Beaston into thinking that he was no longer there. Look at that, Benno sneaks his way in. Can he pop the OV? It looks like he's got it there. Slays is in trouble. He knows it. Can't get away. They're looking to burn through. Madsy, unfortunately, not going to have nearly as much luck. He does get the shields gone, but he loses his life.
So many bullets that Benno just sponged there, but I would say it played to their benefit. You have Hef right now just waiting for the ball. Chiefs just get a cheeky little spawn over near B right now, which means an immediate pillars peek and a bit of a top mid flank right now from Madsy. Seems like he's going to catch a couple of the players off guard. A nice little repulse there, but Madsy's the one who comes out on top.
He says, cool, thanks for the readjust. I got the kill anyway. They look like they might just be able to get control of the Oddball as well, but look at it's contested. Dante down in towards those tunnels, trying to hold off the push. Benno providing support, the Overwatch there. They do find a big kill. It opens them up to get some more points on the board. Dante's skating away with his life.
C-flat hold here, you know, not opting for a tower position, instead just playing the flat ground. Does get enough damage down onto Madsy to shut him in the vent, as he had Sniper as well. Not sure if Team Immunity will try and contest that so much, as it might put them in a bit of a dangerous situation. Hef taking a rotation down to Brute Door. No, Hef is the one with Sniper in hand, but he does get smacked in the head.
Only one shot used. Unfortunately, Hef couldn't get up another one, so that's 7 shots now available to Beast, and at range, this thing can be terrifying to behold. It's going to be a very...
you don't need range!
Yeah, range doesn't matter. Dante was trying to be sneaky. Unfortunately, he was at crouch height.
Yeah, he got crouch height and immediately got his head taken off by Beaston. Huge plays as he hits 2 body shots down over at Sandbags, applying so much pressure to Team Immunity that they have no option to push. They have to back down. Dante and Benno do go down. They trade out for 1 on Chiefs side for Berserk. But again, look at the time ticking up in Chiefs' favor. It's about tied up. Only 1 point separates. Well, in fact, that time is ticking up more now in favor of Chiefs, but they have the opportunity to make the rotation here.
A little bit of an overplay there from Beaston, but it's a far more than he can chew. Berserk will find himself the last alive as Slays does come up. But I mean, look at it, Blue. It's the crazy thing. Beaston tied for the most kills on his team while also having the most assists. He is putting in a Herculean effort.
Beaston, his rotations around the map overall have just been absolutely phenomenal. He's putting down so much damage. 15 death to his name as well, but again, it's those 12 assists that is a sight to behold at the moment. It just means he's everywhere he needs to be. At the same time, Benno pulling off that double kill under so much pressure, gets taken down by Slays, but he did his work. It was 2 for 2, and Team Immunity have the faster spawns.
Chiefs, though, halfway to picking up the second round, which would result in victory here on live fire. Massive shots, lethal at mid to long range as Slays. But you look at it, trades back and forth. Once again, we find ourselves 50% of the players in the lobby dead. And they're just trying to skirt, trying to find out where their opponents are coming from. Benno finds himself an opening, taken back by Beaston, who, again, gets taken down as well.
Chiefs, in that whole engagement, were doing a fantastic job at sort of picking up the ball for a couple of seconds, dropping it when necessary. A mind the gap 360 comes out from Berserk. Huge plays from him as Chiefs managed to clear out the entirety of Seaside Tower.
Chiefs are here for the victory, Berserk's here for the clips right now. That was impressive. It's not every day that you see something like that. Madsy has the ball in hand. You look at it, they're closing in on the final 30, just nade spam galore as they try and deal with what they can. Madsy stays alive. We do have a Needler in hand. This isn't your Dino Needler. This is Beast. Okay, it was short-lived. We cursed it.
Curse of the casters. He immediately drops it for the AR Heatwave, a combo which I'm not too sure of. I'm imagining it's just because there was no precision weapon at his feet, but let's see if he can do a bit of damage with it. And it seems like he manages to get one himself there, but maybe a bit of a loadout diff in that particular situation.
Madsy's the last alive here for the Chiefs. He's still got the Oddball. Oh no. That's not ideal for the Chiefs. They've lost one at the moment, it would seem, but I mean, Immunity had the overshield. They had the superior position. Yeah, they're going to kill Madsy. Okay, look, cool. Thanks, guys.
Cool, thanks.
Mad respect.
Venda, you know, they've got to just rub one in Madsy a little bit more, just make his KD a little bit more negative than what it probably should be. Unfortunate for theirs. We've had two sort of technical difficulties on this live fire Slayer match, but I would say for Team Immunity, it's been a bit more to their benefit.
Yeah, I mean, look, you talk about that first reset. They came out with a hiss and a roar and they did some damage. Unfortunately, not enough to pick up the round. They then come into the second round. They look like they were in control. They found that momentum. I mean, again, it's you know, that sort of that hope poke to the backside, and all of a sudden, it's all off.
All off indeed. And, you know, I'm wondering if there's some communication going on between Team Immunity, between these sort of technical issues, where they're really just discussing, pinpointing these issues, these flaws that they're having in their gameplay, maybe in their communication overall, really taking advantage of as much time as possible. And for veteran players like this, it really is all about taking the advantages where you can have them.
I mean, we were watching that last series, and, you know, Voltage, we said, you know, jokingly, all he has to say is kill, and the team will go do it. You look at him before the last match, he's sitting there massaging Bedo's head, making sure that mentally they're in the right place, feeling calm and relaxed. He's sitting there. He's a powerful presence, and obviously he's been around the block as well. He's providing that insight. We can see him talking to the players right now, giving them the rundown, like, this is what we need to do, this is where we need to progress, this is where we're having those issues. But, I mean, look, all signs are pointing to Immunity bringing some heat here into the series.
Yeah, no, for sure. And it might be just a thing of, because this has been a bit of an odd map to go into. It might be
an oddball map.
Yeah, there you go. God, was Justin here? Is that what's
It's been a long
right
day.
It might be going into map 2. That might be where we see Team Immunity really just come full force and sort of expand on all of those micro changes that they've made throughout the restarts of this map.
Yeah, I mean, it's the culmination. It all comes together and you start putting it together fluidly. And I mean, that's sort of the situation you want to be in. It looks like we are just finally getting everyone. There we go. We are going to be progressing this one shortly, I would imagine. But I'm not quite sure what the situation. We might even have the same one. We might just go to a golden point round given the scoreline.
Yeah, I would imagine so, simply because of how deep in both teams were with the oddball score. It might just be one team needs to get to X amount of points, not being 100, and the same applies for the other team. I'm hoping that's what the case would be, unless both of these teams agree to just doing a full round reset, which, hey, honestly for me is fine.
It means more Halo.
Yeah,
I'm not going to
exactly.
complain. It's been a great day so far. We've seen some great matches. We've seen some near upsets, which you always love. It just builds up that hype going into the championship bracket. But right now, I mean, look, Chiefs looking a bit stern. They're not giving away too much. They are a team that we know rides on the passion. When things are good, they're really, really good. When they're not, you can tell. So, I mean, at the moment, they look about as neutral as you can get. Things are all right.
Looking down on floor and just sort of having a visual of all the players that we can see right now, it looks like both teams are pretty cool, calm and collected as is. There's not really anything that seems to be bugging them or you know, putting them on tilt in any way, shape or form. I think
it's old Icy Veins, man.
Yeah, exactly. I think they're just taking these resets in strides and sort of figuring out how they can readjust themselves after each one happens.
I mean, it's that question, of course, when these sort of things do happen, which team does it sort of favour? You know, we've seen it. The first reset definitely seemed to spark something in Immunity, but now Chiefs, they were at a bit of a deficit. Do you maybe think it resets some of that momentum after this now reset?
for Chiefs in particular, you know, that's an interesting point that you brought up, because I think, you know, we've seen this kind of situation happen before, and I think it's a bit of a detriment to the Chiefs. I definitely think that they're a team now, especially with this roster, that works really well on sort of just holding forward and keeping that momentum all throughout a series. And if there's any way, shape or form that gets interrupted, then I feel as though they fall a little bit by the wayside and just lose a lot of that steam, a lot of that gas that they seem to have in the tank. And I think a team like Immunity can take a real advantage of that.
Look at the team support there, Beasted giving Berserk the old back rub. I mean, look, it has been a long day. Chiefs played the first match of the day, so they've just sort of been hanging around watching things. So, I mean, that's a lot of downtime for a team. Coming into this, look, it is what it is, but you just make do with the situation and move forward. And yeah, I think you're right. Chiefs are a team that thrive in the fluidity. As long as things are flowing forward, that's what they want. They feel happy in that situation. Let's put it this way. Amazing sprinters, awful hurdlers.
Yeah. When it comes to the long con, maybe the Chiefs aren't exactly the team that you want to look to, but then on the opposite end of the spectrum, it's a point that we talked about over and over again, but because of all the experience that Team Immunity has underneath their wing, does this just make it a little bit easier for them? Is this where they would want to be? Is this the kind of situation that maybe they're hoping for a little bit in the bottom of their hearts?
Honestly, I think Immunity is kind of stoked to be here, in all honesty. Back on land, having a bit of fun with Halo Infinite, trying to do what they can. I mean, look, they're a team that they are the old guard. I don't think they're going to be too shook if they get knocked out of this series. They are just going to play their game, keep doing their thing until they are no longer able to. And anything they can take away from their opponents is just feather in the cap.
Yeah, a little icing on the cake for them. I even think, look, at the end of the day, even if Team Immunity are one of the teams that we unfortunately see knocked out tomorrow, I think all in all, they're still going to be very happy with what they got to experience being here. You know, you talked about, you know, maybe it's a bit of that swan song for them. We can't really talk to that because we haven't spoken to any of the players about that particular, you know, thing in their heads. But, you know, maybe they can just say, yeah, you know, I went, I competed, I did my time in Halo throughout Australia in its entire lifespan, and I'm proud of that.
I mean, I think, honestly, if you were to ask that they get eliminated first from the tournament, the general consensus was like, DreamHack was sick. It was awesome. We were stoked to be there. We got to play on the main stage. Everything looked super cool. And, well, right now, yeah, look, there is still a chance. There is still an opening. We're still only in the first map. Oddball looked like it was being heavily contested. There were some big shots being laid down the line by Immunity. This one is probably going to be quite long. I still back what I said. I reckon we do get the full 5 mapper.
Oh, okay. You know, I'm still...
Depends.
Okay.
Whether or not Immunity have to go to bed.
So, God, is Justin here? Hold on, wait.
No, he's having a nap too.
Oh, gotcha. Okay. We are just reconfiguring the lobby here, ladies and gentlemen. The game will be with you shortly. Once again, I think all these players are just taking it in strides right now. A bit of downtime in between these matches, a bit of time to reconfigure. You know, it's interesting that you predict that we will be going to a Game 5. Do you think, in the way that the Kit Bash game...
Oh, look at him. Look at him. Voltage taking care of the boys.
He even gave us a cheeky wink. He knows what's up. Do you think...
That's the support I want in my life. Like, why Fluke should be here making sure we're ready to go. That's the job. That's what any good host would be doing.
Luke's not going to get
I need someone in my life like Voltage.
No, Luke will ask for definitely, you know, a bit of a raise in the income if he has to do that alongside us. You know, talking about...
Well, obviously, he's not making any money from his art.
Doing it for the camera. Oh my God.
I think Hef just unlocked. Like, my God.
He's going to become a stronger player now, for sure.
Just all the stress fades away. The chakras align. He's ready to go. He's going to drop an overkill, a kill tag. Yeah, we're going to go to the moon.
Do you think if this match goes to a Game 5, will it feel like as much of an upset as the Kit Bash game did, or as impressive as the Kit Bash game did? Or do you think it's just because your prediction would hold true that you'd be like, yeah, I know, I have a lot of confidence
100%.
to say that?
No, look, it's a case of Immunity have been tested. We know these guys have had great success in the past. Kit Bash, the new up-and-comers, we haven't seen as much of them. That's why it was such a stunning moment to see them take it to a map 5. You know, These guys completely untested, never been to LAN before in this situation. They come in, Scoob as well, being the first KVM player. He was eating up. He loved it.
Yeah.
No lag, no nothing, no delay, no desync.
He got the trash talk sort of pop off on stage
they
as well.
They were loving it.
But that's exactly what you love to see, especially us being here at DreamHack.
Could you imagine a reserved, like just a calm, cool, collected Halo lad? That would be the most disturbing thing I can imagine.
Honestly, I think that would kind of suck. I think we need a bit of that trash talk, that energy in the scene to really make us all feel as amped up as I think some of us down here in the pit casting it feel all throughout today. Just having the final touches of the lobby sorted out as well. Should be once again into game very, very shortly. Predictions throughout the rest of the series, though, I think have been a hot topic all throughout the day. You know, we touched on it before. You think this is still going to go to a map 5? I don't think so. You know, I kind of want to rescind the statement that I made earlier. I'm not sure Team Immunity at the moment today have it in them to take a map off Chiefs.
I mean, look, again, it's a similar situation to Kit Bash. I mean, Immunity have absolutely nothing to lose. If they win a map, they've just taken down the Chiefs. So they can just do their thing. They're not going to get too into their own heads. They're not going to psych themselves out. They're just going to come through, play some Halo, and do as much as they possibly can. Whereas the Chiefs, I mean, we've talked about it. They are a passion team. They ride high in the emotion. If it's good, things are great. If it's bad, things are horrendous. So if they were to drop a map to Immunity, even off of what happened so far, I mean, even what's happened so far, I think is probably going to be weighing on them a little.
Do you think that sort of the mental game, especially this late into the day, would play such a heavy factor into? I mean, that's exactly what you just said, but do you think really, ultimately, that would be the breaking point for a team like Chiefs?
I mean, it's an endurance run. As is any LAN tends to be. You're coming into this situation, it's been a long day. You haven't played since the first matchup of the day. So you've been sitting around, I would imagine there's probably a little bit of frustration not being able to get in there and just go hard and give it some guts in the Halo server. Yeah, they've been warming up and playing behind the scenes, but it's a different environment playing on stage as well. So I think, yeah, if anyone is going to crumble under the pressure, it is likely to be the Chiefs. That mental armor. Look, I want to see it. I want to see them hold fast. I want to see them take this series, but I'd also love a fight map.
In your heart, because I can see it in your eyes, Panda, you want them to break a little bit. You want a synapse break, and you want them to just lose all mental on stage.
I want to see the stakes raised. That's the one. Again, I'm a man who's built around the storylines at Esports. That's why the Kit Bash almost victory there was so massive. It shakes things up once again. Again, shaking up who could take this away. Remember, 3 spots on the line for Orlando. A lot of teams hoping for it. And as we get on in, Ads making a run for the Oddball, looking to get control early.
Looking to receive word whether this is a full round reset for the second round here or not. But once again, Team Immunity making a hard break off the start. And it's that kind of reset that, you know, we didn't really expect. Chiefs sort of counteracting that, though, immediately taking the ball, rotating back through. Sneaky. Dante gets taken down. Gifts Chiefs the snipe as well. So maybe a couple of unfortunate plays there for Immunity.
I mean, they just get everything to get over shield as well. They pick up the sniper off the kill. They are looking to position themselves to hold this Oddball. Just surveying the scene. Beeston doesn't see much, so he gets back with the rest of the team. Looking to try and find the resistance. Body shot onto Benno, but he's traded back by Dante.
Good aim there from the members of Chiefs. Team Immunity unfortunately fall by the wayside there as they had 3 members briefly down, giving the Chiefs plenty of opportunity to just rotate the map freely, which is exactly what they're doing, going through green, over to OS. AR out on Berserk, and that's a tie as Berserk manages to clean up the headshot, trading out with Az.
Kev looking for more. He unfortunately cannot find it. They find it's just an absolute scrap fest through mid. Slays and Dante trading as well. A single player on each team alive there for just a moment, but Sniper in the hand of Berserk. He's looking to find a long angle towards anyone, but no, that's your teammates, mate.
Oh, hits that body shot though, straight onto Ads once again. Unfortunately, Ads is not in favor of that Sniper today as he's eating up all those bullets.
Oh.
Takes down Benno as well. He's looking for another. This man, Berserk, is feeling confident.
And now he's dead, unfortunately. Caster Curse is prevalent and heavy today. Dante in the rat tunnels. He finds the trade onto Madzy, but again, this is not Slayer, this is Oddball.
Yes. And right now, because it is an oddball game, Chiefs just seem to be the ones playing the stronger oddball game. Nearly 40 seconds up on the board for Chiefs already as Team Immunity finally managed to get their hands on the oddball, setting up near a window. Only a few ticks up for them so far, but that is ever expanding if they can manage to get themselves a couple of kills, especially when they have OS in hand.
Beeston, he's completed it. He's absolutely denied it entirely. Benno doing what he can. But you got to remember, those of you maybe just joining us, you're not quite aware, we've already got a point on the board for the Chiefs. We had a reset. They only need this one next round to obviously close out the map and move on to the second. So Divine Mind, sorry, not Divine Mind, it's been a long day. Team Immunity
Yes.
need 2 oddball rounds to take the map back for themselves.
I understand, Panda. Don't worry. I know exactly what you're feeling. As we have the members of Team Immunity right now, unfortunately, 2 members down. Benno and Dante, last one alive. Dante managed to sneak around Rat Tunnel, pick himself up a kill, does get taken down by Madzy there. Once again, gifting the opportunity for Chiefs to set up in this back A garage. You know, there hasn't really been a lot of rotations out from this position. I think it's pretty safe to say that both of these teams are playing pretty safe.
I mean, look, even still, Dante has double digits on the board for his team right now. He's got some big kills. Ads finding Berserk. They're hunting for even more slays. Trying to deny, misses the melee. Will get taken down by Ads, who's on for a triple. Unfortunately, no real opportunity for the overkill to present itself. He gets his shields back up, and it's about the positioning now.
AR in hand. One of the members of Team Immunities who rotates around now, looking to back up his teammates as much as possible. Solid damage down with that automatic rifle.
Ooh.
Gets the melee in on Berserk as well. 3 members of Chiefs go down. I think it's safe to say that any push from them is denied. But if Madzy's going to sling his way in like that and take down 2 before he goes, I think that's a solid exchange.
Yeah, gives the opportunity for Immunity to get the oddball back in hand. They found the sniper as well, so they have some real threat power trying to make this hold theirs. Over towards window seems to be the aim right now. Playing around the long angles though, Madzy in contest. His laser's already gone down. The nade spam is successful. Madzy finds the kill but loses his life for it.
Madzy just still managing to trade out these kills. Even if he goes down himself, he's still making a chunk in Team Immunity, which is something that they have to continuously recalibrate themselves for, even during these times of resets. And Team Immunity right now, the ones coming out a little bit stronger, I would say, than Chiefs. They're constantly falling back on this A hold and keeping it for these good chunks of time, milking the ball here and there, but just making sure that they have the slays to back it up.
I mean, the thing is, before the reset, this was Chiefs' map. After the reset, it looked like it was a Immunity map. After the second one, it looks like we're on more of an even playing field. So both teams are bringing their absolute best. 3 shots in this night. Madzy's found 2. Body shot on, but it's not enough for the kill. Beeston falling into the heat wave. Shots not connecting there for Dante, unfortunately.
Benno, unfortunately, peaked by 2 there. Didn't really have much to say for himself in that particular scenario. There's too much pressure for him to hit a shot in those crucial moments. Slide on through right now with Slays. He's doing his best to stay alive, and he does over near window as Berserk and Beeston help him out, give him the damage he needs, and 2 assists go under his wing.
Yeah, poor Benno finds himself the last alive in mids. He's spotted 2. He's going to be cleaned up by Slays mid-air, and the Chiefs will just keep racking up the points. They are 27 odd points away from victory here on Livefire.
Yes, indeed they are. And when you have 4 shots like that ringing out from across the map, oh, there you go. They were playing it to the score differential.
Yeah.
There you go, ladies and gentlemen. There you go. That's Chiefs.
Yeah, there you go, map 1. It's only map 1. That's insane.
I know.
We've still got, what, potentially 4 more maps if my predictions to be correct. But look, I think honestly at this point, everyone's kind of hoping it's going to be a 3-0. Maybe not Immunity, of course. They kind of would like the win. But Chiefs, they're hoping for the 3-0. They want to head back to the hotel, get a decent, nice rest. Because tomorrow, I mean, that's a gauntlet run that they're going to be making.
Tomorrow is a massive day for all of these teams that we have here, and it's been such a late day, especially for the Chiefs, as you said. You know, they played their very first game at the beginning of the day. Then it was a bit of a waiting game, just watching all the other teams play, maybe collecting as many notes and information as they can. But for them, you know, they haven't really had time to sort of warm up or maybe play a scrim or anything like that. It's just been a lot of the mental game, preparing themselves for this moment.
Yeah, I mean, there will be those that will say, oh, what do you mean they're not warmed up? They've been behind the scenes playing with it. There is a vast difference between playing a pickup map to keep yourself warm and playing on stage. And
yes.
I mean, look, let's be honest, the Chiefs seem to be thriving on stage today. They've had a very decent run. They pick up map 1. look, as much as, look, I wanted to see a 5-map. I think, I'm leaning with the rest of the desk. I'm leaning with you. If we get anything, the most I'm expecting is a 3-1.
Immunity, that being said, are doing pretty well for themselves, especially after those first couple of resets. I think they're definitely playing in their favor. You know, it might just be, again, they just need a little bit more time to warm up, get into the swing of things they're very much a team that will go up against another team and sort of have to adjust on the fly to different playstyles of anyone that they're playing against, because as we keep saying, Immunity are very good at playing a strong fundamental Halo game, but when it comes to those sort of micro plays that are ever so constant in Halo Infinite, they may be just not as strong.
Yeah, again, it seems to be that trend that they just take that little bit longer to adjust to these plays, which is why we do see these maps slip away from them. But up next, of course, Street Slayer. Oh boy, similar ANZ Rocket Play. Now, look, to be fair, Immunity weren't the worst when it came to Rocket Play in the qualifier. Benno, if you can get it in his hand, I mean, I suppose it helps when you don't actually have to connect with the Rocket. I suppose that's some advantage.
I feel like they're a team that sort of just knows when to use them a lot smarter than maybe some of the other teams that we have under our wing here in ANZ Halo, particularly just aiming for flat surfaces instead of curved ones. I think that seems to be a trend with Team Immunity and why they might be so successful every time they have rockets in hand.
Well, we are going to be getting to the map in, I would imagine, not too far away, but look, what do you reckon? Is this a map that does play well for Immunity, given that, there's a lot more they can play around, there's a little bit more rotation, they don't have to worry about the objective plus that rocket being available, or is this, again, the Chiefs' playground?
It's tough. I think we've seen a couple of instances where Team Immunity, one that I think of in particular was the match that they had to play against Kitbash in the Pro Series, and they had to play Street Slayer, and it was a very, very close game all throughout the entire series, which again was something that none of us expected watching and casting at home. We didn't think that during that match, we thought it would be a clean Immunity sweep, but I think there are a lot of situations, especially in Slayers, where Immunity actually does struggle a lot. I think when it comes to slaying out in objective game modes, they're very, very good, but specifically on Slayer-based games, I feel like they have a bit of difficulty.
Yeah, look, but it's hard. You look at it, that matchup, it was close. Immunity and Kitbash online. We're now in LAN. We've seen what Kitbash are capable of LAN on the team from ANZ Divine Mind. It went down to a single kill. That could have been Kitbash's map win, if not for the fact that that kill was traded out. And Immunity, it seems to be that continuation of what we've seen so far, even on LAN.
Yes, yeah. I think maybe for a lot of people at home who have been keeping up with the more modern Immunity team playing here on Halo Infinite, you might be thinking, that there is overall a bit of a downwards trend when it comes to this team. They have had maps and game types that they were very strong in coming into Halo Infinite originally, but it seems like overall they've been slipping a bit, especially even on those maps where they were very strong, they were very confident.
It looks like we aren't too far away from kicking it off, of course, and there you go, the lovely streets on your screen. Coming into this, I mean, if nothing else, you remove the objective factor, gives them one less thing to commit that brain cell to. So, Immunity could almost just revert back to pure instinct play.
Absolutely. Falling back on that core sort of fundamental Halo that they've been playing for, 10, 15 years?
Collectively 66.
On the team, collectively 66, which is crazy when to think about it. There's, no one else in the ANZ Halo scene or other team who can hold that title to their name already on Streets, breaking out here with Slays, going immediately to the arcade side and making sure to take that balcony, that upper position, to look over at Rockets as they pinch ads over in garbage.
Yeah, already it's kicking off, but Chiefs are the ones stamping their foot, making their mark right now. Dante will find Berserk, though. They do bring it back. They unfortunately do lose out on what could have been a great opening for the team. We see the Stalker rifle in play as well, connecting shots. Unfortunately, not enough to find the kill. Slays for 2. Looking for more. He's got the rockets. Make that a third. Slays unfortunately falls before he can go for the overkill.
Slays, as soon as he has his eyes on those rockets, it's game over for Team Immunity. They try to make the break for it, try to stop any member from Chiefs to get on those rockets, because they know how crucial it is in these instances to get those power weapons, especially on the Slayer, right? That's the flip. That's where you see the scores start to bloat out as soon as you get your hands on something like the rockets, but they just couldn't commit to them enough before they were in Slay's hands, and he makes good use of them.
Yeah, I mean, you're rarely going to miss an opportunity like that if you're one of the Chiefs players. Right now, Manzi tucked into the corner by the ATMs. What could he find? No, nothing. Everything. He's found everything. What am I talking about? Again, my mind is playing tricks. Manzi does not lose that opportunity. He finds one, makes that two in the frames.
Benno, you cannot be losing those matchups, man. Unfortunately, Benno is felled by Madzi here, playing very cool, calm, and collected as they decide to double up on Dante. But Dante, the one over up on top, playing a sneaky little dance around that shield, does get picked off, but Hef is in the back line coming downstairs to give him a bit of after assistance in order to pick up that kill.
Nade drops his shield. Another one is going to drop him out entirely, unfortunately. Adds from range, being threatened by Manzi. They are looking lethal right now. Disruptor in hand, finds Hef. Benno close, sorry. My God, again, names are hard to read this late at night.
It's all right, Panda. We're all feeling it a bit at the moment as Madzi manages to secure the Rockets. Second hand, the Rockets have fallen into the Chiefs' hands here as we see Madzi whiff one out and it doesn't quite connect. And the second one, he does trade out his life, and it's classic ANZ Halo Rocket play.
I mean, does he really trade out his life, or does he just kill himself with the Rockets? Look, it's a fine line.
Give
him the benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, absolutely. Berserk now with the Bulldog in hand, making sure that any close quarters combat engagements that he comes into are going to be falling into his favor. Shots must come out right now as they know that they have the members of Immunity pinched. See in the background ads taking out Madzi as well as Slays. But with Dante right now, gets a nice grenade out on Berserk. Berserk does pick up someone with that Bulldog. Dante's eyes right now on Beeston's number. Gets a nice little double kill for him. Only 5 kills the difference in favor of the Chiefs. Make that 6.
Manzi finding the lovely little double there to push them over the halfway mark. And you can see Immunity, it feels like they're running out of steam right now. On the hunt, Slays has found yet another. They know where Benno is. He's been threatened. He turns it around onto Beeston though, so at least they're not going quietly.
Not going quietly at all. Team Immunity still very much putting up a fight. And, to what we were saying before, maybe Immunity is really going to struggle with this Slayer game type, but it doesn't seem like that at all. They are not giving up at any point in time, making sure that they're still trying to keep up with the kills as much as possible. Benno doing all the work in the world with that Bulldog, just securing that kill as quickly as he can. Ads taking the fight to Beeston on stairs as Hef is in the background as well. Can't get the damage out to finish a near one-shot. Beeston playing around that vending machine perfectly, and he is still alive.
But you look at it, Madzi and Slays have hit double digits, and Berserk's not too far behind. Every single member of Immunity, the highest. There's a spread of about 3 kills right now for them. Unfortunately, they're just finding themselves, again, lagging behind just a little bit. Beast and Deep will be shut down, but it's not the end of the world. They can just keep playing this as long as they find one more kill after the fact. Benno looking for the Rockets, but denied by Berserk. The need to finish him off as he turns away. And that rocket's still available. And no, never mind. Madzi's found it. Another one for the Chiefs.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, my God.
The 2-for-1 with the rocket. Gets the damage on Hef as well. Triple kill, killing spree, but immediately shut down by a beatdown from Hef. It's exactly the play that you love to see from the Shark. Handled that so well all throughout.
It doesn't matter. He lost his life, but he found 3 kills.
Yep.
That's a pretty good special. I think you take that at the end of the day. Look at it. Final stretch. 8 kills needed here for the Chiefs from range. Berserk shuts down Dante, and they are hunting as a collective. Then, unfortunately, a missed opportunity on the remote detonation with the nades there. Beeston looking for ads. They find the flank onto Hef as well. Madzi going to be the one to finish it off, and it is just steamrolling towards the Chief victory.
45-28. A steamroll indeed, Panda. Things seem to be falling apart right now for the members of Immunity as Beeston comes up in the backline with the Bulldog, providing all the support in the world. Benno trying to take refuge in Red Room right now, but a stick reversal catches him by the wayside. 1 kill left for Chiefs to go up 2-0 against Team Immunity. Ads needs to back off from that little peak challenge right there. Dante secures a kill on the Berserk, giving them a little bit more time than needed, but Slays in the background with the beatdown on Mad secures 2 up in this series.
At least they avoid the spectacular, though.
Yeah.
You got to take the victories where you can.
However small.
Look, it could have been worse. Let's put it that way.
Absolutely. That was a rough one for Team Immunity, especially once we got to that ever so fabled and talked about halfway point in the Slayer matches. That's really when you see teams start to crack. You might see the rotations just go a little bit off. They're not gunning as well. The shakes really start to set in, and I feel like for Team Immunity, it's exactly what they were feeling.
Yeah, look, it really is unfortunate. And despite all that experience, it's only really counts if you can convert that into, you know, victories and success in the scene. I mean, look, again, it's the Chiefs. They at one point were the best in the region. Now they're trying to reclaim that title, and it has been a long and bloody campaign for them. And unfortunately, for anyone who finds themselves in their way, it's going to be brutal.
Both Madzi and Berserk there putting up big numbers, and it seemed like a lot of points in that map. They just had each other's backs at all times. In fact, I would say the whole roster of Chiefs was always on each other's tail. If they didn't manage to finish off a kill, they lost a piv, immediately they would have a teammate falling behind them, taking them out and just blowing out that score more and more. That was an absolutely beautiful shot from Madzi, and just completely throwing out the second rocket there just in order to get that damage in as quickly as possible, securing himself that triple kill. That's the thing that wins games.
Yeah, I mean, it's about efficiency, of course, with those power weapons, and that's exactly what we saw. He threads the needle right between the two of them. The blast radius connects, and Chiefs find themselves up 2-0 in the series with one more map needed to close it out. And I mean, look, it's been an interesting day. We go to capture the flag catalyst, which I've kind of been waiting for. This is one of my favorite map game mode combinations because it's just such an interesting way. Okay, look, I love Catalyst CTF. Hate Catalyst Slayer. It's just min-maxing. Catalyst
you know what?
CDF
I'll give that to you.
is kind of an exciting prospect. I mean, there's just so many different ways to play it. There's so much you could be concerned about. I mean, you look at a map like Aquarius, you can go for a relatively safe run to get the flag back to your base, but on Catalyst, there are just so many different angles that you could be contested from. It's about that verticality. I mean, you're shooting top down to the left, up from the right. It's just, there is no
and I'm like, you know what? He's right. There's a lot of team strategy that is undertaken in this particular game mode and map that makes it so you have to secure these flags one after another. There's so much work that you have to put in, and I definitely think that's a huge difference between, you know, top tier teams and lower tier teams. That's exactly what's going to differentiate them.
I mean, look, there's a reason I'm here and Inman's not. No, I'm kidding. Inman's been great. He's behind the scenes making sure things run as smoothly as possible.
Cut the VOD.
Guys, I won't be back tomorrow, and we all know why. But I mean, look, it is an exciting, it's a dynamic map, and as we get on into it, I mean, you're looking at the skewer, you're looking at the overshield, you're looking at that ability to play around those very, very long angles. And we've already seen Chiefs have proven throughout the series already that at mid to long range, even with BRs, they are lethal.
You have all those pieces of equipment on the map as well, the grapple and the repulsor to make use and make traversal around those vertical options so much easier. And looking at Team Immunity and throughout their history and how much we've seen them play, I don't think they're a team that really takes advantage of those new pieces of equipment.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was Manzi who said it best. You can't teach an old dog new tricks. Just taking that little bit longer to come to terms with what is in play and what is the current meta. And speaking of Manzi, already down, he's been bitten by the dogs.
Fantastic stuff from Madzi. Already Madzi being taken down. Immunity seems to be the ones playing the strong defensive game here, but unfortunately it's not enough to hold back the forces of the Chiefs as they seem to be just pouring in like a stubborn leak one after another, and the members of Team Immunity can't seem to take them down. It just seems that they're going down one after another. They can't stop the forces that are the Chiefs.
Yeah, you might be confused. This is actually the Immunity base. Berserk does not belong there. He's going to start the run-up. He's got someone guarding him. Manzi there leading the charge. Benno, they find some big damage on. The nade will be enough to finish him. And they do deny that run. They will look to try and go for the reset. But look, Beaston, he's beelining for Immunity's base.
A successful hold from Team Immunity there, but ultimately at what cost? You know, there's a lot of stagnation that Team Immunity now is under the board of. They have to readjust themselves a little bit now, make sure that they can get off enough kill pressure to start moving up that map, because I think all throughout the beginning of this series, this map in particular, they've been caught in their base consistently, time after time.
I mean, so far Immunity have had the most distance run with a flag so far. Unfortunately, their flag is also out, and they say, look, hold on, we kind of need to stop them setting up a bit of a base here in their own with our flag, so let's try and cut them off at the pass. Don't let them get set up with the flag on their platform. But there's been a return because they kind of forgot the Chiefs flag.
Yeah, very interesting play that they decided to opt for there. I think they were maybe a little too overconfident with how they thought that they could approach that, stopping that flag, getting a touch on theirs immediately, making the clean run through. But I don't know, I feel like there was a bit of brain fog that might have happened with that play, because now they're just being slain out. 3 members of Team Immunity go down, and that is the first cap in the name of Chiefs.
So they forego the Chiefs flag to try and return their own, allowing Chiefs to return their own flag and capture immunities.
Yep, I think that's about right.
There was an attempt.
Okay, an attempt as well as Beeson tries to grapple the OS to him, instead picking up, I believe it was another BR, so just sucking up the ammo from that. Doesn't look like he's wasting too many seconds though to make use of it as much as possible as he gets in, down and dirty, takes down Hef. Nice little challenge onto Dante as well. Staying alive with a little bit more than half of his shields in tow as he peeks out, challenges Benno and makes a touch on the flag.
Run started, number 2 here for the Chiefs. They are going to keep it chugging along, trying to get it deep into Ivy, looking for the setup. And, well, look, unfortunately they meet some resistance, but you look at Immunity, they're not moving with any significant hustle. They do get the Chiefs flag off the platform, but hopefully they don't make the same mistake twice.
Yeah, no, they're definitely being caught out a lot in the team fights here as well. You know, Berserk did go down on their flag point, but then again, you know, they still lost one. It was a fair trade in that moment, and Immunity are the ones in the more critical situation right now, trying to inch that flag as much as possible. You have Slays and Beaston both in their base, holding off every single force that they can. That flag just resetting in the background. Madsy is just cool with playing the long con, throwing Hail Mary nades, getting in as much damage as possible, resetting Team Immunity's flag. It is such a beatdown scrap.
He was contesting Immunity from Immunity's flag platform. Once again, Chiefs are playing it as if it's their base. And right now, Slays, he's like, cool, guys, I've got the flag. What do I do?
It's as if they have all the space in the world to play with, constantly shutting down Immunity time after time. They're just so confident in taking these fights. I mean, you can see it on the scoreboard right now. Madsy picking up a double kill on Dante and Hef, and it looks like Beaston's just making the charge right now for their flag. Grenades in tow, doing big explosive damage as he picks up a spike grenade kill on Benno. The flag is returned once more. Both of them are, so we have a reset on flag positions.
Oh dear, the overshield in hand for Slays. I mean, Chiefs, I would almost argue have been, I mean, of course they've been more successful. They've got one under the belt already, but even with each run, they have found more success. They've got more ground. A double kill there for Slays. What more can he find as he sets the flag up for the run towards the base? Not going to be much more, but he's got, look at the vanguard he has for this.
He's got all the support in the world to run this. Unfortunately, 2 members of his team go down as ads, I'm pretty sure.
I think you just reset the flag off the edge.
Is the one positioned in their base. It looks like that might have been the go there. Very unfortunate play for the Chiefs. Right now, sorry, we do have Berserk running the flag. Madsy in base as well, taking all the damage in the world, just trying to inch it, and he does save it, getting it in. Another capture for Chiefs, going up 2 flags to 0.
This is, I mean, honestly, they could probably just stall it out for the next 7 minutes. I don't think they want to. I think they want to win it on points. They want to make that statement going into play day 2, of course. We saw the skewer in hand. Unfortunately, it was dropped. Dante finds himself too, but you look at it, Berserk on the hunt once again. Again, aggressing into Immunity's base, forced back, denied the opportunity, sent out the door, and Dante, skewer in hand. This is where they could find an opening. He needs to put this to work.
Dante looking to make big single shot kills with the skewer. Unfortunately, whiffs that one. Beast about to come out and challenge, takes him out from the top rope. Slays and Madsy falls down on the sides of the Chiefs, but Immunity are the ones who go 3 down in that situation. Unfortunately for them, they got a lot of ground to make up, but now Berserk, being the last one alive really for Chiefs, pushed all the way up.
Do we want to talk about the fact that Slays has 18 kills currently?
Yeah.
He's absolutely dominating. The Chiefs a solid grasp on the matchup so far. Beaston, another one in the pocket, the overshield there. Slays keeps himself alive to put it to work. Finds the first kill. He's got support. The rotate in from behind Dante gets shut down by Madsy. It's all coming together. It's all coming up Chiefs. They've got the flag off the platform once again. They are trying to run it through for a third.
Run it through for a third. Looks like that's going to be the case. Benno and Hef looking to challenge now. They have another support from one player. Ads falls down in the background to Madsy with the skewer. Dante picks up a kill on Beaston. A lot of base pressure happening right now. It's going to take Berserk to be able to sort of solo carry this flag. It looks like he's just opting to run it back.
Yeah, play for the objective, look for the win condition. Ads does find the deterrent in the form of nades, but look at it, Beaston from range They are threatening the return, though, should come through as we head towards that final 5-minute mark. But look at it already, Hef trying for the run for immunity. They want to try and keep the score as close as possible to go for that tie-up.
Benno shuts down Slays right now, the beast that is lurking around the map. Hopefully this gives the team immunity enough space to manage to capture one flag, put it on the board for themselves, and maybe make this series a little closer to being tied up. Indeed we do, 2-1 to Chiefs.
One more, we tie it up. We might even head to that golden point situation and closing the map. But right now, Chiefs, they are looking to regroup to make a play for a third. They want to deny immunity any chance at what could be a long run reverse sweep. Madzi for 2. What more can he find? Slays there to contribute as well. Unfortunately, Madzi goes down. 3 players, though, off the board for immunity.
Immunity just constantly folding one after another. It's super unfortunate to see, but they just don't have the kill power. They don't have the pressure in order to secure enough space around the map. And just like you said before, Panda, there are so many elements of verticality, of traversal that need to be taken into effect, and I'm just not seeing immunity execute on those as well as what Chiefs are.
You know what I'm saying? Berserk heading towards his own flag platform with immunities in hand. Look at him, he's heading upstairs, trying to get himself into a good spot for it. Tosses it out, knows he's being chased. Benno will shut him down, but the flag's in a great spot for the team, but no one there to try and deny the return. Slays pushing in, could be the resistance that Chiefs need. Immunity have just, they almost completely vacated the position, but allows for the reset onto the flag for Chiefs. Benno goes down as well. This might be a third point.
The trades are just not ideal at all for Team Immunity right now. You've got to have those kills up on the board, just eking out that space, but they're just not getting any. There's so much pressure that Chiefs are applying, and again, Slays, 21 and 12, just going absolutely ham, making sure to shut down immunity at any position. 4 members of Chiefs, though, go down. Just as I'm stating this could be the point that immunity decide to tie things up.
And while that was going on, look at him, Dante there, ready to go, primed and ready to snatch that flag away from the platform. He's running it home, looking for the tie-up point here with 3 minutes remaining. What resistance can the Chiefs mount? They find some big shots. They find the kill to flag.
Making Chiefs' third flag run ever so easier and just inching closer and closer by the moment.
Hef tries his luck against Slays, who, look, that's a tall task at the best of times. So far, Benno the only one to contest. Adds the repulse to play.
No.
Will find the kill regardless. Flag out in the open for the Chiefs to try and make this run happen. He's playing around the platform. He does get the kill, and look at it, they would just keep running for their third point.
Slays, the back and forth that just he had there all around that pillar section. Staying alive for as long as he did, getting his shields back, popping out, getting another kill. I mean, this is just the differentiating factor between a main Slayer that we're not really seeing right now on immunity. Yes, Benno is going huge, 23 and 17, but those kills aren't really amounting to space being created on the map. Flags pulled, flags traversed. Just look how dominating Chiefs are.
Overshield picked up by Slays. Unfortunately, it's burnt through immediately. He does get a kill for it, so I suppose at least, if nothing else, they deny it away from Team Immunity. They've got the 2-point buffer, so I think they're quite happy to just delay time and waste the clock as much as possible.
Exactly. You know, this is a common theme that we see in a lot of CTF maps, especially when you have a lead as absurd as this with the time granted. You know, you're going to mess around a little bit. You're going to focus mainly on slaying, just trying to deny the other team the objective, the space, as much as possible. That being said, Team Immunity are flag running themselves right now. They do have a bit of time to make up for here, and if they can get another one on the board and start to run a third flag, then they might be sitting pretty.
Chiefs looking to end play day 1 of DreamHack Melbourne flawless here. They would be taking 2 Series 3-0 today, which, I mean, no one has even come close to. And look at it, the grapple to get the flag in hand for Beaston as he just carries on. Much get through. Final minute here of play, Bluey.
Final minute indeed, 50 seconds on the clock, and it looks like Beaston and co, the boys on the Chiefs, are looking to take this to 4 flags to 1, just rubbing more salt in the wound of Team Immunity. Unfortunately, Slays takes out Dante, but Benno trades out with Slays as well. Berserk in the background taking out Hef, but we do see a flag pull come out from Benno. He's taking on 2 members of Chiefs right now. The friendly nade comes out. Benno is taken down. No grapple in play for Beaston as he looked to make that cheeky little play there. 20 seconds on the clock. And the flag is returned for Chiefs. A bit of a fumble at such an unfortunate moment, but it looks like this is all she wrote for Team Immunity today.
Maybe dinner was a bit greasy, just slipped out of his hands there. But final 10 seconds, a 4-1 scoreline, insurmountable here for Team Immunity. The clock will just keep ticking away, Bluey. Chiefs are going to end the day 6-0. The easiest run we've seen so far here.
Incredibly dominating performance from the Chiefs all round today, exuding a confidence that I don't think that we've felt from them in a very long time, but it just might be the LAN buff getting to play all on the main stage together. The power that they're feeling as a coordinated four might just be too much for any other team to face up against right now.
I mean, it's wild. Medzi is just headed over there for the, the handshake at the end. He's a big bloke.
Yeah.
He's a staunch unit. And he's completely dwarfed by Voltage. It's just another level. But, I mean, Chiefs, they have a stunner of a day one. They're looking good going into tomorrow, of course, and then further on into the championship bracket. Immunity, unfortunately, will find themselves without a win today.
Very unfortunate for Immunity, and definitely not the results I think that any of us expected. We predicting that Immunity overall would sort of come out from the gate swinging, be strong enough to take some of these maps in their own right, but unfortunately it just doesn't appear to be the narrative that we've seen play out.
Yeah, I mean, everyone's sort of back in Immunity as that wild card. If not that, it was sort of Kit Bash. Just saying, top 3 Kit Bash prediction here. I stand by that. But speaking of Kit Bash, I was sitting in the green room during their series against Divine Mind, checking Twitch chat, and my favourite comment that I've ever seen in a Halo broadcast was, it was on Scoob, and someone said, "It's great to see that Ads brought his son to a Halo match."
It feels like those are comments that we've sort of been making every now and then. If anything, if anyone's the dad here, I would say Voltage, man. Looking at him, wouldn't you want him to be the strong father figure in your life?
If Voltage was Scoop's dad, he'd be a lot taller. So definitely not the case.
Maybe he just didn't inherit the right genes there, unfortunately.
Look, what we know for sure, yeah, it was a great series. Chiefs looking back on form, what we've come to hope that they would be after split one, of course. Immunity, they did. They had moments of brilliance. It looked like maybe they could find some traction here in this series. We were hoping for maybe a 3-1, but it doesn't really get even close.
No, not at all. And again, it's unfortunate. It just is. It feels a little bit heartbreaking. I can only imagine if Inman was in this position right now, those tears would be 100%.
Falling. He's hunting me down.
From his, you're not coming in tomorrow, buddy. Didn't you hear him in the earpiece?
To be duct tape up in a closet.
But that being said, they still have tomorrow to play. They have a lot of lessons learned from today as well. So let's hope tomorrow Team Immunity come back swinging full force. I want to see some strong games out of the boys.
I mean, the thing is, we've got a team that will be joining the pool out of the open bracket. I mean, I'm kind of scared for them. Immunity have just been absolutely hammered today. They're looking for a bit of an outlet. They're looking for someone to be the punching bag. And more likely than not, it is going to be that open bracket team, of course. So there is punishment coming someone's way.
There is definitely a punishment coming to the open bracket. But hey, that's not our problem. We just get to cast the games. We don't have to play, which is fantastic for us. Let's hope anyone in the open bracket tomorrow that has to face off against Team Immunity is coming prepared.
Well, I mean, it's seeing that raw natural talent coming into play. It's just great looking at LAN. And speaking of natural raw talent, we've got a natural raw talent here for an interview. Natty, take it away.
I'm not sure I'm the natural talent. I do have Beaston joining me. You guys on Chiefs are looking fantastic. It's been a long day though. You guys were the first series. How are you managing those energy levels and how are you feeling coming into this one?
Honestly, we've just been eating food, drinking energy drinks and relaxing. Our game was like 8 hours away, so we've just been chilling watching the games.
What were some of the weaknesses that you felt you could exploit from Immunity to make this such a clean and confident series for you?
Immunity, they're a structured, slow team, really good players, but we're a fast, aggressive team, so we just try to play fast, get in their face.
And what sort of momentum are you going to be able to take from this? It's a day 6-0 for you guys. Is it a really big confidence boost?
6-0. We're the only team that went 6-0, so yeah, heaps of confidence going into tomorrow.
Awesome. And what are you guys going to be doing in preparation for tomorrow? Anything special or the same old Chiefs?
Just going out for dinner, vibing, having a good time.
Well, it seems to be the recipe for success. A lot of food, but Beaston, thank you for joining me. Let's head over to the panel.
always good to hear from the players, and obviously, as Beeson said, only team today to go 6-0. That is a big confidence boost for the Chiefs. Big kick in the pants, all you guys who didn't predict the Chiefs. Obviously, I put them first, so I don't know what you guys
What do you mean?
are
I
talking
picked
about.
them first.
I picked them first. They're number one right now. Look, it says right here. Look, it says Chiefs.
Someone
Bunch
HCS
of
glitch, please.
cowards, man. Who
See,
am I
Chiefs number
working
one.
with?
Chiefs number one. You guys
It's
can't even
day
say it.
one.
Anyway.
We're in pool play. We haven't even started
They're
the
6-0
bracket yet,
just.
and you're flip-flopping.
I think the biggest thing that I've seen from this, albeit, yes, the results are starting to look really, really good for the Chiefs, it's dominant victories, though. All throughout today, I don't think Justin and I have seen a weakness come out of these guys today. Divine Mind, though, they look like they've bled. They've lost 3 maps coming out of today. They ended the day with 6-3, Chiefs being 6-0. I mean, obviously the numbers speak one way, but I think the way that they've gone about their series today, the Chiefs, they've looked extremely dominant, and I don't think they're going to slow down tomorrow.
I mean, a little bit of context there. There's some whispers about the mentality of the Chiefs guys, and we're like, maybe they're not at, their best form right now. But obviously, all of that was completely false because they've turned up and they're the most locked in out of any squad here. It's a big surprise, and that's kind of just a little bit of insight into justifications behind some of those predictions. I mean, Divine Mind, we were looking really, really strong, but Chiefs, they turned up to play harder than anyone else, I think.
And I guess from what we've seen here, Momo, as well, obviously we talked about the fact 6-0 in their group so far. Do we feel like this has just been Chiefs coming in nice and hot, or do we feel like maybe the rest of the pool really didn't kind of live up to this pool of death idea? Like, how do we feel like this pool has kind of played out for us today?
Where has this Chiefs been the last couple weeks? Like, we know they won the last open series, but where were they before that? You know what I mean? Like, this Chiefs looks hot and dangerous. Like, they are playing out of their mind Halo. Like, they're all playing good. Slazy's playing insane Halo. They're all playing great Halo. They're all filling the walls. Madsy's playing great. Beason's playing great. Berserk's playing great. Honestly, if they can just keep this up tomorrow, my predictions about, whoever's coming first is a bit on a seesaw right now.
I mean, it's going to be very, very interesting for us to start talking about tomorrow and talking how the rest of this pool is going to go, because as we touched on the fact, there are going to be some open bracket boys. We're going to be jumping on this stage and they're going to be running some hot teams, so we'll see how that does pan out. But either way, lads, getting towards the end of the show today, it is a good time for us to start to reminisce about our favourite moments coming in from today. Justin, we're going to start with you on the end here, mate. You have to pick one moment. What's your favourite moment that you've got going for us right now?
I mean, Sways was looking pretty dirty all throughout this
overkills?
afternoon, and dropping a couple of overkills. He had multiple plays that are really, really nice, but I love his streets overkill, but we want to highlight this one here. Misses that first shot, but then he backs it up with a perfect BR shot, and then the no-scope. It's almost a bit of a fake out.
I mean, the crazy thing for us here is we're talking about Sways. He's got more than one clip. We talked about his overkills, but Momo, this no-scope was probably one of the dirtiest flicks we've seen throughout the entirety of today.
This no-scope was honestly absolutely insane. Like, it kind of reminded me of myself, to be honest. Like, just hit the no-scope. The third shot, though, I think I would have hit that, but honestly, that play was pretty insane.
You would have hit the 3K coming off the back of that one
easy.
as well.
It's honest work, honestly.
Easy, Mo. We've still got a few more of these favourite moments to go through as well. This is the actual Sways overkill. So, Justin, this has been one of your favourite moments. Man, he absolutely started out today looking red hot, and coming in with this overkill on streets, the man doesn't miss.
He doesn't miss, and it's what I love about this. It's just the perfect flank. All the players had no idea that he was there. He gets the first rocket pick, but that final kill on the scoop, that they're like, Sways, scoop, one shot PD, and just kind of locking in and securing that overkill.
I mean, you talked about it, right? He comes in for the double kill, gets the melee on the third there, and then just the long-range shot into PD, hits Scoob in the Chrome Dome, and off he gets another overkill here on the stage for Sways. Absolutely monstrous performance from him today. You talked about Slazy stepping up. I want to start talking about Pips. My man Pips, the milkman, he has been stepping up today for Divine Mind. I'm going to give him his honorary overkill. Absolutely gnarly stuff from him on live fire. I think, to me, the best part about this clip is his movement. The way that he comes up skinny here, he gets the first kill on Vamp, hits the second double from his old mate getting one, and then the flick on the right-hand side gets the stick on the circle and gets the honorary overkill. It's just the way that he is processing the information that he has and hitting all these weak players. Yeah, they're all one-shot every single time he gets someone in his crosshairs, but Momo, the fact that he readjusts here, gets the kill and the stick on the knee. I mean, Pips had some amazing moments, but that's definitely the one that sticks out to me.
100%. Like, just seeing the flick shot after hitting the triple, like, like, how is this guy, like, is he a magician or something? Like, he just throws a sticky grenade, hits a nice little overkill after that. Technically, it wasn't an overkill, but I'm going to count it as an overkill, to be honest, because that was honestly fire.
We're giving him the honorary overkill here. So, lads, it's time for us to start to close the show here. It is getting a little bit late here at DreamHack Melbourne, so it is a good time for us to say sayonara to everybody who has joined us here in the arena. Justin, we're going to start with you, mate. Final thoughts about today. Obviously, the pool play going a little bit different than what we expected coming into today, but what are your final thoughts about, our first day here of pool play?
I think that just LAN environment just takes people by surprise. I mean, that Kit Bash game, oh my God, that was hype. That's the kind of thing that you want to see in a LAN environment. And everyone, they bring up the stats, oh, here are the rankings and all that kind of stuff. And it's like, no, LAN's completely different. It's how the players turn up on the day. Kit Bash, they weren't able to close it out. But in my opinion, they walked away the winners of that series.
What about you, Momo? If you could sum up today in a few words, very short sentence, how would you feel about today?
I'm never doubting an inexperienced team ever again, and I'm never saying they're going to get destroyed. But yeah, that Kit Bash series was honestly, that was just typical LAN fashion.
It seems like you've come into the caster desk with hot fashion, being able to get yourself the caster's curse nice and early on, Momo. It's wonderful to have you guys here on the desk. Wonderful to have everybody here in the arena. Thank you, everybody who did join us for a wonderful day here of the ANZ HCS Regional Finals. Day one of pool play is done and dusted. We've still got 2 more days of competition. Same time, same place tomorrow. So as always, stay safe, and we'll see you guys for the next one.